Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 181 Ed Subjugation War 4 Stop Meddling. This was what Elvira's older sister said as she lifted Elvira's cheek. It is the most vividly engraved memory of Elvira, the Aniston family's bad girl. By the time he came of age, he had already opened his eyes to reagent combinations and improving magic engineering supplies. Her childhood as a troublemaker, confined to the laboratory of the Aniston family mansion and causing explosions 3 or 4 times a day is not that distant past for her. The Aniston family was not wealthy, but as a renowned alchemy family, her sisters were also well versed in all kinds of alchemy. However, compared to Elvira, who had already created her own system and was completely fascinated by the world, most of her talents were on the axis of ordinary talent. This was the reason why I couldn't sit still. Whenever I looked at inefficient reagent combination formulas or magic engineering, supplies improvement formulas that contained useless ingredients. In her family, there was no one with more talent and passion than her, so everything was overlooked in her eyes. Whenever I had time, I would just look at the sisters' research results and grumble and point out imperfections. Beyond her research achievements, she went beyond her attitude toward life as an alchemist, and her passion for researching values people around her couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority rising as they watched her talk about her philosophy. God gave her natural talent and passion, but did not give her the appropriate behavior. In fact, it was too harsh to expect such adult manners from a young girl. Eventually, her pent-up inferiority complex exploded when her older sister, Diella Aniston, failed the Sylvania entrance exam. When she saw Elvira tilting her head as she disassembled the magic engineering supplies she had brought for the entrance exam, one by one, Diella, who had been overwhelmed by Elvira's talent, could not hold back her emotions and ended up slapping her in the face. There is nothing wrong with Elvira. However, it is also true that they failed to consider Diella, who was heartbroken. Do you always feel like you are the main character in everything in the world? Diella Aniston pushed all the reagent bottles on the test table and broke them, tore up the research scroll, and spoke through gritted teeth. Good, you don't have to try to understand ordinary humans like us. Sister, okay, unleash your abilities to your heart's content. As a human born with half-hearted talents, I will live half-heartedly. After that, Diella completely quit alchemy and went to the imperial capital Cloran to learn accounting and management. The appearance of his face in the Aniston family became extremely rare, and soon it became difficult to see him even once a year. Now, for her, alchemy is nothing more than a trigger that makes her recall memories of failure. That's probably why he didn't want to return to his home, which was filled with all kinds of alchemy devices. Even though I was young, I knew Elvira for sure. You are not at fault. The reason Diella got angry and screamed at Elvira and gave up on her path was completely due to her own inferiority complex. Elvira's meddling was always in the right direction. Efficiency of magic flow, cost-effectiveness of combination materials, efficiency of reagents, etc. The correct answer was always to do as Elvira said. So, there is no way to change one's attitude toward life because of Diella's sad eyes. Quite the contrary. It just goes through stronger. Eventually, Elvira entered Sylvania and became the head of the pension department. She even earned the disgrace of being a busybody, because she grumbled and meddled countless times with people who couldn't do their part, but Elvira didn't stop. Her way was to prove that her path was right, even if it meant being stubborn. The thought that occurred to me was whether Clevius would also agree with that opinion. Ominous magical power rose from the flowing blood. Clevius hung his upper body and took a quick breath, looking up at Taylor with creepy eyes. Taylor also has no intention of backing down. If the other person does not try to resolve the issue through dialogue, he or she will just pick up the sword. Wait, stop. You two shouldn't be like this. Elvira quickly got down on the floor, raised her upper body, and shouted, but the energy of the blood sword technique was already lingering in Clevius' body. There is no middle ground in Clevius Nortondale's blood sampling technique. Once started, the blood sword technique gradually eats away at Clevius' spirit. The madness that engulfs the mind only increases as time passes. There is no opponent who has not shed blood in front of him. Even Lucy Merrill had no choice but to allow at least a small scratch. It was a swordsmanship that bordered on madness itself. Just shut your mouth and stay there. Clevius' power is completely different from his usual appearance. After overpowering Elvira with a single word, he kicked the floor and rushed towards Taylor. The sword was beyond the point of being fast. I just can't see it. Taylor blocked Clevius' first sword strike with almost sensibility. He blocked the invisible sword with just his fighting senses. I didn't stop it after seeing it, nor did I predict it. There had to be a sense that was almost precognitive. Taylor gritted his teeth in embarrassment even after blocking Clevius' sword strike. The two eyes of Clevius, swords clashing right in front of him. That eye light is revealed right in front of your nose. It is not a human, but a beast. Although he still had some sense of reason left, he was slowly shedding his human mask and becoming a ghost. Clevius. You don't know the circumstances, I don't know the circumstances, but the blades that met each other were trembling. The battle of strength between them was a whistle, but the speed itself was completely superior to Clevius. Just like that, Clevius twisted his body and delivered a roundhouse kick to Taylor's abdomen. Although it was such a big move, it was so fast that Taylor couldn't even catch it. Whoa. As it was, Taylor was hung on the iron bars that served as the outer wall of Elt Company. For a moment, my breathing stopped, and a huge shock rushed up my back, but there was no time to struggle in pain. When I looked up, Clevius had already jumped and was right in front of me. The sword was about to be swung. The series of bends and strikes at the waist cannot be seen. It was just a strike like lightning. When I came to my senses, I felt like an attack had already occurred. Taylor avoided a direct hit with her amazing reflexes, but she couldn't help but notice bleeding from the shoulder where the sword had grazed. Taylor adjusted her posture, frowning and holding her shoulders tightly. The iron bars that had been hit by Clevius' attack instead of Taylor's shattered with a loud noise. I know what you were trying to do. It felt clear to Clevius. It was only for a moment, but Taylor tried to cut Elvira down. Of course, I didn't feel any killing intent. However, inflicting fatal injuries was also a deadly blow. If so, there are no more extenuating circumstances at that point. Clevius stabs himself again in the opposite shoulder with the dagger he pulled out from his waist. With a popping sound, new bleeding occurs from Clevius' shoulder. As more blood flows out, more and more magical power begins to reside in his body. Clevius, who twisted his body strangely and then fell limp again, flinched and trembled once. If you face the Nortondale family's sword master, be sure to win with one blow. This is what Mike, a senior professor in the combat department, told before combat practice. As long as you live, you continue to grow stronger, and as long as you die, you continue to grow stronger. The ghost, drawn by blood, gradually builds up more magical power the more it converges with death, the more insane the monster becomes. If you try to win by undermining your enemy, you will end up getting your own throat cut. So, quench the monster's thirst before it craves more blood, and end it before it turns into a complete ghost. Clevius Nortondale's blood sword technique is a madman's technique that becomes stronger as the smell of death approaches. The speed at which one loses one's life with just a single sword strike right before death is not even a rare genius magician or a veteran swordsman who has experienced many hardships can follow it with the eye. Wu Wook, who leaning on the iron bar, Taylor, who was barely raised, I see the scene in front of my eyes. The marble yard of Elt Company under the moonlight. A blood-eating ghost stands there. The option of quick resolution has long since disappeared. The sword demon, who was greedy enough for blood, glanced at Taylor with creepy eyes, and then he was already running into Taylor's arms and sinking the sword into her shoulder. It happened in that split second when I closed my eyes and opened them. We must stick to Princess Phenia's side. This is my first time entering Lortle's villa in person. It's not as flashy as my cabin, but it's quite spacious, and the furniture inside is much more luxurious. The weather is better, and there are magic equipment that circulates the air inside, so it's quite comfortable. Even at this level, it feels like living at a regular home rather than at a camp. Certainly, if you have money, there are no inconveniences no matter where you live. This case is tied to a power struggle within the imperial family. It could become even bigger if it gets intertwined with the Ross Taylor family case. After entering the villa, I first lit a bonfire and secured a light source, by pushing a small amount of magical energy into magic engineering supplies found here and there in the room. When the lights come on, it feels cozier than I expected. Lortel and I sat side by side on the antique wooden chairs in the central part of the villa. Lortel was already exhausted due to the physical exhaustion from being incarcerated and having run a marathon in the middle of the night. When I roughly brought him some water, he said thank you and gulped it down. He put down his robe hat and rested his arms on the table to catch his breath. Princess Phenia, yes, at least he is someone who will take our side in this conflict. Well, this isn't the Ross Taylor family's business, it's the Elt Company's business, right? In the grand scheme of things, the Rosteller family is also connected. Still, the prediction is the same as to what Lortel wants to say. Princess Phenia will not be pleased with me. How much of a confrontation have you set up? Princess Phenia probably thinks that I will stick to Princess Selaha. When I looked at him in bewilderment, Lortel immediately added an additional explanation. When Senior Ed lost consciousness at the Ross Taylor mansion, I did some trickery to steal his recruits from the Elt Company. What? I didn't want to leave you to someone else. Because he spoke without hesitation, I couldn't come up with an answer right away. That means you didn't really hide it. Me and Princess Phenia were like oil and water. It was the same in the scenario. But even if you think about it beyond that, Phenia and Lortel are actually people who only walked in opposite directions, as if they were drawing a picture. I don't approve of Princess Phenia that much either. I don't want to bow down to that person. I should have tried to find another way, but if the situation has come to this point, it is not the time to choose between hot and cold dishes. You have to think about your situation. In the end, I am the only one who can persuade Lortel. I pushed the chair, stood up straight, and looked at Lortel intently. If I have more time, I might be able to find another way out, but right now, the ship behind Dune and Slag is the Princess of Persica. The only person who can stand up to him with authority is Princess Phenia. These are two people who could never become closer even if they were to be beaten to death. In the end, there was not a single focal point that could unite the two as one force. Even if it's just to see my face, hold hands with Princess Phenia first. Even if it's to see your face. Lortel dried all the sweat on his face and slowly looked into my eyes. My serious face is reflected in Lortel's eyes. Princess Phenia is a human being who is like Lortel Ketcheln's vice. Seeing the relationship between the two makes me believe in fatalism that did not exist before. It goes beyond just seeing, and it is a human bond. It does not fit in itself. The background of growth, the values, the way of leading a group, the way of achieving what you want, the way of carrying out your will. All of these are trying to bring together two people who are complete opposites in the end. There is no other way than appealing to emotions. They say that if you like it first, you lose. Lortel nuzzled his face and pursed his lips. If it's a contractual relationship based on necessity, it can't be helped. Temporarily joining hands with hostile forces is not uncommon in the world of Sangdo. Yes, thank you for thinking positively. Anyway, what I have to do now is catch Dune. Dune Grex was always smiling frivolously, wearing a turquoise beret and merchant uniform. In fact, I knew very well that even that frivolous appearance was an act, but I never thought it would be this elaborate. If it was going to hit you, and no one else, it wouldn't be a plan prepared in a day or two. But I was thoroughly briefed on all logistics flows within the Elt Company building. I reviewed it again at the beginning and end of each day. Ortel's handling of work is solid. If he had done things in a one-dimensional way, he would have been caught by Lortel's keen eye. However, no matter how busy and hectic he was, even if that was the case, the fact that he was carrying out the operation outside of Lortel's sight first of all, you can't escape my eyes with the logistics or funds that have been managed within the Chamber of Commerce. I can be confident about this. Then outside of the Sangho. If you say outside of the Sangho, it means it's inside Aiken Island. 80 of the financial flows within Aiken Island circulate within the living quarters. The same goes for the inside of the living building, because it is my territory. Lortel did not finish his sentence after saying that much. He just trembled as if something had suddenly occurred to him. Apart from the inside of the living building or the academic building, there are places where the funds from the Chamber of Commerce reached. There is. Where? Here. It was so small that I couldn't pay attention to it. At best, it was just building a small villa for one person to live in. It was an embarrassing level of work compared to the numerous projects carried out by Elt Trading Company. See, In fact, since it was close to Lortel's private business, one of the employees in charge of the work took charge of it. I remember. The company employee who came to the camp to survey the site, arrange materials, and produce design drawings to build Lortel's villa. It's Dune Grex. I also left a bottle of distilled liquor as a gift. No matter what, it's a business for the merchant, so shouldn't you have been informed of all the funds and current status of the construction of this place? That's right. There were no particular problems with the construction itself, but while I was away at Old Deck on vacation, Dune Grex would have managed the construction site of this villa right. Lortel just pushed his chair and sat down. I stood up. I adjusted the hem of my robe and walked towards the small door next to the bed. When I opened the old-fashioned wooden door, there were stairs leading to the basement. This place. It's an underground space that was built to be used as a wine cellar, just like that. While saying this, Lortel quickly went down the stairs. When I followed him down, Lortel was whining and trying to open the cellar door. Lortel didn't have the key yet. Ask Mr. Bell to bring the wine and store it in the cellar. I was thinking of letting go. But the start of school is getting closer and the construction of the villa is finished. But Dune hasn't given me the key to the cellar. I think I know roughly now. Get out of the way. I grabbed Lortel's arm and lightly pushed him to the side. After securing space, I stomped on the door with my shoulder. The sturdy basement door did not budge. In the end, when I looked at Lortel, Lortel said, Tell brought out his magical power and completely broke down the basement door. Quarang. The underground space that was said to have been reserved for wine storage is revealed from the dust. Lortel and I were like that in a daze for a while. I had to stand. What was inside the wine cellar was a mountain of gold coins. It wasn't just a penny or two. Even if you look at it, it was a huge amount of gold coins. Not only that, but also valuables and expensive magic engineering supplies that were managed within the Elt Company. Crucially, numerous high-end distilled spirits were piled up here and there. Dune Grex was said to have a habit of manipulating the trading company's books and embezzling metallurgy whenever he got the chance. When working with shrewd merchants, it's easy to meet a few such gentle people. As long as you are sure about getting the job done, you can turn a blind eye to stealing a few pennies due to self-interest. However, if even that was an act, the image of Dune, wearing a beret and organizing documents at the working-level committee chair, overlaps. His sharp eyes are like those of an eagle looking for prey. Even a third-rate embezzler who touches public funds due to self-interest and greed is just a character he created, even pretending to be a wealthy person while collecting rare foreign liquor. If all of them were manipulatives, then Lortel Ketchelm would remember him as a third-rate conman who is competent but tries to get his own interests out of the back of his hand, and was trying to be recognized as one of the employees who would be easy to use and throw away. That's how I dealt with the opponent. If they were trying to make you feel like you were in complete control, everything was said in the subjunctive mood, but the evidence was right in front of your eyes. Even the calm Lortel was speechless for a moment and could only remain still with his pupils dilated. During those long years, Dune, all of the embezzled funds and items are all located in this basement. Dune was all saved up without spending a single penny. Why? To blame it all on Lortel's embezzlement. If you embezzle a large amount of money at once, it will be too obvious, and Lortel will immediately stop you, leaving behind evidence of metallurgy embezzlement over a long period of time. We wait and wait for the time of recovery to come someday. The reason Lortel Ketchelm ordered the construction of a villa was simply because he wanted to experience simple camp life. Dune Grex took that opportunity and staged the villa to look like a secret storage place for Lortel's separately embezzled funds. The ledger work is probably already finished. There is no better justification for removing him from the position of head of the company. How much has the knife been sharpened over the years in the dark? Even though countless opportunities passed by, how long did it take to seize a clearer opportunity? The opponent is the Colossus Lortel Ketchelm. If you don't do this, you won't be able to hit after that. Dune was well aware of that fact. A tower of gold coins piled up beneath Lortel's villa. If the Imperial army were to attack like this, judging by the circumstances alone, it would not be strange for the new soldiers to be arrested right away. It was such clear evidence. The Sylvania branch building of the Elt Company at night. In that garden, the sword Saint Taily and the sword Spirit Clevius are fighting. The noise from the battle echoes all the way to the commercial building, but few people are hearing it properly. Kang, Kang. Ziggs Eiffelstein is sitting on a wooden chair and polishing his sword at the second-floor entrance. He looks relaxed, but his expression is serious. There were all kinds of weapons around, from the rapier he brought with him to the large, long sword, small dual-wielding daggers, bow, gauntlet, mace, and spear. Ziggs is cleaning his weapons one by one, like a wild beast standing alone in the wild with its teeth raised. Karang grasp. Yenica Palova is sitting alone in the luxurious VIP waiting room on the third floor, drinking tea. The atmosphere is unusual. The spirits around her are nervously watching her. The face doesn't look right. I'm just sitting with my back to the front in front of the huge window in the VIP waiting room and looking up at the moon. A feeling of fear of unknown origin flows from her back, buried in the shadows. Kang, Kang, Kang. Traciana Bloomriver wearing a robe and holding a cane in the hall at the end of the hallway on the fourth floor. A battle mage who uses high-level magic and has extensive duel experience against melee warriors. He is the head of the fourth-year magic department, the highest level, and is already skilled in close combat, where a warrior can have an advantage over a wizard. And traces of Ed Ross Taylor's escape remain along the chase route that leads from the rooftop to the back door of the store. You have to run along it towards the northern forest for a while, and then you can finally catch Ed Rothtaler. To reach Ed Rothtaler, each and every one of them must break through all the layers of ridiculous levels of force. Trials are like a huge wall. Only a wall that you can't even think of jumping over can be called an ordeal. Taylor's life has always been a series of trials. That's why I endured the pain and gritted my teeth to survive the ordeal that made me wonder if this was even possible. Taylor McLaura falls, screaming in pain. After being pushed by Clevia's sword and rolling on the floor, I finally managed to collect myself and look up at the midnight beast again. The blood-mad swordsman's eyes shine under the soft moonlight. Taylor closes her eyes. I have lived my life believing that there is no hardship that cannot be overcome. Did you say that trials that cannot kill me only make me stronger? But that doesn't change the fact that it's painful. Still, the reason I was able to stand on my feet was only because of Isla. That's why Taylor McLaura never falls. He barely stands up, leaning on his sword. The body is already half ruined. There are still many trials remaining. Still, Taylor never gives up. I widen my eyes and look clearly at the terrifying sword demon. Life returns to his eyes. The magic power of the sword Siangsik flowing through her body begins to take control of Taylor's body again. Taylor McLaw, the sword saint of trials. With a body full of blood loss, wounds, and energy drained, he stands up again. Chapter 182 Ed Subjugation Battle 5. Isla Triss was already out of breath as she ran across the hallway on the fourth floor of the Elt Chamber building. Isla's eyes were wide open as she escaped from the dungeon and ran up to the fourth floor. When I first received Ed's proposal, I had no idea that the scale would be this big. Workers collapsed here and there in the Elt commercial building, and Ed's acquaintances guarding each floor. Ziggs, who was adjusting his posture on the second floor, looked like his usual self. But Yenica, who was sitting in the VIP waiting room on the third floor, was somehow scared and couldn't even speak to her. As I passed through the messy hallway and reached the fourth floor, the thought that something was wrong was dominating my mind. Oh, you came earlier than I expected. Still, you better move quickly. The weather is gloomy, and it looks like it's going to rain soon. Eventually, as planned, when she reached the end of the hallway on the fourth floor, fourth-year magic department head Traciana Bloomriver was waiting for Isla. Oh, hello. Senior Traciana. I've seen you a few times at academic conferences. Nice to meet you. Yes, I heard that Senior Ed was calling various people, but I didn't know that Senior Tracy or Senior would come. I knew that Ed Rothtaler knew people in many fields. Still, Isla didn't know that Traciana, who was famous at the Sylvania Academic Society, would also appear. Just go up to the roof like this, go through the emergency exit, and head towards Ed's camp. Don't worry, we'll take care of the rest. What dose processing mean? Isla cautiously asked Traciana, but she only shrugged her shoulders. I'm just doing as I'm asked. I'm just sending you to Ed's camp and stopping Taylor. Isla recalled the faces of the people she had seen on her way up to the fourth floor. Taylor McLaura has gotten stronger at an incredibly fast rate in recent years. To live up to his name as the descendant of the Sword Saint, He grows so quickly that you wonder if he is really the same person every day. The speed was enough to surprise even his childhood friend Isla, who knew him well. No matter how hard it is to break through all these walls, you don't look good, Isla. Suddenly, Traciana struck sharply. The kind of thing Ure worried about won't happen. If you were to ask why I am making this mess, it's all for his sake. How can Senior Traciana be sure of that? Isla looked at Traciana with a puzzled look. Ed and Traciana aren't that special of a relationship. It's common for famous wizards to be close to each other as seniors and juniors, but it was strange to see them seem to have such a deep understanding of Ed. In fact, it was strange that he came out in the middle of the night just because Ed called him. Regardless of whether there is a personal debt or not, it is not easy to grant such a troubling request, no matter how senior or junior you are. Stop thinking about unnecessary things and go to Ed's camp right now, Isla. Traciana did not try to explain the reason in detail. I just said that to Isla in a simple tone. I grabbed the knife and dragged it, swinging it in the air once to shake off the blood. Taylor's sword, shining in the moonlight, had a sharp edge as if to reveal his once again strengthened will. Clevius is already almost consumed by the bloody madness. Is this an enemy that cannot be defeated at his level? Taylor had a hunch. If you do something really wrong, you could die. From now on, I don't have the confidence to follow the line. Taylor. There is a sense of intimidation in Clevius' voice as he gradually loses his sense of reason. The reason Clevius Nortondale always avoids fighting is so he doesn't kill people. His swordsmanship, in which he swings his sword in madness, can easily take people's lives. For me, dueling was an acrobatic act of risking my life and walking a tightrope every single time. It's still the same now. I have no intention of backing down either, Clevius. I guess so. Clevius adjusted his grip on the sword and turned his red eyes towards Taylor. KKKKK. Clevius lowered his upper body and made a strange sound like a doll with its strings cut. The magic of blood surrounds his body again. Every battle is a life or death decision. I can't even imagine how heavy that fact is. If you face someone risking your life, you have to risk your life too. If you face an enemy with a half-hearted attitude and are determined to die, you will be defeated in an instant. Taylor also gritted his teeth. This fight should never be prolonged. The longer the fight lasts, the more blood Clevius has absorbed and the stronger he will become. It ends with this one sum. Whichever of the two gets hit, we have to see the results this time. Just like that, the two men kicked off the floor. Clevius has disappeared. It feels like the figure has disappeared from the leap so quickly. You must predict Clevius' next action by looking at the air currents and his movements right before he disappears. It is a prediction rather than a prediction. Concentrate on your five senses and let the sharp sensations flow through your skin. Kang! Taylor miraculously blocks Clevius' sword attack coming from the right. The sound of swords clashing with swords echoed throughout the front yard of the store. Hwara. The magical energy released from the collision spreads around. Miscellaneous items scattered on the floor and workers' belongings flew through the air. The sound of a wild animal roaring and exhaling. It was a sound that came from Clevius' mouth. Taylor, who saw the blood-crazed ghost right in front of her, tightened her grip on the swords they were facing. Don't meddle when you don't know the situation. Kang! Taylor, who flicked the sword once, clenched his teeth again and advanced. A single large swing of the sword does not reach Clevius. Interference. Clevius' growling voice reaches Taylor's ears. It was already right behind me. Taylor, who had goosebumps all over his body, quickly turned his sword and blocked Clevius' sword strike, but was unable to stop the tip of the sword from piercing his collarbone. Whoa, it's not a deep wound. I somehow managed to stop it. However, blood continued to flow from the wound, which was several centimeters long. It's obvious, at least. Taylor, the reason you're so desperate is probably because of that girl at the academy named Isla. Clevius has also been living as a bachelor with Taylor for quite some time. To some extent, I knew him well. If it weren't for her, why would you make such a fuss? You know what do you know? Nevertheless, the fact that Taylor swung the sword at Elvira does not change. Just as Isla is your enemy, I also have an enemy. The sound of gnashing and grinding teeth. As Clevius put weight on the sword to plunge it deeper, Taylor screamed once more. Kang! Taylor, who had managed to throw away Clevius' sword, took his stance again, and for the final blow, he drew on all his body's magical power. Even if Clevius' will is the same, Taily has no intention of backing down. With a clattering sound, the handle of the sword is tightly gripped. Krrr. Just like that, Clevius completely loses his senses. A sword demon, driven by blood and the sword, who is only interested in cutting down the opponent in front of him, takes his place on the battlefield. Taily doesn't panic. If the opponent is willing to die, he or she will be willing to die as well. This is because there is no option from the beginning to run away and leave Isla behind. Clevius, who has completely lost his senses, is now out of control. It becomes a monster that cuts down everything in sight and repeats the fight until its stamina is exhausted. Wow! It seems like I've finally gotten used to Clevius' ridiculous speed. For a split second, Clevius' ready posture was engraved straight into Taily's retina. The direction and power of the attack can be predicted in an instant. However, I don't know if I can counter it. Just give it a try. The price of failure is life. An explosive surge of magical power covers the entire area. Taily's graying hair becomes even paler. A strong will flows from the red eyes. Geom Sunksik. There are so many skills that are so deep and profound that not even half of them have been mastered. In the feeling of floating as if wandering in the sea, the next, unreachable realm flashes before Taily's eyes. A relationship between two men who exchange final sword strikes at the risk of mutual animosity. It is a moment when no one can predict what trajectory the sword will take and how the sword attack will take place. Eventually, it was the moment when Taily reached out for the sword saint's ceremony. Wara, the shock wave caused by the collision of magical energy and the fluttering orange hair that resulted from it filled Taily's field of vision. There was someone who jumped between Taily and Clevius. It is literally an act of suicide. What? Taily, who was momentarily embarrassed, stopped the attack by tightening his strength on his forearms. However, I soon realized it was a mistake. Even if he stops, Clevius, who is completely engulfed in madness, will not stop his sword. He completely lost his human reason. Even the life of the girl who intervened could not be guaranteed, even the life of the person caught up in the attack. The correct answer was to continue the sword attack regardless of whether it was porridge or rice. However, when he reached the very end, he hesitated. I couldn't cut down Elvira, who suddenly rushed at me. The goddess of duel always takes the side of those who do not hesitate. Taily closed his eyes tightly, thinking about Clevius' sword strike that would soon come, but gagging. All that followed was Clevius' groan as he fell to the floor. Quadingtang. What? Eventually, in front of Taily, who slowly opened her eyes, she saw Elvira hugging Clevius' chest tightly and falling down on the marble floor with him. Covered in the blood that Clevius had spilled, he climbed on his waist and held him down, holding the collar of his chest tightly. This isn't something like this, where you risk your life and hit and fight. There is no way Clevius' strength could withstand the weight of Elvira alone. He's even imbued with the madness of blood swordsmanship. If he completely loses his senses, he becomes a monster who can't tell what's ahead and what's behind him, to the point where he even cuts down his own brother. Nevertheless, Clevius was so surprised that he controlled his sword. There is almost no light of reason left in Clevius' eyes as he falls to the ground and looks up at the sky. Nonetheless, it seems like you can tell who the face that comes into view is. Elvira Aniston. She is an arrogant woman who always makes useless comments to Clevius. There is no way that Clevius' strength could not withstand even the weight of Elvira, who is small in stature. Right now, you will be able to push Elvira away, cut down the annoying obstacles, and then continue the battle with Taily. However, Clevius, who was drunk with blood, was simply crushed by Elvira's weight. Elvira looks down at him, who is spitting out blood magic, as if he is in pain. Her orange hair, flowing from her shoulders, continued to tickle the tip of Clevius' cheek. The hairpin that held Elvira's messy hair down has disappeared before we know it. He grits his teeth and looks at Clevius, who is looking up at him with eyes full of madness, with no intention of fixing his completely disheveled hair. Go, Taily, what? Go to the store, don't you want to save Isla? Taily looked at the two with a confused look. Now Clevius is completely drunk with blood. If left like this, it wouldn't be surprising if Clevius, who couldn't tell the difference, would cut down Elvira as well. Nevertheless, Elvira scolded Taily. What is most important to you right now? That's Isla was taken by Ed Rothdale. The rest is up to you. Saying that, Elvira grabbed Clevius' collar tightly and pressed him to her chest again. He'll apologize later. Just go. You can pass by," saying that Elvira didn't even look at Taylor anymore. Taylor swallowed dry saliva as he looked at that scene and then ran towards the commercial building. No matter what, the most important person to Taylor was Isla. Severe bleeding. For Clevius, this level of bleeding may not have been unusual, but for Elvira, it was an eye-watering sight. That's what blood testing is all about in the first place. I knew that it was a swordsmanship with no middle ground, but it was still too dangerous to use blood as a driving force. Even when Lucy was causing a fuss in the Arfleys building, Elvira clearly saw Clevius going crazy. The monster-like appearance that tries to cut down everything in sight arouses fear in many people. Cruck cruck, a sound that feels like the air is being knocked out of the lungs. The sight of Elvira twisting her body strangely. Still, is he unable to think of cutting down Elvira? Is Clevius past, where he once killed his own brother, weighing down on his shoulders like a weight? Elvira, who was already covered in blood, didn't even seem to care, and took out a reagent hanging from her waist. It is a reagent that has a calming effect. However, it is unclear whether the magical power of the blood sword technique will be effective. He opens Clevius' mouth and tries to pour it in, but Clevius, who is breathing like a monster, won't open his mouth. Come to your senses, you stupid Clevius. He tries to open Clevius' mouth with his hand, covered in dark red blood, but his mind, which has finally fallen into madness, does not erase his hostility towards her. Then Elvira drank the reagent with the cap removed. Of course, I didn't drink it completely, but kept it in my mouth. And then, without any hesitation, I kissed Clevius, who was underneath me. Wook, wow. The image of Clevius standing on his waist, with their lips pressed together. While hugging Clevius' face and pouring the reagent into his lips little by little, Clevius' bizarre body twisting response subsides. Is it the effect of the reagent or the shock of the current situation? The cause is unknown, but little by little, the magic power of the sword demon in Clevius' body was calming down. Pahar Elvira parted her lips and looked down at his face with her hands supported on the marble floor. Why are you meddling so useless? I told you to stay still. As he spoke with a half-crying face, I looked down and saw that Clevius, who had been out of breath for a while, had calmed down. The dark red eye glow subsided, and the sharp sensation slowly calmed down. That's what I have to say, you bastard. However, Clevius, who regained his senses, gritted his teeth and spoke what? Dragging people to useless places, tying them up, giving them strange sermons, arresting them, and making unnecessary interference. You do it the most this time. Ate the recall of the blood sword technique hit Clevius' body. Right up the blood spread from the continued bleeding, but Clevius spoke regardless. You're the one who meddles in everything, and you're the one who does things I didn't ask for. So why are you glaring at me like I am going to kill you for meddling this time? Elvira was suddenly speechless. The same goes for breathing. Stop meddling. The line spoken by Elvira's older sister, Diella, while lifting her cheeks, is heard subtly. You always feel like you are the main character in everything in the world. Nosy Elvira. The tinnitus that followed her like a tag weighed on Elvira's shoulders. Although she is determined to pursue her own way of life, that firm determination is in fact nothing more than Elvira's self-defense mechanism. This is because there comes a time when even you feel like you can't endure if you deny yourself. Maybe it was my fault that my older sister, Diella, broke off her relationship with Elvira and left the family. Maybe I should have been a little more considerate of Diella. When such thoughts arise, you somehow end up gritting your teeth. But I can't refuse you, however. Clevius' words that followed soon pierced Elvira's heart like an arrow. That's your way of expressing it. I can't do anything Ure like a dog, really, Clevius. Are you doing it for me? That's right. So what can I say? I can't say I don't like it. It's like a dog, really. When Clevius gritted his teeth and said that, Elvira almost lost her breath. Della Aniston, the older sister, unable to overcome her inferiority complex toward Elvira, verbally abused her and ran away from home. That Diella Elvira didn't hate her in the first place. The presence of an older sister who lived with the Aniston family and studied alchemy with her was a great blessing in Elvira's life. It's just that Elvira didn't know how to express it. The regret of interfering, pointing out, and grumbling. Because I knew that my sister was a person who wanted to do better and that she could go further still lingers in my heart. Even if you pretend to be strong to protect your own heart, in the end, you are just a meddlesome person who does what he wants. Diella Aniston could not understand Elvira or read her inner thoughts. Because they were both young, their methods of expression were immature, and they did not have the maturity to understand their immaturity. However, the pathetic man in front of him seemed to have known Elvira's state of mind from the beginning and was in tune with all of Elvira's meddling and grumpiness. So do it in moderation, Elvira Clevius said that, and started bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Elvira, who was sitting on his waist and looking down at him, soon bit her lower lip. He bent down and hugged Clevius' head and nuzzled his nose as he looked covered in blood. "You are a really stupid man, Clevius, you idiot," the midnight moon was shining. Before we knew it, there were only two people in the front yard of the store, where silence remained. Yeah, I think so too. My body doesn't have much strength. Looking at the wide open night sky over Elvira's shoulder, who was holding his head, Clevius agreed with Elvira's opinion. Like that, Elvira and Clevius were hugging each other for a while. Run away first. That's what I concluded. The gold and silver treasures in Lortel's underground vault are not in a quantity that can be recovered right away. If you have enough time and space, this level of manual work can be done quickly. All we have to do is move these goods to another place. But Dune's plan may not be that shabby. If things were planned this far, the Imperial convoy would arrive soon. I was planning to set up the situation like this and hand you over to the Imperial convoy. Since the Princess of Persica, who has the real authority of the Knights Templar under her control, is behind you, things will go smoothly. That's why I said that the company would be completely in Dune's hands once the vacation was over. Lortel spoke with a stern expression. But it would take quite some time for the Imperial convoy to reach Aiken Island. Did you think I wouldn't be able to handle this trick during that time? No, the convoy is already on its way. It is most likely it is coming mixed in with Princess Fenia's bodyguard. Lortel's expression hardened at those words. It was a fairly reliable prediction. To put it bluntly, it is also connected to the reason why Lortel predicted that Lortel would fall after the vacation ends. By the end of the vacation, Princess Fenia will return to her bachelor's degree, so the convoy of knights who joined her bodyguard will also arrive around that time. In other words, it was bound to be towards the end of the vacation when Lortel was captured by the Imperial convoy. All plans were made according to that timing. Right now, there is no benefit in encountering the Imperial convoy. While I persuade Princess Fenia, you need to run away to avoid being caught by the convoy. That's easy. Aiken Island is large. If you make a deliberate search, it won't be easy to escape. Besides, Princess Fenia doesn't trust you, so she won't do anything to stop the convoy's search. Even the bachelor will have become your enemy, so there won't be anyone who can help you and hide you. In the meantime, are you persuading Princess Fenia? Okay, I won't betray you, so don't worry. I led Lortel by the arm and headed back toward the camp. The unique air that seeped through the night forest tickled my lungs. Lortel in the middle of the night has a strangely mysterious aura, unlike usual. Even a fox-like face's sinister appearance stands out even more when it hides in the darkness of the night. Lortel held my collar tightly, made eye contact with me, and then smiled brightly. "I'm not worried. You are mine." Lortel smiled happily as if he was chanting, then lifted his tiptoes and whispered in my ear, "I am a senior too." As if that insignificant word filled his heart with a strange feeling of happiness, Lortel smiled faintly and put on his robe hat. "We'll meet again when everything is finished. I will continue to be the CEO of Elt Company. Please remain as my senior too." "Okay." Lortel disappears as if seeping into the darkness of the night. "Close your eyes gently." I sat quietly in the dark, taking in the tension between the camps. Princess Fenia's carriage crosses the Max's bridge. Traversing the midnight air, the carriage carrying Princess Fenia and Lucy Merrill enters Aiken Island. And Taylor, who broke through the entrance of the Elt store and entered, runs up the store's stairs to the second floor. The story goes like that. It was around this time that Taylor, the sword saint of trials, reached the second floor of the business building. Ziggs Eiffelstein sits alone in a hallway filled with all kinds of weapons. He was breathing quietly in the early morning air. He slowly raised his head. Taylor didn't even bother to believe her eyes. The person who blocked the path was Ziggs Eiffelstein himself, the guardian of the northern grasslands. Chapter 183 Ed Subjugation Battle 6 Ziggs. Taylor spoke first with a cold voice. Ziggs Eiffelstein was sitting in one corner of the second-floor hallway, quietly waiting for Taylor. He is quite a close friend of Taylor. From the first act through the duel episode, they recognize each other's skills and are colleagues who look on with satisfaction as Taylor grows at an incredible rate. He is a duel master and a talented person who holds the co-deputy position in the second-year magic department. At the beginning of the first year, Ziggs had a huge gap with Taylor that he could not even match, but now Taylor has also entered the ranks of the strong in the grade. Nevertheless, the gap between Taylor and Ziggs still remains. This is because the Sword Saint ceremony is not completely open, and the dual experience accumulated before entering Sylvania is overwhelmingly for Ziggs. Why are you here? For exactly the reasons you imagined. Ziggs Eiffelstein was completely involved with Ed Roththaler. You can tell just by looking at Ziggs sitting quietly among various weapons. Ziggs Eiffelstein has no intention of letting Taylor go. We are prepared to use force if necessary. Ziggs Eiffelstein is a boy who always acts based on common sense and appears to be a dependable first-year student. I can't believe that he got caught by Ed Ross Taylor. Taylor's hand trembled while holding the sword. Why? Seeing Taylor like that, Ziggs spoke casually. Do I need to feel strange now? I belong to the student council and receive orders from the president, Tanya Rossdaler. No matter how much he belongs to the student council, Ziggs Eiffelstein is a person who does not do anything he believes is wrong. Even Tanya Rothdeler, who holds the authority of student council president, could not completely control Ziggs Eppelstein. It was correct to interpret Ziggs' actions as having some degree of will. Isn't it any wonder that she is somewhat cooperative with her brother, Ed Rossdeler? Isla is captured. No. In response to the short answer, Taylor widens her pupils and looks at him. There is not even the slightest movement of Ziggs, who is sitting casually in his seat. Even though he knows all the facts, you can feel his strong will as he sits still and looks at Taylor. Taylor held the sword handle and took a deep breath. Reason returns to my cold head. They have already crossed swords against Elvira and Clevius. I made many promises that I would not hesitate any longer. Above all, there is no time. Some time has already passed since Taylor entered the Elt Company. I don't know what else is going on inside. Ure hurt a lot, Taylor. Ziggs, on the other hand, was quite puzzled. I expected that Taylor would have come from a battle with Elvira on the first floor, but Taylor's condition was worse than expected. The sight of Taylor bleeding quite a bit from the scuffle with Clevius makes him feel like he's in a state of complete exhaustion due to a duel that puts his life on the line. No matter how seriously Elvira dealt with it, it's hard to think that she would get hurt to that extent. As the situation unfolded, Ziggs began to hesitate. Looking at Taylor's condition, it seems unlikely that he will reach Ed Ross Taylor's camp like this. I wonder if it would be right to deal with it moderately and then let it go, but then I suddenly change my mind. If you go up to the third floor after this, I don't know why, but a very angry Yenica Palova is waiting for you. There is almost no hand-to-hand technique in her elemental arts. It doesn't even seem like the blood is flowing to my head enough to even do hand-to-hand combat. If you meet Yenica Palova while injured like that, there's no telling what will happen. The reason Ed Rossdaler staged an event like this was because he wanted to gauge the level of Taylor's ability if he showed his sincerity. I don't know why I'm curious about such a thing, but I think there must be a valid reason for Ed Rothdaler to be so proactive. However, if testing itself is the goal, there is no need for Taylor to break through this business building to the end. All you have to do is check Taylor's power. Rather, if you send it to Yenica, who seems to be in a dangerous condition for some reason, you may suffer even greater harm. So, I'm starting to think that it would be better for him to overpower Taylor at this point. At least Ziggs Eiffelstein was ready to put down his weapon if he thought Taylor was in danger. Thinking like that, I picked up the spear with one hand, and that was the moment I got up from the wooden chair. Kong, there is no hesitation in Taylor's sword strikes, because there is nothing good about wasting time anymore. With instantaneous reflexes, Ziggs caught Taylor's sword. The sword, which was trembling and blocked by the spear, gained more strength. Taylor opened her eyes wide and glared straight into Ziggs' eyes. Whoa, Kong. Just like that, Ziggs kicked the lower part of the spear and spun the spear around, and Taylor's sword, attracted by the movement, slipped away. Just like that, Ziggs bent his body and tried to hit Taylor's back with the spear, but Taylor was no longer there. Ziggs rotated the spear and took a quick stance, but Taylor was nowhere to be seen. Ziggs glanced around quickly and frowned. Taylor's location was momentarily lost. The location of Taylor that Ziggs missed was above his head. Hwara, kak, quarang. The sudden change in Taylor's position was difficult to follow with the eyes, but Ziggs was somehow able to react with his animal senses. He took out a long sword from his waist and somehow managed to get rid of Taylor's sword. However, the speed to overcome this human limit is an ability that could not be found in Taylor. Hook Ziggs held the spear neatly in one hand and firmly held the longsword in reverse with the other hand and looked into the rising dust. That speed that surpasses human cognitive ability according to Ziggs' memories. It is not Taylor's power. Rather, the type that can achieve that kind of transcendental speed is a different person. I feel a sense of discomfort when I see Taylor standing up while scraping the crispy floor. It's like a corpse that has been brought back from the dead with its upper body hanging down, panting. That appearance reminds me of the Nortondale family's swordsman who freely used blood sword techniques. Ziggs frowned and adjusted his posture. Only now Ziggs was able to properly assess the situation. The first sword master, Luton McLaw, is a man who has made a name for himself as a monster among monsters who has mastered the way of the sword. He is the best in any sword-using skill. Taylor McLaurin's ability to learn has reached its extreme limit at a speed that can hardly be considered a human ability. Basically, blood sword art is a technique that draws out physical abilities by using the magic power of the blood that flows from one's body. It is also a skill that cannot be imitated unless one is born with the blood of the Nortondale family. When I saw that Clevius' movements were almost identical to those without even the magical power of blood, I got goosebumps. The more one is pushed to the limit, the more powerful and enormous the trials become the one who somehow overcomes them and moves on to the next level. That was the person who lived the life of the protagonist and the swordsman of trials. Kang zigs roughly through the longsword he was holding on the floor. Against Taylor, McLaurin, you must not use the sword. There is a high possibility that it will be eaten as is. Almost half of the various types of weapons I had carefully organized around me were now useless. Ziggs swung his spear again, adjusted his stance, and waited for Taylor's next attack. Taylor's will rising from the dust go straight to Ziggs. Kang, the sound of spears and sword blades clashing. Once again, Taylor got close and made eye contact and glared straight at Ziggs. Say, there was a crunching sound and the sound of teeth grinding. Where is Ed Rosteller? Drive the carriage towards the Max's bridge quickly. Dune Grex escaped through the back door of the Elt commercial building and ran out into the streets of the living quarters in the middle of the night. The situation inside the Elt chamber building was already out of Dune's hands. When Sword St. Taylor bursts in and starts to fight, there is no way to calm him down other than securing Isla. It is time to clearly prioritize work. All the embezzled assets were brought to Lortle's villa in the camp, so that we can make Lortle an embezzler and high treason criminal. All of the embezzlement documents explaining the situation had been forged. From Dune's perspective, all she has to do is show the Imperial convoy the sites of the camp, and then have Lortle taken to the Imperial palace. According to the original plan, Lortle would have been held captive in the Chamber's office, unable to do anything. But with Ed's intervention and Taylor's intrusion, the situation became very complicated. Still, the core remained the same. No matter where Lortle is right now, or what the situation is in the business building, all of that can be taken care of later. The most important thing is to make Lortle's embezzlement matter public to the Imperial family and bring her down. There was already a connection with the Imperial family. The Princess of Persica used her power to mix the convoy of the Imperial Knights with the bodyguard of the Princess Phenia, who was returning home. From the outside, it appears that as soon as Lortle's embezzlement is revealed, the Imperial convoy shows up and takes her away. It's too soft, so it feels a bit contrived, but that's a good thing. Anyway, the justification is clear. As long as we get Lortle to relinquish control of the Elt Chamber of Commerce, everything else is probably a good situation. So the most urgent thing is to contact the Imperial convoy, explain the situation, and relay the situation in the camp. Once Lortle's guilt is clear, Dune can take control of all other situations. Quick, go to the Maxith Bridge right now. Dune got on the carriage and shouted to the workers. The driver quickly climbed into the driver's seat of the carriage and grabbed the horse's reins. Doon stuck her head out the window of the carriage and shouted to the remaining employees. Materials Manager Brisson, close all the warehouse doors and make sure the inventory is not affected. Bookkeeper Pole, gather all the ledger data to be used as evidence and hold it tight. Make sure it is not lost. And Chief Secretary Rihanna. Secretary Liena was startled and quickly answered, "Yes, yes. Keep your wits about you. We need to minimize damage to the building, so close all doors leading to external facilities. Yes, yes. Everyone, come to your senses. We've already crossed the line." Doon shouted clearly out the window of the departing carriage. "If Lortel Ketchelm takes over the management of the Chamber of Commerce again, we are all dead. We have to finish everything within the night. Do you understand? Not only mine, but all of our lives are on the line tonight." All the employees swallowed dry saliva and nodded. Doon slammed the window shut and clawed and ground his teeth inside the carriage. Whoa. Anyway, the entrance to Sylvania Academy, which leads to the Max's Bridge, is located inside the living building. If you ride a carriage, it's a breeze. After setting a course of action for all of the remaining employees at the store, Doon reached the entrance building and quickly got off the carriage. Dawn is now over. The sky is overcast, as if there might be some showers, but I don't think it will rain for long. The sun will rise soon anyway. I wanted to control the situation until then. The entrance building has a neat brick floor and a tree-lined street. The street is usually full of students, but it was late, and it felt like a bitch. Doon, who ran out between them, saw a majestic carriage at the entrance leading to the Max's Bridge. It looked like they were going through the formalities to enter Aiken Island. Come, it's Princess Fenia's carriage. Sylvania Academy basically restricts the entry of private soldiers. No matter how noble the family is, they cannot lead a private soldier around the school. If everything is allowed, the inside of the university will be turned into a mess by private forces. The only exceptions to which private soldiers were allowed to enter were Princess Fenia and Saint Clarice. No matter what, it is not possible to limit it to the princess of a country and the saint of a saint. However, even those two people keep the number of escorts to a minimum out of consideration for the school's school regulations. The only time a small-sized private army was brought in was as a bodyguard unit to protect the princess returning home from school during vacation. It is a corps of a size rarely seen within Sylvania. Even for a bodyguard, the number of people was much greater. Most likely, it was a convoy sent from Persica to capture Lortel. Doon smiled and quickly ran towards the convoy. "Stop! This carriage is now being ridden by Fenia Elias Clole, the third princess of the Clole Empire." One of the guards controlling the situation around them called out to Doon. "My name is Doon Grex of the Elt Company. I have something to tell the guards protecting this carriage." "What? Merchant? What did the merchant do to the Imperial Guard? Well, take care of it." A soldier wearing armor of a different color appeared, stopping the solemn-looking guard. "I have heard the story well. My name is Toon, a knight under the direct command of Princess Persica, third officer of the Rose Palace." A woman took off her helmet and spoke with her red hair flowing down. It was the Imperial convoy that Doon had been waiting for. The guards who were trying to stop Doon opened their eyes wide when they saw Toon's face without his helmet. Since he had been hiding his identity all this while, it seems like he didn't know that this person was part of the security guard. Toon is the fourth highest-ranking member of the Imperial Knights, after the Knight Commander, Deputy Knight Commander, and Senior Trainer. I received a call in advance. Princess Persica ordered me to go to Aiken Island and find a merchant named Doon Grex. That's me, I see. However, I didn't expect you to come to the entrance building to meet me at such a late hour. The situation is urgent. The Elt Company is in chaos right now. Lortel Ketchelm must be escorted out immediately. Doon spoke to Toon in an urgent tone. If you head to the northern forest camp, there is evidence of her embezzlement. If we don't catch Lortel Ketchelm right now, she will run away. Our company has secured new recruits, but there was some kind of incident, and she escaped. In any case, handing over Lortel to the convoy is the top priority. Doon tried to convey as urgently as possible that Hansi was busy. It's definitely an urgent situation. But in order to catch the criminal, we have to check the situation on the ground first. You can check if you head straight to the camp. The situation has already become very complicated. Ed Rosteller of the Rosteller family took the lead in stealing her away. He too may be part of the same group. If you just stay like this, that was the moment Doon cried out. Squeak Doon's goal is not Princess Fenia, but the Imperial convoy that followed her. Princess Fenia is just returning to school and has nothing to do with this incident. However, things start to go in a completely different direction than Doon expected. Who? Another person's name comes out of Doon's mouth and reaches the ears of Fenia Elias Clole, the noble third princess of the Clole Empire. The carriage door, which was thought to be tightly closed, opens and the princess of a country comes inside. The academic staff who were processing the procedures and the nearby technicians all kneeled down and bowed their heads. The authority of Princess Fenia, who slowly descends from a magnificent carriage, is so enormous that all the commoners nearby are not even allowed to raise their heads. This is Aiken Island. I am now back as a Sylvanian student. Princess Fenia spoke in a calm voice. It's okay to not be so polite anymore. In Sylvania, the land of learning, etiquette is simplified to some extent due to the disparity in social status. Nevertheless, the drivers and employees did not raise their heads. It is also rude not to do something right away when you are told not to do it. That is the example of a subject. Princess Fenia exhaled lightly and looked straight toward Dune. The summer night air swept aside, and her fair skin glowed in the moonlight. Dune quickly lowered his head and knelt down. Meet the glorious Princess Fenia. A familiar name caught my eye. Lortel Ketchel and Ed Rothdeller. I didn't expect Princess Fenia to appear here. It was thought that the Empire's noble third princess would not get involved in a conversation between a mere bodyguard and a merchant. Lortel Ketchel, upon hearing that name, Princess Fenia's gaze noticeably darkened. Only then did Dune realize that the current situation was an opportunity rather than a crisis. I don't know why, but Princess Fenia and Lortel Ketchelm have a terrible relationship. The emotional gap between the two was so deep that it could be considered a friendship. Not only that, Princess Fenia completely lost her temper with Lortel, who took Selaha's side at the Rothgeller mansion. If I wanted to support her escort, I would have supported it, but I was in no position to stop it. This is good news. I have that intuition. Dune quickly noticed and started playing with his tongue. Lortel Ketchelm and Ed Rothdeller got together. Lortel Ketchelm probably views Ed Rothdeller as a throwaway horse to be used and then thrown away. Princess Fenia frowned as she thought about that. Ed Rothdeller stole the imprisoned Lortel Ketchelm and used tricks in the commercial building, causing chaos. We need the help of the guards. Please help us, Princess Fenia. After saying that, Dune lowered her head. Princess Fenia quietly lowered her head and fell into thought. There was already an unusual feeling regarding the size of the guards' troops. In such a situation, as soon as I arrived at Haxa, I asked for help from Elt Trading Company. It feels like a strange power structure has been formed around Lortel Ketchel. It was time to make a careful decision, but the emotional conflict with Lortel continued to interfere with rational judgment. Above all, I couldn't believe that Ed Rothdeller was attached to Lortel Ketchel. Did Lortel trick him with his tongue? However, just because Ed Rothdeller wanted to deceive, wasn't he someone who could be easily deceived? That can't be possible. Princess Fenia. While I was confused for a moment, Dune quickly added, "Now is your chance. No matter how the situation goes, if you can attract Princess Fenia as an ally, even temporarily, things will be much easier. We must capture Ed Rothdeller and Lortel Ketchelm first. Princess Fenia is currently a person standing in a relatively neutral position." Dune, who was shouting desperately to somehow attract Princess Fenia, was not aware that he had made the worst move. "Who are you arresting?" Wasn't the Imperial convoy carriage permitted only to the Imperial family? However, inside the carriage that Princess Fenia got off, another girl got out. A small girl passed through the open carriage door and came bouncing down the stairs. She was adjusting her witch's hat, which was as big as her upper body, and shaking off the fluttering skirt of her skirt. Doom Grex couldn't believe his eyes. Unlike Princess Fenia, a neutral being who cannot decide between Lortel and Ed, that girl is clearly Ed Rothdeller's only ally and has no particular interest in other characters. Her existence is like a joker in a card game. A terrible variable that can turn the game upside down at will and that no one can control. It's like a natural disaster. We need to capture Ed Rothdeller and Lortel Ketchel. Dune's remonstrance as he mentioned the names of the two people. For a girl wearing a witch hat, the name after that was probably good. Her only interest is the name in front of her. The starlight at night is still shining brightly around the carriage in the entrance building. Under that bluish light, Lucy Merrill squatted down and spoke in a blank voice in front of Doone, who bowed her head. Can you please explain the situation? Cold sweat began to flow from Doone's back. Sweat formed on the tip of my nose and fell to the floor. You will have to choose your words carefully. Ed got a hammer and a saw and fixed the basement door. Since I couldn't get a new lock that was broken, I brought a lock that was used to lock the lumber shed and installed it, and then brought a few boards and nailed them down additionally. Then the bookshelf inside the villa was moved to cover the entrance to the basement, and the arrangement of other furniture was changed to completely hide the entrance. Ed then took the key from Belle and locked the villa door again. What should I do? Should I go back to Arfley's Hall? That's better. There's nothing good about staying here. As it was, he was casually sitting next to the campfire and basking in the fire. The Elk Company will be in complete chaos, and the Princess Carriage will be approaching the Max's bridge. This side and that side, the target is none other than Ed Ross Taylor, because he is the one who holds the key to the situation. Ed took a quick breath and then exhaled loudly. And then I sat by the crackling bonfire and quietly waited for the situation to change. Bell bowed his head, said hello, and left the camp in a humble manner. On my way to leave, I turned around and looked at Ed, and as always, he was just sitting quietly by the campfire with his head down. Ed Rosteller, buried in the darkness of the night, quietly looking at the bonfire. The school was full of people running for him. Chapter 184, Ed's Subjugation War. 7. My feelings are complicated. This is how Jenica Palova's thoughts, sitting in the VIP waiting room of Elk Company, can be summed up in one line. Yes, Miss Jenica. Well, nothing will happen. As it is a room where VIPs wait, the ceiling is high and the interior is gorgeous. Since Sylvania Academy was attended by many people of all noble status, the Elk Company, which did business there, had to provide at least a space for such ceremonies. This is why, unlike the general atmosphere of the business, which exudes the scent of everyday life, this VIP waiting room is old-fashioned and clean. Jenica, a commoner, wasn't very used to this kind of atmosphere, but since it wasn't a place she would stay for a long time, she didn't pay much attention. I was sitting quietly on the sofa embroidered with gold thread and taking a sip of the tea served by the store employee. Because the space was so old-fashioned, I tried to act like a noble lady, but it seemed that a space full of vitality was more suitable for Jenica, who was in charge of the farm work. I put the teacup down on the teacup stand and look up blankly at the large window. In the window, which is stretched vertically to match the high ceiling, a beautiful round moon appears, as if asking me to look at it. Jenica, who was sitting alone on the VIP sofa and staring blankly at the moon, sighed again. All kinds of spirits were gathered around the girl. Some were manifest, some were not, but in any case, there was no problem talking to Jenica, who was highly sensitive. I'm worried that the fiery fox-like female merchant will manipulate me, but she's still a woman who knows the difference between public life and life, right? Do you really think you'd think about flirting with Master Ed in such an urgent situation? My life is at stake. That's right. My life as a merchant depends on this night, so why should I have any other useless thoughts? Caris, a wind spirit in the form of a small sparrow, and Lennon in the form of a bluish snake, were encouraging Jenica. Despite the spirit's desperate persuasion, Jenica, who sat still and sipped tea in her mouth a few times, said nothing. In fact, the spirits are persuading Jenica in a perplexing manner, but they know full well that the sinister and twisted Lortel Ketchelm will not let such an opportunity pass by. Looking at the situation, Ed pushed his way in and took Lortel, who had been captured by the gangsters. While the situation is created as if they are going on a nighttime getaway alone on this moonlit night, Jenica is actually sitting in the VIP room drinking tea alone, acting as a blocker. Jenica was not very happy with the situation and was puffing out her cheeks while nuzzling the edge of the teacup. The most grumpy part is the fact that he himself nodded at the current situation. Two goals: to check the growth of Taylor McLaura and to steal Lortel Ketchelm. Even he had come to terms with the fact that he needed Jenica's help to create that situation. It would have been okay if I had been a little more irritable and grumpy, but looking at Ed, who always seemed so serious and surrounded by all kinds of worries, it suddenly occurred to me that I didn't want to be a burden. The result is like this now. In the first place, there is no way that Jenica Failover would be able to use advanced techniques such as emotional conflict or leadership tug-of-war. When the other person looks serious, she gets depressed. And when the other person looks happy, she feels good too in a way. Isn't she a girl who is like innocence itself? Moreover, when the opponent is Ed Rothdeller, he ends up being a yes man who nods his head. Tarkin, who was lying face down in a fluid state and watching this, sighed and snorted into the air. In a relationship between a man and a woman, there must be initiative, and that initiative must be accompanied by tension that goes back and forth. Only then will there be no boredom, and it will not seem easy. When will Yenica Palova be able to take the emotional lead against Ed Rothdeller even once? I have such vain thoughts, and all I can do is sigh. It's delicious meanwhile. The tea is delicious, even if it's cruel. Yenica put down her teacup again and looked up at the midnight moon and grumbled. Boom! At that moment, someone kicked in the door. The trading floor is in turmoil with Taylor's entry. The staff guarding the VIP room were all rushing out to see what was going on. Until Taylor arrived, I thought it was all Yenica's time alone. The person who burst through the door was Leanna's chief secretary, Lortel Ketchelm's former secretary, and now a member of the working committee taken over by Doon Grex. It is clear that he always appears lack of confidence and handles tasks in a hesitant tone. I have also seen Jenica Palova visiting the camp and often organizing documents behind Lortel. Oh wow! Doon's order to check the locking status of major commercial facilities and take action to prevent damage to other buildings. Secretary Rihanna, who heard those words and came in through the back door of the business and was running around checking the facilities, bumps into Yenica, who was sitting alone in the VIP waiting room. It's a fairly large room, but it's full of spirits. A spirit filled the room under the moonlight, and in the middle of it, a girl sat on the VIP sofa and picked up a teacup. When she slowly turned her head from the window and saw Secretary Rihanna, she took a step back, and her shoulders trembled. It's full of spirits buried in the dark, with only their eyes shining. Among them, you can even see the high-ranking fire lizard Tarkin, who is slowly coming out of his corporeal state and becoming manifest. The VIP waiting room was really spacious, but it was too small for Tarkin's size. It doesn't fully manifest its full size, and even though it's in a crouched-down form, it fills the ceiling. A group of spirits that are ready to bite all enemies in front of them when their master commands them. A girl was sitting in the gap, drinking tea. Kong, get out of the way unless you want to tell me where Ed Rossdaler is. Taylor's sword attack was faster than expected. Ziggs had to grit his teeth just to keep pushing Ziggs and blocking Taylor's incoming greatsword, a temperament that continues to grow stronger while fighting. Ziggs, who had fought Taylor in combat practice during his first year, already knew it well. Ziggs was impressed by the way Taylor grew the more she was pushed into a corner. I applauded the way he never lost his will despite many trials. If the world is a stage, this boy is probably the one living the life of the protagonist. He is a man who keeps moving forward without being discouraged despite trials and adversity. Ziggs, as a man who had overcome difficult trials, also highly evaluated Taylor's mental strength several times. Cag. However, there are many trials in the world that are higher and more severe than we think. There are many trials that hurt the body and break the mind. As someone who was also involved in Ed's plan, it is too dualistic to empathize with Taylor's position and sympathize with her. Once a man has decided on a path, he must move in that direction like an iron horn. So, no matter how strong-willed Taylor McLaura is, the current Ziggs will not do anything to him or look after him. Ziggs gritted his teeth as he bent the direction of the spear and hit Taylor's side. Quang. Taylor, who was hit by Ziggs' spear and fell, landed on the inner wall of the hallway, kicking up dust. A cloud of dust rose up, but before it dispersed and disappeared, Taylor leapt out of it. Ziggs lifted up the gauntlet that had fallen on the floor and grabbed it. Kang! The sound of metal colliding spread through the hallway. Ziggs sharply bent the spear he was holding with one hand and attacked Taylor's side again, but the same move would not work twice. Quagak. When I came to, Ziggs' spear was broken in two. It was impossible. Taylor's greatsword was in a struggle of strength, pressing down on Ziggs' gauntlet. However, Taylor continued the struggle and cut down Ziggs' spear at the same time. A sword attack that cannot occur according to common sense. Should I cut it or block it? An area of irrationality where, at a crossroads between two choices, one chooses both. Geomseangsik, illusionary cut, one of the magic sword techniques of the Sword Saint style school. a technique that cuts down two targets at once, or cuts by changing direction at an improbable timing, a technique that completely ignores the movement of force or the principles of physics. There is a famous anecdote in which two monsters who fought against the first swordsman, Luden MacLaw, disappeared while looking at each other's sword images as if possessed by a ghost. There is no way to deal with it, at least in one-on-one battles where one's skills are competed against each other rather than a firefight. There is no way to estimate the opponent's movements, which completely ignore the laws of physics. Get it? The first thing you can do is increase the distance. Ziggs took a big leap backwards, roughly picked up the rapier on the floor, and took a defensive stance. Sure enough, as soon as he took his stance, the next sword strike flew at Ziggs. Taylor's sword attack that doesn't even feel rational. He grits his teeth and attacks Ziggs. It was a mistake to pick up the rapier. You should not fight Taylor McLaura with a sword. As if to prove that fact, the rapier holding Ziggs was instantly broken in two. Although the sword attack was avoided, the shock remains. Ziggs gritted his teeth and took a stance, but had to roll on the floor a few times due to the impact of the sword. Whoa, meanwhile it grew again. If there is a reason for the swordsman of trials who is cornered to become stronger, he will definitely become stronger. Now, it is an obvious fact, as if it has become a law. That's great, Taylor. Ziggs flexed one hand wearing the gauntlet and raised the mace with the other. The speed at which I am learning it is ridiculous. Please get out of the way, Ziggs. I have nothing more to say to you. No, you have to stop here. Ziggs closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. I knew well that Taylor's temperament was strong in trials, but there are degrees to that too. The Elt Company building guarded by Ziggs. Going any further, the only things Taylor has to face are trials of an even more overwhelming and enormous scale. However, there is a degree to trials. Those that remain behind are strong players that cannot be compared to Ziggs. If you go further than this, you will only hurt your body and mind, and you will only lose more. That's why Taylor is suppressed by Ziggs himself. Taylor's growth was at a level where he was unable to break through Ziggs and was frustrated on the second floor. It's a good thing for Taylor to end things with that kind of ending. The manifestation of high-ranking magic begins to occur. The mana weapons that Ziggs only brings out when he is serious began floating in the air one by one. Ziggs knows how to use all types of weapons, even ones that use mana. Hundreds of types of weapons float in the air, waiting for their masters. Let's end it here, Taylor. It won't end well if we go up any further. That's not for you to judge, Ziggs. What happened next was a split second. The world was dark. This was right after Taylor had struck once. Ziggs was embarrassed because he couldn't understand the situation for a moment. However, as soon as I saw Taylor swinging the sword once, I realized it. The first sword saint, Luden MacLaw, who cuts down everything that can be cut. Among the swordsmanship, that was a collection of techniques that he could not hope for the technique that pursued the most extreme swordsmanship, geomseanxic space cutting. All of the mana weapons Ziggs had summoned were cut down. I didn't cut down Ziggs' weapons. It cuts down the entire space itself and returns existence to nothingness. Taylor's red eyes look at Ziggs. The next destination for the handle of the great sword, held tightly by both hands, is Ziggs Eiffelstein's body. Ziggs widened his eyes and gathered his magic power again. The wind blade, a basic wind magic, attacks Taylor but even cuts him down. It is not a simple horizontal cut or an elemental cut. Space itself disappears into nothingness. It shouldn't be blocked. I can't shed it, must be avoided. There is no way to destroy anything other than avoidance. However, Taylor's speed is already exceeding its limits. The body is completely ruined. Her muscles are screaming, the bleeding shows no signs of stopping, and the pain that fills her entire body tells her that it would be dangerous to use the sword saint expression any longer. I don't even know if I can beat Ziggs right now. Even if Ziggs is defeated, there is no telling how many more people will block his path in the future. At this point, wouldn't it only lead to self-destruction if the body's strength was pushed to its limit? Still, Taylor doesn't stop. With eyes full of willpower wide open, he lowers his posture and snuggles into Ziggs. Isla, who was crossing the dark path of the northern forest, suddenly glanced back ominously. I don't know why she felt that way, but an ominous feeling came over Isla Trisback. Now that we've come this far, we have no choice but to proceed to Ed Rothdiller's camp. However, Isla continued to feel strong and could not bear it. When Ed Ross Taylor first brought Isla up, he simply wanted to stimulate Taylor and see what skills he had. However, I had no idea that the situation would escalate this much with the involvement of Lortel Ketchel. This is because what Isla imagined was at most a one-time sparring match. Things are going very differently than I expected. If things have come to this point, I think I should question Ed Rothdeller. Hasn't the scale become too large from what was initially discussed? While asking that question, I plan to express my opinion that I want to return to Taylor later. However, an ominous feeling continues to creep into Isla's mind. Ayla knows Ed's intention to save Lortel well. It's also good that Isla was kidnapped in the process. At the same time, Taylor's dishonesty can be assessed, and the situation can be driven into further chaos. From Isla's point of view, she also owes Ed a bit of debt. There have been times when I owed them my life, and there have been times when I misunderstood the situation and behaved harshly. However, even if we assume that the debt is repaid, isn't it a bit unprofitable? This is beyond harsh to the point of being cruel. After wading through the grass for a while, Isla finally caught sight of the camp where Ed Rosteller was waiting. Perhaps this should be the final destination of the rampaging Taylor. That last stage. Ed's North Forest cabin camp. Yenneker and Ed's cabin standing together in harmony. Lortel Ketchelm's villa is in one corner, a bonfire placed like a square in the center, and various survival equipment filled around it. Magic engineering supplies and crafting tools scattered here and there on the floor. Wood crafting bench, wooden shelter, nets and hunting tools tied here and there. A camp scene that seems to summarize the survival history of a man named Ed Rosteller in one scene. When Isla saw Ed Rosteller sitting in front of the bonfire, she realized that the ominous energy was growing stronger. Senior Ed. Isla calls Ed's name in a low voice. Ed slowly raised his head, and his clear eyes appeared between his face, shadowed by his bangs. Behind every stage, there are people who are called black people. These are people whose true intentions cannot be guessed, and whose intentions are even impossible to figure out. Those who thought they had completely figured it out, but are holding their breath by digging an even deeper trap. The moment when their true colors are revealed is always the scariest. Are you here? I have something to tell you. When Isla began to cry, Ed Rosteller was the first to respond as if he had been waiting. You can't go back until this is over. You can see the collapsed floor over your head. Ziggs quickly came to his senses and finished assessing the situation. Ah! When Ziggs, who was stuck on the floor, looked up at the ceiling, he saw Taylor looking down at Ziggs from above. His arms were shaking due to the recoil of the sword saint ceremony, and blood was flowing from wounds here and there. Nevertheless, Taylor McLaura stood upright on her own 2 feet. In a situation where the last of the extreme blows were exchanged, Taylor cut the floor, not Ziggs, to clear away the Ziggs blocking the path. Ziggs quickly gathered himself and stood up, but Taylor paid him no mind and headed upstairs. Taylor, stop. Going any further won't do you any good. There is a sense of loyalty to Ed. There is no way that Ziggs Eifelstein, who knows how to maintain the minimum level of loyalty, would reveal Ed's entire plan or all of his intentions. But at least I don't want to create a situation where Taylor gets hurt even more. The best course of action would have been to subdue Taylor here. Although I am stuck in the middle, I do everything I can. A man named Ziggs has always lived that way. But Taylor didn't care. I know full well what's in front of me. Stop. Stop first and listen to me, Taylor. What's in front of it? Ziggs knows, Taylor doesn't. But Taylor at least knows what's at the end of the road. This is Isla Triss, who was immediately captured. That fact alone Taylor keeps going. No matter what Ziggs Eifelstein shouts, he doesn't listen. So Sword Saint Taylor McLaw left Ziggs Eifelstein behind and went upstairs. Ziggs frowned as he looked at Taylor, who had left. Although it was already out of his hands, he continued to raise his voice and call out for Taylor. Eventually, Taylor McLaura reaches the 3rd floor of the Elt commercial building. In search of traces of Ed Rosteller, I crossed the hallway while keeping my eyes peeled for his battered body. I took a deep breath, grabbed my hazy mind, and wandered around looking for Isla. The straight hallway was long and long. There are rooms full of rooms used by departments that manage various documents within the chamber, and there are also reception rooms to serve guests, but there is no sign of popularity anywhere. Boom, but soon, a huge and luxurious door opens on the other side of the hallway. Heeg, Quadingtang. Secretary Rihanna opens the door and runs out, rolling on the floor. Secretary Rihanna, who had fallen quite hard, got up and ran down the hallway with tears in her eyes. Sorry. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes tightly, tapped Taylor on the shoulder, and ran toward the other side of the hallway. Taylor frowned for a moment as he watched Secretary Rihanna run away. Taylor, with great difficulty, headed towards the direction where Secretary Rihanna had run out. There a sight that Taylor could never have imagined unfolded. It was only then that Taylor opened his eyes and confirmed what sight Secretary Rihanna had seen. A grand VIP waiting room. A girl with light pink hair is sitting alone in that huge space, drinking tea on the hospitality sofa. Taylor McLaura knows that girl well. For Taylor, that girl is an object of fear that she cannot overcome. Running wild in the nail hall with the power of Glaskin, blocking the path of Ed, who was completely injured, in the Arfleys Hall, and advancing on the road while commanding high-ranking spirits in Glass's underground laboratory. Taylor McLaura has never seen the immature girl that Jenica Palova usually shows. To him, the human being Jenica Palova is like a human weapon that treats numerous high-ranking spirits like limbs. It is like an object of fear. Next to the girl sitting with her back to the moonlight lies a cane that looks exactly like the one used by Ed Rossdaler. There were various magical engineering supplies that Ed received, such as a shock-enhancing wave device, a claw-hand magic phase shifter, and even a Delheim hourglass. Even if it were a fight in which they fought against each other with all their might on a fair battlefield, Taylor had almost no chance of winning. Moreover, if you say that he is wearing numerous magic engineering supplies with Ed's touch, the situation becomes even more desperate. Jenica Palova is holding a teacup and looking at Taylor McLaura with sad eyes. The army of spirits that unfolded behind them was an opponent of a level that could not be ignored one by one. Will he be able to reach Ed Rothdeller, or will he be able to defeat Jenica Palova, his most famous aide and closest colleague? It is said that trials are always exalted and difficult, but they always have their degrees. It seems that Zig's cries that tried to stop Taylor are still spreading. Uray here, in the darkness of a moonlit night. The girl sitting on the hospitality sofa slowly stood up. An ordeal that cannot be overcome rises up. Let's finish quickly. I don't even have the heart to touch it. The object of fear doesn't even seem to care about Taylor. Magical power begins to emanate from the spirits' bodies. Taylor held the sword with difficulty, but couldn't stop his legs from shaking. Elementalist Jenica Palova, a girl sitting guarding the VIP waiting room on the third floor, an opponent that must be overcome in order to reach Ed Rossdaler. However, there was nothing in sight that could be considered a way out of that enormous ordeal. Chapter 185 Ed Subjugation 8 Ed Rossdaler. Sylvania's failed sword Saint Mid-Boss in Act 1. A piece of trash who spews out lines like a third-rate villain and craves Taylor McLaura, but then shows his dirty side and falls miserably. It's like they were added in hastily to set the tempo at the beginning of the story, which tends to be drawn out such a wasteful character. From the mid-bosses with all kinds of backgrounds that appear later, to the final bosses of each act who take on the role of the underworld for different reasons. All kinds of enemies stand in the way of main character Taylor McLaura, but Ed Rothdaler is the most insignificant and shallow character. From Jenica Palova Glast to Lucy Merrill Crepin Rossdaler, sung Changryang Bellbroke. Whether it was the weight of expectations weighing down on your shoulders, whether you were twisted by the pain of loss, whether you still had a promise to someone who left, or whether you had to commit pure evil in order to survive. The dark actors who decorate the finale of each act stand on the stage with their own reasons. So, what could have been allowed to Ed Ross Taylor, who should have disappeared quietly without any narrative? They say that there is value in a life other than that of the main character, but the weight will definitely be different. Even if the story is twisted and he reaches the final dark place, what can he talk about, and what circumstances can he spit out? For a person who left his family and wanted to end his life in pessimism, how much is left to say? Therefore, the failed swordsman of Sylvania did not allocate any stage to him. I quietly come down to the back of the stage and just look at the setting sun and reflect on life. How great of a story would come out if the stage lights shined on someone who was ruminating on an unhappy life in a place where the spotlight could not reach. This is the story of everyone who lives their lives in places where light cannot reach. Even if the flow is somehow twisted and you end up on stage as the final boss of an act. Nothing will change. From being a third-rate villain who makes an unsightly exit at the beginning of the stage, to becoming the final black actor responsible for the end of an act. Even though many things have changed, in the end, there is only one purpose for which he moves now. Let's survive. We must survive. Knock, knock. As if answering that thought, one or two raindrops fell. I thought it might rain, but it was earlier than expected. One or two drops fell on the bonfire in front of Ed Rossdaler, causing a small cloud of thick smoke to rise. Ace Latrice raises her voice to him across the slowly fading bonfire. You didn't say you were going to do this. As if it was no big deal, as if we were just going to spar once. Isla raised her voice and spoke to Ed Rossdaler, who had tempted Isla like that. I have to go back to Taylor. Isla says so. Ed Rossdaler doesn't answer, resting his forearms on his knees. Isla looks back. If I run right away, what time will it be when I arrive at the Elt commercial building? I suddenly remember Taylor struggling. Is Taylor really trying to break through all those walls? If that's the case, it seems like hell be okay with that. When I turn my head again, I see the dark side of all this Ed Rossdaler quietly looking at Isla amidst the intermittent raindrops. He is a much more rational person than Isla thought. He is a person who has a rational reason for whatever he does. That's why I couldn't understand the current situation. The rain is getting heavier. The same goes for the Elt commercial building. Elt commercial building, third floor. Taylor, facing Yenica Palova, quickly takes out his sword. Intuition whispers to him, you can never win. This is an opponent you can never beat, even if the odds are 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000. High-ranking spirits can be handled freely, and if the middle-ranking spirits and lower-ranking spirits are combined, the army is in the 3 digits. If we can attack the main body, there may be a chance of victory, but there is no way we will just leave it alone until the spirits touch their master. In addition, they are equipped with a lot of self-defense devices to protect themselves. If you rush at a perceptible speed, the magic phase shifter will activate if the shock-enhanced wave sphere attempts to utilize magic. Even if you attack against all odds, the small hourglass hanging on Yenica Palova's waist will render even that blow null and void. Legendary Magic Engineering supplies Delheim Hourglass, a legendary magic engineering tool that can only be created by spending a lot of time on magic engineering. Even Ed Rossdaler, who has a wide range of personal relationships, only hands out treasures to trusted allies. Ed Rossdaler, who will be standing at the end of the stage, is one of the people I trust the most. As proof of that fact, the various support items wrapped around the girl's body, each and every one of them boasts high performance. The weakening spirit whispers in Taylor's ear, put down your sword, run away without hesitation. No one in the world blames you. Even if you ran away from this, no one will call you a coward. I did enough. Blood is flowing through my body and my legs are about to lose strength. You can collapse here. It was a lot of hard work. But Taylor McLaura shakes her head. I dispersed the distracting thoughts rising above my head and opened my eyes, which were losing their sense of reason, straight again. The rain, becoming stronger, hits the outer wall of the upper chamber and slides towards the floor. Clevius was lying in the front yard of the commercial building. Elvira dragged him, who was completely exhausted, and somehow carried him under the small roof attached to the outer wall of the store. He sat down on the floor and hugged Clevius' head, looking up at the rain falling calmly. On the first floor of the store, Ziggs pushes away the debris and stands up, shaking off the dust. There were no serious injuries. In the first place, Taylor had no intention of hurting Ziggs. I just wanted to get them out of the way. I never would have thought that an entire floor of this size could be destroyed with a single sword strike. Ziggs suddenly sees rain hitting the windows in the first floor hallway. I take a deep breath, sit down on the debris, and take a rest, hoping that no one is seriously injured. After sitting like that for a while, he purses his lips as if he has decided on something. Lortle, running through the midnight forest, also feels a raindrop fall on the tip of his nose. After looking up at the sky for a moment, I take a deep breath and put on my robe. As we move towards the less crowded Jayasu building, we sink deeper into the darkness of the night. Lortle prays, I hope everything ends well. I hope that I can get my real power back at the Chamber of Commerce and be able to warm up by the bonfire while exchanging silly jokes with Ed. Lucy and Princess Phenia also feel the rain in front of Dune, who continues to talk while sweating profusely. The guards rush out making a fuss and cover Fenia and Lucy's heads with a cloth. The sound of falling rain penetrates Fenia and Lucy's ears. Dune took a moment to gather her thoughts, but the fact that she was in a difficult situation did not change. In front of Dune, who continues speaking slowly, Lucy shakes off her skirt and glares at him. The same goes for Traciana Bloomriver, who was sitting alone on the fourth floor of Elt Trading Company, trimming her cane. As raindrops pour down through the gaping hole in the ceiling, the girl shakes off her hair and enters deep into the hallway. After snorting once, he sat down nearby with his chin resting and quietly looked at the rain. The fate of many things depends on this one night, the last dawn before school starts. People who look up at the raindrops with their own circumstances wait for the morning sun with their own feelings. The same goes for Taylor and Isla. Kang, sword clashes with teeth. The teeth of the snake spirit that broke its body dug into Taylor's right forearm. Taylor screamed and tried to pull the snake out with her hands, but it only tore the wound further. Immediately afterwards, spirits in the form of lions and tigers rush in. I caught the tooth with my sword, but my legs lost strength and my body fell. Wow, Kang. It's an attack that she would have normally been able to withstand, but Taylor is already completely devastated. As it is hung on the outer wall of the hallway, the window breaks and pieces of glass fall on Taylor's body. Taylor screams, and rain pours in through the broken window and hits Taylor's body. Rainwater seeping into the wound causes even stronger pain. Just give up now. No one is forcing you to hold out any longer. I hear that voice again. However, Taylor grits her teeth and gets up again. The open gate. Beyond that is the VIP waiting room. Yenica Palova, standing quietly in front of the sofa, does not have a very good expression. I don't even want to beat Taylor any further, who is running at me in such a state of disrepair. But that doesn't mean she won't keep her promise to Ed Rossdaler. The face looks as if it just wants Taylor to give up. Continuing to attack a battered opponent is not what she wants. Yenica, Ziggs, and even Isla all hope that he will get enough and fall down now. Nevertheless, Taylor stands up with a body covered in glass shards and water. The prosecutor's uniform is stuck to his rain-soaked body, and his white hair is stuck to his face, making him look shabby, burning willpower. However, the sight of him barely holding on with his water-soaked face is extremely unsightly. You don't even know how hard Taylor's life has been, a bonfire that has gone out. Isla shouts to Ed in the rain. That's enough. Even if you didn't have to go through this many hardships, Taylor got through it just fine. The walls prepared by Ed Ross Taylor, no matter how strong-willed Taylor may be, they cannot be broken through. She thought that he would simply provoke Taylor and spar with her a few times, but contrary to Isla's expectations, Ed was completely trampling Taylor. Even if it was that severe, it was too severe. I owe Ed quite a bit, and there are quite a few things I feel sorry for. This is why Isla joined Taylor's proposal. But Isla didn't want to get involved with Ed any further than this. Do you think you're doing the right thing, Senior Ed? Even if you say you're doing this to make Taylor stronger, is that for her own good? Isla is talking almost screaming in the rain. The darkness that decorates the final battle of the chapter. Ed Rothdeller, a fallen nobleman. Even if Taylor reaches him, overcomes him, and reaches the end of the ordeal and becomes stronger, does that mean it's for Taylor's sake? Don't force your self-righteousness on Taylor. The rain continues to hit the ground. The sound of pouring rain blocks out half of the sounds of the world. Nevertheless, Isla's voice clearly reaches Ed. Ed, soaked in the rain, bowed his head and did not respond to Isla's pitiful cries. Taylor, that's enough. This is enough. I've done enough, Isla Triss. Ed Rosteller quietly stands up and looks at Isla. Isla took her breath away when she saw Ed's more serious expression than she expected. Ed Rosteller was a man who always acted calmly and rationally. When Isla saw emotion in his eyes for the first time, she was so embarrassed that she even forgot to breathe. When it comes to, he is the first person that comes to mind. Isla Trees, the companion who always encouraged and affirmed the main character, Taylor, by his side. I lived a reality like hell, whether it's under fire on a battlefield or the sight of a city drunk at peace. Nothing has ever been painless. That may be why I found comfort in seeing Taylor. While playing Sylvania's failed swordsman several times, I received a lot of encouragement from seeing him overcome difficult trials and harsh fates. Even though it was a meaningless past now, it remained clearly in my memory. Ed Rosteller came up in the rain and grabbed Isla by the collar. Even if everyone else is like that, what if you don't trust him? Ugwat. She grits her teeth and holds on. But if you urge her to give up, what are you asking her to do, not anyone else? But you, Isla. Ed gritted his teeth and spoke to Isla. This is my first time seeing Ed Rothtaler so close and with such raw emotion. It's not anger, it's not disappointment, it's something in between. He is completely different from the strangely mysterious Ed Rothtaler, who was always quietly faithful to his duties on The Bachelor. There's no reason to do this. If we don't do this, we will all die. I beg your pardon. I didn't think you would believe me in the first place, but now it's none of my business whether you believe it or not. However, if you insist so much, there's nothing I can't tell you why. Ed Rosteler speaks while holding Isla by the collar. Whether you treat me like a crazy person or a coward who makes ridiculous excuses, it's up to you. Sianchingriang bell broke. As soon as that name came out of Ed's mouth, Isla's pupils twitched greatly. The final bosses who close the stage always have a burden on their shoulders. However, the set stage has already gone awry. Act 4 has ended, but I don't even know if I've properly entered Act 5. Nowadays, everything is a labyrinth. The final battle of each act has already been delayed for several months, so it has been a while since the love affair has lost its meaning. Right now, we don't know when Bellbroke will be resurrected or when the story will end. It became impossible to know whether Act 4 would be followed by Act 5 or whether it would be the end of the story. Even my goal of living leisurely with the goal of getting a diploma has long since become meaningless. The world is already not leaving Ed Rothtaler alone. Ed Rosteler, clutching his collar with the weight of the rain pressing down on his shoulders, speaks while soaked in the rain. His appearance reflected in Isla's pupils is infinitely serious. If you have entered Act 5 properly, the final boss who will end the story has also been decided. Ed Ross Taylor, fallen aristocrat. This is the name of the person who must close this stage that is spreading without direction. Yenica Failover does not even move. Even the way he looks at Taylor is so cold that it cannot be compared to her usual appearance. Kang, wow. Taylor, who was digging into the side, fell with one swipe of Tarkin's tail. Taylor, who slipped and fell once along the wall of the VIP waiting room, gets up from the dust. There is barely any consciousness left. It almost seems like it moves based on instinct. It would not be strange if the pupils immediately rolled upward and lost consciousness. Yenica swallowed dry saliva. It seems like a fight with Artogi, which gets up again even after being beaten again and again. If I do this, I might lose consciousness, but I never give up. Rather, Taylor's attack patterns were becoming more and more diverse. While we are holding on tightly to keep our reason from slipping away, we are seeking a methodology to thoroughly win. This is an opponent that can never be defeated by simple force. However, there is always a way to beat the spiritists. It is to subdue not the spirit, but the spirit master itself. Yenica quietly raises her staff. Various magical engineering supplies were hanging on the pitch-black wood, and various spirit rituals were also engraved on it. Thousand-year wooden staff struck by lightning. Yenica's sensitivity, which had already reached its limit, soars even further. Taylor gritted his teeth and kicked the floor and leaped. Taylor, who flew towards the ceiling, turns around and steps on the ceiling as if it were the floor. What you are looking at is the main body of the Yenica Failrover. Sword Sianxic Elemental Slash. Taylor's sword strike, which cuts even the elemental spirits in two, eliminates all lower-level spirits around them. It disappears after being transformed into a body by the spirits that have been reverse-summoned. Taylor flew straight through the ceiling and headed toward Yenica's body. There was no way the spirits would just leave Taylor's movements like that. Tarkin tried to stop Taylor's movement by swinging his tail, but Taylor's elemental slash cut Tarkin's tail into pieces. It is a technique that has an advantage over elemental spirits. According to events, even in the first act, Tarkin was unable to withstand Taylor's elemental slash. However, no matter how much superiority there is, it cannot overcome the absolute difference in force. As Tarkin roars and emits magical power, the impact alone causes Taylor's body to lose direction. He rolls around on the floor and aims his body, but is hit directly by the elemental magic of the mid-level spirits. Since I am already in dire straits, my consciousness comes and goes from even the slightest shock. The bloody body screamed, but Taylor aimed again and glared at Yenica. Eventually, the next sword Sianxic appears. Space cutting. One by one, he performs the sword saint's ceremony over and over again, which causes a load on his body and cuts down the spirits. Nevertheless, Yenneker Failover does not move even a single step. He succeeded in getting right in front of her, but soon the shock-enhanced wave sphere unleashed its power and pushed Taily away. Karak. It feels like my body is being torn apart by even a small impact. Nevertheless, Taily regained her senses and stood up. I gritted my teeth and glared at Yenneker. Why even as blood was pouring out, Taily spoke through gritted teeth. There's no reason to get involved with that man like this. Why are you stopping me? Yenneker also momentarily narrowed her eyes at the sight of Taily bleeding. She is a girl whose heart is not that strong to begin with. No matter how much of an enemy they face, seeing them grit their teeth and endure like that makes me feel weak. Still, I can't break Yenneker Failover's heart. Standing behind this is Ed Rosteller. Yenneker Failover has no intention of sending Taily to Ed. It's not that complicated. Yenneker, standing upright in the dark, has not a single scratch on her body. He is someone who cannot inflict even a small wound with Taily's power. If Edgar had chosen to be a villain, Yenneker spoke clearly without a change in her expression. Then I am a villain too. That's it. No matter what, Yenneker Failover is on Ed Rothtailor's side. That fact will never change even if the world turns upside down. If you meet Ed like this, you will risk your life. Ed Rosteller is currently unable to fully use his magical powers. The ring's recoil remains. No matter how devastated Taily is, you never know what will happen. That would be natural. Then I have no intention of sending you to Ed either. There is no hesitation in Yenneker's firm tone. Give up. You know it yourself. Your journey ends here. Elt Trading Company with drizzle of rain. Now the building has become a mess, unable to function properly. Taylor McLaura can never penetrate this third layer. That heavy reality weighs on Taily's shoulders. It's a hit. The hand holding the sword slowly lost strength. Taily's great sword, overused to its limit, rolled on the floor. Taily, completely losing all strength in her trembling legs, knelt down and sat on the floor. Her shoulders slumped like that. Taily slowly closed her eyes. Yenneker sighed after seeing Taily like that. You must have had a lot of trouble. It wasn't an easy task. I was just about to report to Ed through the spirits that the whole situation was over. Whoa! Geom Sungsik Hyojumsel. That strike, which was a sword strike using only magical power without a sword, split the air. Magical swordsmanship alone cannot pierce the forces of spirits protecting Yenneker. However, Taily, who is almost unconscious, takes the next step using instinct alone. Yenneker quickly wrapped magic around her body and picked up the Delheim hourglass. However, the target of Taily's sword attack is not Yenneker's body. A giant fire lizard that serves as the commander-in-chief of the spirit army guarding Yenneker's body. Even the severed tail was restored in an instant, that high-ranking spirit standing there, occupying almost all the space in the huge VIP waiting room. Sigh. Following the Hio sword jutsu, the next sword Siang ceremony appears in Taily's body. Sword Siangsik Dragon Slayer Sword. The sharp blade, which cuts through any thick skin and scales, splits Tarkin in two in an instant. Taken, a high-ranking spirit who was having a hard time with even the professors, was torn to pieces when he closed his eyes for a moment. There is little consciousness in Taily's eyes. Just driven by instinct, I tried to point my sword at Yenneker, who acts as the main body of the spirit army Kang. Just like that, Taily rolled on the floor. Now I really don't even have the strength to aim my body. Just cutting Tarkin down took almost all of his life force. Before the pieces of Tarkin's body could hit the floor, Taily's body rolled on the floor first, kicking up dust. Yenneker looked at Taily with wide eyes. Taily was struggling to somehow push off the floor and stand up. He tried hard to get up, but Taily's body no longer moved as he wanted. Yenneker quietly watched him grit his teeth several times and then gently closed his eyes. However, the fighting spirit is still alive in Taily McLaura's eyes. That was the last variable. Chapter 186 Ed Subjugation Battle 9. When Assistant Professor Claire arrived at the duty officer's office, the entire place reeked of alcohol. It is dawn, and the sun has not yet risen. She braved a sudden downpour and arrived 20 minutes early than the originally scheduled time. The sight she saw when she entered the duty office was Professor Callide sitting in his office chair snoring with his head pulled back. The office desk was filled with all kinds of tobacco and bottles of distilled spirits. It seemed more accurate to describe the inside of the office as a cave rather than a place for people to live. Professor Callide's senior professors take turns as the on-call worker in charge of night work at the Trix building. This is because a certain level of decision-making power and authority is needed to deal with emergencies or changes that occur at night. Most of the work is handled by the advisor and his student as a group. But since the youngest professor in the elemental science department is Assistant Professor Claire, he had to work with Professor Carl Reed at all times. Of course, check for changes in night patrols, check security details for major buildings, etc. All the chores were the responsibility of Assistant Professor Claire. In fact, even Assistant Professor Claire did not find this unfair. However, what gives Assistant Professor Claire a headache is Professor Callide's work attitude. Claire is said to have been born with good fortune, but is she paying the price for all her accumulated blessings all at once? To that extent, Professor Callide's presence was like a disaster for Assistant Professor Claire. Professor Callide, wake up. You need to sign the checklist. Professor Callide is completely drunk and snoring in his sleep. He has even covered his face with a book to block the light from the lights. Eventually, Professor Callide stood up with a crunching sound and looked at Assistant Professor Claire with blank eyes. The bushy back of his head is floating, and his beard, which looks rough even at first glance, is sticking out. Even though he is a professor and wears a pure white gown, it just looks miserable because of the tobacco chips and spilled alcohol stains here and there. A fearsome elemental wizard who was said to have single-handedly destroyed half of a group of demi-humans who once attacked the imperial capital. There was a time when even the strict laws of the imperial family could not stop his temperament as a massacre, so he was even called the Outlaw Collide. Now it was a measure that could not be more pathetic. Are you here? Assistant Professor Claire almost burst into tears. Although Professor Glast had a somewhat strict temperament, he was an advisor who handled all assigned tasks neatly. Of course, as he was a thoroughly human being under him was not an easy task. However, after accepting as my advisor a person who was the complete opposite of that, I think Professor Glast was more like a fairy, because at least he was a person who did his job. How long have you been sleeping? Don't worry. I even remember greeting you as you went out on patrol. It means you fell asleep right away. Professor Callide staggered, raised his upper body, and spat out the chewed tobacco crumbs in his mouth onto the ashtray. And in order to breathe life into my still drunken mind, I gave a big bend to my body. Professor Callide, if Vice Principal Rachel passes by like this, what are you going to do? I heard you were reported to be at the Trix Hall tonight. Even so, that woman just passed by. I vaguely remember her. Hee hee. After Principal Obel Fortius, Vice Principal Rachel holds the greatest power within the school. Lately, it feels like he's been at odds with Principal Obel, but the fact that he's a far superior to a junior professor doesn't change. As assistant professor, Claire's complexion turned pale. Professor Callade waved his arm as if he was okay with it. It's okay, it's okay. I am in a relationship with that woman. Hey, a woman who used to tremble at the sight of minor demi-human soldiers during the war is now the vice principal of an academy of this size. Time flies. Oh no, even after seeing this, I just passed by. What are you going to do? She's the one who put me on unscheduled night shift in the first place. Well, suddenly, she said she was empty. Is that so? Even so. Professor Callide roughly picked up a piece of tissue, blew his nose, then balled it up, and took a shooting stance toward the trash can in the corner. After a moment of preparation, I threw it with a swish, and the piece of toilet paper flew in a parabola, hit the outside of the entrance, and settled on the floor. That woman is not only timid, but she is also cunning. Why would you take it upon yourself to manage the on-duty personnel schedule, something that only low-level employees do? It must have all been intentional. Intention? What is your intention? Well, it's obvious, but there's no reason for me to think deeply about it. Assistant Professor Claire tilted her head and looked at Callide. He gulped and licked his mouth as if he felt an unpleasant sensation in his mouth, and then he stood up with a shaky body. What, I've seen her face for a long time, so she probably knows enough about me. If you know enough, when you think of Professor Callide, what comes to mind? Most of them are pathetic. First of all, I never work. to the point where I wonder if it's really right to pay a salary to a person like this. Now that I think about it, something on my office desk is more messy than I thought. It is a common sight to see alcohol bottles rolling around and smelly tobacco powder falling here and there. Claire has to clean up everything before her shift. But apart from that, there were documents uploaded that I didn't normally see. What is this? Reporting documents from the living quarters. The living quarters are not under our jurisdiction, so we just threw them nearby. But it's closer to Max's bridge. You don't have to check. Checked. What was it? Professor Khaled spoke as he uncapped a bottle of distilled liquor in the back of his office. Actually, I think I checked it in a dream. I definitely remembered it in my dream, please. Professor Khaled. Assistant Professor Claire was in tears. If a report came up at night like this, there was a possibility that it was urgent or important. First of all, this is something you have to get into your head. It was left on the office table for hours, so it would be a shame if it got caught in the upper part. It was time to lift the documents without even shaking off the rainwater from my clothes to check the situation. Kiekik late morning, night duty office. No one comes in unless they are on duty. Time and place are like that. However, the girl with reddish-brown hair came through the rain. He was looking at the two people with his merchant robe hat pulled back. You hello. At least among those who are professors of elemental science, there is no one who does not know the girl's name. While currently a sophomore and also serving as the stock manager of a large commercial association, this is because as a student, he was an honor student among honor students sitting in Class A. Who is this? Snake from second grade Class A is here. Poor posture sitting astride the table with your feet up. Professor Khalid, who is just getting out, that can be called a model for bad teachers. She doesn't seem particularly embarrassed by her appearance. What happens to the duty room of the Trix building at this late hour? Lortle came in shaking off. The rainwater took a seat across from the table and smiled like an adult. I was wondering if Vice Principal Rachel was here. I think I should first explain how I came up to the Trix building to look for someone at this late hour. Assistant Professor Claire was sitting next to the table, unable to say a word. It was late in the morning, when not even the moon was visible due to the falling rain. The sight of Lortle trudging through them because it looked like a ghost. However, Lortle is a living person. He looked a bit tired, and his clothes were very dirty here and there. The dignity that flows through the person itself still remains. Lortle glanced at the report document that Assistant Professor Claire was holding out of the corner of his eye and seemed to have roughly guessed what it was about just by reading the large letters. As you reported, something happened at the Elt Company. I don't believe in written reports. If it's not an eye-to-eye conversation, I think it's less credible. You're so lazy that you cover up the fact that you didn't read the written report. Assistant Professor Claire seemed to be in a daze, but Professor Khaled was sly as if to ask what was wrong. Whatever Elt Company is doing in the living quarters has nothing to do with us, who are on duty at the Trix building in the teaching building. Why did you come all the way here? With as much slyness as Lortle Professor Khalid lit a fire at the beginning of the year. Rachel, that woman has done it again. She is a woman full of energy and ambition. It would be great if I had the corresponding ability. Oval must be going through a lot, Professor Khalid said to himself as he puffed out smoke. As a senior professor, it is not desirable to openly gossip about your immediate superior, the vice principal. But if you want to measure it by desirability in the first place, Professor Khaled was a person with no desirable aspects. I think things are going to get a little more cumbersome, so I'll have to talk to Vice Principal Rachel, who is the decision maker on the academic side. I won't be curious about the details. They say that, but they don't explain the situation at all. Claire was dumbfounded, but Khalid instead snorted and looked satisfied. I think there will be a report coming from the bachelor's department soon. Because Ed Ross Taylor and Elt Company are involved, there could be trouble over the embezzlement of public funds. It's just a pain in the ass to have gossip. I'm trying to get it done in advance. Ed Ross Taylor. Suddenly, a random name pops up. Professor Khalid made a noise, then lowered his legs from the table and swished the tips of his toes. Then he stands up with his hands in his pockets. As I was looking down at Lortle, I felt a strange sense of intimidation rising from me. Isn't that the name of the guy who had a hard time during the end-of-semester exam? I told you to come see me if you wanted to learn some high-ranking magic, but you were so busy that you were causing accidents. Well, What happened in the Ross Taylor family is not necessarily that senior's fault. Okay, well, it's perfect to use. Politically, it is a precarious position, and its name is well-known. Professor Callide naturally assumed that Lortle's intentions were dark. It is believed that the reason Ed Rothtaler was involved was because he was an easy person for Lortle to exploit. Lortle was already used to that kind of gaze. Honestly, he was a guy with nothing to be happy about. If kids come to learn magic, they should feel fresh and fresh. His eyes were already rotten. He's blunt like someone who's been through all kinds of hardships before, so there's no point in teaching him anything. Professor Callade you hardly ever teach in the first place. No thing it's noisy Claire. Actually, it doesn't matter what he is. He's a disciple who was predicted to be a good person, but what's the point if Handulji doesn't learn from him? It's a waste for someone with a bright future, Tusk. The tone is as if he is half drunk. Meanwhile, Professor Callade was opening a bottle of alcohol. Still, there are only three types of people I absolutely hate. A person who has been in the teaching profession and doesn't even look like a professor. When they saw Professor Callade puffing up his arrogant face, everyone commented in unison. A guy who throws away his drink and doesn't pay back the money he borrowed. And you bastard playing pranks on my student. But in any case, he is a person who has been teaching for quite some time. Even though he may have become a pathetic old-timer to the core, he is a person who draws a line that cannot be compromised until the end. The beliefs that remain at the bottom sometimes rear their heads, even when you think you have completely abandoned them. Do not worry. However, Lortle, who accepted it, looked rather relaxed. Although she always seemed relaxed, she spoke to Professor Callide in a calmer voice. Because that person is mine. I will take care of it myself. Are you making excuses to avoid the situation, or are you sincere? Professor Callide glanced at Lortle insinuatingly, then quickly spit out the tobacco and blew on the bottle. Eventually, he exhales loudly, making a sound like he is happy, and speaks. Sounds good. Young ones. There was a time when I too had a fiery love. Ah, I don't know how I ended up hooking up with that blunt guy, but how far has the progress gone? From the looks of it, it looks like there was a bit of lip smacking, and the kids' prep speed these days is no joke, so they couldn't have slept together, pal. Professor Callide, who was struck in the face by a pile of books that bounced out of the chair, fell backwards along with his chair. The pitcher was Assistant Professor Clare. What are you talking about? That's a crime, Professor Callide. Professor Callide, who fell to the floor in a drunken state, wriggled several times. Assistant Professor Clare also thought it was a mistake. I never thought I would do the atrocity of throwing a book at my advisor. No matter how reflexive it is, I think this is too much. Surprisingly, Professor Callide was just lying there looking blankly at the ceiling. Surprisingly, is this someone I can just treat? At that strange thought, Assistant Professor Claire broke into a cold sweat. Claire spoke quickly in front of Lortle, who seemed to be strangely avoiding her gaze. Vice Principal Rachel hates the Elt Company so much that it won't be good for you to meet her now. Rather than meeting in person, it would be better to leave a written message, Lortle. Anyway, I don't think anything good will come of having Lortle and Vice Principal Rachel meet. Claire, who made that decision, tried to settle the matter, but ended up speechless. A sinister snake. A fox whose true intentions are unknown. She was a girl who had only heard such stories, and even Assistant Professor Claire was strangely discouraged when they encountered each other in elemental studies class. However, when I saw him subtly avoiding eye contact, frowning, and his face subtly blushing, Assistant Professor Claire couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't she a girl who had endured for such a long time in the backworld of commerce, where all kinds of terrible news were heard? She must have maintained a poker face, even in the face of much more insulting language, or an attitude that scratched her pride. The sight of him holding back from flinching at Professor Callide's trivial dirty talk. She really looks like a girl of that age. Was he even able to make an expression like that? Assistant Professor Claire was speechless for a moment because she couldn't get used to that feeling of disparity. It's done. That thing can't stand up. Rain seeped through the broken outer wall of the VIP waiting room. As a few raindrops seeped through Yenneker's hair, a spirit in the form of a huge bird spread its wings over Yenneker's head and covered it. Tuduk, tuduk. The rain fell equally on Taylor, who had collapsed and was struggling. Karara. Taylor pushed the floor again and again to get up. Eventually, his body slowly began to lose strength. There is no point in going further than this. Please wrap up the situation, Miss Yenneker. Lieutenant, like a horse-shaped spirit that felt like it was made of clay, spoke while snorting. Yenica quickly gathered up her surprised thoughts as she captured Tarkin's magical power that had disappeared after being reverse summoned. Tarkin was a spirit with quite strong power among high-ranking fire spirits. The position of the highest-ranking fire spirit Theopes was so powerful that a change in status to the highest-ranking spirit could not even be dreamed of among high-ranking spirits. It is a spirit that is respected by most beings. Even Yenica could not have imagined that he would cut down Tarkin like that. Tarkin's shell can easily take any external shock. Since coming to Sylvania, no one except Lucy has ever penetrated it with pure firepower. But that alone wasn't enough. In the end, in order to overcome Yenica's elemental magic, you have to rely on the advantage of the compatibility relationship of elemental properties. But even that is meaningless in front of Yenica, who can handle all kinds of spirits. Strong. With that alone, not even all the famous students in Sylvania can present their business cards in front of Yenica. Yenica, who was already gifted with strong sensitivity, grew more ridiculously than expected while interacting with Ed Rothdeller. Now it's not enough to break through with Taylor's power. So Taylor's journey ends on the third floor of Elt Commercial. Taylor, who was gradually losing consciousness, soon completely lost all strength in her body. My efforts to raise my body by gritting my teeth and maintaining consciousness eventually subsided. When Taylor's movements completely stopped, Ziggs came up from the stairs downstairs. Since there were no major injuries, there seemed to be no difficulty in holding the body together. In the first place, Taylor had no intention of hurting Ziggs and only focused on clearing a path. It's over, Senior Yenica. Ha! Yenica nodded quietly as she slowly reverse-summoned the spirits. Ed's message to prevent Taylor McLaura from breaching the chamber building as much as possible. The series of plans to use the commercial building as a battlefield to cause chaos while checking Taylor's specifications and stimulating his growth if possible were all achieved. From the beginning, all they had to do was block Taylor's path, but Clevius' intrusion made things a little more complicated. Not only that, but Taylor had stronger willpower than I thought, so it took longer and had more trouble. I didn't expect it to last this long. I will take care of the unconscious Taylor. Please go back and get some rest, Senior Yenica. I need to tell Ed about the situation. I'm going back to camp. Yenica put the magical engineering supplies back into her bosom, shook out her wand, and gathered it away before speaking. So Yenica, I quietly looked up at the rainy sky. The purpose was to test Taylor, but why is there such interest in Taylor's skills? To put it bluntly, Yenica did not have a very good impression of Taylor. This is because he kept showing hostility toward Ed or making aggressive remarks. However, if we look into the cause, Ed's behavior during the entrance exam was the most fundamental reason, so he did not necessarily blame Taylor. Although she was just that kind of person, Ed was strangely interested in Taylor's specifications. On one hand, it seemed like he was really praying for his growth. Yenica also couldn't hide her curiosity. Taylor certainly had a strong will and tremendous growth potential, but this is because Ed is not far behind in terms of his will and ability to grow. If Taylor's strong growth ability is his destiny as a protagonist, Ed Ross Taylor's growth is the result of his own will. Of course, I am not in a position to understand the huge difference. At least Yenica just affirms Ed as a person to person. That was when Yenica tried to sort out the situation. Ed Rosteller is in that camp, the voice of the boy who thought he had lost consciousness. It echoed in the VIP waiting room. Before I could react, a storm of magical power surged throughout the waiting room. Quara. Yenica and Ziggs reacted quickly and crossed over without major damage, but the exterior wall of the building could not do the same. The exterior wall of the Elt commercial building is raining. About one-fifth of it was destroyed just by the release of magical power. Quong. Quara. Yenica quickly summoned spirits to block the aftermath, and Ziggs also hid behind the debris to minimize damage from the impact. Meanwhile, the magical powers that bloomed it was probably pushed up from the body of Sword Saint Taylor. Swordsman's ceremony terminal as implemented in it is the final kick that appears when cornered. This is a skill that allows you to resurrect in a fully intact state before you run out of energy and lose consciousness, allowing you to continue the fight for a while. It is a life-changing technique that Luden, the first swordsman, came up with after seeing blood sword techniques, and it is a technique that is usually forgotten about, because it is only activated when it is truly pushed to its extreme limit. However, Taylor, who clashed swords with Clevius, who uses blood sword techniques in that short period of time, I succeeded in learning everything, even this critical period. A flame that burns briefly just before losing consciousness. That is why it burns more splendidly and magnificently. Carrara, is it a sword attack, or did a beam of magical energy pass by? It was split in two. This VIP waiting room is nothing else. Kiiang, Kugyugugang, one clean vertical cut mark. Climb through the stained glass and pass through the floor. The traces of that sword image continue very minutely. Centering on that, this building started to crack. What? Taylor raised the great sword again this time. He swung his sword diagonally. The target is neither Yenica nor Ziggs. The goal is this huge Elt chamber building which is no longer seen. Like an egg being cut by a thread knife, so naturally the building begins to fall apart. Kugang, Kugyugugang. The building begins to collapse as rubble and debris fall. Even the building of the Sylvania branch of the Elt Company, which must have been expensive, will disappear in front of the sword Saint's sword. Weeg. The most urgent thing is to escape from the collapsing building. As soon as Jenica and Ziggs made eye contact, they each escaped out the window in their own way. Ziggs settled down using wind magic, and Yenica came out riding a spirit. In the vacant lot of Sangho, where the rain and wind are blowing, Elvira was seen running out of the already collapsing rubble holding Clevius. Kugang, Kauhuuk. The grand sight of that large building collapsing. In the sky, you can even see Traciana jumping out using flight magic. He even shows the composure to rescue the employees who were wandering around the company by using telekinetic magic. But even then, a look of embarrassment is evident on his face. Each sword strike feels like firing a cannonball. Everyone just looked at the powerful blow as if they were dumbfounded. Isn't that just a last-minute rampage before losing consciousness? If you hold out for just that moment, Taylor, the sword saint will eventually fall. There is no reason to put effort into a struggling pattern that will collapse on its own when time runs out. It is an attack pattern that you can easily figure out how to deal with just by looking at it. Taylor herself knows this. There is not much time given, so that, on top of the collapsed debris, I saw a path extending toward the northern forest. Before I could think about anything, I kicked the floor and ran away. Footprints and traces of people passing through the forest. Those are not traces of one person. These are the footprints of a strong man and a woman accompanying him. The opponent is in the camp in the northern forest. There is very little time given to Taylor. Now I am really on the verge of losing consciousness. Before that, he cuts down Ed Rosteller. With that thought, Taylor McLaura ran through the woods. Chapter 187, Ed Subjugation, Battle 10, Taylor. He's the main character. No matter how difficult and arduous it seems right now, the day will come when you will overcome it all and see the light. A night full of stars. These are the words Isla whispered to Taylor, who was covered in wounds, as they sat side by side behind the barn. Even though it was just words of comfort, Taylor herself knew very well how much help it gave her. Heroes are cool and beautiful because they have overcome arduous trials. So, all of these arduous trials and pains facing Taylor are just ingredients for the glory to shine when Taylor overcomes them all. However, contrary to what I thought was only verbal consolation, Isla Triss was sincere. Isla was sincerely rooting for Taylor to overcome all the hardships and move forward. They say it's usually darkest before the sun rises. The cool air of the night, when grasshoppers cry, sits between the boy and the girl. So we must never forget that the current reality is dark. Taylor, you are the main character of your life. You will get through it all. It's raining heavily. The night is still dark. Cabin camp in the northern forest. A blonde-haired boy stands amidst the rain that beats down on his body, as if wondering what was wrong with the cold raindrops, as if wondering what was wrong with the darkness of the dark night. The man who stands like a holy saint and relaxes his hand, holding the dagger, is Ed Rothdeller. He looks at Isla and says something with his mouth open. What can I say? Ordeals don't always come only to the protagonist. Rather, there are more people in the world who cannot live the life of a protagonist. The stage of the world is too large, and there are too many characters to embrace everyone as the main character. That's why, whether it's Isla, Ed, or anyone else, we end up living the life of a supporting character. Even to such people, harsh trials come equally. Whether you are kicked out of the academy and lead a wild life in the forest, trying to find your place in the flow of life-threatening scenarios, or gritting your teeth and enduring criticism in Sylvania, where you have no allies. Unlike those who live the life of a protagonist who hopes that there will be light at the end of the ordeal. It is a world full of people who just grit their teeth and endure, not even sure whether there will be light or darkness at the end. That is the life of Ed Rostaler, who stands upright on the stage at the end of Act 5. Jenica Palova glassed Lucy Merrill Crepin Rostaler Sylvania Robster. The ending of those in charge of the end of the stage he saw in. It was the lives of the supporting actors engraved in those two eyes, leading and supporting characters, heroes and villains. Isla also knew from the beginning that the world could not be divided in such a shallow way. However, if you stay in a dark room and listen to the news going on in the world, you will know. It is also a well-known fact that there are people who inevitably lead the life of a leading man. It goes without saying, but there are more supporting characters in the world than protagonists. There are many more people who continue the flow of the story so that the stage can move on to the next act and reach its conclusion intact. This is a story about writers who live ordinary lives that are far from extraordinary. That's why Ed always makes eye contact with them. A strong alchemist with a passion for learning, a blood-drunk sword spirit, a guardian of the plains, a weak-hearted spiritist, and a strong-willed elementalist. The life of the supporting characters is Ed's life. And it is our life that must endure all kinds of trials without any promise. Isla vaguely felt it. The holy Changryong Bellbroke will be resurrected. Standing solemnly in the rain, Ed Ross Taylor's shoulders seemed heavier than expected. He's the only one who can kill it. With a loud noise, the collapsed remains of the Elt store building washed up in the store's front yard. Elvira, who forcibly dragged Clevius, who was having a hard time even holding his own, to a safe place, swept away the rainwater running down his face. This is getting bigger than I thought. He laid Clevius' body down under the tree in the front yard of the store and was squeezing out the water from his head. Is it okay to make a fuss like this? The owner of the building was Lortle in the first place. Senior Ed probably did it because he had a way to fix it. As Elvira frowned and sighed heavily, Ziggs came out from the remains of the building, shaking off his clothes. Looking at the way he naturally responds to Elvira's words, he appears to be fine. There don't seem to be any serious injuries, and it doesn't look like he fought that hard to begin with. Unlike Elvira, who really gritted her teeth and fought with all her might, she didn't seem to be struggling, so she opened her half-moon eyes and looked at Ziggs. "What's wrong, Ziggs? You look fine." Taylor seemed ready to run out and destroy everything. It seems like he was holding on to the last bit of reason. Whatever it was, he didn't seem to want to cut down someone he knew. Ziggs, too, was wet from the rain and rolled up his bangs. Perhaps because of his hair stuck to the rain, he looked much calmer than usual. Actually, he probably didn't care much about us. He just wanted to run out and save Isla right away. "Elvira, are you hurt?" It wasn't much. The more you push him into a corner, the stronger he becomes. I didn't feel it when I heard it, but after seeing it right in front of me, I could nod my head. Elvira leaned against the tree trunk and shivered a little as if it were cold. "Honestly, I thought it would end with you, Ziggs. I was confused too. When did Clevius come? I don't know. Why did this stupid idiot end up here?" Elvira glanced at the unconscious Clevius out of the corner of her eye and sighed without finishing her sentence. It seemed like he didn't really want to argue with Clevius. Ziggs laughed when he saw that. This person and that person, if you look at their true feelings, they are all weak in the end. I really don't know. I did join in, but how are we going to handle this whole thing? Anyway, all the big things we have to do have been completed, so let's prepare to withdraw. Are you going to the Arfeles building? Yeah, well. But what about Senior Jenica and Senior Traciana? When you look at the Elt Chamber of Commerce building, you will automatically click your tongue. The cutting edge that divides that huge building is so clean that anyone can see it as if it had been cut with a knife. The sight of a building being cut by a knife. Will I ever have another chance to see this strange sight? No matter how much of a descendant of the swordsman he was, I could never have imagined that he would deliver a sword strike that could cut through such a range with this much power. The power of Taylor, who was cornered in a corner, to somehow resist fate was something that even two people who had experienced many hardships could not guess. Senior Traciana is taking care of the employees of the store. It looks like she used protection magic herself because she didn't want to have any casualties. No matter what, you're trustworthy. I came to help too. You and Clevius are injured, so there is no need to participate in the cleanup. From Zig's perspective, Clevius' intrusion was an unexpected variable. Originally, there was no plan to corner Taylor to this extent. However, I can only hold out my tongue at Taylor's will to overcome even this and run away. As Elvira nodded and completely leaned against the tree trunk, Ziggs looked around a few times and said, "But Senior Yenica, he's not here either." Isla's pupils trembled greatly in the pouring rain. I thought about what I said for a moment, and then stuttered without even thinking about calming down my trembling eyes. "What?" Sianchengriang Resurrection. The seal on Great Sage Sylvania is being released. It's a story like a thunderbolt in a dry sky. Even if someone catches you on the street and tells you to run away because the whole area will be devastated, soon they just look at you with confused eyes. It's a situation where I can't even provide a basis for how I know that fact. It may be natural to first suspect that you have lost your mind. To begin with, I didn't expect anyone to believe me if I told them. Isla remained silent for a long time, unable to say anything. Since I was in no position to criticize her, I just stared at her. Master Ed, it was at that time. Suddenly, a bat came flying out of the forest and landed on my shoulder. Mug. The fire on Mug's body was burning brightly, despite the pouring rain. After becoming a lieutenant spirit, he was hardly affected by the climate. Mug, whose body had become quite bulky, clung to my ear and whispered something. I nodded, drew out my magic power, and sent the mug flying again. Then the mug was quietly reverse summoned and disappeared. It is difficult to bring out almost any magical power in the body. I wanted to minimize the magical power consumed to maintain the spirit. They say Taylor is coming. I beg your pardon. It looks like the Elt Trading Company has been cleared out. Contrary to plan, it seems like not everything has been breached. When I said that, Isla's pupils trembled widely again. Are they really coming through all of that? That fact is hard to believe. No matter how much Isla had always believed in and relied on Taylor, she never thought she would overcome and break through that level of wall. Same goes for me. I thought that no matter how much the fate of the protagonist was borne, there was a limit. I didn't receive an accurate report on the situation at Elt Trading Company, so I don't know for sure, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Thale hit the camp soon. So you're fighting Taylor? Don't worry. It won't happen like you think. I lightly tried to raise my body's magic power. I can't even produce 1/10th of the output I normally produce. Physically, it is difficult because a slight fever remains in the body. My body felt heavy due to the rain. I can't beat Taylor right now anyway. There are too many restrictions on my body right now. Then why did you in the first place? Didn't I tell you all from the beginning? I have always been consistent. From the first time I made plans with Isla, I have always been honest about my goals. I just want to check his specs. There are at least a few things you need to have in order to catch a bellbroke without damage. The most important thing is that Taylor's swordsmanship, which will deal the final blow to Velbroke, has grown properly. To be precise, it is a space-cutting heart sword that implements a sacred sword, a dragon slayer sword, and a sword. You have to learn it up to this point. And in order to reduce casualties as much as possible during Belbroke's resurrection, as many forces as possible must be involved in the subjugation battle. Preparation becomes easier when there is systematic movement of a large-scale punitive force. The Imperial Knights, the Elt Chamber of Commerce, the mercenaries, the apostles of the Holy Emperor, and even members of the Empire's influential families all must be made to participate in the punitive force, whether by political means or through trade. In addition, only by securing the keepsakes left behind by Sylvania Robster will the minimum condition to be able to catch Bell Broke without casualties be met. Checking Taylor's growth is only the first step. Quang, Hwara, the sound of kicking the ground using magical power from near the entrance to the North Forest. Birds fly, making noise, and the noise spreads throughout the forest. It is the sound of Taylor, who is probably angry to the core, running through the forest to the camp. Now that the sound can be heard directly, it is really close. Judging by the speed at which the sound was getting closer, we were almost there. I checked the condition of the dagger, put it in its sheath, and then gathered the magic engineering supplies and various trap-making tools that were scattered around the camp. I took off my rain-soaked school uniform coat and rolled up the sleeves of my shirt. I swept my face from the bottom up to my bangs and wiped away the rainwater. "What are you?" Isla then began. "What are you carrying?" A question asked anxiously with wide-open eyes. He completely packed up the dagger and put it away, gathering magical power at his fingertips. Unlike usual, the dark red energy blooming is the power of aspect magic. "Are you curious? Then shall I tell you?" He said that and approached Isla. I slowly opened my mouth as she nodded, looking at me with anxious eyes. "Listen to me carefully. It's just nothing special. Little by little, the power of the magic power of the aspect begins to surround Isla's body. Even though it was only a very small amount of magical power, it started to take a toll on my body. Breathing stopped intermittently, and cold sweat broke out. Nevertheless, I grit my teeth and manifest the aspect magic dazzle. Since my proficiency level is still only level 1, I cannot properly control the consciousness. It just makes your mind blank for a moment or makes it difficult for you to think. But at this point, that's enough. If you say useless things, things will only get more complicated. Get some rest now. Wee ayak. Soon I clenched my fist and Isla lost consciousness. I had to endure the excruciating pain while frowning for a moment due to the recoil of the aspect's magic power. Thumping. Eventually, Isla's unconscious body was received. Because of his short stature, he was not very heavy. He led Isla and pushed her body towards the wooden shelter. "If you put it down here, you will at least be able to avoid the rain." I roughly covered piles of fur lying around nearby to maintain a reasonable amount of body temperature. I also added more padding to the entrance and checked carefully to prevent rain from seeping in. After taking care of Isla, who was completely unconscious, I slowly woke up in the rain. The intermittent pounding and running sounds stopped. After blocking the entrance to the wooden shelter, I stood up but didn't bother to look back. Even without looking back, I could guess who was behind me. Cugung thump, shoot. "You're here, Taily McLaura." I called his name quietly like that. No answer came back. I slowly looked back. After seeing the boy at the entrance to the camp, I turned around and stood facing him. Ed Rosteller, a body covered in blood and a completely worn-out prosecutor's uniform. Hair that has turned white and eyes that are burning red. Without further ado, he is the protagonist of Sylvania's failed sword saint. Taylor McLaura is right. The way he glares at me with his burning eyes is full of anger. I don't know why, but a sarcastic laugh came out. "You whoa." Before I could say anything, a sword strike came first. Taylor McLaura has little time on her hands. They rushed in as if even the time to exchange a single word was a waste. Kang. We try to quickly implement defensive magic, but there are limits to our limited magical power. Due to the shock from the sword strike, I was pushed towards the bonfire. I was sure I would have blocked it, but I had to collect myself again after rolling on the floor a few times. Whoop, I get up from the mud. I wipe the mud from my face with my forearm and look back at Taily through the rain. The hero of this world raises his eyes, holding a great sword flowing with magnificent magical power. You can tell just by looking at it. The deadly horse skill, which corresponds to the critical period of the sword saint's ceremony, has been activated. This shows how arduous and difficult the ordeal at Elt Trading Company was. Taily, just like Taily, is in a corner. There is no telling how long the power of the sword saint's ceremony will continue. That side is in complete disrepair, and this side is unable to use magical powers. Ironically, the weight of the scale seems to be just right. After saying that, I burst into laughter. "Okay, let's give it a try." I held the dagger backwards and took out a handful of magic engineering supplies in the other hand. Cabin camp in the rain. I faced Taily like that for a while and waited for the other person to make a move. The stage was approaching its finale. "Tell the driver. Let the carriage start." When Dune finished explaining, Lucy's eyes were already in an unusual state. Princess Phenia and her entourage were watching each other. If the Princess of Persica's convoy was really mixed up for that reason, then the story goes that Princess Persica used Princess Phenia's movements for her own tricks. I had no idea how Princess Phenia would accept this fact. However, Lucy seemed to like Princess Phenia's position and gave instructions to the princess coachman as if she were the princess. "I want to go to camp too." Dune looked at Lucy with trembling eyes. I couldn't read the emotions on her face as she adjusted her witch's hat and opened her blank eyes. Chapter 188, Ed Subjugation Battle 11. Just as the rain that bounced off the sword's body hit the muddy floor, Taily kicked the floor once more. The speed is difficult even to follow with the eyes. One splash of mud and it feels like the world has stopped. In the eyes of Taily, who was wearing the various martial arts of the sword saint's ceremony, the world felt a beat slower. In reality, it's not that the world has slowed down, but Taily's senses have sharpened. That fact can only be known to those who face Taily like that. Hwara, Kagagagak. Ed Rosteller rolled backwards and spread magic supplies on the floor. As soon as he saw the 3 or 4 magical engineering supplies in his hand, falling to the ground, Taily used his sword again and cut them all down. With that large sword, he accurately targets and cuts down the small magical engineering supplies. Not even once, but 2 or 3 times. The speed was so fast that when Ed Rosteller jumped backwards and took his stance again, all of the magical engineering supplies he had sprayed had been neutralized. I have already dealt with the method of controlling the battlefield using magical engineering supplies through Elvira on the first floor. Above all, you must not give your opponent the opportunity to place magic engineering supplies on the battlefield as intended. Taily, who has already learned how to deal with it through experience, is an infinitely difficult opponent for Ed. "Where is Isla?" Taily asks in the pouring rain. Ed smiled wryly as he swept his sleeves to shake off the mud. Well, just before Taily arrived, he was subdued and placed inside a wooden shelter, and the entrance was blocked. Could it be that Taily didn't see it because the timing wasn't right? It's a good thing that witnessing Isla being restrained using aspect magic would only make her more excited. Ed adjusted his dagger while looking out of the corner of his eye at the wooden shelter with the entrance tightly blocked. You have to find it yourself. As expected, you are completely crazy about researching aspect magic. Taily picked up the great sword again and looked at Ed with burning eyes. I know that Isla is sensitive to such special magic power, but there is no need to study in such extreme ways. The more extreme the method, the greater the progress in research. He must have been under a negative influence from Professor Glast. Taily, who was gritting his teeth, lunged at Ed again. The body, strengthened by the critical period, has a time limit. There is very little time left for Taily anymore. I should have cut you down in the culvert then. Taily shows greater potential in desperate moments. However, nothing can stop the promised end from approaching. What is needed is a quick resolution. If you don't tell Isla's location, until the end you will have to take down Ed Rothdeller, the person responsible for the kidnapping. In that case, even if Taily loses consciousness here, Isla's safety can be guaranteed immediately. That was the conclusion. The most important thing is to defeat that blonde nobleman in front of you. I also had the power to do so. No matter how much Ed Rossdaler becomes strong enough to become the valedictorian of 3rd grade, in the end, the main character of the world is Taylor McLaura. Even if the destination is the same, the path is different. The world is smiling at Taylor McLaura. There is no spotlight to shine on the supporting actors. Ed Rossdaler took out another magic equipment from his pocket and threw it on the floor. At the same time, a fairly large amount of smoke began to rise throughout the camp. Quarring. Ah, a means of temporarily obscuring vision. It was a smoke generator. However, due to the weather conditions with heavy rain, the effect is greatly reduced. The smoke that was completely cleared away with Taily's sword strike didn't give me enough time. Papak pack. However, there was enough time for Ed Rossdaler to pick up the bow he had stored in the corner of the camp. In an instant, a couple of arrows fly through the smoke. Ha! Ha! Taily took a deep breath and lightly let out a shout filled with magical power, and all of the simple arrows she had made flew away. It is so powerful that it is not even worth wielding a sword. Rather, Ed exposed his location. It was a road heading towards the cabin. Taily kicked off the floor and quickly closed the distance towards Ed. Taily reached the other side of the bonfire and tried to grab Ed by the collar. But the hand cannot reach Ed. Pug, the moment her hand reached Ed's face, Taily's feet got stuck in the mud. Ah! The moment Ed lost his body's center of gravity, he lifted his foot and kicked Taily's thigh. Taily felt intense pain and rolled in the mud. This is Ed's cabin camp. Where and where the muddy mud would be created in rainy weather and what tools were available were entirely in Ed's mind. Just like that, Ed kicked Taily's great sword and sent it flying far away. Kong! And the moment he held the dagger backwards and pointed in that direction with Taily's shoulder, the sword strike manifested by magical power blows away Ed's dagger. and the next magical sword move was aimed straight at Ed's main body. Tang. Ed managed to manifest a basic defense formation, but its power is not even half of its usual strength. Kara, gag. Even though it was an instantaneous sword strike, in a hurry Ed Rostiller's magic power could not block the impact. Ed, who was thrown back by Taylor's sword, rolled several times along the mud floor and fell all the way to the cabin. Ed also looks like a mouse getting wet from the pouring rain. In addition, rolling on the mud floor several times made it even more miserable. Nevertheless, I stood up, wiping the mud off my face without any hesitation. Taylor also stood up in the mud, clutching her aching right calf. Heh, it's already taking a toll on your body. Soon you will lose consciousness. That clear feeling of fear was rising through Taylor's body. However, there is a questionable point I heard earlier. Magic power, I'm not using it. The blond noble boy standing side by side in the rain had been minimizing his use of magic for a while now. Taylor's sword strike was implemented in a hurry just now, so its power wasn't that great. But even that couldn't be blocked with defensive magic. For a wizard who rose to the top of the third grade, he looked extremely poor. Additionally, the same applies when shooting a bow. Ed Rothstiller doesn't necessarily use such crude arrows. He is a wizard who has already raised his magic sensitivity level so much that he can even create magic arrows. Even elemental magic is not used. The elemental spirits, one of his core powers, do not even show their noses. Taylor narrowed her eyes at the sight of her conserving her magic power to such a strange degree. Strength, I'm saving it. Is it possible to subdue Taylor without using magical power? Ed is such a cautious person that it seems like an expression of arrogance. He looked somewhat strange. That the wizard does not use magical power properly. That is no different from going beyond your handicap and fighting without using your hands or feet at all. Taylor gritted her teeth again and glared at Ed. I don't know what you're thinking. I can't afford to look into that situation either. The power of the sword spirit radiating from the body once again surrounds Taylor. It is a difficult task for Ed, who has to do his best to implement even the most basic defensive magic. But Ed Rothtailor, he mutters softly in a relaxed manner. Hyojumsel, this is a sword technique that Taylor learned and just used. There is no feeling of fear at all as he quietly whispers to himself, as if he is reciting a checklist. It should have been Ed Rosteller's first experience with this technology, but it felt like he had experienced it dozens and hundreds of times. I accept it naturally. Seeing Ed's relaxed appearance, Taylor felt impatient. I don't know why, but Ed Rosteller rarely uses magical power. In that case, he has a much greater advantage now that the power of the Sword Saint ceremony has reached its extreme level. Despite this, Ed shows no signs of panic or fear. Rather like a person who has a lot of things left to check, urges Taylor, try some more. As if it were a test tube testing Taylor. That's under normal circumstances. You might think it was bluff, or that he couldn't overcome his fear and turned away. However, the opponent is Ed Rosteller. There is a very high possibility that there is something really hidden or a scheme. Taylor is confused for a moment, but all he can do now is somehow subdue Ed before he falls unconscious. If so, you shouldn't give up. You must do your best to take him down. Either he's hiding his powers or he's in a situation where he can't use them. That doesn't matter at all. Magical power blooms again through Taylor's body. I don't know when it'll run out. This is the limit now. It's completely over. As if it had been confirmed over and over again, Taylor had fallen to the cold floor, but seeing her get up again and again is making me sick of it. The great sword is already far away. However, a true swordsman does not need the shape of a sword. It's good to have a sword, but you can cut without a sword. Just as Luden McLaura said, so Taylor McLaura also said the same thing. Kagak. Ka ga 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 ga. There was a sound like scraping metal. It's not a sound that could be made when magic power blooms. The magical power that had scraped the bottom of the floor was now far beyond the normal category. Sword Siangsic space cutting. If you get cut, you will definitely die. Before the body is cut off, existence itself disappears. Although it boasts a powerful power that almost reaches the extreme among the swordsman rituals, the recoil it gives to the body cannot be easily taken into account. Teslin McLaw, a disciple of great sage Sylvania, lost feeling in his right arm due to the recoil of this space cut while in a state of complete disrepair. Depending on what you cut, the burden on your body also varies. It is not a technique that can be fired randomly. However, among the descendants of the MacLaura family, Taily MacLaur is the one with the blood of a sword saint. He overcame even the recoil of the sword saint's ceremony with his will alone and swung his sword towards Ed. Hwara. Just the after effects of that magical power make the falling rain bounce away. The magic power that advances with a crackling sound cuts the entire area, leaving a dark red, twisted trace. It cannot be stopped by any means. It was a moment of such confidence. Grasp. According to that conviction, Ed's body was also broken in two. The moment she saw Ed's neatly torn body, Taily felt confident and anxious at the same time. The guilt of having committed murder rose up, and at the same time, the relief of ending Ed. Now he is confident that there is no one who can lay a spell on Isla. The moment you feel it and are about to lose consciousness, Ed's body became an illusion and disappeared. I didn't notice because the rain was pouring down, and my mental state was so extreme that the smoke blocked my view. Magic Engineering supplies welcome disc. The device which had completed its function was rolling on the floor. Ed already had a track record of perfectly learning the structure of the magic engineering supplies during the freshman class placement test. Now that my engineering skills have reached a high level, it wasn't difficult to imitate that structure. The momentary smoke screen blocking the view was not intended to provide an opening for shooting arrows. This is because, after confirming that Taily MacLaur had cut down all the magical engineering supplies, he decided that he should not be caught installing magical engineering supplies. So the moment the illusion disc was installed, the view was completely blocked by a smoke screen. Taily had already learned the lesson that magical engineering supplies should not be neglected while fighting Elvira. The moment Ed saw Taily's reaction, he had a plan in his head as to how he should make his next move. In addition, the smooth action of firing crude arrows and concealing even the purpose of spreading a smokescreen is a quickness that leaves you speechless. Ed Rostaler is a master of improvisation. I knew that fact, but I never thought that I would be caught off guard at the very end. Even the defensive magic that just blocked Taily's sword technique was used to protect this illusion. You have to truly block the illusion because Taily will mistake this illusion for the real thing. So where is the main body? Quong. Before I could finish that thought, the door of the wooden warehouse next to me burst open. It was 1 o'clock, so I rushed out. Ed, covered in mud, stumbles and bounces through the rain. It was not a very large amount of magic power, but just using it to that extent seemed like it was already overworked. However, Taily was also the same person who overworked her body to the limit. Taily has lost her center of gravity. Ed grabs the back of the neck and slams Taily into the mud. Quack, quah. Rainwater seeps into Taily's mouth as she screams in pain. Just like that, Ed Ross Taylor trampled on Taily's solar plexus. Hey, even space cutting. I can't believe I wrote it. You've cooked a lot. Ed's satisfied voice is truly the last dark note on the climax stage. Is the emotion hidden in that subtle expression one of satisfaction or the pleasure of victory? From Taily's perspective, there is no way to know. Kuhaha, is this really the limit now? I can't shake off Ed's foot trampling on my solar plexus. I try to clench my fists in the mud, but I can't even lift my forearms. Yes, you should do at least that much. Ed Rosteller also looks exhausted. At this point, Taily was sure. It's not that Ed Rosteller doesn't use magic power, it's that he can't use it. A wizard who cannot use magical power. What a funny word this is. Nevertheless, Ed Rosteller has something that Taily does not have. These are quickness, the ability to judge situations, and skill. The calmness that can overcome Taily. With that alone, it creates a gap between him and Taily. Overpowering Taily in a terminal state with a body that does not receive magical power is something that only he can do. Ed Ross Taylor, why on earth are you doing this? Taily gritted her teeth without even having time to wipe away the falling raindrops. Like this, even like this, there is no need to sacrifice Isla. Taylor McLaura, I know your story well. Unlike the fiery Taily, Ed Ross Taylor's tone is as cold as a glacier. But what can we do? Taily's wide-open eyes look towards the blond boy looking down at him with the rain clouds in the background. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't have a story? I have my own story too. Taylor McLaura's eyes tremble at Ed Rossdaler's motionless expression. Taylor McLaura doesn't know what Ed Rossdaler carries on his shoulders. Unlike the game world, where the distinction between good and evil is clear, real-life problems are just full of gray areas. As with all fights, it is ultimately just a conflict between beliefs. You worked hard to get here. This is the final stage prepared by Ed Rostaler. There is nowhere to go further after this. Now let's wrap it up. It was the moment when the dagger was raised with those words. Taily again, I gritted my teeth. Quong. The magic power that surged up like an explosion blooms once again. Taylor's struggling pattern that keeps popping up no matter how many times you hit him from the perspective of dealing with it. I am now fed up with it. There is venom in Taylor's eyes, as if he has lost his mind. At the same time, magic blooms again from the surroundings and changes into various weapons. From small daggers to long swords, broadswords, two-handed swords, and huge, great swords, man-armed swords of various shapes covered the area. However, the sight of Taily becoming stronger by converting the spilled blood into magical power, now even my ears are starting to tingle. It looks like it has absorbed all of Clevius' blood sword and Zig's mana weapons and transformed it in its own way. This world will not allow him to be defeated. It's as if he's talking like that. I can't help but hold my tongue as I see him becoming stronger the more he is cornered and cornered. Grasp. Ed Rostaler, pushed by the wave of magical power, fell. After rolling around in the mud a few times, he made a grunting sound and got up again. Hwara. Bang. Quonk. Sword Siangsik, the terminal spell, is now on the verge of being lifted. It's literally just a struggle now. All that remains is Taily McLaura's random sword attack, unable to even perceive the direction properly. Taily, holding his great sword, sits still in the mud. Now even my vision is blurry, and I can't see where Ed Rostaler is. Hey, 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 hey. I lowered my head and somehow pushed up off the floor to correct my posture. Intuition comes. The last swordsmanship ceremony, Death Horse, is now coming to an end. It's really over now. With this final blow, Ed Rostaler must be put to an end. That's why Taily closed her eyes tightly and gritted her teeth. The first swordsman, Luden McLaw, called the flow of the technique heart sword. The extreme meaning of swordsmanship that has been engraved in your mind after seeing it once is that you can use it at any time. It led to a library that only those who had reached the peak of the sword could access. The memories of the many powerful people he met while wandering around the lawless area of Cohelton are imprinted on his body. And those memories are inherited through blood and are piled up in Taily's body. The descendants of the Sword Saint are those who are born with that blood. I cannot see. My vision is blurry. I can't see where Ed Rostaler, who needs to be cut down, is. You can't judge by hearing because of the sound of pouring rain. As the terminal illness ends soon, I will no longer be able to fight to protect Isla. If that's the Cassethes' entire area will be cut down. There is little chance that Ed Rostaler will be hit by a random sword attack. He may have already assessed the situation. He doesn't have to try to block Taylor's sword strikes or deal with him. If you hide far away, Taylor McLaura will self-destruct. But Taylor can't stay still. If there is even the slightest chance left, he will do everything he can to take down Ed Rothtaler. Strength comes into the hand holding the sword. He clenched his teeth and struck with his sword. It indiscriminately cuts down everything around it. At the end of it all is Ed Rostaler. Whoa, caw, a series of sword strikes. There is no feeling of being cut. The only things that are cut off are the surrounding workbenches and wooden tools. Nevertheless, Taily gritted his teeth and attacked. Although he knew full well that there was no way Ed Rostaler could withstand such an indiscriminate attack, he clenched his teeth and continued his swordsmanship. If heaven helps just once, if someone called God is watching, if you are watching my miserable life, please let the attack reach Ed Rothtaler. While praying like that right before the end of death, he let out his last struggle. Quack, Kang. Even my vision was getting blurry, a situation on the verge of blackout. Did God finally answer that wish? Suddenly, I looked up and saw that the tip of his great sword was being pushed into Ed's shoulder. Push, poop, poop. A few drops of blood flew out onto Taylor's face. Wow. Phew, the great sword is supported by a small dagger, but it is not a blow that can be blocked with that small sword. Of course, Taylor's sword, which had been pushed in, was clearly entering Ed Ross Taylor's shoulder. The trembling dagger is only preventing a deeper wound. Did God really help Taylor? However, there is no way things in this world work so conveniently. Hey, Taylor McLaura. Ed Ross Taylor's posture suddenly caught my eye. No matter what anyone says, it looks like he ran into Taylor's range. If you get out of the range, and quietly watch Taylor self-destruct, wouldn't you be in a position to naturally win? Nevertheless, Ed Rosteller dared to come into the range of the great sword. If you want to use a sword, you must know what you want to cut before swinging it. You stupid bastard. What does that mean? Let's hold on to our barely conscious consciousness and tighten our vision again. Ed Rosteller's back is visible. It is a wooden shelter with the entrance tightly blocked. I don't know what was in it, but Ed rushed into range to protect it. Kang! Ka! While Ed Rosteller, who pushed away the great sword, let his upper body go limp. Tadang tang, and his dagger rolled on the floor. The blood flowing from his shoulder had already soaked the floor. Okay, you must have had a hard time too. Ed Rosteller gritted his teeth, spread his arms out, and held them up as a grandson. It was as if he was announcing that I was here. Ed spoke slowly, holding his body together, as if it was already difficult to even stand on his own two legs. I have already achieved everything I intended. Now it's just a matter of getting hit with a sword. I can do it out of loyalty. Did you say that a villain must be clean even before leaving? Although he had no taste for taking a losing position, at least Ed understood Taylor's position. So give it a clean cut. Anyway, Taylor can never kill someone if he lays down the board. You can't even cut it down properly with the force that was cornered in the first place. It would be difficult to leave a deep wound, let alone his life. Even the terminal, which was the last sword ceremony, was turned off. Taylor's hand, holding the handle of the sword, was shaking as if it might come loose at any moment. Still, there's no way you won't feel the pain. Being cut with a great sword is a dangerous act, no matter how badly the opponent is. However, in order to end Taylor's journey cleanly, it makes sense for him to also exit cleanly. A worthwhile supporting role is knowing when to quit. When your role is over, you move to the back of the stage. With that, I have now achieved what I have longed for. If only I could get a diploma and lay the foundation for finding my own life. Ed Rosteller closes his eyes and quietly recites, "Now let's end here. Follow the path of the protagonist. I go backstage as a supporting actor. Passengers are sitting and waiting in the prepared audience seats. These are supporting actors who have completed their roles. It's full of familiar faces here and there, leaving only a seat empty for Ed Rosteller. The supporting actors who came down first are sitting and chatting among themselves. Originally, Ed Rosteller was supposed to come down and sit down first, but things got complicated and he ended up being a bit late. Still, I came back to the right place. There was no reason to complain. Ed Rosteller, you are. It's over now. Quack, parara, push. The final blow is struck with clenched teeth with a hand that has lost all strength. From left shoulder to right waist, Ed's fresh blood bloomed. It wasn't a deep wound, but just looking at the bleeding, it wasn't a problem, even if it was life-threatening. Pouring rain and blood. Slowly, Ed Rosteller's legs lost strength. Thumping. A night with pouring rain. Ed took a few steps back. I leaned back against the entrance of the wooden shelter, holding my bleeding wound. So slowly, his body slid down the wall. Ah, you are okay. Ed gently closed his eyes and spoke again. Good work. So the final boss of Act 5, Ed Rosteller, falls. A single raindrop ran down his chin and landed on his school uniform shirt, covered in fresh blood. His face fell and leaned against the entrance of the wooden shelter, his eyes quietly lowered. Even though it had rolled in the mud several times, it looked comfortable and tidy. Shoot! And just like that, the stage came to an end. Taylor McLaw, the sword saint of trials, overcame all the trials and eventually rescued Isla McLaw. I didn't think the story would end with such a happy ending like the last verse in a traditional fairy tale, because things don't always work out as planned. I just hoped that the overall direction would at least roughly match. Taylor is in a position where she cannot know Ed's inner thoughts. When I look at Ed, leaning against the entrance of the wooden shelter, lying as if he is asleep, I wonder what kind of weight he was carrying. But in the end, what was more important than that was Isla's safety. Taylor gritted his teeth and barely managed to maintain his senses. I wanted to find out where Isla was while I was still conscious. Right halved, all ordeals ended anyway. He thought he couldn't overcome it, but somehow Taylor reached where Ed was and defeated them all. It was a difficult road, but we reached the end. That is the life of the protagonist. We will be able to talk after everything is finished. Why on earth did Ed Rosteller do something like that? You may only find out the inside story later, but what matters right now is finding Isla. Then Ayla, somehow, it was the moment when I tried to give strength to my legs by leaning my weight on the sword again. Bang, the world has turned upside down. For a moment, Taylor couldn't even decide what had happened. I felt nauseous because my vision was changing so rapidly. It wasn't until I suddenly lost my breath and felt the back of my head scrape against the floor. She realized that she was stuck in the mud again. It's strange. No matter how hard I try to breathe, I can't breathe. It was only after catching my breath again in the rain that I realized that someone had kneed my solar plexus. Oh my God. Medic, bring the medic quickly. I will request support from the academic department. What finally comes into view is a magnificent convoy that seems to have just arrived. The guards parked their carriages near the entrance to the North Forest and entered the forest. Even Phenia, the third princess of the Klol Empire, was mixed in. As her voice echoed through the rain, Taylor's eyes narrowed to the person holding her body down. A girl stuck her knee into Taylor's solar plexus in the mud and grabbed him by the collar. Although the face cannot be seen clearly because of the shadow of the witch's hat, the two brightly opened eyes in the darkness are clearly visible. It's a feeling of fear that goes beyond goosebumps and makes your body freeze just by making eye contact. She must have been a girl of small stature and not intimidating. Taylor forgot to breathe again. Shoot Kungung Kung. Lucy Merrill absolutely hates rainy days because she doesn't have many good memories. Taylor's solar plexus was trampled, and even his ears were flowing through his clearly opened eyes. The words that followed were drowned out by the sound of the rain. Chapter 189, Ed Subjugation, Battle 12. The red butterfly hairpin was shining softly in the moonlight coming through the stained glass. Although it is not equipped with any magical device, the hairpin makes the always noble-looking Saint Clarice look even more noble. The white hair cascading down the face is spread out on a prayer table prepared for church members. The pure white color that symbolizes purity was subtly colored from the hair to the elegantly dressed saint's clothes. Ah, Saint Clarice, I heard that you returned from school, but I didn't know you were coming to the bachelor's cathedral. I'm sorry if you had told me in advance it's dawn, and the sun hasn't even risen yet. The diligent choir attendant almost lost his nerve when he opened the chapel door at such an early hour. This is because the noble saint, who was said to live with the honor of seeing her face in person once in her life, if she were a member of the Telos Church, was sitting alone in the chapel. Oh my, I'm sorry for coming without telling you. Unlike when she was the immature noble child Kylie Ekney, when she is the Saint Clarice, this girl looks noble as always. The gap is such that it is hard to believe that the two people are the same person. Oh, you didn't attend the prayer meeting at Cleric's Monastery this summer. Mr. Xiangwang made it convenient for me to prioritize my academic schedule. I see. I was sorry. I'm sorry for disturbing you while you were praying. Do I have something to apologize for? I just came in on my own. In fact, Clarice was also embarrassed. I was planning to take off the pendant that had the camouflage magic imprinted on it for a moment and pray in a relaxed state in an empty chapel. However, I had no idea that other believers would arrive in that short period of time, so I had to respond with improvised means. Has there been any change in your state of mind about the sudden, unscheduled early morning prayer? Or are you worried? The student on duty asked for a moment, then hissed again and bit his tongue. I am sorry. I asked an off-topic question. Please forget this. I am so embarrassed by the situation right now that I am speechless. Oh, you don't have to be so difficult. Just, now it's school again. After calming the student down with a calm voice, Clarice put her hands together and closed her eyes again. The thought of missing the prayer meeting at the cleric monastery, the main body of the Church of Telos, and continuing my life in this Sylvanian monastery, far away from the Holy Emperor's building, it feels really amazing. Is that so? So I just wanted to pray to Telos, who helped me get through this semester without any major problems. After saying that, Clarice quietly lowered her head. The student on duty took a step back, holding his breath as it became clear that she was truly a saint who received the respect of the Church of Telos. The image of a saint sitting alone in a chapel and praying to Telos. It felt like time had stopped in the chapel, so the choir students decided not to disturb anything. The sound of the student leaving the chapel rang softly, but it did not reach the ears of Clarice, who was quietly praying. The wording of prayers to the Lord was always different. It is a different phrase depending on whether it is day or night. The Sabbath, Advent, holy eclipse, an ordinary cathedral, with believers or non-believers, whether it is a happy time or a sad time. Clarice had already memorized all those phrases when she was young. However, the wording of private prayers was always arbitrary. Even if she is a saint representing the Church of Tellus, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she feels comfortable with? Although it was full of trials and painful experiences, life as a bachelor always made Clarice excited. Every day was like a dream, to the point where I wondered when I would ever be able to live like this again. I experienced many things for the first time, and for the first time in my life, I met someone I wanted to become close to. However, it may not always be happy and enjoyable. The same goes for the experience I have accumulated. St. Clarice is the only girl who witnessed the resurrection of the Holy Spear Bellbroke, along with Ed. When it comes to Edgar Bellbroke, he is the only human being who can be trusted without question and who can accurately understand the context of the story, even if there is no basis for it. Because that alone doesn't even make him aware of how much he means to Ed, I just pray that the events ahead of him turn out well. Not all good things will happen. There will definitely be difficult times. Clarice quietly recites, praying that she can gain the strength and courage to overcome the remaining trials. God, who looks down on us from the sky and lovingly cares for us, please give us a strong will and firm courage to overcome the trials that lie ahead. Please give me the reason to calmly deal with unexpected situations without losing my sense of reason. Rain is falling. As soon as she sees Ed lying bleeding, Princess Phenia throws away her lace-covered umbrella and runs out into the rain. The servants are shocked and chase after Phenia with umbrellas, but Phenia pays no attention and straightens Ed's mud-covered body. Blood was flowing from a deep sword wound. Blood was already forming a puddle on the floor due to the pounding rain. The subjects are shocked and run out, but Phenia doesn't even seem to care. The royal family's ridiculously expensive dress ends up covered in mud and blood. They tried to stop the bleeding by tearing the collar, but the amount of bleeding was so large that it was impossible. Princess Phenia shouts at the soldiers and orders them to bring a medic immediately. He shouts in an angry voice that the academic department should also request this duty. Please give me the character to keep a cool head even when unbearable anger surges over me. A surge of magical energy surges through the collar that holds Taylor. Lucy feels indescribable anger in front of Taylor, who can no longer move her body. It is raining. In my memory, I remember the day the girl's teacher Glock left. Now I have let go of a lot of things. The longing that remained in her heart was replaced by a new relationship, and there was no empty space left in Lucy's heart. The emptiness was filled long ago. That's why now I don't lose my temper and go on a rampage or do things out of anger. However, that does not mean that the rising anger disappears. The sad chill in his eyes as he glares at Taylor sends a shiver down his spine. Dozens of ice spears floated behind Lucy. The ice spear is a mid-level magic that is often used by high-level students who are skilled in magic. However, its scale and magical power are completely different. Although it is a level of magic that would make a student exhausted even if it were only implemented, the ice spear that Lucy created fills the air. From Taylor's perspective looking up at Lucy, she can't see the sky. He didn't even chant. There is no sign of even raising magical power. Magic on this scale can be realized just by reflexive movements caused by anger. It makes you see at a glance how desperate the gap between Lucy Merrill and Taylor McLaura is. Even if she is in perfect condition and not in complete disrepair, Taylor cannot even reach Lucy's toes. There is not an ounce of mercy to be found in Lucy's angry appearance. Cold anger rather than hot, without shedding tears, swearing, or yelling evil. The cold, chilling feeling that seeps in gradually turns into a greater sense of fear. Please give me the wisdom to always see the truth of things first, even in urgent situations. Secretary Rihanna closed her eyes tightly and gritted her teeth as she ran across the half-destroyed hallway of the commercial office. Dune has completely fallen out of the top tier. The employees of the Chamber of Commerce, who faced the catastrophe of the chamber building collapsing in the absence of leadership, are already in a state of panic. There is no such thing as order. First of all, you have to run away. Elt Trading Company has already reached a point where it is difficult to normalize. I couldn't know exactly what happened, but I knew it through intuition. Dune was unable to completely dominate Lortel Ketchel. I thought I had completely trapped the sly fox girl, but there was still an escape route for her. The memory that came to mind for Secretary Rihanna was the face of Jenica she saw in the VIP waiting room. The girl who was guarding the waiting room with all kinds of spirits manifested was the very thing of fear to Rihanna. Rihanna's secretary was timid to begin with. I felt like I had already reached my limit just by clenching my teeth and running down the hallway. However, the wall next to the hallway suddenly exploded, sending out fragments. Secretary Liena rolled on the floor, clutching her chest in shock. The thing that broke through the wall was the object that Secretary Rihanna had been running away from just moments ago. Drizzle of rain poured into the hallway inside the half-destroyed store. It was here. Yenica Palova, who broke through the wall, looks at Secretary Rihanna and talks to her. Even if we find ourselves in a corner, please help us think of ways to overcome it. Assistant Professor Claire leads Lortel Ketchelm to the Vice Principal's office in the Trix building. Now, it doesn't seem like a very good thing for Lortel and Rachel to meet. The relationship between Elt Chamber of Commerce and the Academy has already become so strained that it is unlikely to get any worse from here. Not only that, Lortel, who looks like he's in a serious crisis, what kind of negotiation can he make when he meets Vice Principal Rachel? However, due to Lortel's strong request, a call was made to Vice Principal Rachel's office. When the acceptance was surprisingly readily accepted, only Assistant Professor Claire was left in a dazed mood. In the end, although it is unreliable, Professor Khaled is left alone in the duty room, and Assistant Professor Claire and Lortel enter the Trix building side by side. When I walk down the hallway and open the door to the Vice Principal's office, I see an elderly woman with flowing dark red hair sitting at the office desk. Sylvania's Vice Principal's attire isn't that extravagant, but it's not that simple either. A bluish cloak over neatly dressed clothes. Looking at the nasolabial folds and the wrinkles on the back of her hands that show the passage of time, she is definitely not a woman who looks young even with empty words. He is a person who has been at odds with the principal, Obel Fortius, and has constantly created a negative impression on the Elt Company. Rachel looks surprised when she sees Lortel following Assistant Professor Claire. Although Bachelor participated in Dune's plan to take over the Elt Company, he did not go far beyond turning a blind eye. We just received a promise to lift the monopoly on some items that Elt Corporation has a monopoly on. The internal war of nerves was so fierce that the merchants gave up their right to make money. But in the end, it was a disaster. As soon as Rachel saw Lortel, she succeeded in predicting the situation to some extent. However, the conversation between Lortel and Rachel is separate. Negotiations between those at the forefront of academic affairs and those at the forefront of commercial affairs, just appealing to emotions, is not enough to reach a conclusion. The two people sit across from each other at the negotiation table. Even though he is in a corner, Lortel smiles coquettishly. Even if something does not go as intended, please give me the wisdom to put things right again. The young aspect's magical energy disappears from Isla's body. When Ed Rosteller was injured, and his control over his magic completely disappeared, only then did Isla succeed in coming to her senses. The place is inside a tightly packed wooden shelter. This place, once a favorite place for Lucy Merrill to take a nap, is a makeshift shelter with a floor covered in fluffy fur and a ceiling made of large leaves thickly layered on a wooden frame. It's dark because the entrance is blocked. Isla opens her eyes, shakes her head, and tries to get up. The sound of rain fills the interior, making it hard to hear the sounds from outside, but it seems like there was some commotion anyway. It's dark, so I can't find the entrance. Still, Isla carries her heavy body and touches the edge of the wall here and there. The noise of crowds can be heard from outside. After listening to the sound and fumbling around for a while, I finally find a door that I can just barely push aside. I whine and push the handle in my hand in the dark, but the door doesn't move. Still, it seemed to be moving slightly, so Isla continued to tighten her grip. And Clarice's prayer stops there for a moment. We would like to ask God for help in every crisis we can imagine, but there are still many more trials in the world that we cannot imagine. Trials are trials because they are unpredictable. Clarice knew that very well, so she closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and spoke softly, putting pressure on her hands. Please give me the courage to face it without fear, even when I face a huge ordeal that I cannot overcome. Aha! Taylor overcomes her fear. Even if there is absolutely no hope of overcoming the ordeal that stands in front of them, there are those who do not stop pounding on the wall. They are the captains of sinking ships, or they are soldiers who maintain formation to protect the capital even though they know they will lose the war. The same goes for the workers who repaired the dam without running away even when they saw the rushing flood. Fathers who send their children behind their backs even in the face of a murderer with a weapon are like that. They have something in common. It is not such a great philosophical thought, nor is it a will so noble as to be tongue-in-cheek. The point is that there are things that must be protected. That one simple fact can help people overcome unbearable fears. It makes you continue to resist even at the end. Taylor clutches Lucy's small hand tightly with a hand full of blood. Even though she's only half my size and weight, I can't shake her off even with all my might. Nevertheless, Taylor gritted his teeth and resisted with all his will. Lortel Ketchell's villa is over there. The convoy is ready to enter. According to the information received, we will mainly search the underground space. If we don't move quickly, we don't know what kind of trick they will use. Meanwhile, Princess Fenia, who was pressing Ed's wound, couldn't believe her ears. Senior Trainer Toon, who had been dispatched as a convoy under orders from Persica, was thinking of leading the convoy and raiding Lortel's villa. The number of people in the convoy is limited. As they entered Sylvania, the people they had left behind while going through the formalities and the people guarding the carriage were missing. And due to the nature of the space inside the forest, many people could not move at once. It was a situation where there was no benefit in dispersing the personnel any further than this. What are you talking about? Can't you see the person is bleeding? Not only Ed, but Taylor is also seriously injured. Taylor's condition, which has accumulated injuries, is bad, but Ed's immediate bleeding is also not serious. Ed is overwhelmingly serious based on the bleeding scent alone. I didn't know what would happen if I left Ed like this on a rainy day like this. It's Hwang Myung. Move right now, Princess Fenia. It's an alarm that puts people's lives in danger. Don't you understand what I am saying? Princess Fenia got up from her seat and aimed straight at Toon, a female knight with red hair hanging down and taking off her helmet. Although he is dignified and trustworthy, his loyalty is not towards Princess Fenia. She is the closest confidant of the knight commander who is attached to the Princess of Persica. Although they were dispatched under the pretext of being Princess Fenia's bodyguard, their ultimate purpose was to carry out Persica's orders. Disobeying the imperial command is punishable by death. The female knight, caught between the orders of the Princess of Persica and the orders of the Princess Fenia, spoke with her eyes closed. Princess Fenia, Senior Trainer Thune, don't make me remember that name. If you keep quiet like this, you will see the actions of a criminal. Toon could not finish his sentence, because my head suddenly turned. Toon's pupils widened in surprise. Fenia Elias Clole, Princess of Charity. Her tendency to embrace and acknowledge people, no matter how lowly their status, gave her the nickname. This is because when she was in the Rose Palace, she judged people solely based on their abilities and character. From the cleaning worker, who cleaned the imperial floor, to the new maid, who was a third-rate assistant cook, to the imperial chef, her temperament to treat everyone equally was a miracle that bloomed in this insidious world of intrigue. Shouldn't there be people like this among the royal family? Her evaluations and rumors that circulated among users were usually like that. She slapped her subordinate in a place where so many people are watching. The sight is so rare that it feels unreal. Not only Toon, but also the other soldiers who were watching the situation held their breath. Even if you were to lift the cheek of a female knight who has been training for a long time, there is no way that it would show great power. The pale hands that had grown noble all their lives only became more red. However, the eyes that were glaring at Toon with narrowed eyebrows in the rain were still firm. A raindrop falls down her jawline. As she was hanging from the edge, Princess Fenia opened her mouth. Please stay in line. A person fell after being cut by a sword. Princess Fenia also understands the life story of Ed, who was on the brink of death several times. The hard thing to bear is that Princess Fenia was the biggest burden and wall in Ed's life, which he lived so tenaciously. There is someone who is holding on so hard. Is that what you want to say now? The words he uttered sting himself. I was the one who expelled him from school in the first place. I was also the one who stood in opposition to him every time at important junctures. Criticism, suspicion, contempt, trials, and pain. If we go to the source, most of them were directed to Princess Fenia. The darkness of the Ross Taylor family and the wild life where just living each day was painful including the life of a bachelor who was ridiculed wherever he went. A man who gritted his teeth and never gave up his will to live, even though his life was full of pain. The person who was always glaring into the man's eyes from the other side was Princess Fenia. However, there remains one well-known fact that no one can deny. Ed Rosteller never once resented Princess Fenia. Although there were times when he was grumpy or indifferent, Ed never became pessimistic about life, blaming others for his situation. Toon suddenly looked at Princess Fenia's face again and took a deep breath. It wasn't just rain running down her chin. After sniffling once, she somehow manages to maintain a stern expression, but if you look deep inside, a weak girl of that age comes out. If I stay still like this, I will die. How did I survive my life? This is a fact that is too easily forgotten due to its distant lineage and authority. Even if you were born of the most noble bloodline, wear dazzling dresses at a magnificent rose palace, and go to dazzling dinner parties, even if they are members of the royal family who ride in a carriage the size of a commoner's house, look down on the world, and command hundreds of troops with a single wave of their hand. After turning over one eyelid, what you see is just a girl who has grown up. It flew like a long spear and stuck in Toon's head. I realized that I was completely at odds with the prestige of the royal family that I had seen while working in the Imperial Knights for many years. The royal family are also people. This very obvious fact seems like a ridiculous twist. We will organize personnel toward Haxadang. Toon spoke slowly and in a trembling voice. Trainer Toon, if it's not now. When the assistant next to him tried to say something, Toon raised his hand to stop him. Soon, seeing Princess Fenia going to the fallen Ed and pressing his wound tightly, Toon hesitated for a moment before speaking. For now, we follow Princess Fenia's orders. If that happens, we can capture Lortel Ketcheln as well. We just prioritize dealing with the situation in front of us. While saying so, Toon gathered his soldiers. Bringing in medical personnel is not that difficult. However, the problem is Lucy Merrill, who is holding Taylor's collar. She is a girl with great power that can end any situation. Taylor's treatment is determined by a single gesture from her hand. The only boy who can stop her is also unconscious and bleeding. Just like that, the released magic power covered the sky. The story ends. Amen. After finishing the last prayer, Clarice raised her head like that. In the sky that was vaguely visible beyond the stained glass, the darkness of the night was already fading away, and the energy of morning was slowly rising. The dark red clouds have subsided considerably, and there is a light breeze blowing in the outside scenery seen through the outer window. It's too dark to be called morning, and a little bright to be called night at time on the border. Clarice nodded, feeling the early morning air. I do a big stretch to relieve my sore body, and as I slowly walk out of the chapel, I hit my toe on the wooden seat prepared for believers. He makes a sobbing noise and nods in pain alone, but then he grabs the necklace and walks away again. My toes were so sore that I was in tears, but I somehow held it back and came out again looking like a noble and holy saint. After that, I took a short, deep breath. The early morning air entering my lungs was cool. At this point, it felt like it could be called morning air. Chapter 190 Ed Subjugation Battle 13. A huge amount of gold and silver treasures hidden in an underground wine cellar. Dune found this and tried to use it as a justification for Lortel's dismissal. The Imperial convoy was running to help him. Taylor McLaura rushes forward with the sole intention of saving Isla. After receiving his blow, I tried to somehow regain consciousness, but ended up losing consciousness. These are things I vaguely remember. I had no idea that Taylor, who was so devastated that she even had no energy to breathe, would deliver such a powerful blow. After all, pride is a sin. I've cornered Taylor to the limit, so what should I do with this level of attack? It wasn't something to be treated lightly. This is because Taylor McLaura's willpower was stronger than I thought. Well, there is no great point in regretting the past. Now is the time when we have to somehow come to our senses and take care of our wounds. With that thought in mind, I opened my eyes. It's a click, but it's an unfamiliar ceiling. And Lucy, with a stereotypical face, was on the boat. Is it déjà vu? No, I think I regained consciousness like this last time. When you collapsed from overwork last year. Right. At that time, you unraveled quite a bit of my twisted magic power. It's the same this time, too. The process of opening your eyes and exchanging stories is as natural as water. Anyway, when I look at Lucy, who is somehow dazed, I also feel like I am being stretched, so I try to keep my composure. Long time no see. Lucy, I know. It feels like I came back from a big mess. I tried to move my body, but the pain started creeping up around my chest, so I gave up. Taylor's sword wound crossed her abdomen, but surprisingly, even though Lucy was pressing down, she didn't feel much pain. The girl is so light that it's hard to tell if she's a human or a feather, but even taking that into account, she feels surprisingly weightless. If you put unnecessary pressure on it, it will only hurt you. So I used some lightweight magic. Okay, I see, but if you don't get on the ship in the first place, there's no need to use lightning magic. That's not allowed. Your posture becomes uncomfortable. Isn't there any reason to sit up here like this and work out the twisted magic? It's easy to see your face. The answer left me speechless. I often talk about it in a sarcastic tone, but if I put it bluntly, it's a straight shot. After speaking, he seemed to think that it was a fastball that was sucked in too straight, so he put some magic power into his fingertips as if he was being vague. Then can I ask you some questions that I should have asked as soon as I woke up? Ha! You can do it. Where is this place? How did you happen to be taking care of me? How did the situation go after I collapsed? What happened to the Imperial family? What happened to Taylor? How did Isla turn out? And how did the Elt Company's affairs end? Yes, ill answer only what I know. Lucy's characteristic blank eyes and grumpy tone still remain. However, it seemed like he was talking more than usual, which was quite surprising. Actually, I've become quite close with Lucy, compared to the time when we just went to camp to take a nap. We interacted a lot in various ways and became friends who knew everything we didn't know about each other. In addition, there are few people who can be relied on as much as Lucy in times of crisis. It was a position that I always felt reassured by. This is the infirmary at the Trix building, and I gave Taylor a good beating. That's it. Actually, there's nothing else to do other than finish. Not even an hour has passed since I finished work. I was thinking that quite a long time must have passed since I lost consciousness and then woke up. However, in reality, even though the basic first aid treatment and Lucy's magical treatment went well, her physical condition did not show much improvement. But the rain has stopped. The sun is slowly rising in the morning. Is that so? Ha! The night is over. I sighed deeply, covering my eyes with the forearm I had raised with difficulty. Is it? Only after such a pleasant monologue did my frozen brain begin to move properly again. This is probably not a situation where you can lie still. I need to check everything that happened after that. First, go back to the camp the moment I was about to say that Lucy took off her witch hat and pressed it against my face. I thought my vision went black for a moment, but all I could feel was the rough brim of my hat touching my skin. Number rest. Lucy's characteristic is short but decisive expressions of emotion. In fact, as she is a girl who rarely expresses her feelings, it is not often that she speaks so firmly. Just observing the world as it goes by always letting things happen as they happen because he was a kid with a strangely spirit-like temperament. You can take a break later. Things to check now, because these things are so important I have to see it with my own eyes. Even if I just go to the camp, I will be able to figure out some important things. Do you remember the promise we made before going to the Ross Taylor family at the beginning of vacation? I thought for a moment about Lucy's unexpected question and then nodded. I kept my promise. As you asked, I dealt with that eyeball monster at Rosteller Mansion and went to the Imperial Palace, where I was promised your personal safety. Thanks. There's no need to just give thanks in words. I just wanted the return on my promise. Lucy's expression was still unmoving as she quietly took off her hat again. But recently, I was able to extract subtle emotions, even from Lucy's expressionless face. Just looking at her stern tone and slightly lowered eyes, I think I can roughly read her state of mind. I don't like being lonely anymore. I need a reason for living that I can see and live by. That's what I've already heard. That's what I promised her too. If you think about a girl named Lucy Merrill, she is always alone. In a way, it is natural to have a temperament that does not fit in with others, because I don't try to easily understand or be understood by others. I don't even try to put anyone within my reach. Because I know the pain of loss, I don't carelessly reach out. If you're trying to keep someone by your side, it is the result of a very big decision. Even though it may seem like a somewhat twisted feeling, if you understand its underlying vagueness, you can't just say it's wrong. This is because human emotional issues are subjective. We cannot just say what is right, and what is wrong, so please don't get hurt. Soon Lucy lowered her upper body and buried her face in the pillow with her head on my shoulder. The sight of him holding my head with his small hands was vague, like he was holding something tightly in his arms that he didn't want to lose. I also had nothing to say in response. There are some experiences in this world that you never want to have again. I stayed silent. Without any response, I apologized slowly. I'm sorry for making you worry. After lying down like that for about 10 more minutes, I was able to stand up when I raised my upper body. In any case, the sword wound suffered by Taylor does not seem to be deep. My hands were shaking just by lifting the sword, so just being able to cut myself must have been a miracle. The cut was large, and the bleeding was severe, but if you provide first aid well and stop the bleeding, there will be no side effects. However, they say that scars are difficult to remove. Let's think of this as self-employment. Anyway, I heard you beat up Taylor. Only then did I feel a sense of discomfort creeping in over time. He was already in a state of complete disrepair. They said it beat more there. I was so angry that I almost got into trouble. Still, I'm also a person who is improving. I endured it with just a few punches. Even though Lucy's punch did not contain any magical power, it hurt more than a honey chestnut or a cracked chest. Those were truly reassuring words. Aha! As I somehow managed to sit up, Lucy was sitting next to me on one side of the bed, holding a piece of beef jerky in her mouth. In the meantime, did you bring beef jerky from the cabin? Even her tongue sticks out at that quick wit. After taking a bite, he clenched his mouth and stomped his feet, making a saggy face, as if he had regained some sense of taste that he missed. I don't recklessly cause trouble like I used to. I thought about it slowly and realized your intention. My intentions. No matter what, there's no way you could so easily allow a swordsman attack on a child who is so completely disfigured. Clearly, Taylor's last sword strike was close to an indiscriminate attack that devastated the surrounding area without regard to the target. It was a struggle to defeat the opponent, even if it was just a last hope, before losing all strength and collapsing. It was obvious why he rushed in and blocked the opponent, who was sure to destroy himself if he just watched. You were trying to protect the girl who was inside the wooden shelter. Speaking of which, was he safe? To put it bluntly, I tricked him a little, so he's more of an innocent person. So I was a little worried that he might get hurt. Are you hurt anywhere? When I said that, the answer didn't come out right away. Lucy, who was mumbling with beef jerky in her mouth, suddenly stretched her upper body forward, opened her half-moon eyes, and looked at my expression. As I stared at her, as if wondering what was the problem, Lucy flopped onto the bed, as if she was okay with it. I was safe. After the convoy arrived, he opened the door of the wooden shelter alone and came out crying with shocked eyes and hugging the swordsman. The sword saint's expression was a bit dazed. I guess they realized you jumped in to protect that girl. Is it? It may have seemed strange from Taylor's point of view. At that point, rushing in to stop Taylor was almost like risking my life. No matter how precious Isla is as a material for research on aspect magic, isn't it a bit strange that she is willing to risk her own life to protect it? Taylor must have thought something like that. That girl told an interesting story. Suddenly Lucy stood up again after saying that. Then, unlike before when he sat next to me, he sat with his back to me. He hugged his knees and laid his head on them. I pressed the end of my school uniform jacket that had excess sleeves. Siangchengriang bell broke. I was silent for a moment. They made a fuss about me saying something so strange and unbelievable. To be honest, even if it were me, I would have doubted what kind of nonsense it was that a mythical ancient dragon came back to life out of nowhere and destroyed the entire Akan Island. Unless you remember what happened during joint combat training. What was not taken into account. That is the boss battle in Act 3 of was skipped as is. Therefore, a girl named Lucy Merrill, who must have been deeply hurt and lonely, found a new reason for life, and once again her blank eyes shine brightly. The impact of the existence of the irregular named Ed Rosteller is that it brought about a huge change in the existence of a girl named Lucy Merrill. Above all, Lucy is the girl who confirmed the existence of Siang Changrayang in that repeating loop. Why are you trying to handle it alone? You could have told me too. In fact, it is not an opponent that can be defeated even if Lucy joins. The final boss of this entire scenario is so massive that even Lucy struggles. The majesty of the holy spear dragon that descended covering the sky of Akan Island became a burden and weighed heavily on my shoulders. I thought for sure you wouldn't believe it. Of course you didn't believe it. If only it were like before. A stranger who invaded the set scenario called Sylvania's failed sword saint. That was my last time as Ed Ross Taylor. You know what's going to happen in the future. For some reason, I can vaguely see the flow of the future. I don't think anyone would sympathize with me if I kept saying ridiculous things like that. Because I started from the bottom. This is because I started from the bottom, where no one trusted me and only ridiculed me, and I walked all the way shouldering all my problems alone. But it's not like it used to be. Now, however, change is always noticed too late. Just like after climbing a mountain for a while, you look at the scenery behind you and realize that you have climbed quite a bit. Change is truly ironic because there are some things that you only learn when you look around you again. I remember my first day in the forest. There was no place to sleep right now, so I forced myself to lie down in a wooden shelter made by gluing together trees. The sound of insects ringing occasionally in a quiet forest. A landscape with no one around. A time when I sat alone in the dark and quietly waited for the sun because there was no light source. I was discussing the pain of loss and loneliness after seeing Lucy. In fact, I reflect on the fact that I was the one who was closer to loneliness than anyone else. However, what happens is that you find yourself once again taking it for granted. I will believe whatever you say and I will help you. This was because I felt uncomfortable because Lucy, who was sitting back, seemed to have said something that was truly uncharacteristic of Lucy. Only then did I realize why Lucy had bothered to sit with her back to me. It must have been a rather embarrassing thing to say to her face. I can't quite imagine what kind of face Lucy behind me might be making. Still, I didn't bother to look at it out of consideration for myself. When I looked up, all I saw was a crumbly wooden ceiling. Let's go towards Elt Trading Company. Eventually, I crawl out of bed. Lucy, who was puffing out her cheeks and looking at me dissatisfied, told me that she was accompanying me because she was really worried. No matter how much I think about it, I can't just sit still like this. It is time to see with your own eyes how the situation has been resolved. Taylor and Isla, Lortel and Doon, Princess Fenia and Princess Persica, and even Vice Principal Rachel. Where did I end up in the midst of the tangle of interests and beliefs? And the most important thing, is it Doon or Lortel who is currently sitting as the acting chairman of Elt Trading Company? I had to check the results. Chapter 191, after a long night, 1 QO. It felt strange to call it a stretching sound. Assistant Professor Claire, who opened the glass door of the main entrance to the Trix building while looking at the rising morning sun, was so glad to see the early morning air that tears came to her eyes. I ended a long day of duty with Professor Callide, who didn't even pretend to eat for one person. Her blonde hair had become dull from staying up all night, with little hairs sticking out here and there. The puffy eyes had become completely frizzy, so the eyes of the smoked fish dish seem more lively. There is not even a trace of dignity in the way he stretches ungainly like an old man. Surely, until a few years ago, Assistant Professor Claire was also a beautiful girl who was an honor student at Sylvania University and gave off an atmosphere that was difficult to approach. After a few years, the so-called wise man's time was posted on the image of a woman who had become so worn down by society that instead of putting on pretty makeup, she was tying up her messy hair in a discreet ponytail. Was the choice to pursue a teaching career too reckless? Even though the fresh morning air brought tears to my eyes and cooled my lungs, I honestly didn't feel all that good. Is there a record of dispatch of medical personnel in the early morning? Ah, yes, a student was injured near the northern forest. Wow, a student got hurt. Yes, I have compiled a list of the inspector reports so you can check them. The matter has already been reported up to the vice principal's line, so there is no need to take any new action. The next worker who was going through the handover process looked at the crowded list and clicked his tongue. What happened last night? There were a lot of accidents. The Elt commercial building collapsed in the residential building. Although it happened outside the teaching building, we still need to be aware of it. The Elt Trading Company building. What happened? Have you finished investigating the circumstances? After letting down his hair, the worker pushed up his glasses and spoke as if he was embarrassed. Assistant Professor Claire closed all the doors she had opened for ventilation and then entered the duty room and spoke. They say the explosion was caused by poor risk inventory management. It was a pretty refreshing answer. Risk inventory. It appears that magic items imprinted with explosion symbols caused a series of explosions in the Elt Company warehouse. The shift worker looks embarrassed while checking the list. Elt Trading Company, which is said to have distributed quite a few products, also makes the same mistake. Well, they say there were no serious injuries or casualties, but the financial damage would be significant. Assistant Professor Claire said that, without blinking. The reason why the Elt commercial building was destroyed was because of an accident that occurred during distribution of goods. Is the handover over? Are you off work now? A man who was sitting on a chair at the end of the office with his feet stretched out and a book covering his face stood up. The sight of the body shakily rising, loosening its screaming joints, looks like a corpse waking up from the dead. Wow, it was long. It was long. After spending most of the night just sitting in place, it was clear that he was tired. To begin with, Professor Callide always looks tired. Ah, I should go back to my room and rest. I wonder if there's any beer left at the general store in the living area. Ah, yes, please come in safely, Professor Callide. Claire, aren't you going in? Do you mean to confirm this and kill him? He must have seen it and uploaded the documents. Claire spoke while holding back tears. The school opening ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. I have to order the cleaning of the Student Center auditorium in the morning and check whether the employees have completed preparations for the opening ceremony before returning. Well, after working all night, work piles up until the morning. It could be said that it was a situation where tears covered my eyes. Professor Callade grabbed one of Assistant Professor Claire's shoulders and clenched his fist on the other side. Good luck, Claire. I said it's okay to go through hardships when you're young. After saying that, the back of Professor Callide walks toward the front door with unsteady steps. As I look at the back of the drunkard, staggering around with his hands stuffed into the pockets of his white coat, I feel like I just want to hit him in the face. By the way, where is the injured student? Since I have taken over, I think I should check once in a while at that time, the next worker asked Assistant Professor Claire. Our student, Ed Rosteller. I believe he is currently lying in a hospital bed in the infirmary of the Trix building. He said all emergency measures have been completed, so I guess he is not there right now. Yes. Professor Callide spoke in front of the wide-open front door, taking out a candle. Claire, the last time you went out to check on the safety hazard area, you left the Trix building with Lucy Merrill. I sat in the duty room and saw it for sure. Oh no, he went out. What if you just let him go? I saw that he was seriously injured. Don't worry. Professor Callide, who was puffing smoke, suddenly looked up at the eastern sky. There was still a lot of dark red in the sky, but the sun was pushing out the darkness and peeking out little by little. I got permission from Vice Principal Rachel's son. Don't touch him and let him do whatever he wants. It's inevitable to feel dumbfounded after seeing the half-destroyed Elt commercial building. In the first place, a collapsed building is always a sight that strikes the blind spot of an accident. It is a sight where a structure that seemed to stand firmly in its place for days on end is collapsing helplessly. It's natural to feel like your daily life has collapsed or that the world has completely changed. The workers who came to repair the commercial building seemed to all be thinking the same thing, as they all looked confused as they looked at the building, which was now only half of its shape. It's the last day of summer vacation. The students who encountered this major accident as soon as they returned to school were all shocked, but their daily lives did not collapse. You came up with an unusually extravagant plan. No, I didn't know it would grow this big. No one seemed to be paying attention to Lucy, who was standing outside the Elt Company's cage, looking inside and clinging to it with her arms wrapped around her arms. In the first place, the collapse of the Elt commercial building itself was disguised as being caused by some kind of explosion. It doesn't seem like a simple misunderstanding, and I have a strong feeling that it was influenced by someone higher up. Even the sight of the workers starting the restoration work as naturally as water was filled with a sense of discomfort. That's enough. Let's go to camp. Ha! I walked side by side with Lucy, holding on tightly to my unsteady steps. The distance from the living quarters to the North Forest camp is not short. If you sprint as hard as you can get there quickly, but you're not in the right physical condition to do that. Lucy looked at me with concern as I wandered around aimlessly, but she didn't try to stop me. It seems like they are telling you to do whatever you want. Lucy, who followed me into the forest while clutching my collar tightly, used her magic power to cut down every hanging vine or leaf that appeared. When I put my hand down on the witch's hat and stroked it as if I were grateful, Lucy put her head on my forearm, seeming to feel very happy. Even so, it was difficult to deal with the fact that he would occasionally giggle and keep his posture, as if he was aware that it was something very embarrassing. So we walked through the forest at dawn for a while. When I passed this road with Lortle last night, it was so dark that I couldn't even see an inch in front of me. But now, as the light of the rising morning sun seeped through the forest, the subtle fog was shedding light in a mysterious way. As I cross the gap, Lucy's soft white hair also shines mysteriously. Lucy's hair seems to absorb light like a sponge. It turns red at sunset and glows softly at sunset. You know, I like this forest. No matter when, Lucy's words feel like they came out of nowhere. This is because it is suddenly brought out without warning. I like the smell of grass when I walk like this at dawn. It feels like Lucy's voice is also subtly permeating the sound of insects in the forest that resonates from early morning. So I hope it doesn't disappear. Do you think the forest will disappear so easily? Not the forest, but the smell of grass. When there is a forest, there is a smell of grass. At my words, Lucy buried her head in her forearm and sniffed. Then he closed his eyes and spoke softly. Not really. It is not easy to read Lucy's mood from the subtle changes in her expression. Even for me, who has lived in the camp for a long time, it is difficult to gauge her mood, as she always has an expressionless face. Since it is often difficult to tell by facial expression alone, in the end we have no choice but to analyze it through the tone of speech or behavior. Just because you make eye contact does not always mean you are communicating directly, just like a dog wags its tail and a cat holds its tail upright. What we do when we are in a good mood also varies from person to person. However, it is not very difficult to interpret the intention of the series of actions in which he buries his head in my arm, sniffs, exhales, and rubs his face. He looks infinitely satisfied. Analyzing the reason requires more time and understanding, but I also felt relieved to see that he was satisfied. Hello, Miss Lucy. The satisfied face suddenly turned dark. When we arrived at the camp, what we saw was maid Belle Meyer, who had lit a bonfire first and was sitting next to it. The maid at Arthurleigh Hall. He was the Archmage Lucy Merrill's natural enemy. The satisfied face that seemed like he had everything in the world that he had seen just now was gone, and he started to sweat coldly with his eyes squinted horizontally like a cat. It was quite a precious sight. Because the school opening ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow, I asked you to check the room assignment items within today. I was going to do it. Oh, I am going to do it today. I'm glad. I was worried that you might have taken a nap somewhere instead of showing up at the school opening ceremony this year. I didn't think like that. It looks like they have already lit a bonfire and have basically cleaned up the now chaotic camp. It seems that he returned to Arthurleigh Hall late yesterday morning, but he arrived at the camp around sunrise and completed the basic organizing. It was an incredible sight, even with my eyes open, so I couldn't help but hold my tongue. Are you really sleeping, Belle? I take a nap in between work days, and sometimes take long naps on days when I don't have a schedule. No matter what, people are not machines. Bell stood up in a calm posture and bowed his head in greeting. Were you safe last night, Master Ed? It didn't look like it, but you were seriously injured. I had a rough idea of the situation after arriving at the camp. Still, I'm glad you don't seem to be in danger to your life. In fact, it feels like it's been a few hours since we've seen each other. Meanwhile, Belle went back to the Arthurleigh's building and quickly rested, washed her body, quickly changed into new clothes, and completely dressed up. He came back. Then he was organizing various tools lying around the camp and erasing any traces of the mess. You should just go back and rest. Now it's time to get busy with students returning to school. Yes, most of the students belonging to Arthurleigh's Hall have also returned to school, so I think we will have less free time now. It doesn't make sense to take care of other camps while also managing Arthurleigh's Hall in the first place. It's not like I have two bodies. That's why I won't be able to spend a long time camping for the time being. I came here to report on those things, and I also wanted to make sure you were okay, and I also had something to tell you. Belle had placed an iron pot on a stand above the bonfire and was boiling water. Meanwhile, she was making a simple breakfast. I was thinking of preparing a meal. I waved my hand and instructed her to just go back to Arthurleigh's Hall. Belle, who was staring at me with a dissatisfied look on her face, nodded that she understood. What do you have to say? Lady Tanya is returning to school today. Tanya Rossdaler. She was the person standing at the center of the catastrophe that occurred in the Rossdaler family. He said he sent me back to Sylvania first and stayed on the scene to rally forces and take care of the aftermath. In fact, he was the next head of the family. He is in the midst of following his footsteps. Although he is in a very delicate position politically, he has succeeded in rallying his forces even under such adverse conditions. According to rumors, even the heads of the Bloomriver family and the Callamore family are on Tanya's side. He said he heard about it. I was almost curious as to what kind of skill he had used. I think it would be a good idea to meet him sometime. Of course. Tell them he'll go find you at the Arfleys Hall. After saying that, Belle turned her gaze towards Lucy. Lucy, who was holding my forearm, trembled as if she had been stabbed by a sharp object. Then, Miss Lucy, in order to prepare for the school opening ceremony tomorrow, I need to check the requests from now on, get ready to groom myself, and remind you of everything you need to know. No, I can do it alone. No, let me help you. No, I can do it on my own. Lucy, who said the same line twice, tried to take a step back, but before she knew it, Belle had her hands firmly in both of Lucy's armpits and was holding her down. Lucy, who was hanging around, was grabbed by Belle. Tears came to her eyes. There was no sign of resistance, as if it was spinning. I'm really busy now, so I'll go back to Offaly's Hall first. You're actually here to catch Lucy, aren't you? No way. How could I have expected Lady Lucy to show up at a place like this? It's just Belle said without changing her expression. It was just luck and timing that were just right. Belle bowed her head and said hello. There were still a lot of things she wanted to ask, but she made sure to ask. You don't have to listen to it. Above all, it is the start of school season. Now, the maids at Offaly's building are going back to their regular jobs. It would be better to think of taking care of the camp as a side job during the vacation period. Belle looks at the camp. Giving is really convenient, but if you get used to it, you will also become lazy. If you want to continue living a wild life, you must not lose your sense of sharpness. Anyway, what about Lortle? I asked Belle's back as she was about to leave. Last night. The most important question in the battle to recapture the Elt Company was Lortle's whereabouts. Don't you know that I went to camp early in the morning? Belle said in a friendly tone. She is my employer. It was like that in the past, and it is still like that now. Please finish the story well. After saying that, Belle disappeared into the forest just as she had snatched Lucy. Seeing Lucy not even making an effort to struggle made me feel faint. I hope I can control Lucy properly in this bachelor. As for humans, after all, there is only Belle even though the dark night is long, the sun rises. As if to prove that fact, the morning sun sticks out its head and greets me. As the light of dawn slowly creeps up and illuminates the camp, the gloomy atmosphere that was so gloomy comes to light. There is no sign of the darkness or the rain that used to make people gloomy. The light reflected from the remaining puddles occasionally tickles the eyes, but not to the point where it bothers them. When you look at the view of the camp like that, you even get the illusion that you have returned to normal times. However, I know that there are many things that have not yet been concluded. Too many forces were intertwined, and too much happened last night in the end. There are only two facts that are most important to check. What happened to Taylor in the end? Law, what happened to the Tell in the end? Whether or not my efforts to create this mess last night paid off ultimately come down to the answers to those two questions. I raise my head for a moment and look beyond the campfire. I made it to the end in the rain. It seems like the image of Taylor, who was clenching and trying to get up, overlaps. First, let's check the basement of Lortle's villa. With that thought in mind, I led my still sore body towards Lortle's villa. I gently pulled the door open. It's not locked. That's right, the bell just rang. When I opened the door, the view I saw was as expected. Oh, you're early, senior. You're probably hurt a lot, so why don't you get some more rest? It was a sign that many people had stormed in and searched the inside. Furniture was toppled here and there, and miscellaneous things like books and inkwells were rolling around on the floor. The entrance to the wine cellar, which I had worked hard to block, was also neatly opened, the space leading to the basement. At the end, there must have been a pile of gold and silver treasures that Lortle clearly embezzled. The Imperial convoy came and searched them all, and it looks like he may have even found the mountain of gold coins. But Lortle Ketchelm was not escorted. He was sitting at the work desk in the center of the villa, smiling softly like a fox. I pulled up a nearby rolling chair and sat down, because it was difficult to stand any longer. I have a lot to ask. What happened last night, of course. Shall I tell you slowly, starting with the circumstances, or shall I tell you the conclusion? Pain rose up from my body, but I didn't show it for no reason. I didn't necessarily want to worry Lortle. From the conclusion, there are three conclusions. Lortle spread three fingers. It was the index, middle, and ring fingers. Taylor was taken back by Isla. Isla's expression looked shaken, so I guess she will explain the situation at that level. Perhaps we need to meet again and talk properly, but her thoughts seemed a bit complicated. It catches exactly what I'm curious about. First of all, this is what Lucy told me. Lortle may not even know the truth about Bellbroke, but it is an amazing intuition. Like that, Lortle folded his ring finger. Doone completely took responsibility for the embezzlement case on the part of Elt Trading Company. This is something that is a bit puzzling to me, and I still don't understand how the situation came to be like this. I am in a situation where I should be the first to be suspected. I have to try it. That is somewhat predictable to me. I think it probably went as expected. Just like that, Lortle put down his middle finger. Then, holding a gently straightened index finger, he quickly got down from the table and approached me, who was sitting quietly in the chair, and poked my lips. Satisfaction blooms in a bewitching smile. What? The last thing is that I became that person. In some ways, that's the most important conclusion. After saying that, he immediately hugs my head. Even I was taken aback by the feeling of our lips being overlapped. Anyway, she is a girl who is adept at attacking people when they are off guard. Lortle kissed me for so long without even giving me a chance to pull my head back. It's not my first time experiencing a surprise kiss, but this time it took a long time. Lortle held his head tightly and kissed his lips for a while before lifting his head. The sinister, smiling face now resembles the Lortle I used to know. The look that had been soft all night was gone. Rather, I feel reassured by that sight. Eventually, the lines that would come out of Lortle's mouth were somehow predictable. Is the second one me too? She smiled like a lady, so I answered as well. Since I was going through a lot of hardships, I couldn't help but feel a subtle grumpiness creeping up on me. It's not the second time. Yes, the bewitching face that looked like an impregnable snake collapsed in an instant, and Lortle's eyes widened. Then who is the second one? While I was wondering what to say in response to that, I quietly rubbed Lortle's shoulder. Anyway, I'm glad to see that you're safe. Lortle gently wrapped my hand on his shoulder. I closed my eyes and felt its warmth for a while. A villa in a deserted camp. There was a calm warmth in the early morning forest. We stayed still for a while, exchanging the warmth of our hands. A strange sense of satisfaction arose between us. Eventually, Lortle slowly opened his eyes and asked again. Soho is the second one. She was a surprisingly obsessed girl. Chapter 193, I knew it would be like this one, to my mother at home. Are you in good health? Since this is not a formal letter, I will call you mother rather than matriarch. It's already been 3 or 4 months since I started the graduation process at Sylvania Academy. I think I will be able to go through the graduation process without any major problems. Preparing for the graduation exam is also going smoothly. There was a time when my heart was filled with joy just seeing Traciana's name listed on the list of top students at the Ministry of Magic. It feels strange to think that my long journey of study is coming to an end. After my studies are completed, I plan to return to my hometown and continue my research. The eccentric image of the Bloomriver family has recently been revamped, and internal research facilities are well equipped. I think my mother's contribution is great. I am truly grateful to you for always working hard as the head of the family. By the way, as my mother instructed, I am maintaining contact with Ed Ross Taylor. Last time, he came running to me in the early morning and asked for a personal favor, so I hung out with him. I made it clear that I was out to help the Bloomriver family, but I ended up getting into a lot of trouble with him anyway. I'm trying to get closer to him as you instructed. But there's something I really want to ask. It may be presumptuous to say this, but isn't it a very politically dangerous choice to get close to the Rossdaler family at this point? You can also see here that the recent treatment of the Rossdaler family, especially by the imperial family, has been a hot potato. I also heard about the tragedy committed by the matriarch Crepin Ross Taylor. Of course, the Bloomriver family is not a family full of honor, but wouldn't it be a bit dangerous to join the same path with a family that stands in such a dangerous position? In particular, Sylvania Academy is a special environment where children from all kinds of noble families are gathered on this small island. The Clole family, the Callamore family, the Whitefelts family, the Elferland family, the Aniston family, the Nortondale family, the Island family, and the Chapelan family. It's hard to list them all. Although the scale varies widely, each family has many famous people in their own fields. If you include not only the children of nobles, but also the children of influential people, it would be difficult to count them all by hand. In a place like this, I feel like it would really give me a headache if people started taking sides and who was taking whose side. Of course, I know that real politics is always about dividing sides and that we can never be completely free from such power struggles. However, if the conflict between families intensifies, or if each family starts to come together and form a faction, I think it will hurt more than I thought. I hope it ends on my own terms, because I am the type of person who worries a lot. I hope this is a presumptuous worry. Anyway, I said this because I wanted to express my opinion, but I basically plan to do as my mother said. Just think of it as minor anxiety. I will focus on preparing for graduation for the time being. I don't think you need to worry too much. The problem is Patricia. Although I am helping him with the graduation process in many ways, this thought comes to mind every time I see him. Is it really okay for him to graduate? Boom. Sister Tracy. Patricia burst into Traciana's room, where she was busy writing a letter with an angry expression on her face. When Patricia, who stays in her secret laboratory and doesn't come out whenever she gets the chance, comes to Traciana's room in the Arfeles building, it's usually when an accident has occurred or is about to happen. In this case, it is planned to be hit. Look at this. I finished the red forget-me-not reagent I mentioned last time. You don't even know it's a reagent because it has almost no magical effect. Don't be surprised. This is a really scary potion. Ah, Yuha, a red forget-me-not that temporarily inflicts confusion when given to the opponent. The reagent had a worse effect due to Patricia's special improvement method. It makes you feel hazy and half asleep, so you can easily reveal your true feelings or your psychological flaws disappear, and you listen to the other person's requests without hesitation. It's such a strange magic medicine. In some ways, it can be seen as a love potion. If you want to check whether the person you like has the same feelings as you can mix it with food in moderation and reveal their true feelings. How about that? How about the girls from aristocratic families at the university? Don't you think he'll pay a high price for it? Traciana quickly put down the quill she was writing the letter with and turned to Patricia. There are some downsides, like being drunk, making it difficult to control your body, or making you think a little more hazy. But as time goes by, it all disperses and disappears. Well, short-term memories may also disappear, but other than that, there are no side effects, so it's safe. How nauseous can you be when you wake up? Then how is it any different from just alcohol, huh? Traciana sighed as she watched her younger sister explain excitedly. It's not the time to make such insidious potions, Petrin. I have to prepare for graduation, huh? Well, that's right, but there's no problem. The graduation exam as well. Well, it will be resolved somehow. Traciana rested her head and narrowed her brows, then glanced at the half-written letter again. Anyway, I need to prepare for the clinical experiment. If I explain it to the students in the school building, I'm sure there will be someone who will be interested. You don't have any friends who can do business like that, Petrin. Patricia gasped and covered her chest at the sudden arrow of truth. I have a friend. There's no point in lying between us. You can just make yam. That story has been going on for several years now, that's right. Patricia has no social skills to the point where it can be said she is hopeless. Among the students confined to the lab, there were quite a few corner princesses who did not get along with others, but Patricia Anna was particularly so. My sister, she doesn't know anything. Patricia, cornered, took a step back and soon ran out of Traciana's room. Crawdingtang squeak, squeal. The open door was screeching and shaking in the aftermath. Traciana sighed and picked up her quill again. Yet I felt a strange sense of crisis. The tip of my nose twitches, and a strange feeling of anxiety creeps up my back. There are times when I have an intuition that Patricia is going to have an accident, and that was right now. Name: Ed Rosteller. Gender: male. Age: 18 grade. 3 race. Human achievements: precise survivalist, 1 year. Slash high-ranking spirit summoner slash expert in making legendary magic equipment, stamina 16, intelligence 17, dexterity 19, will strength 14, luck 12, combat ability details, magic ability details, life skills, details, alchemy ability details, life skills, details, grade, skilled craftsman specialty. Woodworking dexterity LV 19, design LV 18, gathering ability LV 17, woodworking LV 18, masonry LV 11, hunting LV 20, master. Fishing LV 15, cooking LV 10, repair LV 8. I thought I had neglected the training of basic life skills, but surprisingly, there was quite a bit of growth. Is this because, no matter what, I have maintained a survival lifestyle and have made it a habit to do basic cabin maintenance? Some basic life skills have almost reached expert level, so it is time to move on to advanced production skills. I was sitting next to the campfire, sweating profusely. After finishing checking the stat window, I wiped my face with a piece of cloth. I managed to let out my heavy breathing and checked again how exhausted my body was. It's been 3 days since the school opening ceremony ended. The wound was sutured well, so I can now carry out not only my daily life, but also the physically demanding work of maintaining the camp without difficulty. The magic power that had been limited due to the ring's recoil had almost returned, so it seemed like it was a good time to start training to become stronger. Above all, the training of daily life skills has made great progress. It is now possible to create a variety of equipment that goes beyond simple daily necessities and can be used as a strategic element. Advanced production technology is a skill group that is unlocked once you become somewhat proficient in basic life skills. It allows you to create equipment that has its own special effects or contains various improved elements. These are the skills that characters invested primarily in the living world use as their ultimate goal. The conditions are often very strict. A tremendous amount of effort went into unlocking both magic engineering and elemental infusion. What I am currently personally aiming for is the bow making skill. Once the skill called Artisan Soul is unlocked, you can use a bow that you have made yourself to produce much stronger power, even with a bow that you have made yourself. You can receive various stat bonuses by itself, making it a very deceptive tech tree. I remember being famous for. When it receives multiple bonus abilities in double and triple layers, its power is so strong that it is famous as the raw eating tree because it can be eaten raw. Of course, no matter how good the result is, if it takes too much time to get there, efficiency will deteriorate. Life skills were also neglected by most users because the process of reaching a high level was so arduous and difficult. In the case of bow-making skills, the prerequisites for acquisition are as follows. Dexterity proficiency level 15, woodworking proficiency level 15, design proficiency level 15, hunting proficiency level 20, repair proficiency level 10, bow series proficiency level 15. All of these conditions must be met to open an advanced crafting skill slot and make a bow possible. I've been going through this mess for the past few years, but my woodworking skill level is now level 18, even though it seems like there wasn't a single day in that long time when I didn't touch wood. But honestly, it was too cruel to raise the mastery of not only carpentry, but also other skills beyond 15. Now, if I just raise my repair skill a little, I will be able to make my own bow. There is nothing particularly difficult about sourcing materials. I also remember everything about high-performance bows. The Beast Slayer, the lightning-struck 1,000-year-old wooden bow, and the Cohelton-style short bow come to mind. But whatever it is, it's important that it's homebrew. Fortunately, unlike magic engineering supplies, it is good that no combination formula is required. Ed, are your wounds okay? It doesn't hurt at all. I don't think the wound was that deep considering the amount of bleeding. Thank goodness, well, the bow isn't the problem right now. As for Yenica, she wasn't sweating profusely, but she still looked like she was quite tired. Looking around, there were logs with half their bark peeled off all over the camp. It is so thick that it is much thicker than several people lying on top of each other. Jenica and I came to camp after morning classes and worked all day trimming logs. Cutting down trees was done with magic and mainly carried by spirits, so it was quite efficient, but it still took the same amount of effort. Still, I felt like my emotions were limitless. When we first built the cabin, it took weeks just to trim this many logs. However, now that we are collaborating with Yenica, the efficiency has increased not 2 to 3 times, but 100 to 1,000 times. I need to redraw the design drawings first. Building a crude cabin and building a proper two-story building have different levels of difficulty. Wouldn't it be better to leave it to the experts? Well, you can get help with the design part, but it's better to build it yourself. I thought it would be better. The reason why there is such a fuss is because work is in progress to expand the cabin. The plan was to neatly raise the building from a simple, shabby one-story cabin to a proper two-story cabin. Lortle took the initiative and built it himself. They offered to give it to me, but I declined. There are two reasons. One is that the level of proficiency experience for life skills that increases after completing such a huge construction project is enormous. Second, since it is my camp, I want to expand it with my own hands. As a result, after the bachelor's class was over, it was a continuous work of refining log work all day. If possible, I would like to create the feeling of a properly finished building rather than the feeling of a crude log cabin, but it is still too much for me. I can't help but feel a bit clunky. This is great, Ed. In fact, it would be no problem to say that the spirits of Yenica provide 100 people's worth of labor, but they seem rather rewarding. Surprisingly, the labor is very rewarding. I wonder if he likes it. I also think about such a cheeky thought. Since they are spirits, they can't always have the same way of thinking as humans, right? But I have to pay attention to my bachelor's life as well. Ed is an honor student, but won't it be hard to take classes if he loses too much stamina? It's okay. Now I feel like I have become somewhat adept at distributing my stamina. There's still a lot of work left to do, so I'll have to work harder to get my spurts up, I said, and took a deep breath. It felt good to feel so high because it was the first time in a while that I had exercised properly. My whole body was soaked in sweat, so I rested. Yenica hesitates and touches the tips of her fingers. If you're tired, you can take a break, because expanding the cabin is not urgent. Just go at your own pace. Oh no, it's not like that, but there's a lot of work left to do. I was thinking about what to say, but decided to just do it. Just live a bachelor's life. You're very busy. Now that the scenario is nearing its end, we have to start preparing for Sianchengriang Bellbroke. The most important thing is to unite influential families and various forces, but I don't know where to start. Family, it seems that Tanya is using some skill to rally the faction. I heard rumors about it, but I couldn't confirm it with myself. I heard a rumor that Tanya returned to Arfleys Hall when school started this semester, but I was busy recovering from my injuries. I was busy, and Tanya was very busy with her work as student council president and family work, so I wasn't able to meet her properly. Still, since my blood-related younger sister has returned, isn't it right that I should at least stamp her face? Tanya will be busy all the time, so I can make time for her too. I thought several times that it would make sense to go to the Oval Hall. I just didn't have the time. Once I meet Tanya, we will probably be able to talk about power unification. The detailed policy will be decided after we meet. Imperial family on the power side, there is Princess Phenia. She seems to be in a fairly favorable position, so I feel more confident than I thought. However, the imperial power dispute is in full swing, so I don't know how far they can afford to believe my story and participate. At least it is the most likely possibility. The place is the Telos Church. For now, let's finish today's work here, I said while wiping my sweat. St. Clarice believes most of what I say about the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke. She will give it to you. In that case, the forces of the church she is rallying around will give up that power more easily than you think. The problem is finding the right time to say such a serious story. St. Clarice was a new demon than you might think. Sometimes she lives as a saint, Clarice, and sometimes as a childish noblewoman, Kylie Ekney, who lives a bachelor's life. Because the lights flash from east to west, we cannot meet properly. In the first place, the difference in status is enormous, making it difficult to schedule a private meeting. This part is also the same for the princess. First, let's try to find her somehow. St. Clarice's help is absolutely necessary in subduing Bell Broke. I'm going to go to Cleric's monastery for a while as, if reading those concerns, St. Clarice came to the cabin camp that evening. Perhaps because he had gone secretly from others, he was accompanied by only a couple of key guards. Yes, they said you definitely don't have to attend this year's prayer meeting. Why don't they say they'll give you a certificate at the academic level? I don't need this kind of kindness. She always behaved discreetly among students, with a benevolent and mature demeanor. The flowing white hair and sacred-looking red bow hairpin are still the same even after a long time. Doesn't every single thing look like a luxury item? However, Clarice, who appeared at the camp, was very scared and in a state of tears. Of course, as a saint, leading a prayer meeting is a very important and sacred task. But it's okay to spend a year immersed in the romance of a bachelor's degree. I've already discovered the taste of a Sylvanian bachelor's degree Saint Plus. The food at Cleric's Monastery is so terrible that you wonder if this is really okay, even if you are not a member of the Church of Telos. You can go to Cleric's Monastery. It is such a famous place that everyone has heard about it at least once. A place not far from Sylvania. A place that comes to a place near the end of the county of Fes while traveling up the western coast of the continent. The magnificent monastery was built on a small rocky island on the coast. There is no bridge leading there or a dock where boats can land. However, twice a day in the coastal area, a sandy road leading to the monastery opens due to the changing tides. It's a place that you can only enter for a short time. It's a place where you feel completely disconnected from the world. I get the feeling that it is a land of great religious significance. The size of the rocky island is small, but the scale of the cleric monastery built on it is enormous. In addition, because it is a strictly prohibited area, men cannot get near it at all unless it is a high-ranking priest who can be recognized by name or a maintenance worker who inevitably enters. At best, he would be a prosperous emperor or an archbishop. Besides, I heard that there are a lot of VIPs attending this prayer meeting. For some reason, I feel like I am going to have to cry and eat my mustard. Distinguished guests. Yes, there are usually a lot of VIPs coming, but this year it looks like people with higher status are coming. What should I do? Since I am the face of the Telos Church, I should go with a happy heart. Who specifically? Are you going to change your mind and call me a saint? Saint Clarice sighed while looking at the bonfire and then answered. A lot of people come in one way or another, but if I had to pick just one representative person, the name that popped up next was indeed a familiar one. It is said that Princess Persica of the Imperial Kloll family is coming in person. I quietly narrowed my eyes. Chapter 194, I knew it would be like this, too. Bang. The scarecrow that had been prepared in the outdoor training classroom burned down in the explosion and fell. In fact, it is a target prepared for students to use in turns. The students gathered in the practice room widened their eyes when they saw it being shattered by a single shot of magic. Just looking at the remains visible through the rising smoke, the power exceeded the level of basic elemental magic. 1-point explosion, it is a type of magic with relatively low firepower for a mid-level magic. It is a practical combat magic that gives up firepower and emphasizes speed. Nevertheless, the aftereffects of the explosion were quite large, causing smoke to spread around the practice site. After a while, the sight of the scene returned, and the magic caster Ed Rostaler was revealed to be standing there shaking off his magic hands. It must have consumed quite a lot of magical energy, but it didn't seem difficult or unreasonable at all. He unleashed a medium-level magic of this level of power with just a wave of his hand without breaking a sweat. Done. Leave it at that. A practical class in elemental combat magic. The third-year students who had entered their first proper intermediate magic practical class since the start of school were already very nervous. Students gathered together to learn proper magic for the first time. Among them, the presence of Ed Rostaler, who had already mastered several mid-level magics perfectly, was truly a source of discomfort. Professor Callide, who had come out to the practical class and was looking at the practical training site with tired eyes, slowly turned his eyes and looked at the regular students. Their eyes widened at the sight of the scarecrows, which looked sturdy at first glance, falling down. Even Ed Rostaler, who used magic, doesn't even look like he's struggling. It was well known that he had already reached a high level of elemental magic, but it seems that he did not expect that he could even use elemental magic so neatly. The students seemed to have lost their will when they saw Ed shaking off his clothes in the smoke. Ed Rostaler, you just go to Class A starting tomorrow. I haven't even received a semi-mobile evaluation yet. There is no need to wait until then. I'll report it to the Tricks building, so get ready to move to the school. I don't think it will have a very positive effect on the students who attended the class with the expectation of finally practicing mid-level magic. Although Professor Callide was annoyed, he felt the need to take action quickly. In the first place, There was no reason for a student who had already ranked top of the class in his third year to take classes in such a low class, because the class transfer evaluation had not yet taken place. It looks like you are already proficient at mid-level magic. Just go to Class A and take the Advanced Magic course. I also have a class to teach, so let's watch it again there or something. All right. There was whispering among the students for a while. Being told to take a senior wizarding course is one of the highest honors a student at the Ministry of Magic can receive. If you can properly use even one high-level magic before graduation, you will be evaluated as one of the most gifted students of your generation. Right now, even across all grades at the Sylvanian Ministry of Magic, the number of students who can use high-level elemental magic is within the palm of one hand. Even so, the number has increased due to the development of the education system. There was a long time when it was impossible to even imagine that high-level magic users could emerge from among students. Go back for today. There is nothing else you will learn in this class. Callide yawned once as if he was annoyed and waved his hand at Ed. She meant that she had nothing more to teach, so just go. It is full of students who are just starting their first steps in intermediate magic. This is the type of student that would not be good to have among them. Ed Rosteller looked at Professor Callide as if he were dumbfounded, then nodded his head a few times and headed towards the exit of the training room. All the students were swallowing dry saliva as they watched Ed calmly leaving the practice site. Time flew by from the first day of practical classes. Suddenly, I received an order to leave the training center, so I exited towards the student plaza. After taking the elemental science practice class, I went to the monster ecology class. After eating, stopped by the library, borrowed a design book, and asked the maids at the Opheles Hall for some training items that could help me raise my repair level. After that, I went back to the camp and did some log trimming work, checked the hunting traps, cleaned the meat, repaired the cabin, and even thought about going to bed. It's not very pleasant to have gaps in your neatly planned daily routine. It is the time when the hot summer is slowly coming to an end and the cool autumn breeze is gradually blowing. Sitting in the students' square, idly basking in the midday sun, I can see the students moving around busily. I've never been absent-mindedly looking at the scenery of the university, because I've always lived a hectic life, but there was definitely a scene that could be said to be a mecca for academics and a place where youth blooms. It is indeed quite a romantic place to see students wearing their school uniforms, talking loudly, and hanging out around the school grounds. There are many things I am not aware of because I am living alone and struggling to survive. What you can see only after you have relaxed a little is that this Sylvania is a place where even the children of nobles are eager to enter. Have you been struggling to live without too much waste? There are definitely times when such thoughts arise. I can't help it. Living like this has become ingrained in me. And as I sat quietly on the bench and basked in the sun, I suddenly thought of something to do during my free time. Since I can't leave the university before the next class starts anyway, it would be better to go towards the Obelgwyn next to the student square. In the Obel building, which is the headquarters of the current student council, there must be Tanya, who returned from school the day before yesterday. I had a feeling that Tanya would be quite busy, as she still had many formalities to complete after returning to school. Since you return to school on a tight schedule, you probably have a lot of work to do. So I thought of visiting on a weekend when there were no student council or academic schedules, because I am just as busy on weekdays. However, since I am running out of time, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to visit once. I remembered the last thing I saw of Tanya before leaving the Ross Taylor mansion. Standing in front of the ruins of a collapsed mansion, tightly clutching a flag with the family seal on it. As the next head of the family, in charge of the Ross Taylor mansion, he was determined and looked straight ahead, completely putting away his childish attitude. That last image of her kept coming back to me. Not only that this time as the representative of the remaining forces of Lowe's Taylor, he is negotiating with the imperial family, and according to Traciana, he seems to be uniting his own forces. Compared to when you first see him, he will become much more mature, and his leader-like appearance that leads the group will be quite noticeable. First, let's exchange information about what happened so far and provide encouragement if there is something that needs to be encouraged. Well, it looks like you've grown a lot internally. I don't think that would be necessary. I'm sure you're doing a good job, because everyone grows in the face of trials. I want to hit them all. Ah, Bua, despite all these expectations, Tanya, who was sitting in the student council president's office, had not changed at all. It was definitely my dream to become the student council president and spread the glory of the Ross Taylor family, but the family collapsed. No matter where I went, people whispered that I was the next head of the Ross Taylor family. I was questioned by the imperial family. When I returned to school after a long time, I was busy with family matters. The area is full of people, but the student council president position remains, so there's a lot of work to do. I don't want to live like this. I want to forget everything and leave house should I build a house. I got kicked out of school, gathering up the remaining inheritance. I'd like to buy a windy meadow somewhere in the Cohelton region, or the Raymond Mountains. Plus, I built a pretty nice house to live in alone. A life spent wasting time in the room making embroidery or drawing pictures. Very maybe it's not that bad, or to put it bluntly, it has changed to the exact opposite. Tanya Rossdaler, who wanted to gain worldly power and become more authoritative than anyone else, became a more pessimistic and greedy person than anyone else in just 1 year. Thinking about Tanya's life, I think the same thing would happen to me. Tears are about to cover my face. Sometimes I read a book, go to a tea shop in a nearby rural village, and pretend to be a regular. It's just like hearing news about the city from time to time and smiling. If you live by pretending to be a suspiciously wealthy woman who occasionally appears in town, this isn't a bad life. I want to return to farming. I want to farm. I want to forget about power and lineage and drink tea while feeling the elegance of the impermanence of time. Tanya, you're so broken. It doesn't look broken. Aha, Tanya cried as she buried her head in front of the luxurious student council president's desk. I have to review 97 civil complaint processing report documents within today. And now that I've returned to school, I have to go to the Tricks building, have a chat with Principal Obel, and write a thank you letter for the support money provided by the Felbron noble family. I have to go inspect the student center to see if the maintenance work has been completed successfully. And at the same time, I also want to go to class. Go for it. In addition, we need to check on the Ross Taylor family's affairs. The vassals are going through a lot of trouble because Princess Elaha puts in strange checks whenever she gets the chance. There are over 100 letters sent to me every day, and just reading them all makes my eyes feel tired and my vision becomes blurry. People don't applaud me for working so hard, but they even look at me because I belong to the Ross Taylor family. Please save me, brother. Go for it. In fact, it was Tanya who declared herself to be the next head of the family, and it was her own choice to run for student council president and be elected. The judgment itself is all a matter for Tanya, and I have no authority whatsoever. I think you were much more dignified the last time I saw you in the Rosteller family. Then that was the atmosphere. It was a situation where I felt like I had to be brave, act like I realized a lot, and show myself like the next leader to lead the family. Yeah, that's right. At that time, I felt like my heart was pounding inside. However, in reality, it's just full of paperwork and hard work. Tanya sighed and lifted her head from her desk. Then he made eye contact with me and said when he saw me wearing bandages here and there, "You still have some scars, but you're feeling much better, brother." When I saw him at the mansion, I was really worried because he was really hurt. Thanks to you, I got some rest in Sylvania. There was an incident while you were finishing work and returning to school, but it was resolved somehow. That's a good thing. Brother, you are planning to attend Sylvania until you graduate, right? Well, that's right. I also need to take care of the Bellbroke. If I am going to attend school, I definitely want to get a diploma. A diploma from this school was always my goal when I was thrown into this world. Now it feels like it has been given quite a symbolic meaning. Realistically, will I be able to take care of my family affairs while also taking care of my schoolwork? I have such doubts. Then are you planning to stop going? I don't know. In fact, I still have a lot of sense of belonging to the bachelor's department. I plan to finish off the backlog of work during this semester and think about it. One way or another, my sense of responsibility has definitely grown. If things get really hard, you can throw away everything and run away, but no one in the world will blame you. Nevertheless, Tanya returned to her bachelor's degree to complete all the tasks ahead of her. Although he cried a lot, it was proof that he was somehow holding on. Still, I feel good that my brother visited me in person. For the past few months, I've only been hanging out in places where there's a lot of noise, or with people I have to weigh in on. This is my first time lamenting like this. Now that she's finally shaken it all off, her heart feels relieved. Yes, it was a lot of trouble. Anyway, the family affairs are being handled smoothly. We even recruited Legion Commander Magnus of the Callamore family and Urkel Elfalan of the Bloomriver Elfalan family, as well as Senior Bloomriver Elfalan of the Bloomriver family. They were all famous people whose names were known everywhere in the Empire. Even if they had Ross Taylor's name, they are not people who can be easily involved. How did you recruit such big names? He revealed his hostility towards Princess Selaha without hesitation. Tanya completely raised her upper body and buried herself in the soft student council president's sofa. She looked dazed and tired, but she continued speaking. I thought that if it was an opponent that could not be an ally anyway, it would be best to solidify its position as an opponent and unite people with similar thoughts. In the end, it was a political decision. I just didn't like Princess Selaha that much. She keeps saying unpleasant things. Was it a more fundamental problem? And I didn't like the idea of acting as if everyone had royal blood. Is it all bloodline? Do you know what bloodline is? It's just that we're born with the same blood. I never thought the day would come when these words would come out of Tanya Rosteller's mouth. Tanya's appearance had already changed greatly from the one I saw in. Before her eyes sits a blonde girl who has become completely pessimistic and laughs that her lineage is nothing more than blood. Are you really that villainous who risked her life for the prestige of the Ross Taylor family and always smiled arrogantly? Her heart becomes tender for the time being. I thought it would be better to move towards embracing our allies. Well, I can handle most family issues well. If I run into trouble or need help, I'll let you know. Okay, say it without hesitation. We are a family born with the same blood as us. Right now, it is important to support Tanya, who is suffering from chronic fatigue. I looked at Tanya and spoke without hesitation. I know that you are always working hard, and I am sure that the day will come when you will be rewarded for your efforts. So don't be too upset and tell me anytime if you're having a hard time. I'm willing to help in any way I can. It could be said that it was textbook-like, but in any case, it was stereotypical encouragement. However, Tanya's reaction was a bit more dramatic than I expected. His eyes were wide open, and he was looking at me as if surprised. What is that expression on your face, as if you are looking at a strange sight? No, I am grateful that my brother encourages me. Only I thought there was really no one around me who gave me that kind of natural encouragement. It means you were doing well so far. It would be easier for me to interpret it that way. What thank you, brother. I'll do my best. Tanya soon smiled softly, straightened her back, and clenched her fists. It's like I'm fighting in my own way. Even before I was guided into President Lee's office by the student members, he seemed to be suffering from heavy work. There are a lot of documents on the desk. It wasn't anything special. I just met my relatives for the first time in a while and talked about things. That alone seemed to ease my mind a lot. That's what family is. Even if you don't share great experiences or tell great stories, they are the kind of people that makes you feel at ease just by meeting them for the first time in a while in a foreign country. Your brother will be staying on Aiken Island all semester, right? First of all, the most important thing is to pursue a bachelor's degree. Yes. Still, I might be out of Aiken Island for about a week next week. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but you can apply for a public hearing. A public meeting. Are you going to some public event? Know that it's complicated, so to speak. I told Tanya exactly the conversation I had with St. Clarice at camp last night. Prayer meeting at Cleric's Monastery. News that the Princess of Persica would visit a place attended by VIPs. And additionally, what Clarice said in anger. He asked me if I wanted to attend a prayer meeting with him. If you come with me, you won't be bored, but will actually have fun. Does St. Clarice talk like that? I can't really imagine. I've never seen you have such a long private conversation. Why is that so? What is St. Clarice? Very mature, looks kind, because it feels like that I remember Clarice punishing herself with a chair in my cabin. When I think about how I was shaking with tears in my eyes, I actually feel a sense of discomfort at Tanya's words. For a moment, Cleric's Monastery. Okay, do you know? Of course I know. A Ross Taylor family was also baptized by the Telos Church. As a matter of courtesy, the family in which the head of the family was baptized sends a representative to attend the prayer meeting at the monastery. Did you go? I am the easiest. I'm a person who inherited the blood of the matriarch, but I am not someone who is busy or in a hurry right now. If I go as the representative, it will be quite beneficial. I could understand why many VIPs attend the prayer meeting. Most of them are successors sent from the family level. There was a high possibility that it would be a very diverse meeting, as they were people who came to represent the Telos Church as a courtesy to them. Tanya was silently lost in thought, then twisted her lips and made an uncomfortable expression. I don't really recommend going there is that so to begin with its Jumnam district. I remember going there when I was young. I thought it was a really weird place. Unless they are really unavoidable maintenance personnel or a high-ranking priest of the rank of archbishop men cannot even set foot on the ground. But when Brother Ed comes in, I get really excited. I am not in a very comfortable position either. In addition, if you pass the public notice and attend the prayer meeting, this means that you will have to skip all classes. From my point of view, as I watch each episode carefully, I'm not very pleased with it. Nevertheless, it is said to be a place where a big variable, the Princess of Persica, appears. I can't help but step on her heart. How can my brother enter a place that has been strictly maintained as a Jumnam district for over 100 years? I heard that they will try to push it somehow by taking the position of assisting Saint Clarice, with some sort of magical reason. No, it's difficult to make an exception to such a long tradition so easily, but I'm sure it might be possible with the authority of the saint. The people of the Telos Church are strange people who sacrifice everything for the saint's comfort and convenience. It's definitely nothing special. Bringing in a man might be a viable cause because there is a clear purpose, so your opinion is that it's better not to go. In response to my question, Tanya nodded without any hesitation. There is an image of it being a mysterious space that was originally built on the coast and can only be entered during low tide. For me, who spent a few days there, it's just a different world full of people who don't know anything about the world. Well, I expect that to happen too. They are said to be noble nuns who follow God's will, but they are also used by noble families to force their troublesome daughters to go away or exile them. She said she became a nun anyway, and she's not embarrassed to reveal where she is. In addition, there are many orphans who were abandoned for reasons that cannot be told to others, or illegitimate children whose births cannot be announced. A person who obeys God's will and prays. Once that business card is used, the darkness of birth and the tomboy-like temperament that one is embarrassed to show are somehow covered up. A place where there are many truly faithful believers and even children with family backgrounds. Anyway, it's a neighborhood that only enjoys life among themselves. I have a closed temperament, and on top of that, there is almost no immunity to outsiders. What does that mean? Tanya spoke, shivering, as if something was trampling on her memory. That I told you that some of the manpower used to maintain the monastery were men. Most of them are construction workers, so they are swarthy or bearded men. There were many cases where those people also got upset because they made eye contact with the nuns. There is no immunity to men, so much so that one wonders if this makes sense. There are so many people so immersed in dreams that you wonder if there are all these people. With a strange fantasy that it's hard to say, I think I was about to say something. I was almost afraid to ask any more questions about what it was. Anyway, while I was living at the cleric monastery for a few days, there were some nuns I started talking to and became quite friendly with. By the way, just by making eye contact with a real man, he imagines a series of trends that will flow until the twilight of his life as a partner, even against those rugged men. What would it be like if someone like you fell into a place like that? The age range is perfect, and the appearance is even-toned. What kind of memories do Tanya remember from the time she spent at Cleric's monastery? I couldn't think of anything to say in response to the serious look of disgust. Just it's a natural disaster, natural disasters. For no reason things become more complicated and the likelihood of an accident is much higher. Therefore, never go. I absolutely do not recommend it. When I think about the human relationships around my brother, it's absolutely the opposite. Never. After giving such a long speech, Tanya sank back onto the sofa and took a deep breath. Then Tanya took a moment to calm down. She seemed to soon realize that she was overheated, that I was so excited that I only talked about myself. I am sorry, brother. Know that I understand your opinion. It is the cleric monastery that even the faithful Saint Clarice did not want to go to. What a terrible time Tanya had as a child there. I don't know what to say to Tanya's reaction. There was only an awkward atmosphere in the chairman's office for a moment. Today, Yenika's schedule is completed with only morning classes. She was already back at camp and preparing dinner. Usually I would choose a meal menu with Ed or look at the remaining ingredients and discuss how to cook them, but today I would prepare them entirely on my own. Yenica, who had prepared a meal in advance and was waiting for Ed to come home, felt proud and rolled up her sleeves and couldn't help but hum. I was checking the number of meats, vegetables, spices, etc. provided in the camp and thinking about what to eat. Oh no, a guest has arrived at the camp. Ed's cabin camp is located in a fairly remote location in the northern forest, so visitors rarely come by chance unless they come here on purpose. So most of the people who came to the camp were Ed's acquaintances. Yenica, who had been checking the ingredients for a while, looked towards the source of the sound with puzzled eyes. When I asked who she was, she turned out to be Patricia Bloom River, a fourth-year member of the Ministry of Magic. We're not close friends, but I know they exist. This is Yenica's position. From Patricia's point of view, she knows Yenica Palova, a celebrity from The Bachelor, so well that she feels a strange sense of intimacy with her. Still, since they were by no means close friends, Patricia hesitantly spoke to Jenica. Yes, it's Yenica. They say they live in this camp. I'm so senior, Patricia. Oh yeah, you remembered my name. Okay, that's right, I'm Patricia. Jenica tilted her head as she looked at Patrician, who was approaching her in a suspicious way. Yenica doesn't know that Patricia's secret laboratory is in the northern forest. Merelda knew that fact, but she did not bother to tell Yenica. If you tried to report every move in the forest to Yenica, you would end up talking about the forest all day. In the end, the information that the spirits give to Yenica cannot help but focus on things that they think Yenica should know. I got to know Ed a little bit. Because of that incident, it wasn't a very pleasant thing, but no, anyway, do you have time? Patrician hesitated and looked at her surroundings. Then he took out a reagent from his pocket and smiled awkwardly. I have an interesting item. Would you like to hear my story? Yenica, who was tilting her head with an innocent expression, said yes, with an innocent expression on her face. I just asked back. For a while, I had to spend some time giving a long speech about the effectiveness of the reagent I had in my hand. Yenica was listening to the story with interest at first. Soon, little by little, his expression began to harden. Anyway, isn't it too much to use medicine against a person's will in the hopes of making him open up about his feelings? I tried to firmly say that I had no intention of getting involved in such an insidious act, but unfortunately, Yenica was already in a position where the spirits were reporting Ed's every move. To put it bluntly, rather than receiving reports, the spirits are just talking to Yenica as they please. In any case, I am not in a position to bare my heart and speak confidently. For some reason, that fact began to bloom in Jenica's mind. How about, are you fine? If I told you about these effects, wouldn't a lot of people be interested? Ah, Jenica looked at the reagent in Patricia's hand as if she had imagined something happy and shook her head. No matter what, it doesn't mean it's not true, Senior Patricia. Yeah, it's not polite to the other person. This will only worsen the relationship in the long run. Ed is also aware of what the spirits are talking about to some extent. Ed himself just doesn't care much, but isn't touching this reagent completely against Ed's will and testing him. Unfortunately, there is no way Yenica, who is said to be second to none in terms of goodness, would open her hands to such a reagent. However, from Patrician's perspective, it was just a shock. He was looking at Yenica with wide eyes. That can't be possible. First of all, I don't have the heart to do that, Senior Patricia Anna. These reagents, please, just take it back. Patricia is quietly watching Jenica, who calmly expresses her refusal. As I looked at that strong figure, I began to feel a strange sense of resistance again. Thank you for your hard work, as always, Mr. Bell. The hallway of Arfeli's hall. Traciana, who came out of her room, spoke to Belle the maid, who was instructing her to clean up the hallway. Petrin stopped by earlier. Did you see where he went? You mean Lady Patricia? Do you have any business? Then I will send someone to deliver it to you. Oh no, I think I'll have to find it myself. Something. I suddenly became anxious. Yes. Traciana, who was looking at Belle, was twisting her body while holding her staff in her arms, as if she was anxious. Just if I wonder if I am going to have an accident again, there are times when I feel that way. Okay. If Miss Traciana says that, there must be a reason. Belle rested her chin and thought for a moment before speaking. Wouldn't it be too hard on yourself to be anxious about something that hasn't happened yet? Is that so? If anything happens, we will take action so that it can be reported to Lady Tracy or Miss Tracy. Don't worry about it too much. Since it's time for a long-awaited break, why don't you take some more rest in your room? If you say so, all right. Traciana said that, with a puzzled look on her face, and went back to her room. Belle, who sent Traciana away, tilted her head for a moment, and then turned around to give instructions for cleaning up again. After school started, my workload suddenly increased. Belle was also in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 195, I knew it would be like this. 3. You mean repairs. If you have clothing that needs repairing, please forward it to the laundry manager. I will mention it separately. No, I am going to fix it myself. I am going to practice too. Did you have a hobby for things like repairs? When I stopped by the Arfeles building after the monster ecology class, the maids seemed to have some free time, as if all the urgent work had been completed. Normally, the period right after school starts is the busiest, as students settle back into their bachelor's degree and begin to lead a stable life. The maid's work also returns to the established routine. The chaos immediately after the start of school was quickly resolved, and he now greeted me with a more relaxed expression. Do you really need to do it yourself? From our perspective, just because we repair one or two more clothes doesn't mean our workload will change much. No, thank you, but I can't come to Offaly's Hall every time and ask for even the smallest repairs. To save my time, I have to do the simple things myself. It's too far away. The rose garden is one of the prides of Offaly's Hall. Not only roses, but all kinds of other flowers were swaying pleasantly in the cool, early fall breeze. The campus has a quiet atmosphere that is unique to late afternoon. Several students were walking around the rose garden, photosynthesizing like plants, as if enjoying that strangely lethargic feeling. Meanwhile, maid Jean Bell seems to have been checking to see if the garden was neatly maintained. She was walking around the garden, looking rather disgruntled at the leaves of her poorly pruned shrubbery. If you were managing the inside of Offaly's Hall, it would be difficult to even talk to him. Before that, even the entrance itself is a struggle. Fortunately, since I was outside, I was able to easily talk about my business. There are a lot of clothing items scheduled for disposal. Most of the clothing is for internal employees, so it is women's clothing. There won't be any problem with practicing simple repairs. If you're going to throw it away anyway, can I take some? Yes, but it's a bit of a distance to carry everything also. It is a very strange sight to see you returning home, carrying a lot of women's clothes, so I will instruct my subordinate to deliver them to you later. Can you think of about 10 pieces? That's enough. Thank you for your concern. It's no big deal. The only skill left to train in order to make a handmade bow is repair. You will only be able to develop skills in making handmade bows once you are able to do simple fabric or leather repairs without difficulty. It's okay to practice if you take the time, but it bothers me that I don't know how long it will take. Did you have dinner? There will be an internal banquet today to celebrate the start of school. The hall on the second floor is open so you can have a meal there. I will inform my employees. No, it's okay. I said we would have dinner at camp. It's a bit weird to eat first and then leave without saying anything. When I said that, Belle opened her strange eyes again and looked at me. These days it feels like the technology to read the subtle changes in facial expressions of people who are expressionless is increasing. Lucy and Belle, too, even among people who are not good at expressing their emotions, changes in their state of mind can be subtly noticeable. Lucy always feels dazed and absent-minded, while Belle always feels calm and collected, so the textures between the two are strangely different. However, the fact that it is somehow noticeable if you look closely is the same. What? Yes. No, you were looking at me with a somewhat complex expression. You mean me? It would be rude if it looked like that. Sorry. No matter what expression you make, it's up to you, and it's not up to me to apologize. I just wanted to do something. Belle responded to those words with a look of confusion. Oh no, it's not like that. However, you need to pay more attention to your facial expressions. You shouldn't always be negligent in managing your impression, but I feel like I've become a bit lax. A poker face is the most basic of basics. That's a bit excessive to worry about. It doesn't look like anything on the outside, so there's no need to worry. Okay. Well, I may feel that way, especially because Master Ed is good at reading people's facial expressions. Belle closed her eyes and spoke as if she were lamenting. However, it feels a bit real that Master Ed is living with Lady Yenica. It just felt vague. Why are you feeling nostalgic? I know it's strange, but it's because I've been supporting Jenica's life ever since she came to Sylvania, and had a hard time adjusting. Belle spoke elegantly with a neat demeanor without even changing her posture. At the time, I was a senior maid, and now I am the head maid, so my position has changed a lot. Still, the emotion remains endless. To begin with, she was from the countryside and had a very good living skills, so I think she would have been able to take care of herself without the help of maids. That's true, but however, if you feel uncomfortable or need anything while living here, please contact us. Offaly's museum always buys supplies in bulk, so there are a lot of things left over or thrown away. I am truly grateful, but I am already receiving a lot of help from Bell and Offaly's. If you rely on outside help for everything you need in life, you won't be able to solve it on your own when an emergency arises. So for now, I responded to Bell's favor with just a thank you note. Looking at it, it must be hectic just taking care of the Offaly's pavilion. What about Lucy? You haven't returned home since you went out in the morning. You must be taking a nap somewhere in a good spot. Would you like to meet Miss Lucy? No, I was just asking how you were doing. If you're not in your room, you might be at camp. You must have worked hard to hold the school opening event. But first of all, he is the senior of all Sylvania. It is a position with a lot of expectations, to the point where the accumulated penalty points are meaningless. A rare genius who will never appear at Sylvania Academy again. It is truly an honorable position. But at the same time, Lucy also has the rare stigma of being the person with the most penalty points at Offaly's Hall. Even if you live like a bastard throughout the school year, the accumulated penalty points are difficult to exceed 200 points. Lucy is surpassing the 1,000-point mark on her own. His penalty points are as great as his performance, so he is securing an overwhelming first-place position. However, the problem is that Lucy cannot be controlled solely through the disadvantages that come from penalty points. It has slowly reached a point where life penalty points directly affect her grades, but her overwhelming performance is not a difference that can be overturned with life penalty points. Actually, it's someone else who has business. I have something to tell you. You mean the Offaly's building? Well, Master Ed is acquainted with the students who use Offaly's Hall. If you tell me separately, I will call you. No, it's okay. He's not someone worth calling out. He'll just leave a letter and leave, because he is a difficult person to meet. So you decided to go to Cleric's Monastery. The Princess of Persica is said to be coming, and there is also something I need to sit down and talk about seriously with Saint Clarice. No matter what, I was sure I would just go. It's hard to have a long conversation at times like this. When Ed Rosteler returned to camp, Yenica had finished preparing dinner and was sitting by the campfire reading a book of elementalism. When Jenica manages the camp or does basic housework, she ties her braided hair back and rolls up her sleeves. When I look at her, I get the feeling that she really looks like a country girl. It was a strangely different feeling from when she was usually the top student in her grade, dressed up in a neat school uniform. So many students were surprised when they saw Yenica shopping in the living room. It's different from when I lived at Offaly's Center with assisted living. If you want to take care of yourself, you have to be busy all the time so you can no longer live like a princess in a fairy tale. If you watch Yenica thinking about what to buy for daily necessities or handling ingredients for students of the bachelor's degree, there is a strange feeling, as if characters from a fairy tale have burst into reality. Jenica actually really liked that situation. This is because even in his hometown of Pulern, he refused the favor of people who encouraged him and lived by looking after himself. So I went to Offaly's Hall to tell St. Clarice the news, but it wasn't easy to meet her in person. I just left a letter for Belle. Monastery, monastery. Jenica repeated this several times with the book open on her lap. Tanya, who stayed at the cleric monastery for a few days, would have had a lot to say, but Jenica does not know what kind of place the cleric monastery is. All we know is that it is a sacred sanctuary on the sea located along the west coast of the empire. Still, there is a unique, neat image that comes from the word monastery. The first thing that comes to mind is the image of priests sitting aloof and receiving God's will in a place far from the rest of the world. There is nothing particularly dangerous about it. It just feels like a terribly boring and quiet place. Yenica thought about that image and eventually smiled with a kind smile that was typical of her. If necessary, I should go still if you travel that far in the middle of the ed semester. Won't it be too hard to keep up with the bachelor's curriculum? It's just a week, but it's not that fatal. I'm going to make some preparations in advance. I see. But what business do you have for St. Clarice? It seems like something amazing to have personal business, for that incredible Saint Yenica has a strange admiration or burden for people of noble status. In fact, Ed Ross Taylor, who is right in front of us, is also a nobleman who has been restored to his family. In response to Yenica's question, Ed suddenly looked as if he was lost in thought for a moment. It's as if he's wondering whether he should say something or not. Yenica just tilted her head and looked at Ed with a natural look on her face. I have some work to complete before I graduate. Siang Changrayang Velbrook. Ed, who was considering whether or not to mention that name, eventually shook his head. I have a feeling that the current Yenica would completely believe Ed's words. The resurrection of Sung Changrayang Velbrook and his arrest are the heaviest and most important burdens that Ed Rosteller carries. Yenica is always worried because of Ed, who is already going through a lot of hardships. Is there any benefit to already handing over the weight of the next load? Above all, if we begin to gather forces in earnest and make matters public, Yenica will naturally become aware of it. Wouldn't it be better to say something when things slowly start to take shape? Ed had that thought. There's nothing Jenica can do right now, but it will only end up putting more weight of worry on her shoulders. I have some personal goals, and also Saint Clarice is a person with great influence. She doesn't know, but she's also someone I want to be as close to as possible with the Ross Taylor family's position at stake. If it's political, there's nothing we can do. I can't think of anything like that. I can't help to the naive Jenica Palova political deliberation is as incomprehensible as the curly text in a difficult technical book. To expect such a level of thinking from a girl who has always exchanged natural relationships and favors is too much of a thief. Rather, since he has a personality that doesn't know much about such things, it could be said that he is like Yenica Failover. Ed shrugged and poured some of the stew that had been warming in the iron pot over the campfire into a bowl. It was prepared by Yenica. It is truly ironic that after turning down the exquisite feast at Arfle's Hall, what he came back to eat was warmed meat stew. But Ed is a person who does not attach much importance to gastronomy in the first place. Rather, this one suited Ed better. It's delicious. Did you make it after afternoon class? Ha! It was nice that there was a lot of spice left. I also thought I needed to eat all the smoked meat before it spoiled, so I put in plenty. Jenica seemed to be excited by the fact that it was delicious, so she closed the book and started talking about personal things, such as how it felt to cut with a knife, and how she needed to buy a new pot. Ed cooed as he shoveled stew into his mouth, and gave an estimate of how many more logs would be needed to expand the cabin, and how much more trimming would be needed. Then, until the meal was over, we talked a lot about the structure of the newly expanded cabin, whether to place Ed's personal engineering workshop on the second or first floor, whether to create an underground space, or whether to put up a fence. At a peaceful time when the sun was setting, just by exchanging such trivial stories, a strange feeling of happiness bloomed in Jenica, and she smiled for no reason. Belle gave me the recipe. There are many other things I want to try besides this. Still, I wonder if we shouldn't waste too much planting material. Ed threw the spoon into the iron pot, which was neatly empty to the bottom, and sat down on a tree stump. A pleasant feeling of fullness came over me. Now that I think about it, I didn't say anything. Belle will send someone to give you some clothes. Clothes. I personally asked you to practice mending. They'll probably send a maid tomorrow. Don't panic if someone you don't know shows up at camp. Yeah, I see. While managing the Arfle's Hall, they also take care of the camp. Belle is so amazing. Belle Meyer was the senior maid who had taken care of Yenica Palova since she was a first-year student who knew nothing. Although there is a slight age difference between her and Yenica, she is so young that she is no different from a rookie compared to her enormous position as head maid at Arfle's Hall. If she had reached that level at such a young age, it would have been natural for her to become arrogant or loose in her demeanor. But she is still as flawless as she was when she was a low-level maid. It doesn't seem like his way of thinking has changed much compared to when he was at his lowest level. It is said that it is important to keep your original intention, but as your position changes, your values must also change. Usually things change naturally without any effort. It's almost tongue-in-cheek to see him keep his position so tenaciously. What soon feels like his unnaturalness. The strange way in which he fulfills his position and duty is not the sincerity of an ordinary person. It certainly seems like there is something worth mentioning as an opportunity. What were you doing before coming to Arfle's Hall in the first place? Yenica, what do you know? Ha! Well, all I know is that Belle has been working as a maid ever since she was an adult. And what I've heard a strange rumor going around among low-level maids. A strange rumor. Well, it's just a rumor, but they say that my childhood past was very dark. I'm not sure about the specifics. Everything is a mystery. Among the students at Arfleys Hall, there are many people with dark pasts. In particular, there have been cases where the children of border nobles lost in power struggles, or whose families were ruined after the illegitimate children of influential families entered the country. If you work at the Arfleys building, you will meet many people who had unhappy childhoods, and even those maids would say that they have a dark past. I have no idea what kind of life he would have lived. Ed tilted his head and thought about it, but it wasn't a curiosity that could be resolved right away. In fact, it won't be of any help in suppressing Bellbroke right now. It's just a personal curiosity, and digging into it further would be an invasion of privacy. People often have a past that they want to hide and live with. Digging into that kind of past will only be a disgrace to the other person. With that thought in mind, Ed shook his head and blew away all unnecessary thoughts. Well, Belle will take care of her life. I have to take care of my own business first. Actually, Belle is someone who will do well without us having to worry about that. Ed, are you going to trim the logs until you go to bed? Okay, I guess I need to cut down some more. It looks like the cabin will be bigger than I thought. Of course, you can't get an accurate estimate just by designing. It's better if you grow up. It's where Ed lives. Yenica spoke with a lively smile. Ed prepared to move his body by twisting it this way and that. Although there were still some wounds, it wasn't so bad that I couldn't move my body. Is there any leftover drinking water? Ha! In the bucket. I had just finished eating. To quench his thirst and replenish moisture, Ed went to the bucket where he had collected drinking water and soaked a wooden mug. Ed took a gulp of cool water as he watched Yenica open her book on elemental science again. A pleasant, refreshing feeling spread throughout her body, thanks to the cold water flowing past the pores of her throat. And then the fever rose quickly. Ed instantly felt uncomfortable at the strange, sweet taste on the tip of his tongue, but it was already too late. While he was sneezing as if he had heard something, Yenica looked at Ed in surprise and worriedly told him to drink slowly, but Ed could not hear her voice clearly. Wow. Ed, who was sneezing repeatedly, grabbed the edge of the bucket and knelt down. As she continued to endure the heat rising through her body, she sensed something was wrong with the changes in her body. Hey, Ed, are you okay? Jenica, realizing the discomfort, closed the book, placed it on the tree stump, and stood up. The moment he ran towards Ed, who was drinking water, and supported his body, he was startled by the heat rising through Ed's body. Ed was fine with no other problems until just a moment ago. There will be no more recall left in the ring. But what on earth is this heat? Hey, Ed. Ed. Ha, for a moment, few Ed, barely able to lean against a bucket full of water, began to breathe with difficulty. Jenica looked at it, and her hands began to shake. Does it hurt anywhere? Unless it is a serious illness, the condition will not deteriorate so rapidly. Yenica lowered her posture while supporting Ed's body, and only then did she see the reagent bottle lying among the grass. Goosebumps rose up the tips of Yenica's arms. I'm sure I've seen that reagent bottle before. This is Yenica, who flatly rejected Patricia's offer without thinking much about it. I remember Patricia making a strangely dissatisfied face as she looked at Jenica, who was so determined and firm. Alchemists often have a strange sense of pride or confidence in their inventions. In fact, most inventors who pursue innovation are all similar. These are the people who show their anger even further, as if their pride has been scratched when the invention they put all their effort into is ignored. She wanted to show the effectiveness of the medicine to Jenica, who asked her to take such a reagent home with her, as if it were no different from Patricia. The situation is that Patricia Anna secretly poured a reagent into a bucket of drinking water and ran away. It is not difficult to infer. Patrician seniors. Jenica supported Ed's body and called his name in a resentful tone. A tomboy and a troublemaker. In fact, students who are interested in alchemy are often given such nicknames. Now that I have become a victim myself, I feel even more resentful. I feel like I should express my dissatisfaction later, but the first thing to do is to sort out Ed, who seems to be having a hard time. I was about to get the cloth I was using as a towel because I felt like I needed to wipe off my sweat. Ed's hand grasped Yenika's wrist tightly. Jenica took a deep breath as she felt an electric current flowing through her entire body. Hey, Ed, well, after I feel like I am in a bit of a bad state for a moment. Yenica, yes, that looks like it. It'll even bring something to wipe off your sweat. Ed Rosteller's mental strength was already far beyond that of many students. He is not a person who can completely break down just because he has been exposed to a drug that induces intoxication and removes self-control. Rather, he is a boy who will overcome the energy of the reagent. Still, the fact that it is difficult does not change. First, I am feeling a little tired right now. Stay next to me. If you lose consciousness, the only person who can help you is you. Yenika's eyes darted around, and she became more agitated than usual. For Yenika, who knows the efficacy of the reagent well, every word Ed says at this point is too fatal. Above all, Ed is a boy who always cares for Jenica in a blunt and indifferent manner. There are only a handful of times that I have actively revealed my inner self or come closer to you. She was Yenica, who also liked Ed's blunt temperament, so she didn't have any major emotional conflicts. If you think that Ed will reveal his feelings without hesitation, it is a fatal blow to Yenica, who is not immune to romance, even for a girl of her age. Just imagining it made Jenica's breathing difficult, so she had to somehow control her eyes that were trying to turn around as they wanted. Hey, Ed. First of all, wipe off the sweat first. Hey, swish. Before Yenica could finish speaking, Ed quickly pulled Yenica's wrist and made her sit next to him. Yenica, who settled helplessly on the grass, felt like her body was fluttering like a feather. It was a gesture from Ed, who had always treated Yenica gently and cared for her, but I made up my mind to pull on it so tightly that I couldn't even resist. Was the mass of my body, which always felt so heavy, finally reached this level? My heart skipped a beat at the very realistic difference in strength. Love and be loved. Be considerate and considerate. Since Yenica's life has been one of only warm and gratifying human relationships, the gesture of holding her tightly and dragging her away while ignoring her opinions cannot help but be disconcerting. Ed is in no condition to be considerate of Yenica. As he managed to withstand the surge of energy from the reagent, he only held on to Yenica's wrist so tightly that it broke. Yenica was pulled next to him and forced to sit down, clutching her pounding heart. Ed's hand gestures, swinging Yenica around without a single bit of consideration, gave me a strange feeling of excitement. My wrist feels stiff and painful. I felt like I was being held tightly and not being able to go anywhere. No matter what anyone says, it is a scary and frightening situation, but when that person becomes Ed, paradoxically, my heart starts racing. The strange feeling of being manipulated gives me an inexplicable, immoral feeling, but I cannot resist it. Ah, or did you even want to resist in the first place? Jenica cannot refute such self-questioning. Before I knew it, Yenica was also catching her breath. Little by little her eyes widened as she felt a strange feeling for the first time in her life. Still, we must resist. I see Ed pressing his face with one palm and somehow holding on to the energy of the reagent. Yenica's face is already heating up to the point where she can't keep up, but she can't stay still like this. First, we need to check Ed's condition, wipe off his sweat, and take him to the cabin so he can rest. You should also tell them about the reagent, provide an environment for them to take care of themselves, and at least ask Belle for help. A series of subsequent streams bloomed in Jenica's head. No matter how much your opponent is Ed Rothdeller, you must speak firmly for his sake. Let go of this hand. It hurts so much. I'm so scared right now. Please be a little considerate. First of all, I won't be doing this. Please listen to my story. With great difficulty, Jenica decided to call Ed. Head. Because I was nervous, my tone was off. Her voice came out louder than she expected, and even Yenica was surprised. Ah, but there was no answer from Ed. In fact, he narrowed his eyebrows, as if his headache had gotten worse because of Yenica's scream-like call. Don't raise your voice, too much head hurts, Ed, you shouldn't be like this. Just stay still, stay next to me. Ed's voice speaks in a whisper as he breathes in and out. The voice that seeps right into my ears feels like my brain is melting and the blood vessels running through Jenica's face scream. Soon Yenica was completely overcome by the force. Eventually, she speaks in a voice that sounds like an ant crawling inside. Are okay? Her the only solution to the situation ended up raising the white flag, a state where you can't ask anyone for help. To make matters worse, for some reason, the spirits don't even react. These are the spirits that usually flock around Yenica. It was a situation where there was literally no answer. A private room specially prepared for St. Claris on the top floor of the Arfeles building. The Arfeles building is famous for the grand size of even the regular rooms, but when it came to the private room used by St. Claris, it felt like half the floor was dedicated to her. Claris's small body was lying on a bed covered in antique lace decorations. The only person in this Arfeles building who knows about her double life. The maid Belle Meyer stood quietly next to her. He came late in the afternoon earlier and delivered it to me. Clarice was humming as if she was in a good mood and was happily reading the letter with the letter spread over her head. They say they will accompany you to the cleric monastery. I had a really hard time attending the bachelor's event all day, but I feel good because I feel like I am being rewarded. Clarice had a happy face. It was a situation where he had to preside over prayer meetings for several days at the cleric monastery, where there was nothing to enjoy, but the story was much different if Ed accompanied him. Although they are faithful, unlike the high-ranking clergy, who have no interest in schism, and only talk about the Bible all day, he is great as a companion, and is well-liked personally. Unlike the resolution I made every year to go to cleric's monastery, I think I will be able to enjoy the visit this year quite a bit. At that thought, Clarice became excited and even started talking to Belle, who was standing next to her. You mean cleric's monastery? Now that I think about it, it's almost time to hold a prayer meeting. Yes, because I am the face of the Telos Church. Even though I am a student at Sylvania starting this year, I still have to attend the prayer meeting. The academic department has also decided to grant a public transcript. However, is it okay if I accompany Master Ed to Cleric Monastery? As far as I know Cleric's Monastery well, I have authority. There are as many reasons as you can make to accompany someone. I am sure there won't be any problems within the monastery. Clarice was humming and happily reading the letter Ed had written by hand. Senior Ed is a person with thorough self-management and strong self-control, right? So nothing special will happen within the monastery. Belle couldn't really object to Clarice's words, which she spoke with such confidence. Ed Rosteller is quick to judge the situation and will not try to have more contact with the nuns than necessary. I guess he'll have to ask the academic department tomorrow to ask for an official admission. Clarice was laughing brightly, waving her white feet. Belle just stood there quietly, not wanting to say anything to that happy look. Chapter 196. I knew it would be like this. 4. You can't survive in this harsh world with magic skills alone. The day I succeeded in mastering high-level magic for the first time. This is what Traciana thought when she returned to the dormitory and looked at the moon alone. High-ranking explosion, magic destruction. The huge explosion, created by pouring out all the magical energy that had been concentrated for several days, destroyed all the barrier ceremonies that the professors had created in layers for safety. Due to her achievements, Traciana rose to the position of head of the Ministry of Magic and received praise from all of her classmates. However, in the field of magic, there is Lucy Merrill, a genius sent from heaven. As long as you live at the same time as her, becoming the best in the field of magic is something that can never happen. I had no desire to be the best. In any case, the geniuses who are at the forefront of their times are of different races. During her 4 years as a student at Sylvania, Traciana felt that wall more clearly than anyone else. This isn't just Traciana's story. Current Sylvania 4th grade senior trio. Combat Department Chief Dyke Elfalan. Ministry of Magic Chief Traciana Bloomriver. Dorothy Whitefelts, Chief of Pensions. The impression of the 4th graders at Sylvania Academy, represented by these 3 people, is a gathering of normal students. The current 12th grade generation, referred to as the Golden Generation, is completely different from the 3rd grade generation that produced bright students such as Yenica Palova, Ed Rostaler, and Drake Atalanta. These criminals work harder than anyone else. Traciana cannot deny that ironic evaluation, which has both the meaning of praise and the meaning of insult. Therefore, he does not try to define his value solely based on his magic skills, although he has risen to the position of head of the Ministry of Magic, which is difficult for anyone to achieve. He never thinks that the position of head is everything to him. It may be a dream position for some, but for Traciana, it is nothing more than a process she must go through. It is now the 2nd semester of the 4th year. It's time to look forward to graduation. Graduation is a new beginning. You cannot progress further if you are always satisfied with the position of top undergraduate student. Life after graduation. Since this is the time when it becomes noticeable, Traciana does not always act hastily. In the quiet environment of the private room of the Arfeles building, Traciana closed the book on elemental science, a quiet and peaceful sight. The time when the afternoon academic schedule is over and everyone is relaxed in the relaxed atmosphere of the evening. The leisurely sight of early evening scene outside the window will no longer be visible after half a year. Your life as a student is over, and now it is time to return to the Bloom River family and work at the forefront of magic research. You will probably have to live fiercely. Traciana looked through the letters in the drawer that the matriarch, Senior Bloom River, had sent. I still cherish the dream of becoming the next leader of the Bloom River family, following in the footsteps of her, with whom I had been in close contact throughout my undergraduate career. A tomboy, troublemaker, problem child. The Bloom River family is full of such people and has always been treated as a heretic. At least the Aniston family was comparable to the troublemaker temperament of the Bloom River family. In an environment full of such incidents, Traciana, despite her serious and calm temperament, was always treated as an outsider. Still, I wasn't alone. The first rational and realistic head of the family to be born their senior Bloom River. Thanks to her, the Bloom River family has barely lost its reputation as a prestigious family. And the person who was most deeply influenced by Senior was Traciana Bloom River. Tanya Rossdaler and Ed Rossdaler recently, along with the imperial power. There are signs that the power structure among the noble families is also changing noticeably. The head of the family, whom she greatly admired, Senior Bloom River, seemed to have placed a bet on the Rossdaler family in this reorganization of the power structure. Tanya Rossdaler has a fun plan. I plan to stick with that side. Student body president Tanya Rossdaler returned to Sylvania just in time for the start of the semester. Her actions have been of interest to many people. At first impression, he seemed like a sharp and ambitious person, but lately he seems noticeably tired and has been grumbling and sighing more. Although she seems to have lost some venom, Traciana's eyes show Tanya's inner strength, which has not lost her strength. Maybe the powerful families of the empire will split in half and a fight will break out. When that time comes, it will be difficult if we don't come out on the winning side. So, Traciana, make sure to stick to Lowe's Taylor while nothing has happened yet. Senior's advice always gets to the point. It was as if he was reading Traciana's mind as she was planning her life after graduation. Even after everything is over and you have to pretend to be an ally, the wall in your heart won't be broken down. If you truly want to keep in step with them, when they are at their weakest and most insignificant, only then can you maintain a long-term exchange relationship. What did Senior Bloom River see in the Ross Taylor family? I don't know now, but I have no intention of doubting her insight. In fact, Traciana also became acquainted with Ed Rossdaler and did quite well with his request. Although it felt like they were put together because of the accident that happened to Patricia, it is good news that a connection has been created with the Ross Taylor family. Traciana put down Senior's letter and looked out the window as the sun was setting. She has become infinitely more realistic since attending Sylvania, and her eyes are still calm. You can't survive in this harsh world with magic skills alone. I am thinking about saying the words I've said over and over again. Traciana, the senior who all fourth-year Ministry of Magic students look up to. Even she felt the barrier to true talent while attending Sylvania. Because of that, I ended up being somewhat pessimistic and realistic, but I'm not the type of person to get frustrated. Understand the atmosphere of conduct and network. I don't know how the Empire's aristocratic power will move, but in the end, the key is who will stand at the top in the end. Only by discerning them well and betting on them can you survive in the rapidly changing world of nobles. If Senior Bloom River bet on Ross Taylor, Traciana will just do her best in her position accordingly. It would be difficult to get close to Tanya Rossdaler, the student council president, as we are in different grades and have no common point of contact, but Ed Rossdaler is completely different. They are close in school, they are familiar with each other, and they even have the advantage of being a senior at the Ministry of Magic. It is best to help him as much as possible or accumulate debt while he is still weak. This is probably what Senior hopes for. The key is to continue our friendly relationship with Ed Rossdaler. That is an investment in the future. It was a moment when I nodded, keeping that policy in mind. Boom, sister. The tomboy younger sister, Patricia, burst into Traciana's door. Traciana looked at the door angrily. Patricia, whose hair was covered in leaves, probably from a walk in the forest just moments ago, spoke cheerfully. Success, success. Clinical trial. Didn't I say yes? What? It definitely worked. That's amazing. The ominous feeling I had felt earlier had indeed become reality. It looks like the effect is greater than I thought. I secretly gave it to you, and there was definitely a clinical response. Are you really crazy, Petrin? Did you really use that on people? Oh no, just a small amount. I just wanted to see if it worked. Did you get my permission? First, Traciana put the books and letters into a drawer and then asked Patricia in a stern manner. Then, Patrician awkwardly avoided eye contact and spoke. What? It's not poison, and what I'm not trying to do anything bad. I'm a preacher of love. Cupid, with that feeling silence. Her older sister, Traciana, is quietly looking at her. Patricia felt that the atmosphere was unusual and soon began to sweat. Oh no, well, maybe it won't be that bad in the end. Sister, first watch the situation slowly, and then when you do something, I tell you to think it over and not do it out of anger. I told you. So who is it? Who did you feed it to? Don't you need to know who it is to make things right or apologize? Who did you feed it to? Traciana felt some kind of anxiety once again. Patricia always had a knack for causing major accidents in the worst possible way. It was always Traciana's job to take care of the situation. She fiddled with her fingers and continued answering with difficulty, avoiding eye contact. Ed Rosteller. I felt the blood draining from my face. I really knew what the word dumbfounded meant. Traciana was in a daze, so she swallowed her breath and closed her eyes tightly. I knew it would be like this. I can't survive. Lortle stood in front of the bucket with eyes astonished by the world. It was a hectic day, as I had to take care of everything on top of my academic schedule. Still, I couldn't help but hum at the thought of going back to the villa after finishing my day's work. Unlike when I lived at Offaly's building, returning home is enjoyable. Home is a place to sleep. For Lortle, who had lived only with that kind of mindset, the joyful experience of returning home was so refreshing that even he found it surprising. The first thing Lortle saw upon returning to the camp was Ed and Yenica sitting side by side, leaning against a large bucket filled with drinking water. There are three characters. First of all, Ed Rosteller. Unable to overcome the inexplicable heat, he covered his face with one hand and groaned. The other hand is wrapped around Yenica's shoulder and is exerting a lot of force, as if he is restraining her, as if telling her not to go anywhere and to stay by his side. The second is the Yenica failover. With her cheeks as red as a blush, she sits down next to Ed like a dirty girl, looking like she can't do anything. It seemed like he was trying to do something, but he couldn't overcome Ed's force, so he just left it to me. The third is Lortle Ketchelm. I am looking at those two. More, what are you doing? Although I was embarrassed by the sudden skinship, I first asked for an explanation of the situation. Above all, Ed's condition seems strange. It looks difficult for some reason, but my first concern is that something is wrong with my health. That's why Lortle asked Yenica, who seemed fine. Ha, when did you come? Just now, you came so quickly. Why did you come so quickly? The moon is high in the sky. It's already late at night. Oh, really? Why did you come so late? As if she was already unable to think normally, Yenica raised her voice higher than necessary and asked meaningless questions. It's cold. No, it's not the time to be cold. It's hot, isn't it? Is it already early fall? Is it still summer? Is it cold? Is it hot? Lortle, is it cold now? Is it hot? Yenica Palova broke down. Yenica's pupils were spinning around in confusion. It wasn't a very pleasant sight for Lortle. You ate the reagent. The budget documents he brought with him to review before going to bed. Lortle sat by the campfire, holding them tightly to his chest. Lortle sat next to Ed, who was still holding his face and groaning after making a fuss. An emergency meeting was in progress between Jenica and Jenica. After gulping down fresh cold water several times and feeling the cool breeze for a while, Jenica came to her senses. She relayed the entire situation to Lortle next to the crackling bonfire. Oh no, it's ridiculous, but did you just sit next to the bucket in such a situation? First of all, shouldn't we think about moving Senior Ed to the bed and letting him rest? I thought about that too. I thought about it. I just saw them sitting next to each other for a while with their shoulders outstretched with a gaunt expression, so you can say that. Lortel looked at Yenica with a dumbfounded expression. I wonder what condition Ed is in right now. Are you saying that I was going back and forth on my guard to satisfy my own selfish desires? If you say that, it makes me seem like a very strange person. You're not wrong. Ah, I definitely can't refute that. It was largely because she was pressured by Ed Rothdale that she was unable to resist in any significant way, so if you say Yenica herself felt bad, it wasn't like that. Due to her personality of not being able to lie, she wouldn't accept a single word from Lortel's interrogation. It was impossible. Jenica closed her mouth with tears in her eyes. Don't raise your voice, my head hurts, Ed was groaning while pressing both of his temples. Looking at Ed like that, Lortel sighed with concern. Go in first and rest. I'll contact the store now and tell them to bring some painkillers. No, that's okay. When are you going to go to the store again at this late hour? Ed looked a bit distressed, but he had difficulty refusing Lortel's favor. Oh no, there is no need to run around like that until late at night. I can somehow overcome the energy from the medicine, right? Now just get some rest. Lortel hee oh no, Senior Ed. Still, you were busy working at the business all day long, working at the university. I'm already living a hectic life, so there's no need to try to support my every move. I've already received so much from you that I don't feel like receiving more. On the contrary, if you had paid me back, I would have paid you back. Yes, yes. Ed spoke with difficulty while cupping his face and pressing it down. Lortel took a deep breath at Ed's words. I know for sure that you are always having a hard time, but even more so. How can I ask you to go through a hard time? Oh no, that's not true. I am always grateful, so don't worry about me too much. You, too, should get some rest. If you push yourself too hard, it's hard for me too. Ah, Lortel was about to reply, but eventually became speechless and turned his head away. He then spoke while looking at Yenica with an excited expression. What is this? This could definitely be a bit dangerous. Although he could see through Ed's inner thoughts to some extent, saying it out loud like this definitely has a different destructive power. In the first place, Lortel is surprisingly not immune to being attacked openly. He can't get used to Ed's way of treating him with infinite gentleness, as if he were drunk. Even the idiomatic expression sweet is not enough. The once blunt person shows his sincerity, the gap that comes from the act of giving. It is not easy, even for Lortel, to handle that destructive power. From Ed's point of view, there is no time to just talk in circles. However, for Lortel and Jenica, the meaning of approaching was completely different. The feeling, it's so much more than this good thing, was favor this heavy. For a moment, Jenica looked at Lortel with half-moon eyes open, just like that just now. Lortel, who had been interrogating Nika, also averted his gaze this time as if embarrassed. Ed, he has to go to bachelor's classes tomorrow as well. What should I do if he's in such a painful state? It's probably right to take a break from bachelor's classes. That's right, but it's not just the academic schedule plus. There's a schedule to go to Cleric's Monastery with the Saint Ha. Cleric Monastery. Lortel couldn't believe his ears when he heard those words. Lortel was much more well-versed in world news than Yenica. Of course, he knew to some extent about Cleric Monastery, the holy site of the Telos Church. I know. It's the first time that Ed has been taken to the famous Jumnam area, but I think it would be possible for St. Claris to do so. The only thing I am worried about is as it is I am going to Cleric's Monastery. Ed is a boy who is always rational and calm, and who never shows signs of causing unnecessary trouble. His behavior is perfect as well. However, he feels unnecessarily sweet and kind, as he feels he has no time to control himself. If you go to a place like Cleric's Monastery, a major disaster will occur. However, St. Claris's authority is sky-high within the Church of Telos. If it is a schedule she has set herself, it cannot be easily broken. The color began to drain from Lortel's face. Yenica, who did not know the context, tilted her head with a puzzled expression, but Lortel calmly regained his senses. For now, until Senior Ed somehow overcomes the drug's energy, I guess I need to protect him by my side. Ah, yes, I agree with that then. If possible, it would be better to have him stay at a commercial facility. The medical facilities are well equipped, and there are many medicines, and if you search through the inventory carefully, you might be able to find a medicine that can neutralize the reagent ingredients. Law, who naturally tried to take Ed to the business building by following a logical and clean flow. It was a tell, but that's not possible. Anyway, lying down and resting in this familiar environment will be better, and you can find medicinal ingredients even without Ed. But if it's still possible, oh no. Yenica shook her head at Lortel's opinion. I shook it. Anyway, there is no big difference whether I rest at the camp or at the store. In fact, it is highly likely that the camp is a more familiar environment for Ed. In that case, I would like to avoid a situation where Ed, who is in a strangely sentimental state, is left alone with Lortel. Besides, it's not a good environment to meet more people than necessary. It's better to rest alone at camp. Ed wouldn't want to appear in front of others in this state. So it's best to stay in a place where someone you can trust, that's right, someone who isn't dangerous, can protect you by your side. Yenica raised her voice while saying that. Looking at her red face and her snoring, Lortel naturally retorted, I'm sorry, but right now, Yenica looks like the most dangerous person. Me. Can you say no? It can't be, it's not impossible. Even in a situation like this, my mentality is such that I can't lie and say it's not like that. I feel resentful. But what can I do? It's the Yenica palover, it's not impossible, but I want you to know that just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean it can't be dangerous. See, you're trying to explain it away with something incomprehensible again. Lortel also started raising her voice. It's rare to see her, who was always calm, speak so sincerely. Q too. Ed, who was sitting on a stump and pressing his temple in front of the campfire, was moaning even deeper. After a moment of silence, Jenica and Lortel looked at each other again and calmly composed themselves. It was not the time when they were having a disagreement. Anyway, if Lortel and I can't do it, shouldn't we find another trustworthy third party? What time is it? Do you have that kind of time? I'm not sure if there's such a person. But I can't just leave Ed like this. It was a moment where I was wrapping my head around thoughts for a long time. What's going on with you two? The relief pitcher said. Should I say that the person who both Yenica and Lortel trust, and who they can trust to entrust Ed to fell from the sky, to find Lucy, who didn't come back even though it was almost bedtime? Did she come? Or did she come to take care of Lortel's villa according to a contract? Chief maid Belle Meyer, who had taken time out of her busy schedule to come to the camp, had just come out through the bushes carrying a bunch of discarded clothes for mending practice. Oh, it looks like he came to stop by the camp after finishing his daily routine to some extent at the Phillies building. He said he would send a staff member, but he brought his own clothes, which is truly Belle Meyer-like. The two people looked as if they had seen their saviors. Belle couldn't help but have a puzzled expression on her face, even if only for a moment. It looks like the Rosteller family, the Bloomriver family, and the Callamore family will stick to Princess Fenia's side, northeast of Cloll's imperial palace. Rose Palace second wing Princess Persica's private room. It appears that the Elfaland family, the Whitefelts family, and the Nortondale family will stick to Princess Elaha's side, a man who serves as the leader of the Imperial Knights. The man boasts a tall stature with a long beard. He is a man who makes everyone in the Imperial family bow their heads when they say his name. Only the royal family cannot be discouraged by the man's authority. And as if to prove that fact, they leave the man behind and leave the large building in the main building of the Rose Palace. The girl looking up at the landscape painting had her head erect. It was a landscape painting painted by an artist from the Pulan region who depicted the majestic appearance of the imperial palace of Klal. The description was so detailed and beautiful that the eyes of Persica, who had seen quite a few works of art, it almost looks grand. Princess Fenia and Princess Elaha are sharing the support of quite a few influential people. So is it okay for us to remain silent like this? I dare to ask your opinion. Princess Persica quietly looked at the landscape painting. After looking at it, I immediately smiled. I think we need to look at the atmosphere a little more. Officials within the imperial family were all on edge due to the rapidly changing power structure. Meanwhile, the strangely relaxed appearance of Princess Persica was making Knight Commander Dilux very uneasy. Chapter 197, I knew it would be like this. 5. Are you feeling okay? It was already late at night when I felt like I could control my body properly. When I opened my eyes and raised my upper body, overcoming the slight fever remaining in my body, I found myself lying down on a warm, soft bed. Where? This is my private room in the Arfeles building. I brought you here at the request of Lady Yenica and Lady Lortel. I was silent for a moment as I saw Belle standing next to me as if it was natural. First of all I remember is drinking a glass of water and suddenly feeling dizzy. It was difficult to accurately judge the situation based on this alone, so I asked Belle to explain further. Looks like Lady Patricia is causing trouble. Patriciana, is that the eccentric wizard from the fourth year? Yes. Didn't I see you once last time? I haven't been involved in anything very good before. The other day he caught Merelda while she was out for a walk and made a fuss saying he was abusing her at the camp. Her older sister, Traciana, came rushing up to the troublemaker, patting him on the head and repeatedly apologizing. After that, Traciana participated in the battle to recapture the Elt Company. That girl got into trouble with the reagent this time. Isn't it true that people rewrite things? I opened my eyes, took a deep breath, and looked blankly into space for a moment. So where is she now? I am being held in Miss Traciana's room. I am being caught. When I stopped by the room to inspect the staff Tracy and Miss Tracy were practicing kneeling and praying. It looked quite angular. I didn't come from a military family, so I wondered if I was receiving separate training. Actually, Traciana didn't do anything wrong, but it felt like she was always getting caught up in Patriciana's troubles and had to apologize to her as well. She did that last time too. This time too, he will definitely drag Patricia by the ears and put his head down and look the world's most sorry. Well, why don't you come at least sometime soon and bring a bunch of presents? I think Master Ed just needs to focus on checking his condition. In my life, all kinds of strange things happen to me. You don't have to worry about post-processing. Miss Traciana is an expert in this field direction. What direction? I stood up, pressing my temples. The headache had subsided quite a bit, but I still felt a slight fever lingering in my body. When Miss Patricia has a serious accident, she apologizes in all sorts of ways. There are many different ways to apologize depending on the person you are dealing with, and it is well known that the bachelor is an expert in apologizing. Well, I guess you're not interested in this kind of gossip. When I asked what Belle was doing, I saw that she was sitting at the table embroidering. It's not the maid's outfit with a lot of red rose pattern decoration like usual. Anyway, it's late at night and there's nothing left to do, so I wear somewhat comfortable clothes. Belle always looks neat and tidy no matter what she does, so it is almost impossible for the average student to see her in her daily clothes. Even though it is a simple dress and pajamas, just changing the attire can completely change a person's impression. Have you been feeling sick these days? You don't look good. Do you still have some energy left? You can sleep a little longer if you need to. No, you can't occupy someone else's bed forever. Just these days, I can't tell if my common sense is lacking or if the students at this bachelor's degree are strange. From a kidnapping expert to an apology expert drinking water terrorist, what is certain is that Master Ed is a very common sense and rational person. There is no need for him to adjust his standard of thinking to the environment. Indeed, when I think about it, I feel like the number of authors who call themselves normal people is a handful. In particular, the more students in the alchemy department, or those who are immersed in alchemy, the more insane it seems. What on earth is alchemy? No matter how geeky it has its limits. So what exactly happened that led me to come all the way to your private room and just disappear there? I feel sorry because I probably won't have time to rest already. It's okay. I have a lot of things to do tonight anyway. If I just lay him down in my cabin, he will recover on his own, but bringing him here was also work right. What if I were to express my opinion without hesitation? I think leaving it alone in the cabin would have been a much more dangerous choice. The details, it's complicated to explain. Belle put the scarf she had been embroidering on the table and fell into deep thought. Just you might want to rest here tonight. It doesn't matter to me because I have to go out periodically to check on the night watchman. When do you sleep? I tend to sleep for a couple of hours in the morning and take a nap during certain periods of the day. I tend to have a loose schedule in the morning or get a good night's sleep during vacation periods. A good night's sleep is not a daily routine, but an event. No matter how physically strong and conscientious I am, if I continue to live like that, I will eventually become depleted. In fact, when Belle works hard, her skin looks more radiant and more lively. There are people for whom work is the vital force of life, and for whom work is the best nutrition. People who are born with such a way of thinking usually occupy top positions in bureaucratic society. The same goes for Belle Meyer. I thought I was living a pretty hard life, but you're a real idiot. No. This is normal. Once that way of thinking is established, it feels strange to ask why you work so hard. Since I wasn't in a position to say anything, I just nodded. Would you like me to offer you a simple snack? If you eat sweet foods, you will recover faster from an accident. Done. I got over the drug to some extent. Okay. I heard that you were going to Cleric's Monastery sometime this week, and I was worried what would happen if you didn't recover by then. Even so, it is only a trace amount. He'll get over this somehow, however. I wonder what I will do if there are after effects. I asked Lady Tracy about that separately, but she said there was no need to worry. He will probably come by when the sun rises and explain it well. I nodded and opened my eyes, pressing down on the slight remaining headache. As my body and mind slowly calmed down, the view of Belle's private room came into view. In a word, it was different from what I imagined. No matter what anyone says, being the head maid at Offaly's Hall is a prestigious and high-income position. It is also a dream position for anyone working in a related field. Her attire is also pretty and flashy, so she stands out for a maid whose simplicity is always considered a virtue. That has to be the case. This position is practically the face of Sylvania, assisting all the distinguished guests attending Sylvania on the front line. It is also a position that requires as much assistance and consideration as possible from the bachelor's point of view, because her impression becomes Sylvania's impression. Aside from that, the room is very narrow. A small bed in a space of about 6 to 7 pyong, a wooden table and work chair, a window with plenty of light, and a simple closet with efficient storage. And there are several portraits of great people hanging on the wall. All that is displayed on the table is a framed landscape painting and a dagger with a wildcat pattern on it for decoration. The maid's private room is being used as a storage room. Belle, who seemed to have noticed that he was puzzled by the room, struck first. I feel like I am floating. If the room for sleeping and resting is too large, I am using the same room I used when I was a senior maid. You're a frugal. It's rather average. Being frugal is also a relative concept to some extent. No matter how frugal I am, I have been working at this luxurious Offaly's building for several years. It is not easy to maintain such an attitude, even when holding the title of head maid. Although it is not a problem to be a little extravagant, she is truly worthy of being called a natural maid. What on earth were you doing before becoming a maid? I swung my arms around, feeling the energy coming back to my body. At the same time, I subtly asked a question that was deep in my heart. Rumors circulated here and there in Offaly's Hall, but nothing was revealed on the surface. There is no need to delve into Belle's past, but it would not be a big offense to reveal a little curiosity. However, Belle thought for a moment and then spoke. It's not a very interesting story. I don't really say anything. Don't ask. After seeing that attitude, anyone will interpret the inner meaning this way. I decided to vaguely answer the question because I thought it had roughly that kind of meaning. Okay, I'm sorry if it was rude. I wasn't trying to find out anything. It can be rude to ask about personal history in more detail than necessary. I thought to myself, let's leave it at that, and when I apologized, Belle suddenly shook her head. Rather, the other side seemed more embarrassed. Well, you said something misleading. Sorry, Master Ed. It wasn't a particularly rude question. What? I mean exactly what I said. Not very pleasant. I don't necessarily go around telling dark stories because the ending is so dark. It's not a story worth hiding. Belle picked up the embroidery she had put down and fiddled with the needle again. I wonder if the story is going to be long. Looking at the scarf that the needle is being threaded into, it is for students. It looks like he is adding more embroidery while making repairs. Although he could have asked a low-level maid to do that work, he is doing it himself. This is the part where Belle's method of trying to finish most of the work that comes to her is revealed on her own terms. He was the illegitimate son of the Plansel family in the northeastern part of the empire. The surname Meyer comes from his mother's side. Just like that, the Belle came in without a hitch. With just that one line, it was easy to see that Belle's birth was not unusual and that her life was not easy either. Do you know Baron Plansel? I think I've heard the name. It's a long and familiar name. However, what is certain is that I have never seen it in the social church of Ross Taylor's territory. Even though it is a place where famous nobles and small and medium-sized nobles send gifts even if they cannot come in person. Actually, it's more natural not to remember. Baron Plansel produced many officials mainly responsible for long-distance diplomacy with countries on the eastern continent. Geographically, it was located in the northeastern part of the empire, and there were many rough terrains, so the sea route was used more than the horse-drawn carriage that led to the interior of the empire. For a baron, he seems to be quite powerful. Well, anyway, you won't be able to find it on the map anymore, because it was merged into the county of Melin. In fact, from the perspective of Master Ed, who is from the Ross Taylor family, it may only be a microscopic incident. What does it mean for a noble's territory to be merged into the territory of a higher-ranking noble? You can think of a variety of possibilities, but most of them are not good words. As we come from a diplomatic family, we traveled a lot overseas, especially to the distant eastern continent. He attempted to introduce new farming equipment and sericulture into his territory, and also promoted massive civil engineering projects to level the rough terrain. The name Plansel family does not remain in my memory, but seeing as Bell can talk about such details, sometimes I get a strange feeling from that gap. For some, the Baron from the frontier was only a passing glance, but for others, he was the cradle of childhood. He made many attempts to enrich the territory in one way or another, but most of them ended up not being good. You were the illegitimate son of the Plansel family. Yes, he was the out-of-wedlock child of Master Dalvin, the official heir. So life must not have been easy. Well, if it had been a central noble family where the power struggle was fierce, they would have gone to great lengths to hide it, but surprisingly I was accepted with ease. Since they were pushed out of the power struggle to begin with, they were borderline nobles who only cared about their own people. Did he not consider the existence of a child out of wedlock, which could be a political weakness or harm, to be such a thorn in his eyes? Surprisingly, I lived in a mansion with some consideration during my childhood. There was hardly any eye contact, so there is nothing to say that hurts while talking about it. I have never been ashamed of my identity. However, some people are surprised when I tell them that I come from an aristocratic family. Same goes for me. Isn't it ironic in a way that the maid who served a nobleman was actually from a noble family? But if you think about it, once it actually seems natural. Since this is a position that requires treating and managing nobles, wouldn't it be better to have someone who knows the etiquette of nobles well? If you think about it that way, yes. It's just that there is no noble in the world who claims to be a maid. So I was the perfect person. At times my status as an illegitimate child was harsh, but I am very thankful for this status that allowed me to settle down in this way only recently. In fact, it seems that the aspect of being smart and sincere appealed more strongly than being from an aristocratic family. I decided not to bother with the details. By the way, isn't this Aiken Island, located in the southwest of the northeastern part of the continent, in the completely opposite direction? I ended up leaving home and living as a maid in this faraway place. Elise, the head maid of the squadron, was an acquaintance of your father. He said that Ellis was from the eastern continent, and that he was someone who went around reaching out to children who had nowhere to go, also from the family's perspective. No matter how much they don't have a desire for power, what would be the point in keeping an illegitimate child with them until the end? We need to release them to some extent so that they can live their own lives. At this point, I realized, as Belle continued her story, she was consciously skipping over gloomy or dark stories. Well, it was just worth living with. He somehow came from an aristocratic family. Although he maintains that position and speaks contemplatively, there is no way that there were no trials in his life. I don't want to make the other person feel gloomy. That kind of consideration is ingrained in you. From that look, it seems like the life of a woman named Belle Meyer can be seen. Rather, I felt a strange sense of resistance. It must have been difficult. It wasn't particularly difficult. It was hard. Well, there was a time like that, but it's also nice to have a business card from an aristocratic family. You spent your childhood in the Rosteller family, so I wouldn't dare give you my business card. Skillfully passing it off as a compliment to the other person's authority is a sign of an adult who has a certain degree of mastery in how to live. Okay, here I gave up. However, Belle Meyer must have been conscious of the fact that I had taken a step back in that way, so she put down her embroidery for a moment and looked at me intently. In fact, is there anyone who hasn't gone through difficult times? Everyone has ups and downs in life, and we see such scenes more often, especially in special environments like the Arfleys Hall. I can't say no. Right now, my family is in a state of trouble. Yes, that's right. Therefore, I am not asking for sympathy or sympathy for my misfortune by bringing up a trivial tragedy. A round moon outside the window. The penetrating moonlight illuminates the world equally as always. Unlike the dazzling midday sun, it is a faint light, but there are times when the light that subtly seeps in, as if it is not there, actually brings more peace to a person's mind. When the light is bright, it is dazzling. Sometimes you need a light shining softly from behind. In fact, Belle Meyer was such a beacon of light. Although she is never revealed, she is a type of person who is clearly there. Still, it wouldn't be polite to dismiss Master Ed's curiosity by telling him not to pay any attention to it. No, it's okay. Rather, it is probably my curiosity that is petty. I am busy living my own life, but I don't have the time to be curious about other people's past lives. If you don't want to, you don't have to tell me. No, it's not that I don't like it, but my honest feelings are that I really want to say it. He said he doesn't necessarily brag about his misfortune. When I looked dumbfounded at the attitude that contradicted what I had said a few seconds ago, Belle Meyer also added a word with an embarrassed expression. What I just said was general. If the other person is Master Ed, there is a change of heart on this side as well. Change of heart. Are you really saying there's something you want to tell me? Yes. But since you are Master Ed, there is something I would like you to hear. It's embarrassing to see a woman who always maintains a businesslike attitude, no matter who she treats, come out like this. However, he is not a person who can have personal feelings towards me. I know that fact, and Belle knows it well. Rather, there is a comfortable relationship because it is businesslike. Because I had insight into that fact, I raised a white flag and spoke to Belle, who persistently forced me to use polite language. Do you know about the end of the Plansel family? No matter who we are, tragedy and comedy intersect in our lives. If you reflect on the path you have lived, you will surely have experienced many sad and happy times. I don't know how many tragedies were in Belle's past, but my intuition was screaming. At least in this case, it is the darkest part of Belle's dark past that he has kept hidden. As always, the elegant and clean tone of voice remains the same. If you look at it from a macro-historical perspective, that's right. Frontier nobles without a desire for power usually meet a similar end. Was it used as a throwaway card in the power struggle of high-ranking nobles? It's similar. It's an obvious story that needs to be explained in detail, but I clearly remember the ending. This is a story from when I was young. At that exact time, the head maid of the Squadron Ellis came to the Plansel mansion as an honored guest. Belle closes her eyes. Only Belle knows what she was like as a child. Belle does not discuss the details. She just speaks bluntly. There was talk that the amount of tribute demanded by our Lord Margrave Melin could no longer be met with tax revenue from within the territory alone. The Baron's valuables were sold, employees were fired, and personal assets were all stolen, but the warehouses in the estate were becoming increasingly empty. I had an inkling of what was going on, but I kept my mouth shut and just listened. The Baron went directly to his lord, the Margrave of Melin, and appealed to him, but to no avail. When I told him to at least give me someone, Baron Plansel realized. What the Margrave of Melin wanted to offer as tribute was the Baron's illegitimate son, who had no special features other than his relatively beautiful appearance. I am telling this as if it's someone else's story, but the illegitimate child's name is probably he's not even the one whose name is on the family tree, but Planche's illegitimate son, whose only half-blood related. All you have to do is just give it away. Surprisingly, living as the Margrave's property may be a happier life for you. Well, I'm going to get a little hit with my hand. For some reason, the Baron just looked at the illegitimate child he raised in his arms with wistful eyes. Family love can sometimes be seen as a curse that blocks a person's future path. The speed of the hands that embroider each stitch is constant. Belle Meyer was a maid who faithfully performed her assigned tasks at any time. However, the Baron thinks of an innovative method. There is a way to make the matter public so strongly that even the central nobles cannot easily ignore it while not moving according to the Margrave's wishes and taking a hit. It was a truly innovative measure that could eliminate all the pain he suffered. You no longer have to see the suffering of the people in your territory. You don't have to feel guilty when you turn your eyes away from them. You don't have to be heartbroken by the sad face of an illegitimate child who doesn't know anything about the world, and you can free yourself from the weight of all the responsibilities you carry on your shoulders. There is a way. What is that? I asked lightly. The answer came back heavy. You just need to bring a few supplies. It's a long rope and an old shabby wooden chair. The rope should be long enough to be made into a loop and tied to the ceiling, and the chair should be light enough to make it easy to kick and knock over. The conversation ended there. Silence. Maybe 30 seconds. Is it 1 minute? In this quiet room with no conversation taking place, I quietly lowered my gaze. It's not a story that ends so gloomily. Should I call it encouragement and punishment? Just like a traditional fairy tale, Margrave Melin meets a terrible end that feels somewhat reassuring. I roughly heard the story. This is a story that all senior professors know. Okay, certainly the story of Margrave Melin is famous. 2 years later, he shamelessly tried to bribe the prime minister of his country, but faced a backlash and fell spectacularly. The evil deeds of the past have accumulated. This is a natural conclusion. But I often think like that. Belle spoke with her eyes tightly closed. Normally, I wouldn't say it out loud, but since the person I am dealing with is Master Ed, I really want to say it. I finally understand what those words mean. Killing yourself is not a very good decision. No one knows what will happen in the future. If the Baron had just closed his eyes at that time and handed over his illegitimate son to the Margrave, he might have been laughing heartily at his downfall 2 years later. While saying this, Belle quietly opened her eyes and stuck a needle into her scarf. I can see the back of a young girl who opened the Baron's door and entered. Only Belle would remember what kind of scene was reflected in her young eyes. I'm sorry for talking so darkly. No, it's nothing to apologize for. And let me tell you, I am living as hard as I can. I know. Master Ed is working harder with his life than anyone else. Belle put down her embroidery for a moment and looked out the moonlit window. That's a good thing. Tell me when you go to Cleric's monastery. I will give you some snacks and gifts to eat on the way. Thank you for the refreshments, but what is the gift? The abbot is someone I know. He is a good person and helps me a lot in many ways. I want to give you a gift while I am leaving, so the refreshments are a bribe to ask you to deliver the gift. There is no need to bribe someone with something like that. I would be grateful if it was a snack. Eventually, Belle lifted the candlestick in the corner of the room as if she was planning to go check on the night watchman. If possible, it would be better to wake up when the sun rises in the morning. It is not recommended to walk through the forest at night until you are sure of your physical condition. I guess so. I think it would be a good idea to pull myself together and get out. Well, you've been through a lot of embarrassing things. In my life, there are many times when I encounter absurd and unexpected situations. There is something I consciously say every time that happens. Belle said as she bowed politely, gently lifting the hem of her dress as if to ask her to rest in peace. Even if I am a little embarrassed, I always say it to myself, as if it's a habit to criticize myself. Most of Belle's past history is still a mystery. Even if she only saw that part for a moment, she shouldn't judge her life carelessly. It must have been a life filled with all kinds of trials that you could not have imagined. Despite this, she always thought about it in her mind, as if she was hypnotizing herself, as if he had expected from the beginning that things would turn out this way. This is the secret to maintaining a dignified appearance, as if there is no need to be embarrassed at all. I knew it would be like this. It was the next morning when Patricia and Traciana burst through the door and threw themselves head first on the floor. Crime, song, do. I have committed a mortal sin. The whole process of opening the door, throwing the pile of presents on the table, then sliding down to the floor and hitting my head was almost a work of art. The image of Traciana sitting next to Patricia with her head pressed against the floor. If I were to give it an art score, it would be close to 100 out of 10. My brother, I don't know anything, but I don't know too much. Ah, it hurts. Ah, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Really sorry. Do. I was sitting on the bed, looking down at my twin sisters, who were shaking their heads with dumbfounded faces. No matter what, the sight of the fourth-grade senior hanging his head, it was a rather uncomfortable sight to just look at. Chapter 198, Giving Meaning. 1. The idea that the world is wide does not make sense to Lucy Merrill. That is why I always raise my head and look at the sea of stars above the sky. The color fluttering in the cool, early fall wind brushes against the edge of my skin, making me feel strangely tickled. The sight of her cunningly climbing on the railing on the roof of the Oval building and holding her witch's hat down to prevent it from flying off has not changed since she entered school. Next to him, a cat with white fur and a black tail cheerfully approaches and sits down. Likewise, The cat perched on the railing tactfully let out a drowsy meow and stared intently at the beef jerky that Lucy was mumbling about. Lucy, who was quietly looking at the starry sky, saw a cat out of the corner of her eye, swallowed the beef jerky in one mouthful, and made a blank expression. The cat, which had been sitting still, licked its own paw as if it liked it. Lucy also looks at the sky casually. To a great wizard who has reached the level of mastery of all people, the world is fleeting and meaningless. The view from the rooftop of the Obogwen Hall alone makes it seem like all the buildings in Sylvania are within one fist. For no reason, I open my hand and reach out to the scenery. As I clenched my fist, I realized that something like a bachelor's degree could fit right into Lucy's small hands. The day will surely come when even this Sylvanian bachelor that Archmage Glarkt was so obsessed with and tried to protect at all costs will disappear in vain. Struggle over political interests in the era of huge natural disasters. It doesn't matter what the cause is. It is important that the outcome, which will disappear someday, does not change. Even if you save the bachelor from a few crises as requested by Glarkt, the macro trend will never change. That's why Lucy Merrill sees stars. Look up, not down. Instead of being swayed by the fleeting ups and downs, I always see the stars and moon shining brightly in their place. The Milky Way is captured in the blue eyes. If this world was truly created by a writer named Telas, I want to ask why he made everything in the world changeable, but made the stars and the moon that are floating in the sky unchanging. What suddenly comes to mind is the face of a blunt, blonde boy. Lucy's appreciation of life and the world is nothing more than satisfaction from the boy's point of view. This is because for a boy, the worry of how to live tomorrow is more important. All humans on Earth are anxious to survive day by day. Even if you escape from the problem of survival, whether you move forward toward the dream you have in your heart, whether you dedicate yourself to your children and future generations who will follow you, or whether you strive to become a little stronger and reach a higher level one way or another, you will fiercely conquer the earthly world. Live, however, it is a sight that does not make any sense to Lucy, who is detached from all such things. Be the reason for my life. Suddenly, a spicy and cold feeling came to the tip of her nose, and Lucy squeezed the hand holding her witch's hat. It was a somewhat impulsive remark, but it was past time to be embarrassed. Above all, the first thing that comes to mind is a feeling of gratitude to the boy who nodded without much thought. Whatever Lucy's concerns are, this boy will be there to worry about them together. When you pronounce the name Ed Rossdaler in your mouth, the sight that eventually comes to mind is the back of him sitting alone in front of a campfire, sharpening his bow in solitude. That's why Lucy asked herself one more time. I said those words on impulse. But how could a boy named Ed Rossdaler be the reason for the life of a girl named Lucy Merrill? No, what is a life with a reason, and what is a meaningful life in the first place? After laying down the heavy burden of Archmage Glark's will, what meaning can be added to the empty life that will soon come? Lucy looked up at the sky again with sad eyes as questions that had nothing to do with eating and living came flooding back to her. The Milky Way was stretching out and flowing into a sea of stars. I want to go to the monastery too. It's a long-awaited weekend. He was busy training his repair skills to learn bow-making skills. That moment when I woke up early in the morning, inspected the camp, finished all the maintenance work, and was trimming my worn-out maid uniform. The notice was so sudden that it could be said to be somewhat unexpected. What? I heard you're going to a monastery. I want to go too. High, blue autumn sky. The sun floating in the sky warmly enveloped the midday camp. It was Lucy, who was sleeping with her body resting on a tree stump, basking in the languid sunlight. Nowadays, it is no longer surprising that they are occasionally found taking a nap here and there. Then he wakes up with a listless expression, sits down near the work table, and looks at what I am doing, lies down on his stomach, and makes a noise that he doesn't want to go to class. Most of them are everyday scenes. However, most of them just look like they are annoyed by everything. They almost never ask for anything first, except when they mumble about beef jerky. So, the sudden announcement that he was going to a monastery could not help but feel unexpected to me. What do you have in mind? I just want to go. 3 days have already passed since Patricia Anna started making a fuss with the reagents. I was satisfied with all the wooden camping furniture and neat new equipment that Tracy Anna had brought as an apology. It looks like he asked Belle to find out in advance what I would be most satisfied with. In addition, Bloom River provided special magic engineering supplies, herbal ingredients, various dried fish that are easy to store, a machete to help with survival, and high-quality mending tools to help with mending training. He then repeatedly pressed Patricia's head and told her 2 or 3 times that he would make sure this would never happen again. It seemed as if Traciana's difficulties were visible in a series of very skillful processes. Indeed, he is a famous apology expert. No one in the world becomes an apology expert. Just because they like it, it is a sight that brings tears to my eyes. First of all, let's start with the conclusion it won't work. Cledric's monastery is not a place that anyone can enter. It is a sanctuary in its own way, so it seems that only authorized people can enter. Lucy's mouth was already starting to squirm at my words. Still, if it can't be done, it can't be done. It's not an area I can decide in the first place. You're going in, you're a man, because there was special permission from the saint, and the name was created forcibly. What was it? He was an expert on a special disease that the saint was suffering from recently. It was medical support. Well, they made up a strange name like that. I heard. I don't know the specifics of the entrance permit, as I have left it entirely up to Clarice. Anyway, my only goal is to attend the prayer meeting at Cleric Monastery and meet the Princess of Persica face to face. Well, I guess I could ask the Saintess personally and try to make a name for her to accompany you. It won't work now, though. No. First of all, it's a burden in itself, and it's too late to make up reasons now since we're leaving tomorrow in the first place. Lucy was on a tree stump, hugging her knees and making a grumpy expression. He wants to be forceful, but he seems to know that nothing will happen if he does so. Don't make that face. I don't think there is any way. Why do you want to go to a place like a monastery in the first place? You're leaving. I like this camp, but it feels empty without you. I don't like empty cabins without people. There is no way you don't know the meaning contained in those words. The archmage who took her in, Glarkt, also lived in seclusion in a hut in the Raymond Mountains. The hut that was left empty after Glarkt passed away must have felt empty to her. Then I don't feel so good. Anyway, he'll be back in a few days, so don't attach too much importance to it. And I passed my bachelor's exam, but if you leave Aiken Island now, you'll be missing out on all your classes. I don't mind missing a few days of class. That's true. Lucy Merrill's outstanding grades are not something that can be made up for by a few unexcused absences. He is such a student that even undergraduate professors wonder why he attends an academy like this. In fact, it is common for students who achieve beyond the bachelor's level to continue attending Sylvania for a diploma. Anyway, I can't get your permission now. I am just resting on Aiken Island. I'm not doing anything special there. I'm just going to have a chat and then come back. What dare? A story about Siang Changrayang. At those words, Lucy made a blank face again. At this point, Lucy is the only one who talks about Siang Changrayang without hesitation. I saw a future in which Siang Changrayang destroyed Aiken Island, and I also saw it become a reality. We will postpone the story about the scenario assigned to. In the first place, asking to be trusted this far is a story that goes beyond the realm of trust. It's a good thing that he isn't treated as mentally ill, but it's too difficult to explain in the first place. Ordinary people would dismiss it as crazy. Isla did the same. In fact, forcing people to believe it is even more unconscionable. Still, there are only two people who can truly believe my prophecy without a single doubt. One is you. One is Saint Clarice of the Church of Telos. As they rewind time together, the memories of confronting Siang Changrayang are completely shared by only those two people. He is one of the few people who fully understands the seriousness of the situation and the reality of the matter. Other than that, people who have trust in me. For example, even if you say Yenica or Lortle, this sincerity will never come through even if you talk seriously. I'm sure they'll even believe it, but the seriousness of it won't be conveyed accurately. There is a distant difference between seeing the holy spear dragon roaring as it covers the sky and splitting the ground, and reliving the fear of its flying scales, and just hearing a simple story. So, first of all, I am going to ask Saint Clarice for help. I didn't have a chance to explain the situation for a long time, but this will be an opportunity. Well, clearly organize what we need to do. A thing to do. In order to completely capture Bellbroke, we must rally as many forces as possible. First of all, the imperial forces and church forces are essential. I decided to share some of the pictures I was drawing with Lucy. First of all, the imperial power is divided into three branches. We need to unify these imperial forces and recruit them all as allies. Are you trying to end the imperial dispute? Originally, it should have ended long ago, at the end of the scenario of Princess Fenia is Creed. By cutting out the cancer of the empire called Finn Rathdeller with his own hands, he ascended to the position of leader in the imperial power. In fact, it was an opportunity to solidify his position as the next emperor. However, as the scenario twisted and turned again, Princess Elaha survived, and Princess Persica survived. Her power was fully raised, and Princess Fenia even gave up her position as student council president. In addition, the battle to subdue Crepin took place so quickly that Princess Fenia did not even have a chance to accumulate merit. I am not really interested in her political vision or qualifications as a monarch. The key point is that she is the only person capable of protecting the Bachelor from Bellbroke, even if the entire Imperial Knights are sent to Aiken Island. She is the only one who can listen to my opinion, and listen to my opinion to some extent. She is the only one capable of protecting the Bachelor from Bellbroke. In order to minimize it, it would not be enough to deploy all of the Imperial Knights. The only person who can make that level of decision is she, who lived as a bachelor on Aiken Island for several years. This visit to the monastery is close to a preparatory work for subjugating the Holy Spear Dragon, so it's actually quite important. Okay. Lucy nodded with a sour expression as if she understood what I was saying, but her expression was still full of dissatisfaction. She couldn't express it to me in particular. Although she didn't show it, it didn't seem like she was feeling relieved. Watching that, I didn't feel very comfortable either, so I comforted Lucy by pressing her head. Here's a quick refreshment for you to have on the way here. It is a snack made by marinating various seasonal fruits brought in from the county of Zahor, and fermenting them in honey. You will like it, since you don't have likes or dislikes. And when you arrive at Cleric Monastery, would you please deliver this to Abbot Anger? The next morning, I stopped by the Arfeles Pavilion and received Belle's request. I handed over a box containing antique-wrapped snacks and a gift whose contents were unknown. I received it. Like the face representing the Arfeles building, the packaging was neat and luxurious. All applications for public admission have been submitted to the bachelor's department. By the way, Cleric's Monastery, it's not that far away, but it's not a place worth going during the semester. Since it is said that the job is to assist a saint, there is nothing that can be done but to assist the saint directly. Ed looks amazing as expected. Anyway, don't worry about your undergraduate attendance and go back Assistant Professor Claire's personal lab, where she stopped by to give the official report, was already in a state of disrepair. Also, Professor Callide may have run away without doing his work, so the documents our niece had to process doubled. There was Assistant Professor Claire, who accepted my public order with an anise burning in her eye, smiled cheerfully. She had the look of someone who has been liberated. I hope you stay healthy and safe. Don't worry about camp. I know how to manage the basic camp now, so don't be surprised when you see the clean camp. After being sent off by a smiling Yenica, I actually felt lighter. In the past, I would always feel anxious when I had to leave the camp for a few days. I felt it first, but now that I have a companion who stays at the camp with me, I feel much more at ease. Once again, I am reminded of how blessed I am to have Jenica. The formalities are complete. When you return next week, please receive the procedure here again. Student Ed Rossdaler. And finally, I completed the formalities at the entrance to the university in front of Max's Bridge. As I passed the main gate and came towards Max's Bridge, I saw the magnificent carriage of a saint in front of me. Of course, I will not ride that carriage. Attendant. They ride separately in the carriage prepared on the other side. Within the Church of Telos, the weight of the saint's name is so noble that it almost seems like it is equivalent to Telos, which was given to her. Therefore, the honor given to me, who was personally nominated by the saint and came to the position of assistant. It was quite extreme. A priest in holy attire politely guided me to the attendant's carriage. The way he bowed his head politely was even more heartbreaking. The carriages on this side gathered together and formed a line near the saint's carriage. You will be heading to your destination. Teacher Ed, there is nothing else to do. If there is anything you feel uncomfortable about, you can just tell us. No, thank you for your consideration. You can put your luggage on the wagon now. Then, I'll go check out my other schedule. The young priest bowed his head and left for the saint's carriage. As soon as St. Clarice finished her schedule at the cathedral, she came to Max's bridge and departed in that magnificent carriage. Cled. Even just before leaving for Lick Monastery, I am still working on my schedule. Anyway, I am busy in many ways. I was relatively relaxed, so after loading my luggage onto the wagon, I quietly looked at the workers who were loading other luggage. Although they were quite fit workers, they were carrying their luggage. The amount of work was considerable, so it seemed like I was struggling. It was embarrassing to be alone while everyone was working. There was nothing good about looking hateful, because these people were going to take care of my convenience in many ways during the upcoming schedule. I rolled up my sleeves and took care of the luggage that the workers had brought. He pushed it into the carriage. "Oh my, master, there's no need for you to use your strength yourself, but thanks to you, I survived. I thought you were from a noble family, but you have more arm strength than I thought. Are you a student from the combat department?" When the good-looking workers smiled brightly and spoke to me, I appropriately replied that I was from the magic department and loaded the wooden bags and boxes onto the wagon. The helping hands seemed to be very valuable in the midst of a busy schedule, so the workers continued to talk loudly. He smiled and worked faster. "We just need to move the bags on that side. I heard that these are gifts officially sent from the Arfleys Hall and the academic department to the church if there are any flaws. It could be a problem, so let's move them carefully." It seems that there were not only gifts sent privately by Bell, but also gifts sent for official exchanges. I picked up a wooden box of an appropriate size and lifted it with a nod. "Ah, why is it so heavy?" I thought it was the right size, but it was heavier than I thought, so I adjusted it slightly. "Oh, master, I'm tired. I'm tired. This has been a big help, so stop playing with those precious hands and get in the carriage. When I lifted that box earlier, it wasn't that heavy. I guess I'm very tired. There's nothing good about overexerting yourself and accumulating fatigue, so it's better to rest. I am okay. We are people who are paid to do these things, but isn't the master the one who assists that important saint? If you injure your precious body, our hearts will break even more." The compassionate workers were almost trying to dissuade me from doing it in moderation. It was a box that didn't seem that heavy, but there's certainly no good in overdoing it. I greeted them in moderation. I said and pushed myself into the carriage. "This will be no problem." I thought to myself as I got into the carriage. A girl with a familiar face was sitting across from me. Aren't the cathedral workers very kind? I also feel proud when I see it. By the way, you have great strength. Senior Ed. Most people can't keep up with the pace at which those workers work. What are you doing here? What are you doing? I was about to say something polite, but I quickly picked it up. The man with chestnut brown hair sitting across from me. The girl was an immature noble girl from the current first year of Sylvania. It was Kylie Eckney. I'm also going to assist St. Clarice. I rushed to go on a carriage ride with my senior. The world. Seeing Kylie smiling happily, I was at a loss for words. I want to have a lot of conversations with Senior Ed before I arrive at Cledric Monastery. That's why I went through such trouble. It's important. You have a story, right? I felt that he was trying to say something from the camp last time. When and where did I notice it? The innocent girl's eyes subtly had the weight of a saint in charge of the entire Telos Church. "Can you tell me without hesitation? I'm ready to listen to whatever you say." The coachman got into the driver's seat and swung his whip, so the carriage slowly moved towards the monastery. Chapter 199, giving meaning to. It is indeed a scenery that can be said to be superb. A coast famous for being the most famous in Margrave Zaha's territory, when the open coast was suddenly revealed. After going through the forest path that had been going on for a while, even the workers who had been there several times let out exclamations of exclamation. The beach, which shines romantically in the noon sun, seems to be lined with jewels. However, that alone is not much different from the scenery seen along the coast of Aiken Island. What caught my eye more than anything was the appearance of the monastery towering high in the middle of the vast sea. Cleric Monastery. Even if the monastery is built with crude bricks, if it is this large and grand, it makes the viewer feel overwhelmed. The long spears rise up into the sky so high that you can easily count 6 or 7 of them just by looking at them. The high rock wall beneath it naturally functions as a fortress. It cannot be compared to buildings such as the Arfleys Hall or the Trix Hall, which are the largest buildings in Sylvania. It really looks like a castle from a fairy tale floating on the sea. You probably can't go in now. Kylie Eckney sitting across from me. In other words, the disguised Saint Clarice looked at the scene outside the window and said, "Looking at it, the tide is at its peak, I guess. I can go in only after sunset, and the water goes down." Okay, probably on foot. You may have to carry some simple luggage yourself. Kylie, who was sitting down and adjusting her school uniform, smiled. Surprisingly, the travel time was not long. Is it about half a day by carriage? It felt like the carriage had picked up a bit of speed, but it was still much closer than I expected. In the first place, Aiken Island was right next to the county of Zahor, and Cleric's Monastery was also within the territory of the county of Zahal, so it wasn't that far away. It is significant that no matter who comes, they must first get off the carriage and walk on their own feet. In order to enter the cleric monastery, both the royal family of a country and the saints of the Church of Telos must walk in equally. It is a road that only appears briefly during low tide, so there is no way a horse-drawn carriage can pass through it. This place is more troublesome than I thought. It contains the teaching that we are all human beings under the protection of Telos. Well, actually, I think that's why I added it later. Since the saint herself said so, I cannot refute it. However, the workers sitting nearby burst out laughing. Haha, this young lady surprisingly understands the essence of that monastery. This is my first time seeing you. Are you from the Bachelor? No matter how disguised she is, she's still a girl who calls herself a border noble. However, the workers seem to have no idea that a girl of that status would be riding in these workers' carriages, and they joined our conversation in an innocent tone of voice. I am a first-year member of the Ministry of Magic. Surprisingly, this girl's acting is thorough when she moves while hiding her identity as Clarice. In the first place, I had a strong feeling of killing myself when I moved with my status as a saint. I am one of the bachelor's students who came to assist Saint Clarice. Oh, it's the same reason as the master here. Did you come into contact with Saint Clarice at the bachelor's? It seems like we must have a special relationship with that saintess to the point where she invites us to sit together. He wasn't the type of person to ride in the same carriage as workers like us who only use their strength. The workers, chatting with laughter, were already gulping down glasses of beer. It may seem like they were drinking in broad daylight, but in reality, once they had unloaded their luggage at the beach, their work was almost over. There is no way these workers could enter the cleric monastery, which is strictly prohibited. So it would be the nuns from there who would carry the luggage to the inside of the monastery. For ordinary people like us, it is a great honor just to be able to carry the saint's burden. When I say that I am personally assisting, it feels like I am from a faraway country. I received a great honor even though I was still a student wearing my school uniform. I think the saint will always be grateful to the workers who always work hard. The young lady speaks very beautifully. It's a faithful character that looks like something out of a textbook. One wonders what Kylie's expression would be like if she found out that the smiling Kylie herself was actually Clarice, the saint she was praising so much. As for me, there were so many listening ears in the carriage that I couldn't have a proper conversation with Clarice. In the first place, it is not easy to have a long and serious conversation with Clarice alone because she is always accompanied by a guard or several followers. In my opinion, I boarded the workers' carriage as Kylie in order to share a lot of personal stories, but this is a difficult situation for me. If I were to speak openly under the assumption that the other person was Clarice, the workers around me would probably find it strange. In particular, it is funny to confidently say what Siang Changrang did. Anyway, I heard that you're going inside the monastery. You have such a valuable experience. I see. We only know the grand exterior, but we don't know what the interior looks like. Is it possible for you to see with your own eyes what the interior will look like? Not only that, but there are a lot of nuns inside who don't know anything about the world, so it must feel like they have the whole world. Cluck, click, click. Aren't all the guys' thoughts the same? While saying that the workers gave me happy looks as if they were envious. Since I didn't have anything to say, I had no choice but to reply that I was just going to do my duty. The workers soon began to whisper among themselves, probably because they felt that I was sitting politely and not saying more than was necessary. He certainly doesn't seem like someone who enters the sanctuary out of mere curiosity. Well, do we really need to try to understand? I guess all high-ranking people have a will. In fact, even if it were me, I did not enter the monastery with a very noble meaning, but it seemed like they were misunderstanding it as they were whispering among themselves. It's not a very grand reason, I just assist the saint in her daily life. If it's about that saint, how can it be anything other than a big deal? I'm just curious about the abbot's reaction. Abbot, do you mean? Oh, you said it well. That old lady Austen. When the name Austen came up among the workers, Kylie smiled as if she was guessing something. Do you know the abbot? I know. When we load cargo, they always bring manpower to the shore to receive it. It is said that inside the monastery, they call it Grandma Wang, Grandma Wang. And when you see it in person, you will immediately know why. Did you say she is 109 years old this year? The strangest thing is that they live a long time. That old lady. Cluck, that old lady really has no intention of dying. Last time she stopped by to pick up groceries, she said she received a lot of cream that she said was good for skin care. She can't believe she still has the strength to do that. When you think of an abbot, the image that comes to mind is that of a faithful and kind nun. However, I was also bewildered by the strange reaction of the workers. When I turned my gaze to look at Kylie, I saw that she was just smiling, as if she was having fun. As for Abbot Austen, you probably know to some extent. Sure. Once you meet them, you probably won't forget them. It was impressive to see Kylie smiling so cheerfully that I wondered why she was like this. Hey, this guy has been married for 15 years, and he's still acting like a kid. If you and I had put in half as much effort when working at night, we wouldn't have hurt each other's feelings. Did Grandma Austen have a game with the merchant from Cohelton again? I didn't know that a handful of my harder oysters would fetch 30 pieces of silver. Did they spread gold on the oyster? She said that since the saint loves oysters, she must have them on the dinner menu. Hehe, if you try to express how urgent you are to Nabulingi the merchant in that lawless area, you will only get caught for your weaknesses. Grandma Wang has lived so long, and doesn't she know anything? Don't I know that? I just thought that Julian would take pity on me because I've been seeing him since he was running around with a runny nose. When I heard that I was 109 years old, I thought of an old man who goes back and forth between today and tomorrow unexpectedly. A man with an incredibly loud and powerful voice jumped out. Why did you come here crying and eating mustard? He keeps lowering his head and saying he's sorry, saying that this is the cheapest item for sale. I can't be angry. Well, it's a good deal, so just keep it open, Grandmother Wang. I've been seeing the workers on my side for a long time, but if it's been 30 years since I've seen this person's face, they all have their faces confiscated. I live under the illusion that just because the monastery building is large, the budget will be ample. Abbot Austen's angry voice was echoing along the coast. Everyone from the monastery was already on the shore. They came out early in the morning at low tide and were preparing to greet the saint at the shore. Since I had already been there for almost half a day, it was a time when I was starting to feel bored. I tidied up my clothes, pulled down my robe, and got out of the carriage. A horse-drawn carriage cannot enter the loose sandy beach on the coast. At the front of the group of carriages lined up in front of it is the magnificently large carriage of a saint. Well, there may not be a saint in it. Ah, Kylie cheerfully got out of the carriage and spoke with a smile. Then I guess I'll just go to the saint's carriage. Once the sun sets and the road to the monastery opens, there will be a lot of things to do. Okay, but there's no need to accompany me, right? If anything, you will stand out more if you accompany him. I plan to transform from now on. They talk as if they are going to do something great, but they are just changing the magic engineering supplies they have on their bodies. I nodded and waved my arm in greeting to Kylie as she made her way to the front of the line. Oh, would you rather be the nobleman of the Ross Taylor family? Jungkook has been making a fuss these days. He must be having a hard time, right? The Ross Taylor family is currently in crisis, but at one time it was the name of the most powerful family in the empire and the most famous of the ducal families. No matter how much he falters, a mere nun is not someone with whom he can talk comfortably. Nevertheless, Abbot Austen laughs heartily and lets go. As soon as Ross Taylor's name was mentioned, the expressions of the workers who were riding in the carriage with him changed completely. This is a man who casually sits in this shabby carriage. I thought she was the heir of an authorityless frontier nobleman, but I guess I never imagined that she was from Ross Taylor. He looks as if he is ruminating on the past to see if he made a mistake while leisurely drinking beer. I tied the hem of my robe tightly and walked towards the abbot, bowing my head and saying hello. This is Ed Ross Taylor. I will take care of you for a few days due to the matter of your assistance to the saint. No, it's not. I have lived a miserable life for over 100 years, but this is the first time I have seen Confucius bowing his head and showing respect to an old aging abbot. It hasn't been long since I was reinstated, and until then I lived like a commoner. And we show basic courtesy to someone who has lived for over 100 years. What a person should be is completely different from what I thought. If you listen to the stories of old friends of the imperial capital, they all say that the members of the Ross Taylor family are mentally unstable. That's rude. Above all, this old woman shows no signs of being discouraged, even in front of the son of a duke. The workers around him and the nuns who followed the abbot all accepted it as if it were natural. When a person accumulates an absurdly long amount of experience in a field that in itself has the power to elicit respect from people around him, there isn't even a hint of authority at all. If she had devoted her long life to the Church of Telos, she would have been treated as an elder among elders that no one could touch even within the cult. The fact that she rolls up her sleeves and comes out to the field to do such chores shows her true nature. It's a spirit that reminds me of the old women who stayed in a corner of the market and ran their business for decades. Although she is wearing a neat nun's attire, her already completely grey hair and wrinkles cannot belie her age. Eyes as white and lifeless as the hair. From what I can see, there is no reaction in the pupil of one eye, as if he cannot see at all. His fingers are shaking from time to time, as if he doesn't have enough strength at the end of his arms. Since this body has lived almost the lifespan of two people on its own, it is likely that there will be difficulties here and there. Nevertheless, Austin himself displayed the spirit of a general with his arms wrapped around his waist and his chest stretched out, saying it's gotten a lot colder. He was spewing out a useless monologue. In front of Grandmother Wang, even the nobles and noblemen of the Count family do not particularly force respect. I seem to understand the reason behind what the workers said on the way from the carriage. There is no trace of dignity or cultured manners in the words this old woman throws out, but nevertheless, there is a strange way of behaving that does not offend the feelings of the other person. A great adult of the cleric monastery, an elder among elders who has devoted himself to the Telos Church for over 80 years, and the lioness who single-handedly controls the young nuns who are all talkative and troublemakers. If you have been immersed in a field for 80 years, you will master it just by taking a breath. She has read and deciphered the Bible more than the Archbishop of Holy Emperor. It is said that her high-ranking bishops sometimes come to her and ask her to help them expound the Bible, so, in effect, her high-ranking clergy are like local elders who bow their heads to her. I handed over the gift Belle had prepared from my leather pouch. This is a gift that Belle Meyer, the head maid at Sylvania Academy's Arfleys building, asked me to give privately. Belle, that little guy took over as the head maid at Arfleys Hall. Time flies so damn fast. It seems like only yesterday that when we brought Ellis in she had dead, empty eyes. Is that so? Oh my. That person's past isn't something I am going to talk about. Anyway, I haven't had a very smooth life, but I feel like I've settled in and am doing my part, which makes this old man feel empty. Yes, he was a good kid. He was going to be a good kid. As for Baron Planzel's story, I also heard it from him. Abbot Austin was silent for a moment, as if speechless. The appearance of him standing like a man with his arms on his waist was almost insignificant. It looks like noble Nori is already a grown man. That the little maid, who was only trying to gauge her personality, would go so far as to confess her past, which she regarded as a vice. It's hard to be recognized unless you're a person who's quite accomplished. Well, Belle didn't seem like the kind of person who would judge others so harshly. You can't judge just by looking at the surface. The little boy might hate me when I say this, but he has a strong rodent-like temperament that is more wary of people than anyone else. Appearing to be equally kind to everyone is only possible because we do not treat everyone equally. It was another unexpected story. Belle Meyer was known as the most talented person at Arfleys Hall, who approached everyone kindly and sincerely and got things done reliably. Well, it looks like you got rid of that temperament a long time ago. Anyway, young people grow up quickly. When old people are distracted for a while, they show up as a completely different person. Abbot Austin laughed heartily a few times and quickly instructed the nuns who followed him to take over the luggage and put it away. The saint's carriage is in front of me. Everyone had a solemn atmosphere knowingly or unknowingly, But only Abbot Lee was concentrating on getting the job done without showing any signs of nervousness. To her, even this large-scale prayer meeting attended by saints and distinguished guests is nothing more than a simple annual event. He is said to have served a total of 4 saints throughout his long life. This is definitely not a talent worth wasting time preparing for an event like this. Anyway, it's a pain in the ass. Although he is a nobleman, he comes from a wealthy family, but his appearance is more respectable than expected, and he even seems to have a perfect character. I don't think this visit to the monastery will be easy. Yes, I wish he were just 90 years younger, but it's rare to find a good man these days. Kahaha. He said that and smiled brightly again, but I couldn't help but just keep eye contact. I thought it was some kind of witty humor. This humor has never worked with young people. Honestly, I am embarrassed. Well, anyway, after you've grown this useless, you can quickly gauge a person's depth by just looking at them at a glance. By all appearances, he is a nobleman, and he perfectly meets all the conditions that many young women want to find as a husband, so I hope he will be more careful about his behavior inside the monastery. After saying that, Abbot Austin glanced around from the corner of his eye. It means speaking using your gaze. Ask me to take a look around. When I looked around out of the corner of my eye, I saw that all the nuns who had followed Abbot Austin were looking in this direction with a nervous look. About 20 or so nuns were glancing in my direction as they each went about their business to take over the luggage. The tension between them is evident. An immature red-haired nun who was sticking out the back of the carriage and only peeking her head out popped her face, and a nun who looked sincere with her jet-black hair neatly braided was pricking her ears as if she were embarrassed. There was already a rumor going around inside the monastery. One of her men, a gentle and dignified noble family recognized by the saint, would come and live at the monastery for a few days. What did they say? He has an archaic appearance that even the sky would be jealous of, a gentlemanly character that listens to every single song of the birds, and magical skills so proficient as to be inappropriate for his age. In addition, his level of academic excellence is so high they say he's like a prince who flirts with all the ladies from noble families. Isn't it really scary that rumors are being inflated? The fairy tale-like delusions of adolescent girls often make even me watching right next to them lose my mind. Well, for girls of that age, isn't it best to act like one? Well, it would be a painful experience for Nori, a noble person who is expected to be there. I pressed my temples and showed signs of pain. Abbot Austin then burst into laughter again, as if he found the sight very amusing. Kahak. Still, if you were born with a stick in your crotch, you should know how to enjoy this situation. Where else would you get the experience of being the center of gossip and receiving the attention of many women at once? It would be good to put some strength into your shoulders and try to show off a little by thinking this is who I am. But surprisingly, the mind is open. She was the exact opposite of the image of a monastery hostess who thoroughly emphasized abstinence and isolation from the world. Be sure to lock the door at night. Is it possible to invade? It's my personal judgment, but girls of this age are harder to control than the rough mercenaries in the lawless area of Cohelton. Even an aging body needs to be properly overworked, but if you forget, something happens once in a while. Having an affair with a man from outside has become an annual event, so now the policy is to rarely let workers in. What's more, you're from a noble family. It's obvious even if you don't look at it. Abbot Austin crossed his arms over his chest, cleared his throat, and continued speaking. Well, enjoying a situation like this is up to you, noble, but still, I hope you make a careful decision. I don't want to explain it in detail, but among the nuns who are indebted to the cleric monastery, there are many friends whose backstories are complicated. There are also a few children who are illegitimate children of noble families, whose names cannot be mentioned, or who are born with the blood of cursed blood relatives. Anyway, there are many people who think that if they borrow the power of God, everything will be solved. Just because you lock him up in a monastery doesn't mean he will disappear. There are many children born without blessings. I have decided to take responsibility for them and carry them until I die, but noble Niyuri has a bright future ahead of him. This old man fully understands the immoral pleasure that forbidden love gives, but he must also have the wisdom to see his life from afar. It sounds obvious, but it is. And then he sighed without uncrossing his arms. It wasn't a very good story, but it was a story that had to be told. The person speaking didn't seem very happy either. Anyway, young nobleman Nori understands. Even though I think I should do it in moderation, after reaching this age, the story always ends with obvious old jokes. In the end, all I can say is to look far ahead in life. I am an old man who has nothing to boast about other than living a long life. No. You've seen and heard a lot, so you probably have a lot of things to worry about. Anyway, I am reassured that noble Nori seems to be more mentally mature than other nobles. I feel proud in many ways because the saint seems to have a clear eye for people. Okay. Then I wonder if I can rely on that recognition and ask you one more favor. Do you mean a favor? Abbot Austin's generous temperament is probably a sign of his struggle to survive in his old body for a long time. Nevertheless, there are times when you can feel the sincerity with which Abbot Austin thinks of the monks of the monastery. For some reason, Abbot Austin lowers his voice a bit. Do you want to talk without people around you hearing? Even if they are nuns who are not welcome somewhere in the world and come to this monastery and lead an ascetic life away from the world, it's a person. Following God's will is a truly noble and important thing, but I think that keeping your dreams while you are young is proof of being alive. So I don't want to break the nun's illusions, even if it seems like spring will eventually pass. In short, I am asking him to remain as a prince. If it actually goes that far, I can't guarantee it. As for me, I am just another human being struggling to survive. Have you ever seen a nun looking up at the night stars and imagining a happy dream during her early morning prayers? Probably not. Even though I live as a servant of God, when I feel like I am still a human being, I feel like I am taking responsibility for these children. I don't want to disturb the human side of children by discussing faith. Then he puts his arms around his waist again and smiles. They are the daughters born from my heart. Then, perhaps embarrassed, he added a joke. For someone this age, you must have had some strength, because I have about 270 daughters. It seems like I can feel the past of Abbot Austin, who truly raised the nuns like his own daughters. I also decided to give up. I will try my best. The way he raises his eyebrows at those words is more generous than anyone else in the world. She is an old woman who has been converted to the Telos Church for 80 years and has been in charge of the monastery for almost 50 years. I think I understand why she is called Grandmother Wang. He is someone who deserves respect. I thought I knew why everyone was saying that, so I agreed with Austin. By the way, shall I tell you a story that will please noble Nori even more? Anyway, I have to wait until the sun sets on the beach. Perhaps because there was no one worth chatting with, the abbot spoke quietly as if he knew everything. This is a secret, but I support the benevolent Princess Phenia, the Princess of Persica visits. She seemed to already have some sense that my purpose was to have a conversation with her. No matter how much one is confined to a monastery, one would not be completely ignorant of news from the imperial capital. Abbot Austin smiled and clearly reminded us that we are allies. Bang! The box lid flew into the sky. The wizard girl stuck her head out from inside the wagon and shook her head. Inside her box are several leather pouches that the girl had brought with her. Inside were simple wands and magic items, and there was also a lot of beef jerky. Should I call it a deviation? I only took a nap, so it was the same as usual. Rather, the gently shaking luggage compartment of the carriage is a more relaxing and pleasant place to take a nap than expected. Lucy Merrill stretched out her neck in the dark luggage compartment with a dazed and drowsy look on her face. The traces of drool were clearly visible around the corner of the mouth. Chapter 200, Giving Meaning, 3. The entire group had to sit around the beach and wait until sunset. The handover of the luggage had already ended, and the nuns were sitting together, chatting among themselves. If you look at the beautiful coastline for several hours, your eyes will get used to it, and it will become an everyday sight. Anyway, people's gaze is a treacherous law. It was around this time that I was chatting with Abbot Austin about life inside the monastery while enjoying the sea breeze. Before we know it, the sun is setting. The car was wondering when the sun would reach the horizon beyond the coast. When I looked at the sea again, I saw that the water had receded enough that a sandbank had risen. It's not spacious, but it's good enough to cross. Soon the nuns sensed that the time had come and were checking their belongings. At that time, the door of the magnificent saint's carriage opened. The young nuns were startled and stood up from their seats, folded their hands, and bowed their heads, and the workers also looked up at the carriage with expressions of reverence. The sight of Clarice coming down the stairs of the carriage in a calm, orderly manner is as if a messenger from God has arrived in sea. As if symbolizing neat demeanor, the hem of the pure white saint's dress gently sways in the sea breeze. The pure white hair contrasting red eyes and bright red butterfly hairpin are just as I imagined. The Telos believers consider it a great honor to even see the Virgin Mary once. Most of them are mixed in with the huge crowd of people, so you can barely make out a small figure in the distance. Being able to see Saint Clarice so close and in such a quiet atmosphere is like the blessing of a lifetime. When Clarice came down to the sandy beach, the bustling atmosphere of the scene completely calmed down. She came out to the shore escorted by a soldier and bowed to me with a slight smile. Although it was only a simple bow, I wonder if it was a shock to be greeted by Saint Clarice. As a senior, the atmosphere at the scene froze for an instant. It wasn't a very pleasant atmosphere for me. Clarice gently grabbed the hem of her dress and pulled it up. The nuns who were watching offered to help her by pulling up her collar, but she politely declined with a faint smile, and leading the escort slowly move over the sandbank leading to Cleric's monastery. The sight of Clarice, slowly advancing towards a large monastery in the distance, bathed in the setting sun, had a strange aura that made the scene sacred in itself. But I couldn't stay still. The nuns were already gathering their luggage and heading out. I, who had been sitting quietly on the shore, got up and walked towards the monastery, tying up the hem of my robe. I heard that noble Nori will check and prepare Clarice's meals. Actually, I wonder if such a grand process is necessary. The meal at our monastery is just grass. Still, I think I will take the lead in the basic verification process and food introduction process. Well, what can I, mere nun, say if this is a procedure that the saint has approved? She can do whatever she wants. Don't worry, she will provide everything you need. As soon as Clarice arrived at the monastery, she headed to the prayer room on the top floor of the spire. It is said that the room where she eats, sleeps, and lives is also provided there. She used to occupy the top floor of the Arfeles pavilion, and it seemed to be customary to give her saint the top floor which was closest to her god. From what I heard, she lived on the top floor of Huangdo Island. The role assigned to me is to receive reports on all environmental factors that come into contact with her and control and manage them to ensure that there are no significant changes. This is usually done by a high-ranking priest from the holy capital, but Saint Clarice seems to have announced in advance that there is no need to send a special appointment to the archbishop this time. It seemed like the position was more important than I thought, but it felt very strange to have it entrusted to me. However, considering the importance of the workload did not seem to be as much as expected. In fact, there is no way that environmental changes can easily occur in this monastery, which has nothing special except for its beautiful and majestic exterior. I'm sorry that I won't be able to give you a luxurious room. Well, that's what monastic life is all about. Abstinence and frugality are basic. In this cleric monastery, even if the royal family comes by, you have to live with only grass stuffed in your mouth. I thought that much was natural. It's good not to say anything unpleasant, but it's better for you to be a duke, so ill try to keep the quality of the meal as good as possible. Of course, it would be difficult to expect a sumptuous feast. It's done. Please prepare the same meal as other monks. It must all be labor. Who the interior of cleric monastery is as magnificent as the exterior. A sight where marble and white brick come together exquisitely. After passing the entrance stairs that continue to extend upward, I saw the magnificent appearance of the central chapel. When it was first built, I was curious as to how so many materials were brought to the island. Well, I guess they used some magical means. If you pass through the door leading to one side of the chapel and walk straight, a small green garden is revealed with a corridor surrounding the outside. The garden can be seen between the marble pillars stretching along the border, and indeed the garden was neatly maintained. As I walked along the corridor, even the pleasant draught felt like a part of the monastery, and I even thought that it would be okay to come here to clear my mind, even if I was not a monk. Of course, it is not a place where entry is permitted for such personal reasons. I'm sure it makes me feel a lot better knowing that this noble person is getting better, which is rare these days. It's not like you would give me such a generous evaluation. But even as I walked along the corridor, I couldn't help but be aware of the gazes I felt from around me. Perhaps because I am walking with Abbot Austin, other nuns cannot approach me carelessly. However, a nun passing by with a basket full of vegetables a foolish monk playing in one corner of the garden, a child sneaking a glance from behind the marble pillars of the cloister, and passers-by who were bound to pass by as they crossed the corridor. It was not easy to get used to the eyes staring in my direction with their pupils shaking wherever I went from the chapel to the hallway. You're a stranger. I have to endure the curious looks. Am I really the only man in this large monastery? Why, I feel like I am in heaven. I guess the joke doesn't work. At first glance, I didn't think he would like this kind of environment. Abbot Austin laughed sharply and turned towards the interior at the end of the corridor. It seemed like they had prepared my room as far back as possible. Well, these days, my tendency to become a wealthy man has become much stronger. In the really long ago, we would even bring in one or two famous men to show us around. Although it was a long time ago, if the abbot says it was a long time ago, how long ago is it? Well, you've probably heard the name of the war hero Zelen, right? He also used to stop by this monastery and donate. Let's go a little further into the past. Glock, the grand wizard of the previous generation, was also like that. Indeed, they are living fossils of the Telos Church, and the names they call them are characters that only appear in books. Glock, a disciple of the great sage Sylvania, and an archmage who left behind many great achievements. Zelen the Cleaver, one of the three scholars who followed Guardian Obel in the suppression of the demihumans and protected the Kloll imperial family. This old woman was a person who lived at the same time as those people. Well, that's about all the people I could describe as decent guys. It might not be a very pleasant feeling to hear that this old man is okay. Kahaha. Oh, just follow me this way. The sun has already set, so it's already time to call it night. The monastery was filled with the atmosphere of people slowly finishing their day's work and getting ready for bed. Since it is a monastery where the day starts quickly, it also ends at a rapid pace. The room the abbot showed me was simpler than I expected. A bed, a wooden table, a closet, and a window in a space of about 5 pyong. That's all. The coastal scenery seen from the window could be said to be truly spectacular, not appropriate for the size of the room that was it. Still, it is a much better environment compared to camps, where outdoor life was the main focus. Have you ever spent several months surviving in the wild, a place that can hardly be called a home? It felt too comfortable for me. Then I guess the schedule starts tomorrow. Your noble son will get better. If you need anything else, let me know. After saying that, Abbot Austin stopped to close the door and spoke. I think I already emphasized this once before, but good at locking down, there was a mix of sly laughter. Boom! The door closed with a dull sound, and I was left alone in the room. First, there was no light source in the dark room, so I lit a candlestick. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The sound of waves gently lapping from outside the window. A sky full of stars. Every time the candlestick's flame flutters in the wind, my shadow on the wall of the room also sways. Indeed, it is a scene like this where you feel like you are alone in the world. There is no better environment to forget worldly affairs and think only about God. I put down my luggage and sat quietly at the wooden table with my arms crossed. As the living environment suddenly changes, it seems like the body needs an adjustment period. No, it's too early to go to bed in the first place. It will be early evening when I was camping, but this monastery is strange because everyone is already getting ready for bed. And if you want to have breakfast tomorrow and stop by the top of the spire where St. Clarice is located, it might be a good idea to go to bed early. While I am at the monastery, I plan to take care of the saint's environment and provide various services so that she can blend in well with the monastery, because there's nothing good about standing out. The prayer meeting attended by VIPs is in 5 days. Until then, I plan to blend in perfectly with the monastery and not feel at all uncomfortable about attending prayer meetings. However, I was a little concerned about Abbot Austin's request. I don't want to disturb the human side of children by discussing faith. In short, I am asking you to remain as a prince if possible. I understand its noble meaning, but it is difficult to act according to its words. In fact, there is no reason to increase or complicate human relationships more than necessary as long as it is a line that can naturally blend into the monastery. So to some extent, I was considering the idea of hitting a wall. He's not even a good enough human being to be a prince on a white horse in the first place. He doesn't even have the heart to put in that much effort. Could it be that I have a duty to be the prince in a fairy tale so as not to break their dreams? It's too much to ask. This was the only one that was embarrassing. Let's just do the basics, just the basics. I have a bit of a thief-like mentality, but who would criticize me? They say a prince lives in the guest room on the fourth floor of Cledric Monastery. There was a rumor going around that if he had hurt his hands and feet would have shriveled, and the color would have gone from his face. It had been 3 days since Ed Rosteller visited the cleric monastery. In fact, there hasn't been much that Ed Rosteller has done so far. During meals, he enters the saint's room to check on her condition and have a personal conversation. And all they did was lend a hand, when tending the garden within the monastery, share the meals eaten by commoners in the main hall, and then work together on various chores. They would plow and harvest fields, clean the interior of the monastery, or repair broken facilities here and there using carpentry skills. In particular, he was strangely active in helping with repairing clothes, and the nun in charge of repairs, who had just become an adult, would frequent the repair room so often that he could not sleep at night and thought about random things. Although I thought that this was something I was indebted to, and that it should be done, the nun's position was completely different. Every year when a grand prayer meeting is held, all the noble ladies who come are so arrogant that they say things they dislike about the meal menu. So there were quite a few girls in the monastery who knowingly or unknowingly harbored animosity towards nobles, but Ed Rosteller was quite gentle compared to those people. Although he doesn't smile brightly, he chicly helps with the work as if it's no big deal, and then leaves, which is completely different from the arrogant image that comes to mind when you think of aristocrats. It may be a natural conclusion that it makes many girls swallow their saliva. On the first day, I woke up in the morning, put on a leather shirt and a wizard's robe, prepared a meal for the saint, and prayed in the chapel. As soon as Ed Rosteller finished praying, he went up to the garden and tended the field with the abbot. He repaired broken benches and plows with a few hammer blows. He then went around the monastery to check and repair all loose hooks or misaligned hinges on the doors, and also fixed all misaligned window frames. It was a considerable amount of work, but the speed of finishing it all in the morning was amazing. Seeing a high-ranking nobleman, even a noble from Rosteller, sweating, profusely holding a hammer and nails with his sleeves rolled up, it is said that all the nuns had dumbfounded expressions. Eventually, when we started repairing defects in the furniture in the nuns' private rooms, the nuns made a fuss by requesting that even the smallest details in their rooms be repaired. In fact, it was a self-interested request for Ed Rosteller to come into my room. Since the amount of work could not be completed in one day, Ed Rosteller told the abbot that he would proceed slowly. The expression on Abbot Austin's face as he laughed and laughed was meaningful. In fact, until day one, Ed Rosteller was considered just a nobleman with a good personality. On the second day, simple spirit magic was demonstrated to several nuns who were interested in magic. As the magnificently sized fire bat was moved back and forth across the garden, the nuns all held their hands in amazement. For nuns who never leave the monastery in the outskirts, in the first place being the top student at a prestigious academy called Sylvania, is naturally an object of admiration. In particular, nuns who were interested in magic and magic would follow him around with sparkling eyes and ask for advice or training methods on magical power. Each time, Ed Rosteller answered with sincerity and gave a positive answer, telling me that everything would work out if I worked harder. The fact that he was a skilled person in the field of magic and spirit magic was not revealed due to his status as a nobleman. Due to his unique character as a woodworking nobleman, he had a strong image of a worker, but he is the undisputed head of the Sylvanian Ministry of Magic. It would be foolish to be so preoccupied with his physical beauty that you fail to evaluate his intelligence. Add to that the mysterious image of directly assisting the saint, and you've already gone as far as you can. In fact, from this point on, Ed Rosteller's evaluation was moving beyond being a handsome nobleman to being called a prince. He is said to be like a prince from a fairy tale, possessed of all intelligence and virtue. A wonderful prince. I'm sure he'll be riding a white horse. He is currently in a monastery, but when he returns to his home, he will live in a magnificent palace with many subjects. Yet his character is upright, and he listens to everyone. He knows how to use a sword, and is good at shooting a bow, but he never stops training in magic. Where did a prince like that really appear? Could it be that only such a perfect person can stand at the top of the nobility? Wouldn't it be okay to just hug my body just once? You should be able to lift it lightly. If you hold her like a princess, it will feel like she's flying. It's a compliment that takes your breath away when you hear it and you can't lift your face. Is there anyone in the world who would hate being highly evaluated? But too much of it can be toxic. In fact, if you are in a position to live as a dependent, it is natural to provide this level of labor and be treated with courtesy. At least that was the case in Ed Rothdeller's thinking. However, there is one variable that he failed to catch. A collection of girlish delusions that come together and begin to swell in the end, it ends up running away without direction. Naturally, we idolize someone erasing all useless shortcomings from our memories and elevating humans to some kind of mythical being that doesn't go to the bathroom or get dirty eyes. It is said that Master Ed can use magic strong enough to destroy the outer walls of a monastery with a single wave of his hand. It is said that Master Ed is so skilled in elemental arts that he can handle all the highest-ranking spirits. The arrow that Master Ed fires can split the sea with just one shot. Does that make sense? Ah, isn't it possible? Oh no, Master Ed might be able to do it right. It's possible. It's definitely possible. That is it. It would be fortunate if it ended there. Once you hear Master Ed's voice, your brain will stop, and your eyes won't move as you want, so be careful. I know that. Master Ed once killed a bear with just his eyes. According to the rumors, I heard you know how to ride a horse while standing. They say that if you look at water and tell it to freeze, the water turns into ice. They say you can read all the books in the library in one night if you put your mind to it. There is a rumor going around that it is not Sylvania that is teaching Master Ed, but Master Ed that is teaching Sylvania Academy. Also, I see. It was on the morning of the third day that all these rumors reached Ed's ears. Abbot Austin was on the verge of bursting into laughter when he encountered Ed coming out of the saint's room. Good morning. He can kill a bear with just his eyes, know how to do acrobatics, while standing and riding a horse, command water to freeze, read the entire library in one night, and the teacher of Sylvania Academy, Ed, will be better. You look embarrassed. Aren't you used to the wild imaginations of nuns who don't know anything about the world? I am starting to wonder how far we'll go when the VIP prayer meeting ends. Isn't it like rubbing it with Lord Telos? What can we do by giving birth to a new faith in a place where faith in Telos is discussed? Ed Rosteller was looking at Abbot Austin with his eyes wide open. Well, it's a rumor that seems to have been popular for a while, so don't pay too much attention to it. I also caution people to do things in moderation, but a teenage girl's imagination tends to run more wild if it is controlled. Just take it in stride. Is it always like this at the monastery? Of course, the tension is lower than this. Isn't this a place to discuss faith? I couldn't be more excited because of you. But okay, it is the same as before, and now that incidents and accidents continue. Abbot Austin, who accepted Ed's coat, burst into laughter. I am hearing another strange rumor among the nuns these days. The monastery is haunted or something. A ghost. Last night they said they heard a thumping sound between the outer walls, or a sound like people walking on the ceiling. Not only that, some of the food ingredients from the monastery kitchen were missing, and there were also testimonies that they saw a strange shadow in the hallway at dawn. There were a lot of children crying at night because they couldn't sleep alone. Ed also heard some rumors about him. It is said that at night the shadow of a small person appears at the window. It's not good for such rumors of ghosts to spread in the monastery that serves Telos. This is a prayer meeting where VIPs will be arriving soon, and this chaotic atmosphere is not good. Okay, you must have a lot on your mind. But thanks to you, the atmosphere isn't so gloomy, so it's a good thing. Playing as a knight among the nuns must be tiring, but I ask for a few more days. When I leave ill, give you at least a small gift. Well, it doesn't matter to me. The nun's eyes began to look a little dangerous when they looked at me. It is up to you to protect your chastity. Let's go shout fighting and let's go. When I gave him a faint look, Abbot Austin was giggling as if he was happy. Right. You should have told me that. Look at my mind. Abbot Austin delivered quite important news, as if he remembered it too late. They say the Princess of Persica is arriving at the monastery today. Until the tide comes, no matter how royal you are, you have to wait on the beach while looking at the monastery. It is an act that is given the meaning of purifying one's mind and preparing to enter the sanctuary. Princess Persica is the type of person who doesn't care about such trivial meanings. She just waits in front of him, and she is free. She sat quietly in the large royal carriage and talked about the current situation with her aides, she had already heard some news about the interior of the monastery. That Ed Rosteller is here, the man who is deeply involved in the Rosteller family tragedy and is said to be assisting the Fenian forces most strongly. Yes, it is said that he came to the throne of St. Claris, but it is not yet clear how he came to be like that. Well, it's something you just have to see and judge for yourself. Still, there is too little prior information about that man. Persica is a cautious person in everything. Selaha and Fenia, since he is the man that all the other Hwangwan runners are conscious of with double wicks in their eyes, I can at least think that there must be something to it. The reason why Princess Persica came to this monastery, even while strongly expressing her will to Emperor Clol, was to exploit the weaknesses of Abbot Austin, an elder of the Telos Church. I have prepared all the ingredients as well. A man named Ed Rosteller arrived at the monastery in advance at this perfect time. Is this really a coincidence? Princess Persica only has extremely limited information about the man, information that can be obtained by using the princess authority. The man's past history, origins, and location in Sylvania are everything. Even when there was a war of nerves surrounding Elt Trading Company, all we could conclude was that his judgment was extraordinary. In the end, detailed information about humans themselves can only be judged by meeting them in person. However, it is not good to meet without any preparation. Since this was a highly important opponent, we had to approach it cautiously. Toon, yes, Princess Persica. It looks like the man has already been living at the monastery for a few days. That would mean that he had no choice but to join forces with the people inside him to some extent. Persica smiled seductively, looked around at her entourage in the carriage, and spoke. He may have been able to silence the scholars and family members as he wished, but the monastery is completely inaccessible to him. It's an environment where there are very few people who act according to their will. Of course, if you are located within a monastery, collect all information about it. There will be a ton of information coming out that couldn't be found just by researching the bachelor's degree or family history. At the very least, we should make it impossible for it to escape from this grasp. Princess Persica spread her hands wide and then clasped them tightly. Since he is a key figure in the Fenian faction, it would be good to seize this opportunity, either through appeasement or coercion. Let's not choose any means or methods. Yes, all right, there is still some time left until low tide. Princess Persica quietly gazed at the magnificently large clederic monastery while organizing her thoughts. Seeing Wangdo, the headquarters of the Telos Church, it would be meaningless to say that it is the next largest scale. It was truly a magnificent sight. Chapter 201, Giving Meaning. 4. Siangchengriang Velbroke is resurrected. It was some time after lunch, on the fourth day of my visit to the monastery, that I brought up that story. The saint's private room, which everyone in the monastery is reluctant to approach. In a majestic place at the top of the spire, Saint Claris was praying while looking at the open sky. There is only one day left until the largest prayer meeting hosted by the cleric monastery. It is a time when representatives of prominent noble families from all over the world take their own rooms in the monastery and wait for the prayer meeting. The process of waiting for the visiting VIPs every day all the way to the beach at Austin Abbey and then dragging them back in at low tide continued. In particular, when the head of the family was baptized into the Telos Church, there was a custom of sending one key member of the family to prove its faithfulness and reaffirm the trust relationship between believers. The same was true for the Ross Taylor family. It seems like most of the time Tanya took charge of attending the prayer meeting, but I don't think I had very good memories of it. Actually, it's worth it. There is nothing really surprising about this monastery. It is a place where even famous VIPs have to sit in a small room and chew grass. As it is a place like that, when the fourth day came, and it was time for VIPs to visit, the atmosphere became heated without knowing it. Just the fact that so many visitors come is a departure, and it feels like a different sense of exaltation than usual is flowing inside. In any case, it was a time like this, and the brief moment when the gaze on the saint was relatively reduced was the best time to tell my story. Yes, actually, I wanted to tell this story. I was in charge of managing the saint's life and meals. There were quite a few opportunities to be alone during the day. At least at Sylvania Academy, it was something that could be said to be almost impossible. Now is the most appropriate time, as the saintess schedule is relatively free and attention within the monastery is divided among the various distinguished guests. There were very few people I could say this to without hesitation. So in fact, I followed the saint to the cleric monastery. I saw the future. The holy spear dragon Velbrock will be resurrected without warning, turning Aiken Island into a wasteland and causing a disaster that will remain in the history of the Clole Empire. This is neither a joke nor a guess. St. Clarice stopped eating when I spoke in a neat manner. She knows she had already finished eating to begin with, but she might have sat a little longer so she could chat with me. I don't doubt it, but is it okay if I ask the basis of the story? I couldn't tell anyone because there was no basis. I am in a position where I have to demand unfounded trust. So that I came to speak directly to the saint who experienced the part of the future that I saw. On the day of the joint combat training, St. Clarice and I traveled together several times and watched the disaster caused by Belbroke. The resurrection was delayed a bit by taking Belbroke's molar to Margrave Zaha's territory. The fact that Velbroke's sealing ceremony has already reached its limit does not change. I can't stop it alone. We need people with enough real influence to mobilize large numbers of people. St. Clarice, he is a person who is not lacking in those areas. It is natural to react by asking what kind of nonsense this is. However, if the opponent is St. Clarice, the story is completely different. To her, Belbroke's resurrection is not a rumor. This is a girl who has already seen the scales covering the sky over Aiken Island several times. If what Senior Ed said is true, we can't just sit still. We need to rally as many forces as possible. At the very least, we must be able to summon all the elite soldiers of the Imperial power and the Church power to Aiken Island. If it's something of that scale, no matter how much I am a saint, I cannot decide arbitrarily. We were talking about the coastal scenery scene from the window of our private room. Even though it was a serious story that came suddenly, Clarice just took a moment to catch her breath. Only by convincing the Holy Emperor of the story about Belbroke can we fully mobilize the power of the Church. That it won't be easy. If I use my status as a saint, I can give legitimacy to whether it is an oracle or a precognitive dream. But if she doesn't do as prophesied, she will affect my authority. Clarice is a saint of the Telos Church, and the one who hears the voice of God closest. He reigns as God's representative, but if he is perceived as a person who misreads his voice, his current position may be in jeopardy. It is not a simple matter, but a foreshadowing of Siang Changrayang threatening the world. This is a problem that cannot be overlooked with the excuse that you were simply confused or misunderstood. To force me to put my position as a saint on the line for a story told by a person named Ed Rosteller without any basis, however, it is not easy. That's why Clarice asked for evidence to convince Xiangwang. Regardless of whether Clarice herself trusts my words, whether I can convince Xiangwang is a completely different question. I thought about that. Senior Ed, who lives a busy life every day and treasures every day like gold, why did he follow me to the monastery? I really don't think you came just for me. You may have moved for various political decisions or the big picture. The time to feel bad about that fact is over. If you're in a position like this, things like that happen every day. It's strange even if I apologize here. Even taking all that into account, St. Clarice was just happy about the fact that I was staying with her at Cleric's monastery. You said it as if you were shameless because you were in a position to demand trust without any basis, but you don't have to worry about that. I believe even if there is no basis for it. If Senior Ed said so, Belbroke would be a very real threat. Saint, at least it's a question I can't give an answer to right now. Just because I trust Senior Ed, that doesn't really serve as a basis for me to take the entire Telos Church into my hands. But I will try my best. It's different from when we're casually talking about the scenery. St. Clarice often appears immature, unaware of the world, and intoxicated by a strange romance. After losing Adele, she felt more calm and rational. Aside from achieving internal growth, the situation itself was just serious. I'm also embarrassed because they accepted it more harshly than I expected. There is something I vaguely learned while I was in the position of a saint. If she is intoxicated with peace, she will be unable to cope with sudden tragedy. The tragedy, it always comes to me when I am most at peace. Clarice had a vague look in her eyes, but continued speaking clearly. So please tell me everything. What does Senior Ed know? What will happen next? I think the story will be long. I'm rather happy. I feel like Ed is finally relieving me of the burden he has been carrying internally. Contrary to the expectation that she would be embarrassed, Clarice actually smiled softly. I'm ready to carry it together. The royal family is the main character no matter where they go. This was the case with Princess Elaha, who reigned like a main character in the Rosteller family's social church. And this was the case with Princess Phinia, who received everyone's attention among the new students in Sylvania. That fact was no different from the Princess of Persica. In the monastery, ladies from all kinds of noble families were introducing themselves and exchanging greetings, but no one was allowed to talk to Princess Persica. A noble appearance and dignified behavior are natural for members of the royal family. It feels like there is some kind of energy surrounding my body that makes it impossible to talk to me carelessly. It is difficult to talk to Persica, let alone to tune the knight who follows and guards her. Therefore, even if they encountered her in the monastery hallways, most ladies would just bow their heads and pass by, and most of them just Bibles and religious books. It seems that the quality of the shelves is difficult to match that of the imperial library. It's worth it. The place where the Princess of Persica was sitting was a fairly large library on the lower level of the monastery. There were many old books, but most of them were contents contained in the Princess of Persica's mind. She was a person who was so obsessed with books and knowledge that she was called the ghost of the library. Knowledge and information are the essence of the world. If the person who reigns is ignorant and not well informed, he or she will never be able to maintain that position for long. That was the unwavering Persica value system. That's why the Princess of Persica always stayed in the library whenever she had time and focused only on reading the books. As soon as she arrived at the monastery, she locked herself in the library, prepared inside her, which was truly her characteristic. The problem is that this is not the time to just read books. As the imperial power dispute is intensifying, Emperor Kloll will also soon feel the burden. The easiest way to end the heated dispute over imperial power is to formally declare a successor. However, the successor to lead a great nation cannot be chosen arbitrarily. He may have been suffering in his own way, but rumors circulated among his subjects about when his suffering would come to a conclusion. Perhaps the upcoming regular imperial meeting will examine the support of imperial influential figures for each princess, to use as a reference in one's judgment in deciding on a successor. What Emperor Kloll considers most important is whether he has the ability to take over power without much disruption and continue to lead the empire to its heyday. To do so, it is most important to receive support from both the imperial family and various influential forces in the empire. The reason he tried to take control of the Elt Company, the most famous company in Sangdo, and the reason he tried to receive the full support of the Imperial Knights was all to prove that point. What is important is that she receives overwhelming support, even more so than her two sisters, Selaha and Phinia, who are born in the same bloodline as her. To do so, it is important to strengthen one's own power, but it is also important to keep the opponent's power in check. Isn't it much more efficient to take away one of the opponent's forces than to increase one of your own? That is why the Princess of Persica came to this far-off cleric monastery under the pretext of a prayer meeting, to appease Abbot Austin, who supports Princess Phinia to his core. Preparations for that conciliation, it was all over. Perhaps Abbot Austin would never be able to refuse the Princess of Persica's offer. The investigation into her character and temperament had already been completed. And the problem is Ed Rosteller. He is the most famous of the survivors of the Rosteller family and is also one of those who support Princess Phinia. If you can appease him, you can win over one more of Princess Phinia's key supporters. My thoughts are getting complicated. Abbot Austin is like a great mother to the Telos Church, respecting even saints and saints. Ed Rosteller is a key surviving member of the Rosteller family, which is currently at the center of controversy in the Imperial Council. Even if these two people are brought into their own power, it can be said that they have made truly great progress in the competition for imperial power. For that alone, it would be fair to say that this monastery business trip was truly a great success. The problem is that Persica has almost no information about Ed. Selaha and Phinia met Ed, but to Persica the existence of a man named Ed Rosteller was completely in the fog. He is a person who must be judged solely on information and rumors. Even the Princess of Persica did not want to confront her without prior information, so she tried to gather information in her own way. It is not smooth sailing. Do you think we can appease with money? According to rumors within the monastery, his hobby is drinking wine, while looking at the vineyards stretching out to the horizon from the huge golden castle. Is there a vineyard of that size in the Duchy of Rostela? Me too, I do not know. In any case, he doesn't seem to be a person obsessed with money. This is certain considering that we did not give in to Elt Company's appeasement. Guard Knight Toon was standing next to the Princess of Persica in the reading room of the monastery library with an embarrassed expression. How to appease people ultimately comes down to one of three things: money, fame, or power and justice. What would you think if I offered to promise you a position of at least the Prime Minister level if you take power in the imperial family? I've already grown up as a nobleman of the dukedom. I honestly think it is uncertain whether he will be swayed by fame or power. According to what you found out, according to rumors within the monastery, it is said that he declined the position of chief magic researcher, which boasts the highest authority within the imperial family, because of pressure. He is said to have made a long speech saying that noble achievements in academic research are not achieved through authority. I guess the imperial family has never made such a suggestion. I was curious, too. Well, matters related to academic research are not managed by the Rose Palace. The report may not come to me, but Princess Persica accepted Toon's report with a dumbfounded expression. As soon as she arrived, Toon's work skills were evident as she quickly ran around collecting information. No, what on earth are these rumors in the first place? It seems like it's full of things that don't make sense in terms of common sense. There are many things omitted from the reporting documents. There are quite a few things that I thought didn't make sense and weren't worth reporting. For example, you can make ice freeze with your eyes, or you can stop a person's heart with just your voice walls can split with a single swing of a dagger. He can control any number of high-ranking spirits. He knows a lot of powerful people in the old deck underworld, and St. Clarice is completely fascinated by him. The scary thing about the rumors about Ed that Toon is reciting one by one is that some of them contain a grain of truth. These things also strangely combine with the background knowledge about Ed, making it difficult to judge. As if a smokescreen had been put in place, the exact image of Ed as a person was not revealed in his mind. It has the power to split the sea with a single arrow, or it can unleash high-level magic just by snapping its fingers. Leave it at that. Done now. I don't know either. Honestly, I don't think this is all true. That can't be possible. The first thing that comes to mind is that the flower-headed nuns were so fascinated by Ed Rossdale that their imaginations ran wild. Actually, that is the correct answer. However, what complicates Persica's mind is her background knowledge about Ed Rothdale. Princess Elaha and Princess Phenia are more obsessed with him than necessary. He is a survivor of the Ross-Taylor family, which was on the verge of extinction, and a man who endured several life-threatening dangers in Sylvania. He is an expert in survival itself. In fact, Ed Rothdale once foiled Persica's plan to take control of Elt Trading Company, and he even receives full support from Lortel Ketchelm, the current incumbent. He is a person who is receiving surprisingly generous evaluations, and there is bound to be a reason for such consistent evaluations. So I thought he might be an extraordinary person, but even if I do this just a little, isn't this too much? Still, isn't there such a thing as degree? It is rather strange that a person who can fly and crawl to this extent has not been included in Persica's information network until now. Also, wouldn't it be better to meet him once? I've come to this opportunity, but I can't just attend the prayer meeting and leave. Make some space. But I am a little nervous. Princess Persica closed the book she was reading and sighed. Well, it's all just rumors anyway. Checking that is also an important process. For now, we have decided to dismiss all rumors about Ed Rossdale as nonsense and reserve judgment on Ed Rossdale, who is still an imaginary being. This can't be true. Hello, Master Ed. I heard the story from Abbot Austin. As rumored, you are at the monastery. My name is Mary, the second daughter of Count Flassin. The head of the family gives full support to Princess Phenia and has a special bond with the Ross-Taylor family. I hope our good relationship continues. Hello, Master Ed. Where has Grandma Wang gone? That she's trying to repair her monastic habit. Looks like Eleanor, in charge of repairs, is busy. Hey, maybe can I ask you a favor? I'm sorry if I was rude. Master Ed, have you eaten? It is said that high-quality lamb arrived in the monastery restaurant today. The nuns were all going to the restaurant happily. Where's Grandma Austin? I stayed in my room last night. Why am I getting penalty points? Gag. Master Ed. There you are. I need to check the progress of tomorrow's prayer meeting. The abbot who entered the room didn't answer. Hey, maybe can you watch it for me? Master Ed also manages the saintess schedule directly. You have authority. After dealing with noble ladies who approached me all day about political issues and nuns who talked about daily life at the monastery, I returned to my room. When I closed the simple but fully equipped door, the sky was already full of stars. A monastery in the outskirts of nowhere. Since there is almost no light source, there are so many stars in the sky that it is majestic. The spread-out Milky Way was almost as bright as daylight, if only a little exaggerated. Whoa, it's tiring in a different way than surviving life in the wild. I wiped my face, sat down on the shabby wooden chair, and looked up out the window for a moment. After spending all day at the center of noise and attention, I finally found myself sitting alone in the dark late at night. Only then do I feel comforted, because the night sky I look up at is the same as usual. Being unchanging over time often provides a strange sense of psychological stability. It seems understandable why the little wizard wearing a large witch's hat always sits on the rooftop and looks up at the sea of stars. Did he also feel this strange sense of security? Although I have interacted with Lucy in many ways, I still don't feel like I completely understand the wizard. There are times when he lies here and there like a stray cat and is bored, and there are times when he roams between buildings in a more serious and mysterious manner than ever before. He is a person who cannot tell whether he is serious or lazy. Well, maybe both. This is not the time to be thinking about things like this. Tomorrow is the long-awaited prayer meeting. The Princess of Persica, who is resting in a room assigned to her somewhere in the monastery, will attend the prayer meeting tomorrow and come face to face with me. Basically, mornings at the monastery are early. If you go to sleep early, you will be able to face the Princess of Persica in a normal condition. I lifted the blanket to get some sleep. Lucy was sleeping in my bed as expected. I felt like I heard a strange wheezing sound earlier, but I guess it was an auditory hallucination. Lucy Merrill was sleeping on the bed, hugging my pillow with a happy expression on her face. Why are you sticking out here? Before the question was asked, Lucy opened her blank eyes as if she felt empty because the blanket was gone. Then he made eye contact with me and broke into a cold sweat. Oh, hello. Why are you here? Did I suddenly lose sleep? Lucy raised her upper body, frowned, and lowered her gaze. I was taking a walk. It just so happened at first glance it looks like he is hiding in a monastery. Without even thinking about it, this girl is probably the identity of the rumor that ghosts haunt the monastery. It looks like he tried to lie down on the bed for a moment and fell asleep. I knew it would be like this. Now that the walk is over, I have to go back to Arfeli's Hall. I'm going to get scolded by Belle. Then this much, just say it out loud and honestly. I followed you in the carriage. I just want to come to the monastery. As I looked at her in bewilderment, Lucy finally told me everything. I once heard a story from Grandpa Glocked. This was not discussed on Aiken Island. I couldn't quite figure out why he wanted to come to the monastery. Lucy twisted her white hair with her fingertips and spoke with difficulty. He said he had seen this monastery. I remember saying that it was a memorable and beautiful sight. I just wanted to see it too. This is Lucy, who rarely talks about her personal life. Even when he came to this monastery, he didn't show his face and just looked around the building. You can ride on the roof of this huge monastery, wander around the basement, or the facilities between rooms. Was it just people watching? It roughly matches the rumors about ghosts as expected. Was the identity of those ghost rumors actually Lucy? Then the abbot caught me. Of course, how long did you think you wouldn't get caught? Maybe it's because he's so old, but he's also acquainted with Grandpa Glocked. He told me a lot about Grandpa Glocked. I sat down on the wooden chair and quietly listened to Lucy's story. I sat down on my bed, hugged the pillow tightly. The sight of Lucy slowly continuing to speak was vaguely vague. Actually, it seems like they just pretended not to notice me wandering around the monastery. When I talked to him, he turned out to be a more understanding person than I thought. I guess so. Even at first glance, he seems like a bold and cheerful person. Yeah, so we sat side by side on the roof of the monastery, looked at the stars, and talked about various things. He was a person who could communicate better than I thought, and he listened to everything I was thinking about. Worry. What could be worrying about a girl who was just taking a nap with her body hanging around comfortably? But Lucy took a deep breath and hugged her pillow tightly. That rather than feeling ashamed or embarrassed, he seemed sad. What on earth did you talk about with Abbot Austin? It is a secret. Yeah, there's no reason to ask. I didn't really expect Lucy to follow her to the monastery, but it seems like she was quietly going around the monastery on her own anyway. I haven't suffered anything, so all I can say is that it's ridiculous. However, does Lucy have a story of her own that she wants to tell? He had a worried expression on his face. Hey, once I finish my prayer meeting schedule tomorrow, I will return to Aiken Island. I was thinking of telling him to confidently ride in the carriage instead of in the luggage compartment when returning. What is a meaningful life? Lucy's attitude, as she suddenly gave me a strange philosophical thought, was strange. What on earth were we talking about? Of course, I cannot give a clear answer, so I can only speak frankly. I don't know either. I guess so. Ha! Anyway, I'll just complete my schedule tomorrow and return to Aiken Island. Next time, don't get in the luggage compartment. Although there isn't enough space in the carriage, it would be more comfortable to ride on your lap than in the luggage compartment. After saying that, I checked the schedule for tomorrow. If I finish everything I have to do tomorrow, I should return to Aiken Island. There's a lot of work to do when I get back. There were a lot of things to do, but I thought I could finish it well and return to Aiken Island. Of course, things do not always go as expected. Still, there was a degree to sudden changes in circumstances. The next morning, Austin, an elder of the Telos Church and abbot in charge of Cleric Monastery for decades, she was found dead in her room. It was just a few hours before the prayer meeting was held. Chapter 202, Giving Meaning, 5. When I stopped by Lortle's cabin to clean it, Belle looked more surprised than expected. It has already been more than 5 days since Ed Rosteller left to attend a prayer meeting at the Cleric Monastery. In the wild, 5 days is the time during which weeds grow, food rots, and drinking water dries up. This means that living in the wild, where every day is precious, is not something everyone can adapt to. Therefore, I thought that Yenneker would have a hard time while Ed, who usually took the lead in camp work, was away. However, the camp, which was surprisingly neat and well maintained, was in a different direction from when Ed took the lead in managing it. Like Yenneker, who has a more delicate personality than Ed, there were tools, food, ingredients, firewood, etc., neatly arranged here and there in neat rows. And when Yenneker, who was reading a book in front of the campfire, saw Belle come and look surprised, she exclaimed, put her arms around her waist, and made a majestic expression. I was surprised that it was kept cleaner than I expected. You've become very skilled at camp maintenance. It's been a few months since I started living at camp, but I can't do anything like this. Then he shows his triumphant appearance by exclaiming a hum, but honestly I can't help but feel that he is special rather than cool. It is said that every 3 years of Siadangi Pungwal is recited. As Yenneker also continued to live in the camp next to her Ed, she had accumulated enough skills to handle basic management without difficulty. The spirits would have mostly taken care of the laborious tasks, but they couldn't have been entrusted with tasks that were delicate or required skill. I heard Ed is coming back today. I have to show you that I had a good time without any problems. Okay. However, that according to Ed's original schedule, he was scheduled to finish the prayer meeting at Cleric's Monastery today and return home at night. The reason Jenica worked hard to make the camp even more tidy was because she wanted to see Ed's surprise when he returned. Because something urgent happened within the monastery, your schedule for returning to school was pushed back. I also just received a call, so I came to tell you. Yes, that urgent matter. It seems you are caught up in something complicated. I think you will resolve it well and come back. I'm worried. I see, Ed, I'm worried. You haven't seemed to have much energy lately. Is that so? I didn't get that feeling. I felt like I had a lot to think about since the last time I was swayed by a strange medicinal energy. Yenneker closed the large spiritistic grimoire that was on her lap and placed it on the stump next to her. Suddenly, the grimoire began floating in the air, and the spirits that were guarding around Yenneker appeared and began to organize the grimoire. I guess it was really hard. Rather than that, I did say something that made me think a lot of unnecessary things. Now that I think about it, I think it was a mistake. What useless words. I just told you a little bit about my past, because I have something I want to say to Master Ed. There was curiosity in Yenneker's eyes. It's a story that Ed was confused about after hearing it, so I'm curious, and I can't help but be intrigued by the fact that it's mixed with the past story of Jean Bell, Maya the maid at Arfle's. What did you say? It's not a very pleasant story, and there are some things I haven't fully told you about. There is also some information about Master Ed's personal history. It's a bit too careless to share anyway. My mouth is straight. At Arfle's Hall, where everyone maintained a businesslike attitude, such mistakes were never made. But when they came to camp, their shoulders became more relaxed, and they often made mistakes. But what can you do? It's already late. Yenneker's curiosity was already piqued to the core. Yenneker, who is poking out her mouth and making a clenched sound, will not cause any harm other than clenching her cotton-like fists if left as is. Herbivores are herbivores only when they get angry. Still, it wasn't very comfortable to leave her like that, so Belle sighed and sat down across from Yenneker. Master Ed was so pessimistic about life that he once tried to commit suicide. As Belle took a stance and tried to explain the situation, Yenneker's face became as colored as a child's. However, as soon as I heard the first sentence, I immediately froze. As a person who has always shown a strong side, I never even thought that he would ever attempt such an attempt. However, if you think about Ed's past history, he is a person born with a background in which it is not strange to be pessimistic about life at any time. I had no idea, aren't you working hard and working hard now? That's a good thing. Only I just brought this up because I didn't want you to think of something like that again. I see then, what is Belle's past? Belle pondered for a moment about how far he should go, but then showed a relieved face, as if he was okay with it. Actually, I didn't tell Master Ed everything. In some ways, I left out the most important part. Even the same story has a completely different meaning, depending on how you tell it. Okay, would you like to hear it? There was silence among the nuns. The wooden coffin leading towards the central corridor is piled with wreaths praying for the soul of the deceased. Age 109. The old man who had boasted that he would live at least another 100 years ended his life without any warning. The death of an elderly man who had devoted himself to the Telos Church for 80 years. It was even the death of the abbot in charge of the cleric monastery. Even though the prayer meeting at the cleric monastery was an important annual event attended by distinguished guests, it could not have preceded the death of Abbot Austin. She is respected by all church members and has always maintained her faith nobly. He could have risen to the rank of saint and served as a high-ranking priest in the holy city, but he was at the forefront of the monastery and raised the nuns who each had their own circumstances as if they were his own daughters. I've never worn a high-ranking monk's robe with lots of fancy decorations. When working in the field, there was no need to wear high-quality clothing because it would get dirty quickly. The sleeves of my clothes were always rolled up so they were completely wrinkled. The only furniture in the room was a desk, chair, bed, bookshelf, and wardrobe, and everything was shabby. The only personal property was a few spare monastic robes and a brass bowl for Bible prayer. For someone who lived for over a century, he was extremely frugal. In this way, the coffin containing the saint's remains was slowly taken out of the corridor. Both the nuns pulling the coffin and the nuns watching the scene had tears in their eyes. There are clear signs of murder. It was a report from Auxiliary Bishop Melanier. Melanier, a nun in charge of business with neat and gentle hair, spoke briefly and boldly from the podium. After lunch, St. Clarice summoned all the distinguished guests, senior nuns, and outside visitors to the chapel in the center of the monastery. As I entered the magnificent chapel, I saw all kinds of tables, relics, and prayer supplies prepared for the VIP prayer meeting. Originally, a grand prayer meeting was scheduled to be held, but all events were cancelled. This it is a top secret that must never be spread among the nuns. The podium of the chapel. Outsiders were sitting in places where high-ranking clergy would normally be seated to preside over prayer services. The sudden death of the abbot created an atmosphere of confusion, but the exact cause or circumstances were not announced. In the first place, the duty to take the lead in investigating and announcing such matters lay with the diocese who manages the coastal area, including this monastery. However, the diocese of this monastic district was also in charge of Abbot Austin. Since the person concerned cannot directly brief the person concerned about his or her death, it was inevitable that there would be some confusion in the management system of this monastery. In the end, there was only one person who had the rightful power to handle this confusing situation and organize the situation. Three representative people were sitting on the podium. Melanier, an auxiliary bishop and practitioner of the monastery, managed the nuns under Abbot Austin. The second, Princess Persica, has the authority to take over the public power of the imperial family and directly resolve the situation. And Saint Clarice, who has authority equivalent to the final decision on all matters of the Church of Telos. A report about a death inside the monastery has already been reported to Margrave Zahor. The imperial family will soon dispatch additional investigation personnel. Until then, control over the situation inside this monastery, it was safe to say that the three of them were sharing their hands. All you need to do is calm the insiders down so they don't panic, and then hand over authority to the imperial investigation personnel when they arrive. However, St. Clarice did not bother to single out only outsiders and gathered them in the chapel, for she had heard Melanier's report, and she judged that she must do so. I checked the scars left on Abbot Austin's remains. A stab wound from a dagger remained. The cause of death was excessive bleeding, and there were traces of struggling in pain at the scene. I cannot possibly think of it as a natural death. He is 109 years old. When you think of someone who died inside a room, the first possibility that comes to mind is natural death. However, Auxiliary Bishop Melanier completely denied that possibility. The abbot was always a person who took perfect care of himself and took care of his health. He was always willing to do physical labor, and I who checked his physical condition every day did not notice any abnormalities. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier knew what kind of repercussions his next words would cause, but he gritted his teeth and continued his story. The nuns living in this monastery are all lambs who are indebted to Abbot Austin. To put it simply, these are people who have no reason or motive to harm the abbot. Let's take a moment to hold our breath and list out only objective facts. Even at the time of his death, it was a prayer meeting period with many outsiders coming and going. It is surprising that the person who corrected the nuns for several years was found dead. While outsiders were visiting, the circumstances are so exquisite. After that, Melanier was speechless, for a moment trying to choose his words carefully. However, the conclusion of the story has already been conveyed sufficiently well. VIPs and ladies from all over were sitting at the prayer table in the chapel. The daughters of the Count and the Viscount are the basics, as well as the disciples of the famous magic tool craftsman, the only daughter of the Imperial Chancellor and successor to the Tolls Company. These are people who converted to the Telos Church and traveled a long distance to show their faithfulness. To such people Melanier speaks. Probably many people, I think he might be a suspect due to the circumstances. This is a necessary doubt. Bang! At those words, the lady of Viscount Losist stood up from her seat. At the same time, all the other noble ladies stood up. What now? I came a long way to show respect to the Church of Telos, and now I am being treated like a murder suspect. Are you kidding me? Even if you are a member of the monastery, what guarantee is there that you will not harbor a grudge against the abbot? I will send a letter to my family. You can't come to a place like this and be treated like a murderer. Calm down. It is in the presence of the saint and the princess. At those words, all the noble ladies held their breath. Because I was young and had immature judgment, I forgot about it for a while. Two girls sitting on either side of Melanier. Second, Princess Persica and Saint Clarice. If you combine the authority of the two people, even if you combine the authority of all the noble ladies gathered here, they cannot even be compared. That's why all the ladies had no choice but to hold their breath. There was silence for a moment, and then St. Clarice raised her voice from the podium. It is difficult to identify a suspect simply based on motive, because Abbot Austin was a person who gave to everyone and was merciful to everyone. Not only that, he was a person who lived quietly in the monastery, just praying. Clarice's story struck a blind spot. How can you hold a grudge against someone like this? At least there won't be any personal feelings or resentment. Since he is that kind of person, it is difficult to find a motive for murder. It's going to be hard. There is absolutely no possibility of impulsive murder due to emotion. If so, is it for political or ideological reasons? There is only one person here who will benefit from Abbot Austin's death, an abbot who fully supports Princess Phenia. If such a person disappears from the world, her rival Princess Persica will be able to enjoy a reflection in her competition for the imperial power. Some nobles swallowed dry saliva as if their thoughts had reached that point and looked at the Princess of Persica on the podium. The Princess of Persica, who was sitting in a noble posture, her eyes closed gently and then opened them. There are ladies who look at me with disrespectful thoughts. Is she the daughter of Count Flasin, Viscount Losist, and Baron Kelkus? I remember you. The Princess of Persica made such a threat as if she could read her thoughts with just her eyes. All the ladies from noble families who looked at him with suspicion just by saying those words were startled and shook their heads. There were mutterings denying it, but Princess Persica stood up as if it was enough. This girl knows how to control a crowd. As if to prove that fact, he speaks in a high voice that comes from his stomach. There is no need to hide the fact that I am working hard for the imperial throne. But the murder of Abbot Austin, do you seem like the kind of person who would make such a foolish move? There was silence in the middle of the room. You put your hand on the life of a great elder of the Telos Church in order to reduce one powerful person who supports my sister Phenia. In a way, it was my fault if I seemed so clueless that I couldn't even judge profit and loss. He seemed like such a shallow monarch. It makes me reflect on myself. The act of murdering Abbot Austin out of blindness to imperial authority is no different than turning the entire Telos church into enemies. At least if he was going to do something like that, he wouldn't have aimed for a time when he would have no choice but to be considered a suspect. In the first place, what meaning is there in the power gained by putting people's lives on the scale? I am a person who knows how to keep morals. I hope you don't insult me. In the meantime, they do not forget to appeal for moral justification. Princess Persica was a rational person, and I am sure I am not the only one weighing the pros and cons of the imperial power competition. The distinguished guests gathered here, although we don't say anything, we all probably have at least one person in our hearts who holds the throne right. There are many people whose families' rise and fall and political strife are intertwined with who becomes the next emperor. It would be troubling to think that I am the only one bound by the structure of the imperial power. While saying that, Persica slowly moved on to the next story. We have already received reports on Abbot Austin's movements. They say he came into the monastery last night at low tide with the count's daughters, completed the basic procedures, went to his room, and never appeared again in public. After that, Persica organized the details she had received and clearly announced them. The last witness testimony came from a nun who was heading to the bathroom late last night. She testified that she was seen walking out of the cloister of the monastery, leaving behind the words, "She's going to catch a ghost." In other words, Abbot Austin was still alive until late last night. "You're going to catch a ghost?" Princess Persica answered Clarice's question. There was a rumor going around among the nuns that there was a ghost wandering around the cloister recently. Well, it could simply be a wild animal making a noise, or it could be an aberration, like an immature nun's night walk. That kind of thing. There was anyway such a disturbing incident shouldn't happen at a time when there are so many outsiders, so the abbot probably went to confirm the identity of the ghost. He was then found dead in the next room. I felt kind of uneasy at this point. If ghosts are a hot topic, there is a person who cannot help but be mentioned here. I was concerned that I would be suspected of this, so I investigated the circumstances through an escort driver in advance. However, for some reason, outsiders who visited the monastery were all accompanied by escorts, or the location of the private rooms was clear, so it was easy to understand their movements. The uninvited guests who came into this monastery were a completely different story. Gate crasher. The loud noise spread through the crowd. Did you know that at the time of Abbot Austin's death, there was an uninvited outsider whose exact movements were unknown, and whose exact movements were not even known to have entered the monastery? Persica called the name right away without hesitation. Lucy Merrill. Some people know the name, and some do not. He became famous as the head of the entire Sylvania Academy magic department, and a rare genius wizard recently. He was an archmage whose name spread even to the central part of the empire by defeating the evil guard Mebula. Her existence was confirmed during the circumstantial investigation this morning. From what I heard, she was walking around the monastery in a carriage, as she pleased. Is she here now? The noisy crowd began to turn their attention to the surroundings. They seem unable to believe the story that the rare genius wizard Lucy Merrill is in this monastery. Could it be that he is mixed in with this crowd? Such a conversation was going on. H. Wig. small body and sleepy eyes. In addition to the large witch hat, the academy uniform did not fit the size. A girl with a now familiar appearance stands up from a corner prayer pew. I stretched my soggy body, and she got off the prayer seat as if she was running and stood upright. All eyes in the audience were focused on that. Lucy walks out slowly. Stepping on the red carpet, stretched over the podium in the center of the prayer pew, I look up at Persica with indifferent eyes. In reality, you are the only outsider who could easily approach Abbot Austin and completely disappear. The voice of the Princess of Persica spread throughout the quiet chapel. Lucy Merrill quietly looks up at her expression showing no change at all. He's being framed as a murder suspect. However, with an indifferent attitude, as if he didn't care about that fact, the audience even feels a sense of discomfort. At that time, it was St. Clarice who got up from her seat. She was the only human who could respond with authority to the Princess of Persica. Wait a minute. Lucy Merrill has no reason to harm Abbot Austin. Wasn't the story about motive concluded earlier? Holy woman. It is more difficult to find someone with a motive to harm Abbot Austin in the first place. In this case, we need to narrow it down using the elimination method and identify the most likely person among the remaining suspects. I also felt a sense of discomfort. I completely agree with the fact that Lucy Merrill had no reason to harm Abbot Austin. However, even if we give 100 steps and say that Lucy attacked Abbot Austin, what is the reason for remaining in this position? It's obvious that if you stay still, you'll be accused of being a criminal, so why bother sitting in this monastery? At least you should cooperate with the investigation. If you wanted to escaping this monastery would be no problem, but you yourself know very well that such an act would only be admitting your crime. The guards guarding the podium would all be gone with one wave of Lucy's arm. But Lucy does not resist. He quietly placed his arms and accepted the restraints. At this point, I was deeply concerned about whether I should get up and defend Lucy. As I said, Lucy Merrill could have killed the abbot and run away if she wanted to. Even if no one else knows Clarice, and I who were together at the academy will know. It is rumored that she is strong, but Lucy Merrill's strength is beyond the realm of imagination. To be honest, even the long sea route between the monastery and the coastline could be easily bypassed with high-level spatial magic, even without making a single noise or light. Because it requires an astronomical amount of magical energy, it may be difficult for the average person to even imagine. A closed monastery that can only be entered during low tide, a pile of eyewitness testimonies and VIPs whose movements were all checked. As it is a place where communal living is assumed, it is an environment where it is difficult to recklessly plan a murder. A human being free from all these background factors, an exceptional being who plays on the machinery behind the stage. What is the reason for such a person to remain here and be framed as a suspect? If you actively express that fact, you may be able to avoid this situation. He may not be able to rid himself of the blame of being a prime suspect, but at least he will not be treated like a criminal and arrested. Not only me, but also Clarice seemed to be puzzled by this fact and narrowed their eyebrows on the podium deep in thought. But the reason we didn't mention that possibility, it's clear. Lucy's expression is as peaceful as the calm waters of a lake. I sensed there was some intention. Was there something that was not said or could not be said to me? Lucy accepted the restraints with the most calm expression in the world and walked across the podium led by the soldier's hand. There was a look of disbelief in the ladies' eyes as they looked at her. It was a great shock to learn that the rare genius magician of whom there were only rumors was a prime suspect in the murder. He doesn't even utter a word to defend himself. He just maintains a grumpy expression. I sat among the VIP seats, looked up at the podium, and was lost in deep thought. The rare genius wizard who represented Sylvania was arrested by the Imperial Guard on suspicion of sneaking into the monastery without permission and murdering Abbot Austin. The next day, new recruits will be handed over to the investigation team dispatched by the imperial family. Although she was a girl who could not be controlled even if she was arrested in the first place, becoming a criminal was a completely different story. Smart. After the chapel meeting was dismissed, the distinguished guests were ordered by St. Clarice to return to their respective rooms. As the situation was critical, they were asked to make sure to check their movements and pay attention to their own safety until the investigation team arrived. In any case, if there was a distinguished guest representing each family, there would be 1 or 2 escorts. I was just sitting quietly in my shabby private room, organizing the situation in my head. When it got so late at night, there was a sound of someone knocking on the door. At this point, there won't be any nuns visiting from outsiders. Puzzled, I opened the door and saw a familiar face. Sorry for being late at night. Ed Rosteller, Prince. The person standing in the dark hallway was a priest who had just reported on the circumstances of Abbot Austin's death from the podium during the day. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier. He was Abbot Austin's closest associate during his lifetime and was actually in charge of managing the monastery's affairs. She had a complicated expression and looked nervous, as if she had been knocking on my door with difficulty. What are you doing at this hour? I came here because I have something I wanted to say to Prince Ed. Due to the situation, there is no benefit to walking around late at night. There was no way Melania didn't know that fact, but it was clear that he wanted to come here while avoiding other people's eyes. I will start with the conclusion. I believe that the culprit who killed Abbot Austin, I know it's not Lucy Merrill. As I stared at Melania, she continued speaking with a hesitant expression on her face. I think I know who the real culprit is for sure, one of those inside. But, is it okay to make this public? What impact will this have on the Church of Tell Us? I can't make up my mind. Suddenly, I looked at Melania's forearms and noticed that they were trembling slightly. Speak calmly. You can breathe slowly. To Abbot Austin, there is a big secret that cannot be told to others. It is a secret so big that it may even be related to the existence or closure of this cleric monastery. Now, who among the nuns knows the secret? There is no one else. Melania's tremors went beyond her forearms and into her voice. Please, before what happens to me, could you please report my story to the saint? It was an unexpected situation. I narrowed my brows and listened to Melania's continued story. Chapter 203, Giving Meaning 6. The monastery corridor is quiet at night. Since such an unpleasant incident occurred, there is no one wandering around the corridors unnecessarily at night. Since the nuns wake up early, they are all ready to go to bed around this time anyway. And outsiders who know the circumstances of Abbot Austin's death do not leave their rooms because they do not want to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Thanks to this, Auxiliary Bishop Melanier and I were able to cross the monastery corridors without being seen by anyone. In the basement of the cleric monastery, there is a penitent's room. A jingling sound came from a key chain. There were so many large sets of keys hanging on Auxiliary Bishop Melanier's belt that it was scary just to look at them. In fact, it seemed like the keys to all the rooms inside the monastery were gathered in one place. I passed through the dreary hallway and went straight down the stairs at the end. And among the nuns, there are lambs who regularly come to the penance room and confess their sins. Since they are nuns who have committed great sins in the past, they spend time in the penance room on the night of the full moon and think about their sins. Is that so? But that's just the superficial reason. I went down and down for a while, passed through the huge hall on the first floor, and was sucked deep into the hallway again. So we passed through the restaurant, communal kitchen, supply storage, prayer room, small garden, and across the vegetable garden to the annex. Inside the annex, if you go all the way inside and turn down the deepest hallway, there are stairs going down to the basement. Next to the stairs, there was a sign that said Repentance Room. Although it was a place of repentance, it was still a very remote place. As I continued down the basement stairs, a space that looked like a brick dungeon appeared. When Melanier inserted the key into the iron cage and went in, he saw a private room-like space stretching on either side of the long hallway in the middle. Each cell is separated by iron bars, and all you see inside is a simple Bible or prayer supplies, and a small window high up to let in the moonlight. Here, you can pray and repent of your past sins and receive forgiveness for them. How serious of a sin have they committed to come all the way from this remote monastery to this remote penance room to pray for atonement? No matter how complicated the situation is for many nuns, it would be rare for them to do something like this. As proof of that fact, each cell had dust piled up in every nook and cranny, and many of the iron bars had rust on them as if they had not been opened for a long time. In fact, it appeared to be a penance room that existed only in name. We need to go in more. Melania led me across the penitential hall that stretched out in the middle. As we reached the end, there was a curved hallway and a bookshelf with simple supplies and a Bible on it. When I wondered if this was the end of the penance room, Melanier stood on tiptoe and took out a Bible near the top. Then he put his hand into the empty bookshelf space and whined as if he was manipulating something. A strange sound was heard, as if a lever was being lowered, and the bookshelf was pushed to the side. And behind it, a large wooden door was revealed. As I swallowed my embarrassment and made a complicated expression, Melania lowered her gaze. He said it would be better to see it in person rather than explain it. Further, Melania inserted another key into the wooden door. Squeak, eventually, the secret door opens and the scene inside is revealed. Indeed, it was a sight that everyone who saw for the first time could not help but swallow dry saliva. Sniff, sniff. Kang, kang. Sia-ra-ra-ra-ra, sniff. It is the sound of an animal taking a breath. The sound that came out as soon as I opened the wooden door made me think I was in an animal cage. However, the things inside the cell, which had the same structure as before, did not have the shape of an animal. However, it is not completely human-shaped. Melanie crossed the inner hallway with me with her eyes closed and an expression that seemed to take everything in. As I looked at the cells filling up both sides, I had no choice but to swallow dry saliva for a moment. The animals show red eyes and bang on the iron bars when they see humans entering the secret underground cell. Although they were basically human in shape, they were all drooling while showing off the ears and tails of beasts dressed as monks. Subhuman, a group of heretics who once overthrew the northern grasslands and came close to assassinating Emperor Kloll. He was the loser of the war to subjugate the demi-humans, one of the wars that cost the most in the history of the Kloll Empire, and an enemy of the empire that was completely erased from history, led by the Kloll imperial family. Zelan the Cutter. It is the name of a war hero who protected the imperial family from the demi-humans, along with the Guardian Obel. The three wizards who assisted Guardian Obel during the war to subdue the demi-humans are already famous. This is Zelan, the Seeker, the Outlaw, and the Collide Cutter. Glass, the Seeker, has ended his life, and Khaled, the Outlaw, is taking a professorship in Sylvania, but the whereabouts of Zelan, the Mutilator, are still unknown. However, I recently heard something from Austin. Well, you've probably heard the name of the war hero Zelan, right? He also used to stop by this monastery and donate. If we go a little further into the past, the previous generation's great wizard Glacht was also like that. This is what I said when I was assigned a room. Should we say that Abbot Austin is a living history book? It appears that she was already in regular contact with Zelan during her lifetime. After the war, Zelan visited this monastery. The reason may be after the war to suppress the demihumans. The person who brought 13 demihuman children to Abbot Austin is that war hero, Zelan the Cutter. Kang, 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 Sia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Wow, wow, wow. The sound of an animal, not a person. The solitary confinement is filled with packs of beasts pounding against the bars and wanting to sink their teeth into us at any moment. Among them, I also see a red-haired girl who brought my luggage with me on the day I first arrived at the monastery. I narrowed my eyes at the sight of him losing his senses, which was completely different from before. Even in the midst of such chaos, Melania somehow maintained his senses and continued speaking. Is it because I don't want to see this crazy scene that I close my eyes? They are a group of demi-humans who live for war, but there were children who were left behind in the village because they were not strong and were too young. This was especially true for girls who had just been born. Those children Zelan entrusted them to Abbot Austin. Yes, they are demi-humans whose lifespan is different from that of humans, but they are still children. They are children who were not involved in the bloodshed of war, so I thought they could probably be rehabilitated. The demi-humans are a race born for war. By nature, they lust for blood and dream of overthrowing the regime. Those were the demi-humans that the Kloll imperial family talked about. Is it because of the painful history of war? The imperial family's persecution of the demi-humans was already well known. The demi-human tribes that lived on the border of this huge empire have now completely dried up. He was skeptical about a war that would only end in blood. He met Abbot Austin and received forgiveness for his sins, and entrusted the children he had brought back alive from the battlefield to this monastery for atonement. Then this penance room, no matter how much I love and teach it, the blood of animals boils on nights when the full moon rises. That is why the children of the demi-humans mixed among the nuns die around the time the full moon rises. When this happens, I enter this penance room on my own feet. If you get drunk on Manwal's blood, you become a beast that sinks its teeth into people. Because they themselves know this fact, the children of the demi-human race wear leashes and enter the penitence room, until the time comes when he can regain his senses and mingle among humans again in order to avoid harming others by being locked in solitary confinement. Eventually, when the full moon passes, she returns to being a nun and continues her religious life. That is the life lived by the children of the demi-humans who continue their lives in this cleric monastery. Among the nuns who are indebted to the cleric monastery, there are many friends with complicated backstories. There are also some illegitimate children from noble families whose names cannot be mentioned, or children born with the blood of cursed blood relatives. This is what Abbot Austin said implicitly. Is this what it means to be born of cursed blood? She was hiding the descendants of the demi-humans whom the Empire hated in the monastery she managed. If the imperial family finds out about this, they won't keep silent. It will lead to a problem that is directly related to the existence of clerics' monastery. I looked at one of the cells. A girl with beautifully braided red hair. This is the girl who picked me up at the shore and carried my luggage. The monastic robes that he usually wears tightly from head to toe are completely disheveled. The appearance that seemed gentle and demure is gone, and the ears of an animal are revealed through the flowing veil. Indeed, such a habit could easily cover such animal ears. If the living space is properly separated from the demi-human children, they will be able to continue their religious life without it being revealed on the surface as much as expected. Above all, this cleric monastery is a different world above the sea, completely isolated from society. Among them, since it is an annex space, contact with the world can be completely minimized. Still, Abbot Austin never compromised. These children are trying harder than anyone else to overcome the curse of their own blood and blend into human society. And they have nothing to do with the bloody smell of war that our ancestors built up. Melania spoke, biting her lip tightly as if in pain. It is a saying that is used everywhere, and always children are innocent. War is not fought in the hands of children. Children are ultimately just victims of war. Because Abbot Austin knew that fact, he accepted them even while avoiding the eyes of the Empire. They are daughters born from my heart. That one line of whispers was the meaning that ran through Abbot Austin's life. And the truth about the rumor about a ghost that has been circulating within the monastery for a few days is very different from what Master Ed thinks. I beg your pardon. Melania led me deeper into the hallway, one of about 20 private rooms. There was a broken window. When I saw that, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. A few days ago, in the middle of the night, Eileen, a child of the demi-human race, escaped. She was a girl with beautiful blonde hair and mysterious blue eyes. Sometimes, when I went to the repair room, I could see him lowering his eyes and blushing. Rumors about a ghost circulating among monasteries. I was assuming that her true identity was Lucy Merrill, who had been hiding in the monastery. But Abbot Austin went out into the hallway in the middle of the night to find that Eileen. The meaning of Abbot Austin's last words, "I am going to catch a ghost," was completely different from what people thought. Aylin was the most rational child among the demi-humans. She was close to human to the point where she could maintain her rationality as much as possible, even on the day of the full moon. But even so, when it gets this close to a full moon, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his senses like other children. Then what the auxiliary bishop is saying now is, as St. Clarice said at the previous meeting, there is a plan within the Telos Church to murder Abbot Austin. There is no way anyone could be so vengeful. Melania was aware of all these possibilities from the beginning. Especially in this cleric monastery, Abbot Austin is a benefactor to whom everyone is indebted. So, if Abbot Austin was murdered inside the monastery, the cause was, if we exclude the murder due to personal grudges, the only possibility left is a raid by a blood-drunk beast. Coincidentally, it is avoiding the eyes of humans right now. There is a girl walking between the roofs of clerics' monastery, fighting against the blood of beasts. If the circumstances fit together so well, it becomes grounds for credibility in itself. But Abbot Austin was found in his room. It is done. The wound was also a stab wound with a dagger. The room condition was also neat. Isn't it too neat to be something done by a beast who lost his mind? That's besides, it might be possible for a demi-human drunk on a full moon to walk around a monastery for several days without being seen by anyone. As I tried to talk that far, I ended up speechless. As new possibilities came into my head before long, all the puzzles were completed. Meeting the next morning. It was not until late afternoon that the imperial family contacted me. It was said that an investigation team would arrive at Cleric's monastery. Moreover, considering the low tide time, it would be almost midnight before they could enter this monastery. In the end, today was another breathtaking day for the VIPs to watch out for each other. But the conclusion of the story had already been reached. The meeting of outsiders, convened again by order of St. Claris, did not seem to last very long. You said that everyone stayed in their rooms last night. After checking the personnel, it seems that none of the outsiders suffered any major damage. Everything is returning to normal after Lucy Merrill was arrested. Princess Persica, who was presiding over the meeting at the podium of the chapel, reassured the gathered guests. The investigation team will come in late tonight and finish the work. Jeddah. All we have to do is hand Lucy Merrill over to the investigation team, submit a brief testimony, and then all return to the estate. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier sat politely in the back with an anxious look on his face, and St. Claris looked at Percy with a dissatisfied look on her face. She was glaring at Carr. However, Clarice did not speak carelessly. Although she was by no means someone who could be pushed down by Persica's authority, she seemed to not want to make a hasty move and take the situation further than expected. It seemed as if she believed in something. Lucy Merrill was locked in the attic at the top of the spire, where it was easiest to monitor. There are limited routes to come down, so it won't be easy to avoid anyone's eyes. If Lucy Merrill wanted to, escaping from that attic would be no problem. However, Lucy is thinking of getting stuck in the attic of the spire at this very moment. Do you have any special questions or complaints? As if confirming everything, the Princess of Persica asked the crowd about their intentions. No answer came back. Persica seemed to have thought this would be the case as well, with a triumphant look on her face. The crowd was silent, as if they were different people from the noisy yesterday. The whole thing was concluded without any harm to them. That alone was enough reason to remain silent. The ostensible sacrifice, Lucy Merrill, complained at a certain point. Even if I tried, it would only be a loss. I was sitting at the edge, leaning back against the prayer pew with my arms crossed. St. Claris casts her gaze. It feels as if she is asking me if it is really okay for everything to end like this. I narrow my eyes. He closed his mouth and shook his head. Then, let's put an end to this unpleasant incident that occurred at the cleric monastery. All conclusions were made like that. It was the end of the incident. There was silence in the chapel after the meeting. The Princess of Persica, who was sitting at the front of the prayer table under the protection of her bodyguard, Toon, wiped her face. The work has finally been completed. Thank you for your hard work, Princess Persica. It was difficult because many things went in unexpected directions. Let's finish the remaining work well and return to the imperial palace. Princess Persica spoke in a weary voice as if she were lamenting. In the end, we have come this far, but there is nothing to call it a harvest. It is truly futile. I suddenly look up at the stained glass in the chapel, and there is a picture of an angel in magnificent size and beautiful colors. The Princess of Persica does not believe in God. She has no faith at all. She even attends prayer meetings in the monastery. The visit was just an extension of a political decision. Still, it felt good. Since I came to this sacred place, wouldn't it be okay to say a prayer for God? That was the point when Princess Persica put her hands together for a moment. Crash, chair, the sound of people pushing and getting up. There were no VIPs left in the chapel after the meeting. Once the monastery routine begins, there is no reason for outsiders to come to the chapel. However, in the back seat, out of sight so comfortable that it almost seems rude, there was a boy lying down. He may have been waiting for all the VIPs to leave. He stood up, relaxed his body, and walked along the red carpet leading to the central podium. The Princess of Persica looked at him with astonished eyes. When I saw him, it was a familiar face. His half-up blonde hair and intelligent expression caught my eye. Ed Ross Taylor. This was the boy who had only been rumored. I was still unable to treat him alone due to the sudden change in circumstances, but he begged me to come and visit him in person. Were you praying? I'm sorry for disturbing you. Ed Rossdaler sat on the prayer table opposite Princess Persica, put his hands together, and prayed in unison. While Princess Persica was wondering what to say, Ed Rossdaler took the first step with his eyes closed. He began, Actually, I am praying so politely, but I don't believe in anything like God. Just like Persica, Ed Rothdeller is also a person with no religious beliefs. Rather than living discussing God and the world, he focuses on reality and survival. I'm a human being who has lived my life arguing. There was no room in my heart for faith in a gigantic, invisible being. Therefore, praying like this is just a guess. Even if someone who created the world exists in the sky, such a feeble prayer would not be possible. There's no way it could reach those ears. You're saying something interesting in the middle of the Telos Church's sacred site. Ed Rosteller. I've heard a lot of stories, but he's more interesting than I thought. Actually, isn't it obvious? I don't think there is any such thing as an omniscient being who understands all the events and truths in this world. I wouldn't know my prayers or the truth about Abbot Austin's death unless I was right next to him. It's a confusing incident. It feels like the atmosphere within the monastery has become very tense. Now it's time to resolve everything. The time has come. But at least the Princess of Persica knows, doesn't she? Me? What do I mean? I hinted without putting my hands together for prayer. Abbot Austin's autograph is. The fact that it was suicide. Guard driver Toon trembled. It was an unusual mistake for someone who always carries out her duties quietly. Chapter 204 Giving Meaning 7. This is what happened at Baron Planzel. Yenica Palova, who was sitting across from the campfire, didn't look very good. She didn't know what to say, so she just looked at Belle's face with a tearful look on her face. Seeing that, Belle wondered if she had said it for no reason. Although he says it was nothing, anyone can see that Belle's personal life was extremely dark. If it weren't for Belle, who had a strong heart, it wouldn't have been surprising if she had lost her will to live. Although he was an illegitimate child, Baron Planzel sacrificed himself to save his daughter, who was born through his blood. In the end, he was able to avoid handing his daughter over to the greedy nobleman. She had to give up her life in return. It was such a tragic and sad story that Jenica could not help but feel intimidated. I am sorry, Belle. I didn't know it was that kind of story. I was begging you to stop by. You don't have to be so sorry. In fact, it's embarrassing for the other person to hear this, so I usually don't do it. And it's not something that really hurt me. Okay. But I think I would have been very hurt if I were in Belle's position. Well, I was very shocked at the time. But as I said, there are some parts of this story that I didn't tell Master Ed. That part was intentionally omitted. Belle pushed a few more firewood into the campfire and used her magic to make the fire stronger. He had to keep the embers burning longer since it was still deep into the night. They said it was omitted on purpose. Why bother? Is there something you didn't want to tell Ed? Because it changes the message of the story. Belle did not bother to add additional explanation to Yenica, who tilted her head. The reason Belle bothered to reveal her past history to Ed was because she wanted to warn him never to make such an extreme choice as suicide again. As long as you live, the day will surely come when you will see the light of day. So survive. Even if it seems like there is no happiness in this boring world and only trials are swarming before our eyes. Hold on to your feet, grit your teeth, and somehow stand firm and survive. It's important to survive and continue your life. However, it is not a statement that is accepted by everyone in the world. Belle, what do you want to say? It's not a very big story. Baron Planzel had already suffered from a long-standing illness. Even if he had not committed suicide, he would have passed away not long after. At those words, Yenica was left speechless. That's what Belle didn't tell Ed. In any case, Baron Planzel was a man sentenced to life, indefinitely. This means that he was a person who looked back on life at the end of his life and was ready to accept death. When a person is close to death, no matter who he is, he reflects on the life he has led. Baron Planzel probably wanted to give some meaning to his life. Just by changing the premise about Baron Planzel's lifespan, the impression given by the story of his death is completely reversed. It was only then that Yenica realized why Belle had not told Ed this story. And I also understood why Belle was able to talk about this tragedy in a healthy state without feeling sad. For Belle, the story of Baron Planzel's death was not a sad and unfortunate story of tragedy. It was a heroic story of a noble man who chose his own place, carried out his will, and left. Belle Meyer's room is still decorated with a dagger engraved with a wildcat symbol. It was the Planzel family dagger that her father, Valmid Planzel, smiled kindly and placed in Belle's hand as a keepsake on the day she was about to leave. After finishing the story, I looked up and saw that the sky was filled with salt-like stars. Abbot Austin, it's called suicide. There are no ears to hear. Still, someone might accidentally hear it. If that happens, it is dangerous. Impatience rose in Persica's heart. However, Ed Rosteler did not seem to care at all. How did you know that Abbot Austin was hiding a demi-human child? Ed Rosteler, who was praying, immediately hit a fastball. Princess Persica and Toon had no choice but to hold their breath. What did you mean? But the response is smooth. He didn't stutter or show any signs of embarrassment. Are you in any way connected to Zelan the Cutter? If it weren't for him, no one would know the secrets hidden by Cleric's monastery. You're talking about an unknown story. Honestly, you can talk about everything openly. I have already confirmed that no one is inside the chapel. I've heard a lot of rumors about Ed Rothtaler. Anyway, I knew very well that he was a mysterious and strangely perceptive person. However, I didn't know that he would attack me like this. From the first meeting, Princess Persica held her breath. One thing is certain: you are in a trap. Princess Persica, are you trying to escape from the trap that Abbot Austin has set for you? The reason why Lucy Merrill stayed quiet even when she was immediately accused of being a murderer. This is because Persica is already cornered even if she stays still. At first, I couldn't understand the inside story, but when all my thoughts were organized, it became completely clear. Isn't the reason you attended this prayer meeting in the first place to appease Abbot Austin by using the excuse of hiding the demi-humans? To request formal support for me at the upcoming imperial meeting. To Abbot Austin, all the nuns at Cleric Monastery are like his daughters. That the same applies to all children, even those of the demi-human race. I will keep all of this a secret and turn a blind eye even after I take over the throne, so if you persuade me to formally support you, even if Abbot Austin fully supports Princess Phenia, her heart cannot help but be shaken. You're telling an interesting story. Princess Persica reacted leisurely, but inside she was greatly embarrassed. Above all, there are no clues at all to infer these things from Ed Rosteler's point of view. Where did the information leak out? At least in this monastery, only Toon knew all this information. However, it is difficult to think that Toon would have betrayed him. There was absolutely no advantage to betrayal, and above all, he was always guarding Persica by her side. It's definitely a reason to come a long way. If I can get Abbot Austin on my side, the voices of those who support Princess Persica within the Telos Church will become quite loud. However, the situation did not go as Princess Persica intended. When Abbot Austin, the target of appeasement, was found dead, all plans went to waste. This happened shortly after the Princess of Persica visited Cleric Monastery. Didn't the appeasement plan work out as you hoped? If you try to insult and humiliate me any longer, I will not stand by. Although this is not the imperial palace, you probably know that my authority is nothing compared to that of Duke Rosteler. It is not an attempt to disdain authority. I am here to negotiate. Ed Rosteler, who was praying slowly, opened his eyes. He doesn't look embarrassed, relaxed, or mocking. I just talk about reality calmly and calmly. The true identity of Ed Rosteler, whom I had only heard about through rumors, it was very different from what the Princess of Persica had imagined. He never panics. Even in the presence of the Princess of Persica, whose worldly authority is sky-high. Looking at all these circumstances, it becomes possible to infer that Abbot Austin committed suicide in response to the threats of the Princess of Persica. It's a leap of logic. Well, in the long run, Abbot Austin will have to continue to be swayed by the Princess of Persica's imperial family even after she takes power. The demi-human rebellion that came close to assassinating the emperor still remains a wound in the hearts of the people of the empire. The cleric monastery, which holds the secret of protecting the demi-humans who have now become enemies of the empire, must be swayed by the words of Princess Persica until the day she dies. Zelan's request was accepted. This happened solely due to the abbot's personal deviation. Abbot Austin was not there to watch quietly, so that chose. It's not like Princess Persica didn't think of that possibility. Toon, evil. Toon pulled out a knife and held it to Ed Rosteller's neck. An atmosphere sharper than that razor-sharp blade permeated the chapel. Toon's blade was pointed at Ed Rosteller's neck without even an inch of movement, but Ed still didn't move a single inch. Princess Persica, I don't want the situation to degenerate into armed conflict. Ed Rothdeller always speaks the truth calmly. I am several times stronger than that escort knight of yours. Ed Rothdaler spoke, calmly looking up at the statue on the podium in a polite manner without even making eye contact. Toon is a famous and talented person in the Imperial Knights. He is a swordsman who has been a prodigy since he was young. However, Ed Rosteller's insinuating words are full of confidence. It is not an expression of confidence or an expression of arrogance. It is simply reciting the facts as they are. Otherwise, why are you so obsessed with arresting Lucy Merrill? The corners of Princess Persica's eyes trembled slightly. Other nuns may not know, but at least Princess Persica, who saw Lucy in the Rose Palace, knows. Lucy Merrill is not the kind of person who deserves to be arrested like that. He is a wizard who can destroy this entire monastery with a single wave of his hand. Nevertheless, Princess Persica proudly ordered the arrest of Lucy Merrill, even though I know how useless that instruction is. Didn't you know in advance that Lucy Merrill wouldn't resist? Lucy's strange lack of self-defense. From Persica's perspective, to what extent could she have anticipated Lucy's response? There wasn't even the slightest hesitation in her actions. If Lucy pleads innocence and reveals the truth, the abbot's plans will all come to naught. The abbot's plan was simple. By taking his own life, he thwarts Persica's plan to take control of the monastery by seizing the children of the demi-humans. If he disappears, Persica's purpose also disappears. It doesn't end there. Austin, a saint of the Church of Telos, committed suicide to avoid giving in to political pressure from the Princess of Persica. This fact places an incredibly large political pressure on Persica. If it were revealed to the surface that the person who caused the death of the elderly man who was respected by everyone was Persica, I can't even imagine the political fallout from that. First of all, the Telos Church will definitely become the enemy. All of the Telos believers in the imperial family also turn around. The same goes for all noble families who were baptized into the Telos Church. Even if Austin is just a nun, you can't mess with her carelessly. These were the words of the Princess of Persica herself. Those words wrap around my body like a spell. Abbot Austin is already dead. That old man is no longer left in the world. However, the old man's wrinkled and weak hand wrapped around the Princess of Persica's shoulder. The feeling of being hugged from behind. She gets goosebumps and turns around to see a skeleton in her monastic habit pressing down on her back. Abbot Austin would not want all of this to be revealed to the world. If the whole truth is revealed, the truth about the demi-humans protected in the monastery will inevitably be revealed as well. We do not know what kind of conversation Lucy had with Abbot Austin during her lifetime. However, Lucy knew the whole truth. That's why he kept his mouth shut. In the end, Abbot Austin wanted only one thing: maintain the status quo, binding Persica from doing anything politically so that the children of the Ain people can live in the monastery as before. The stake is your life. And he went in with a clear and effective hit. The truth about Abbot Austin's death must never be revealed to the world. It was a good thing for Persica and for the dead Abbot Austin. Persica didn't want to, but when she came to, she found herself tied up in the same boat as Austin. By the time you realize that you have fallen into the swamp created by the dead, your body has already been sucked in up to your waist. Princess Persica was just struggling to get out of this situation. The Princess of Persica, she quietly kept her mouth shut. I will pretend not to know all these facts. Only God who heard this prayer knows, if there is a God. From the beginning, I said I came here for negotiations. You are in control of the Imperial Knights. If I ask you to do so, please dispatch a certain number of Imperial Knights to Aiken Island. You only need to do it once. These are my requirements. The Imperial Knight Commander is attached to Persica. Therefore, it was safe to say that the authority to operate the Knights Templar was indirectly held by Persica. In any case, the day the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke descends, the Knights will be stationed on Aiken Island. Also, as difficult as it may be right now, please ensure that Lucy Merrill is proven innocent. I just need those two. If only those two are guaranteed, only I will know about all the possibilities I came up with today. If only the icon had ears. This is an opponent that cannot be suppressed by force. Ed Rossdaler is a man who can handle high-ranking spirits and conditionally call upon the power of the highest-ranking spirits. Now, in this closed cleric monastery, there is no one who can subdue him. However, Ed Rothdaler is not the type of person who solves every situation with force alone. Power is not an end, but only one of the means. Despite the huge difference in status, they were able to negotiate on equal terms with the Persicas because their forces were balanced. The negotiation table is, after all, the exclusive domain of the powerful. Ed Rothtaler is a person who deeply understands that fact and conducts himself. Ed Ross Taylor, the man never says more than is necessary. He sat on the prayer pew and just looked up at the stained glass on the podium. The man's inner self, devoid of even the slightest emotion, is as deep and dark as the deep sea. Princess Persica slowly closed her eyes and slowly expressed her intention to surrender. Inevitably, the sound of teeth grinding was heard. Okay, you won this time. Princess Persica had an intuition at this point. In the upcoming battle for the throne, this man is someone we need to be especially wary of. I received notification that an investigation team was at the beach. It was later than expected, and the sun had completely set. The low tide was later than expected, so the moon was already high in the sky, but the sea water was still high. It will likely take more time for the investigation team to enter. If you have a chance to meet Lucy now, is the last time. In any case, since Princess Persica personally guaranteed Lucy Merrill's innocence, she will be released after some investigation. Princess Persica's voice will reach deep when it comes to her Imperial investigation team. It is best that it fades away as time passes, and eventually Abbot Austin's death remains an unsolved case. I climbed and climbed the spire of the monastery that stretched high into the sky. Even after passing St. Claris's room, I had to go up a bit further. The width of the stairs became narrower and narrower, and as I got closer to the attic at the end, it became a space where only I could pass. Then I opened the wooden door at the end and went into the dusty attic. Lucy Merrill wasn't there. All that remained was a hole in the wall that seemed to have been made by magic. Hooting, only the sound of the draft coming in was echoing in vain. I slowly looked toward the hole and saw that it led directly to the roof of the monastery. He used this to escape. In fact, since you don't really have any intention of escaping, you might think of it as just going out for a walk. I got off the roof and deftly climbed down the twisted roof of the monastery. My clothes were dirty with dust, but I didn't care. It is truly a dizzying sight as you slip and step on the outer edge of the roof. You can even see beyond the coastline to the beginning of the road leading to Margrave Zahor's mansion. If you look at the other side, you can see the night sea stretching out. Most of the time, there was only darkness, so it was eerie, but the coastline had campfires burning here and there because the investigation team was stationed there. When the tide goes down, the investigation team will slowly enter the monastery. The sky is full of stars. I threw myself onto the roof that extended downward, feeling the chilly sea breeze. Percussion. And after landing, let's look back, an unexpected scene unfolded. He didn't show any signs of embarrassment, but he didn't become speechless right away. You're here. Lucy Merrill is hugging her knees and looking at the stars while feeling the sea breeze. Behind her, under the upper roof of the spire that extended like eaves, several light sword hilts were embedded like bars. High-ranking light magic radiant sword hilt. This is a magic used to seal a specific space or block access. And trapped in the space under the extended roof, blocked by the sword of light, there was a girl crying, hugging her knees. His habit was completely ruined, and his hands were covered in blood. The sharp nails are exactly the same as the characteristic of the demi-humans rising on the day of the full moon. Animal ears flowing from the side of the head. He looks like he's crying because he's heartbroken. It was Island, the escaped demi-human girl that Auxiliary Bishop Melanir had talked about. You could tell she was just by looking at her blonde hair as thick as a blanket and her white, slender wrists. You were protecting me. Don't say anything. You must have been hurt. And sometimes it turns into a beast and tries to attack you, so I had to lock it up. In addition to a face full of tear stains, blood stains on the hands. What does that mean? I didn't need to talk about it. If you look at the space inside the sword handle, you can see food hanging out. Lucy herself stole it from the restaurant on the first floor of the main building and brought it to Eileen. They probably moved late at night. With this, the identity of the rumors about ghosts became clear. Rumors about a ghost haunting the main monastery building. It was half Eileen and half Lucy. Lucy was capturing and protecting Eileen from the middle. She knew the whole truth from the beginning. I looked up at the star-filled sky for a moment and then went and sat down next to Lucy. The coastal scenery, where the investigation team was stationed, came into view at a glance. In addition to the stars densely packed in the sky, the light from the campfire also felt like floating stars. But you should have told me the whole story. I didn't have time for that. I should have organized my thoughts a lot too. What were you thinking? It's just that old lady, she knew Grandpa Glocked, so her thoughts were very complicated. An old acquaintance of Archmage Glocked. That is why Lucy sat down with Abbot Austin the night before and talked a lot about him. The truth about her death was strangely different from what was told to the Princess of Persica. The cause of Abbot Austin's death was murder. The reason he spoke to the Princess of Persica in that way was to encourage her misunderstanding and gain a political advantage. It was all just a process to subdue Bellbroke. So can you explain now what happened? Lucy is hugging her knees, looking strangely depressed and lethargic. What is just staring blankly at the girl in despair is the night sea and the sea of stars. The cool sea breeze soaked in moonlight blows in and blows Lucy's neatly organized hair. A procession of campfire lights along the coastline. I guess I felt strangely at ease at that peaceful sight. Only then did Lucy slowly open her mouth. I met that old lady here the day before yesterday. It was a star-filled night like this when Lucy Merrill found Abbot Austin lying bleeding on the roof of the monastery. Who uninvited guest at this hour plus? He's an interesting guest. Lucy, who was lightly darting across the roof of the monastery, like a stray cat walking through a city at night, trembled in surprise. The area around the abbot, who was leaning between the outer wall and the roof, was already covered in blood stains. This is not the amount of bleeding that an elderly person can endure. Now I tried to gather my magic power to stop the bleeding, even if it was belated, but Abbot Austin blocked Lucy's treatment. It seems like the time for treatment has already passed. I know this well because it's not someone else's body, it's my body. So when you live in one body for over 100 years, there are times when you start to realize that you are making a fool of yourself. So don't pay too much attention to it. No matter how much she said, Lucy couldn't stay still. Lucy leapt, clutching her hat tightly, and landed in front of the fallen Abbot Austin. As soon as she checked the wound, Lucy couldn't help but frown for a moment. A small puncture spot on the lower abdomen by what looked like an animal's claw. It wasn't as big as I thought, but it was quite deep. If he had been a strong man, he might not have suffered fatal injuries. But for an old woman over 100 years old, it is not surprising that such injuries and bleeding amounted to an immediate threat to her life. It is even more dangerous if it is left on the roof in this state for a long time. No matter how much of a magic genius you are, you cannot put back into your body the blood that has already been spilled. The pale expression on Abbot Austin's face was embarrassing for Lucy. But what was most perplexing was what Austin said next. I couldn't believe it when old man Glocked said he had taken on disciples, but really, even if you look at me, you're just as much of a weirdo as Yonting. Austin recognized Lucy. Even if you were a living history book, it would not be easy to recognize a girl named Lucy Merrill at a glance. Recently, he has made a name for himself in the central part of the empire and is also famous as the chief of Sylvania. Recognizing Lucy in my fading consciousness could be seen as something close to a miracle, an acquaintance of Archmage Glocked Elderbane. That alone made Lucy unable to help but widen her eyes. That old man, he probably didn't have the talent to teach magic. Child, you must have suffered a lot too. It also looked quite vague. Lucy tried to save Austin's life by gathering her magic power and bandaging his wounds, but the 109-year-old's body had already suffered more than enough fatal blows. Still, it seems that Lord Telos has heard my prayer, as the disciple of that young man appeared like this at the end of my life. Don't talk too much. Blood, they keep trying to come out, oh my. Considering my old relationship with old man Glocked, would you be able to grant just 2 of this old man's last wishes? The possibility of survival had already been completely ruled out. Even in that situation, the calm and benevolent tone continues. It is indeed age. The child who inflicted this wound on me is still wandering around on the roof of the monastery. It's somehow being glossed over by rumors that it's a ghost. It won't last long. Can you catch him before that and take care of him? Lucy, who always had a blank expression on her face, narrowed her eyebrows as if she was anxious. It's so rare that we only see the blunt Lucy show such emotions once a year. That's easy. Okay, thank you. And again, lastly, I want to sit comfortably in the chair in my room and close my eyes. Could you please move me to a room? You have to go to the hospital, not your room. It's a favor. It's because I have something to do in my room from now on. Tell me, and I will do it for you. It's sad, but this can only be done if this old man goes there himself. It was a waste of time to argue like that. This is because the life in Austen's eyes was slowly disappearing. Lucy gritted her teeth and unleashed her magic using spatial magic to move Abbot Austen's body to the room, a shabby and frugal room. The body of Abbot Austen was placed in that side room, which had nothing to boast about other than the beautiful moonlight coming in. He was lying down on the wooden chair he often sat on while praying, and he was giggling and trying to laugh loudly. KKKKKKKKK. Abbot Austen, who was smiling as if he had the best of luck in the world, soon took a deep breath. The desk in the room was piled high with letters from the Princess of Persica. It contained a story about the demi-humans and a question about Abbot Austen's cooperation in the future imperial power dispute. Lucy skimmed through the contents and then looked back at Austen. Austen, who was stretched out as if he was sitting in an armchair, spoke. Now get out. Nothing good comes from staying here too long. What are you doing in your room? At those words, Austen smiled and added, I have to protect my daughters. It was at this point that Lucy realized what Austen was thinking. It is obvious what will happen to the monastery the moment a dead body with scars from the beast's claws is discovered. Since there is no way for there to be wild beasts in this monastery, which was artificially built on a rocky island, it would not take a long time to conclude that this was the work of the demi-humans. Above all, there is a separate penitence room for demi-humans in the basement of this monastery. And if the imperial army were to search, it would not be an easy task to find a group of monks with animal ears. Therefore, the most important thing is not to make it public. If you are going to come up with an alternative, it would be better to arrest the Princess of Persica to prevent her from exerting her influence on the monastery. The method is it is clearly decided. Austen reached out to the desk with difficulty and burned all the letters the Princess of Persica had sent him in the large candlestick next to him. Oh my, go now. I want to be alone. Lucy watched quietly. Soon he nodded, biting his lower lip tightly. Austen probably doesn't want to show Lucy what happens next. That was the moment when Lucy was about to lean out toward the window. You probably have the same concerns as the gawked old man from when you were young. Although the story was said slowly, in a voice that was becoming husky, Austen's words struck Lucy right in the heart. Aren't you afraid of the emptiness that will eventually come into your life and the repetition of a life that just continues without meaning? I will be afraid of reaching such a high level that only boredom will remain in life itself. Lucy looked at Austen, who was giggling and laughing with surprised eyes. That said, don't try to artificially create meaning in life or wander around looking for it. The meaning of life is not something you find, but something you give it. Yes, you give it meaning. What is that? If he came in on a wagon from Sylvania, he must have been chasing that Duke Master after all. To what extent did he even know that he was hiding in the wagon in the first place? Come to think of it, Austen didn't stray far from Ed's wagon when he came to meet him on the shore. They were watching the inside of the carriage. I just assessed Ed's personality and concluded that there wouldn't be any problem. He really is a surprisingly deep old man. The blade of wisdom accumulated over many years was sharpened like this. For a guy like that, the meaning of life is pretty good. The sight of him smiling leisurely, even while bleeding from the corner of his mouth, was a truly Austen-like farewell. So the old woman sent the girl away. With trembling hands, I closed the window, managed to clear my blurry vision, and opened the bottom drawer. Inside is a ceremonial dagger. I hold the handle of the dagger with my wrinkled hand. The target point is the lower abdomen, where there is a wound. Fortunately, the perpetrator's hands were small, so the area of the wound was small. It's just that deep. By driving a dagger into it, the marks of being attacked by a wild beast disappear, and only the dagger stab wound remains. The category of suspects is expanded to include any human being who can hold a dagger in his hand. Suddenly, the starlight outside the window catches my eye. Abbot Austen grinned, as the sight he always saw whenever he sat alone in his room and prayed was even more special today. If you look at the wrist holding the dagger up, it looks bony and skinny. There was a time when I was as white as jade, but I feel like life is truly colorless. Nevertheless, when it comes to the end, if I can proudly declare that I have protected my daughters, couldn't we say that it was a truly meaningful life? It has been a while since all of my close friends who lived long lives left for heaven. I am a little late, but I think I can laugh loudly and shout to their faces that I've had a good life. It felt really good. And Austin tightened his grip on the dagger. I couldn't do anything. Lucy's hair flutters around her cheeks as she looks down at the night sea while holding her knees. Lucy was dazed with her head resting on her knees. Finally, he opened his mouth again. Me. I could blow up this entire monastery if I wanted to. I guess so. If you use all your magical power, I can travel distances that would otherwise have to be traveled by carriage in a moment, and I can handle dozens of high-level magic circles at once. Yes, it is amazing. However, I couldn't do anything. Lucy Merrill could do nothing. Although he possessed great magical powers and enormous strength, he could do nothing but sit still. If he rashly steps forward and makes the matter public, all of Austin's hard work and sacrifice will be in vain. If the monastery's demi-humans are revealed to the world in any way, Austin's death will be a dog's death. That's why Lucy kept quiet until the moment she was pointed out as a suspect. Because you never know how your remarks will be interpreted and how they will change the situation. Because everything was unknown territory. Now that things were going as Austin intended, there was nothing he could do but leave the situation as it was. He was an acquaintance of Grandpa Glauct, whom I met for the first time. We haven't even talked much. It's a shame. I wanted to save it. No matter how hard I tried, it didn't work, but there's nothing I can do about it. As we continued to agree, I sat side by side with Lucy and looked at the night sea. Before we knew it, it was low tide time. The soldiers on the coastline, one or two at a time, were setting up campfires and preparing to come over to the monastery. From a distance, the sight of soldiers raising torches one by one is magnificent. The sight of a group of torches burning along the sandy beach exposed above the water makes it seem as if fire is spreading across the sea. We sat side by side for a while looking at the scene. Aha! Drop, drop. Soon tears like chicken droppings poured out of Lucy's eyes. The tears flowing out of the eyes are lumped together and flowing down. I didn't necessarily look embarrassed when I saw that. In the world, there are so many things that cannot be done with strength alone. In the world where politics are entangled ideologies and ideas, conflict, and good and evil intentions swirl, there are too many things that cannot be done by force alone. This is because humans are complex and the human mind is difficult. For a girl who has just begun her journey into the world, stories about the world that involve such things are very difficult. It is the process of a girl becoming an adult. It's a process that everyone goes through, but that doesn't mean it's not sad. I pressed and stroked Lucy's head and let the tears well up. I wrapped my arms around Lucy's shoulders and hugged her and looked at the night sea together for a while. It looks like the top of the spire of a magnificent monastery. The night scenery was also quite spectacular. There were quite a few shooting stars falling in the sky, leaving behind quite long tails. Chapter 205, Giving Meaning 8, the next morning. The facts about the circumstances of Abbot Austin's death were officially announced among the monks. Natural death due to aging. He overworked himself for several days in preparation for the prayer meeting and even ran around on the roof of the monastery in the middle of the night, causing excessive blood flow and sudden death from a heart attack. In reality, the circumstances of the murder were clear, but it was publicized that way. Considering Abbot Austin's age, even if his death was sudden, it was possible to make the excuse that it was a natural death. There was no sign of suspicion, even among the ordinary nuns. The tragic news of Abbot Austin's death filled the monastery with sadness and disappointment. It was not difficult to silence those who knew that it was a murder. Auxiliary Bishop Melania, who knew the whole truth, naturally did not want to make a big deal out of it. The Princess of Persica also has no reason to refuse if she can end the matter with a natural death. I personally persuaded St. Clarice. St. Clarice did not object, as the deceased Abbot Austin would also have wanted things to end this way. Since the three parties leading the case all agreed, the rest proceeded smoothly. VIP visitors who knew the circumstances of the murder also agreed not to make the murder public, as it would not be good for them to be aroused by suspicion. If the incident escalates, there is a high possibility that those who were at the scene of the incident will become more involved than necessary. Everyone nodded to the words of St. Clarice and Princess Persica that the investigation would be conducted quietly behind the scenes, and so the truth about the demi-humans was buried in history. The next morning, I heard that the work was somewhat completed and a memorial table for Abbot Austin had been set up at the entrance to the monastery. The daily life at the monastery begins early in the morning. I was tired from being interrogated and giving testimony all night. But all the other nuns had gone to pay their respects to Abbot Austin, so I couldn't just stay in my room. As I opened my eyes to the sound of waves coming from outside the window, fatigue comes from my entire body. Today I have to go back to Sylvania Academy, so I have to ride the carriage all day, and I am already worried because I am not feeling well. Still, there wasn't long enough time to participate in Abbot Austin's memorial procession. If you're going to wake up, you need to wake up now. Anyway, is it really possible to feel such a heavy weight in your body? Compared to camp life, it wouldn't be that hard to do, but why is my body so heavy? Feeling uncomfortable, I pulled up the blanket and found Lucy sleeping with her head on my chest. The witch's hat, which was never removed from her body any time, anywhere, was kept next to the pillow. Now that I think about it, was this foreshadowing? I remember bringing him in yesterday because he was visibly depressed, and it was hard to leave him alone. I didn't think telling him in detail that he was okay, or that he was okay, would be of much comfort, so all I did was just stay by his side. Basically, when a person is having a really hard time and worries, it is most meaningful to have someone next to them like a wall. Hey, Lucy. Still, it has to happen now. When I quietly called her name and woke her up a few times, her closed eyelids flew up. Lucy's unique blank, restless blue eyes faced me and suddenly pressed the area around my solar plexus and raised her upper body. It seems he didn't even know when he fell asleep. As he sniffled, he wiped the drool from around his mouth with his sleeve, dilated his pupils slightly, and spoke in a more excited voice than usual. I didn't know you were asleep. I understand that yesterday must have been difficult in many ways. Was it a mistake to bring up yesterday? Lucy was unable to say anything, perhaps because she was belatedly feeling ashamed at the memory of her having my arm wrapped around her shoulder and shedding large tears. There's no need to be so embarrassed. Sometimes things like that happen in life. The way he was standing there, unable to say anything, seemed like he had had a big accident last night. As I said over and over again, Lucy Merrill just fell asleep because she was tired from crying. It may have been shameful for him that that place was in my arms, but that didn't mean I was in a position to offer any comfort. Lucy belatedly wiped her eyelids with her sleeve and tried to maintain a poker face as if nothing had happened. However, it didn't seem to work out as well as expected. Should I say that the sight of people lowering their gaze here and there is refreshing in its own way? Anyway, considering her usual appearance of contemplating everything in the world like a hermit, it was a very unusual occurrence. Anyway, I have to get up quickly. I'm going back to Sylvania today, so I have to get ready, and most of all, I have to go to that old lady's memorial service. It's probably already started now. Mornings start very early at the monastery. When I look out the window, the morning fog remains. The fog would have disappeared once we got ready and went out, but the sun had not yet risen properly. I have to finish the job. When Abbot Austin's name came up, Lucy seemed to feel something of her own and nodded her head quietly. She seemed so obedient that it seemed unusual for her. After this, it was all smooth sailing. With Lucy following me while holding my sleeve tightly, I went to the washroom on the first floor and wet my face with cold water. After finishing the brief session, I came up and put on my coat, leather pants, and wizard robe. Then he roughly put it on and touched Lucy's school uniform, which was disheveled here and there. There was no way to make it neat, as the sleeves of my clothes were still hanging around. Afterwards, Lucy sat on my lap, and I asked her what she wanted, and she asked me to tie her hair. I brushed Lucy's grey hair with the comb the nun had prepared, and then tied her hair at the appropriate point with a hair tie. He also pinned a fluttering tie and fastened a shirt with missing buttons neatly again. The series of processes seemed so natural that the nuns passing by looked at me with puzzled eyes. But in fact, I didn't need to pay much attention to them since I had seen them today and wouldn't see them anymore. After that, he led Lucy down to the first floor of the monastery, holding on tightly to the sleeves of his clothes. Lucy was still walking limply, like a fluttering paper doll, probably because she was weak in the morning. Still, when I saw the scene unfolding at the front gate of the monastery in the early morning, I pursed my lips as if I felt strangely strong. A large pile of wreaths along with Austin's portrait, the morning sun rising from the eastern sky, the sound of crashing waves. The sight of the nuns solemnly praying seemed as if time had stopped Lucy, and I just watched the scene for a while. Thank you for taking good care of Islan. He is resting well in his room now. We will take proper action before nightfall. The girl, Islan, whom Lucy had captured and taken with her, was handed over to Auxiliary Bishop Melanier. This is because, after the death of Abbot Austin, the authority to manage the monastery was transferred to her, the de facto vice-chancellor of the area. Additionally, there are only a few people inside the monastery who know the truth about the demi-humans. Since she was the most senior among them, there was no one better than her to entrust Island to. After the main prayer of the memorial service was over, it was time for each person to sit down and freely pray for Abbot Austin. Although no one said anything as they slowly left, many nuns were quietly sitting and praying in front of the abbot's portrait. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier, who had finished his basic duties, took advantage of that moment to speak to me. He had already been staring at me as I leaned against the stone wall at the back of the memorial service. It looks like he was very heartbroken. It was something he did accidentally while drunk on the full moon, so his fellow demi-humans will understand. Melanier, who lowered his voice and spoke slowly about the situation, was already wearing his abbot's clothes. News had arrived early in the morning from the prosperous Eldane. As soon as Holy Emperor Eldane heard the report about Abbot Austin's death last night, he immediately sent his condolences. He then immediately granted her the position of abbot and instructed her to end the situation well. The other demi-human children also understand very well. Getting drunk on that blood and having your fingernails go off in the wrong place is something that can happen to not only Islan, but also to them at any time. At least that child won't be harmed for attacking Abbot Austin. Yes, everyone will understand, but whether you can forgive yourself is a completely different story. When I found Islan, she was burying her face in her knees and wiping away her tears with her bloody hands. Isn't this too much of a heartache for a girl who hasn't even had her coming-of-age ceremony yet? I've thought about it, but it would be foolish to take any more responsibility than this. It's something she has to overcome on her own. Just cheering in my heart was enough. Would you like to offer a prayer? Right now, you can offer a wreath even if you are not from the monastery. Ha! Before I could answer anything, Lucy nodded first. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier trembled and looked at Lucy. Then he closed his eyes and answered by nodding his head slightly. Lucy, like me, has no faith in anything like God. Rather, she is a girl who has a record of using magic against evil spirits. Nevertheless, perhaps out of courtesy toward Austin, who left, she laid a wreath of pure white roses and put her hands together and prayed. It looked completely different from when he was lying down and taking a nap. Only then did the girl named Lucy become a girl who could be serious when she got serious. Are you leaving for Sylvania today? Yes. A carriage is scheduled to arrive late at night when the tide is low. I will stay at the memorial hall until nightfall. It's okay to take a break. Everyone who wants to offer flowers has already done so, and in fact, there isn't much left to do. It's okay. I'll keep my seat. The memorial service held near the main gate of the monastery was crowded with monks even as time passed. It was gloomy to stand among the mourning nuns all day, but I didn't particularly mind. Lucy hates crowded places like this. However, she sat next to me the whole time without saying a word of displeasure. Occasionally, when a nun I knew passed by, I would offer words of consolation, and we would also spend time talking about Austin while he was still alive. As the procession of nuns passed by, this time a procession of outside visitors came. Since most of them were people who knew about the circumstances of Austin's murder, their expressions were sour. Still, I paid tribute to her noble life and left. Actually, there was no need to make such a strange and guilty face. This is probably the situation Austin wanted the most during his lifetime. I didn't see it directly, but I could feel it. She would have passed away smiling brighter than anyone else. I sat quietly and sent the distinguished guests off. Next, St. Claris came in person and laid flowers. When one passes away, it is considered the highest honor to personally receive a memorial from St. Claris, the spiritual leader of the Telos Church. Abbot Austin was considered a person who deserved such honorable tribute, no matter what anyone said. This was followed by a wreath offering from the Princess of Persica. She approached with a serious attitude and laid flowers at her memorial table with a complicated face. The princess and the saint, a girl born with the noblest bloodline in this world, and a girl who has received the greatest blessings from the gods of the afterlife. Abbot Austin passed away while being mourned by both people at the same time. It may be difficult to summarize his 109 years of life in one line, but it can be said that it was truly an eventful life. It is said that a carriage from Sylvania has arrived at the coast. The Virgin is also said to have completed preparations for departure, so you may proceed towards the main gate. I would like to express my sincere gratitude as the vicar of the diocese for staying there until the end. Ed Ross, Prince Taylor. We, Cleric Monastery, will not forget the work of the Rosteller family, who lent us their strength without hesitation, so that we could get through this incident without any problems. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier bowed his head and expressed his gratitude to me. From my perspective, it was more than necessary to thank her, so I just waved my hand and said it was okay. Even after the nuns left for work and the VIPs left their seats one by one, Lucy and I stayed in our seats. Eventually, when it was time to clean up the memorial service, Lucy used her magic to clean up the place neatly, and I also gave a helping hand for various tasks that required strength. As a result, all schedules were completed neatly by the time the sun set. Now all that was left was to clean up the memorial table, which had a portrait of Austen smiling brightly and a lot of floral tributes. A long time had already passed, and it was low tide. I was so out of it that I couldn't really feel the day passing by. Suddenly, Lucy raised her eyes and looked around. Did you feel something strange? As I have said many times, in a monastery, the night is as early as the morning. By the time the moon is high in the sky, more than half of the nuns have already gone to bed. In addition, there are very few nuns who come down to the monastery's main gate leading to the coastline. This is because if you come out to a place like this at this time, you won't be able to make it to bedtime. Thanks to this, the area near the memorial stand was completely quiet. The middle door leading to the outer wall was also closed, leaving no room for other people to enter. The memorial space between the outer wall and the inner door of the monastery. Although it was isolated with iron bars, there were some nuns who climbed the outer wall. Lucy had noticed how popular the nuns were. 15 girls jumped over the iron bars and walls and settled down. It's strange that they all have animal ears and tails, but they don't seem to be particularly intoxicated by Manuel's madness. Occasionally it would make a growling noise, but it was not an act of aggression. The power flowing in the blood of the demi-humans sometimes made them lose their reason, but more than that, the miserable feeling was what kept them rational. The reason is the death of the benefactor. The demi-human children had been hiding nearby all day, waiting for midnight to disappear. The girls all gathered in front of the memorial stand. All of the memorial facilities had already been removed, and only a simple memorial stand remained. But the girls don't care and gather together to pray. They were the last mourners at this memorial meeting. Some sit on nearby rocks, others sit on the dirt, their tails hanging quietly, and they continue to pray. At the front was sitting Eileen, who still had tears in her eyes. The girl praying in the moonlight with her rich blonde hair hanging on the floor and wearing a dirt-covered monastic habit, even though she was mixed with animal blood, had the appearance of a faithful servant of God. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. All right. Now that the water had completely receded, we were able to slowly head towards the shore. After leaving the girls praying in the moonlight, it was time for me to go on my way. If I don't leave at the right time, I will have to stay at this monastery until tomorrow. It's not a big deal, but I still want to go back to the academy and focus on my studies. This is because I did not want to fall further behind in my class schedule, no matter how hard I tried. Auxiliary Bishop Melanier must have noticed my expression and smiled with his eyes closed. We need to slowly return to our daily lives, everyone. After the person who is leaving leaves, daily life comes back again, as if that person never existed from the beginning. The clock hands move forward, tick-tick, the sun rises and sets, and before you know it, the moon is high in the sky. Then, one day, life suddenly comes to an end, like a blackout. Some people may feel futility in such a flow of life and define it as meaningless. Some people know how to find and give meaning even in such a monotonous and repetitive life. The sun rises even at Cleric Monastery, where Austen is not present. Even if the dead are silent, the lives of the living must continue. Because we survived anyway. Because you have to live. That's roughly what happened. Wow, you must have really had a hard time. It's not like I had any trouble whatsoever. I was just sitting still most of the time. Anyway, I am really surprised when I returned from the monastery to the camp. I was so shocked that I almost cried. Even before we left the camp, we had been working on expanding the cabin, and when we returned, the exterior work was almost complete. Of course, the process of trimming and processing the logs used as materials is the most labor-intensive. The construction work itself is not that difficult if you borrow the power of the spirits. However, no matter how much it was, I never thought that Jenica would be able to finish everything in the 10 or so days that I stayed at the monastery. Come to think of it, Yenica's own hut was built in 5 days by the spirits' forced march. Tarkin's leadership, should I call it leadership? Anyway, thanks to Tarkin's leadership, the movements of the spirits became more orderly and boasted an efficiency that was beyond the scope of common sense. Of course, it has no choice but to fall outside the scope of common sense because Tarkin's way of thinking is outside the scope of common sense. When I looked at the entire camp using spirit sensitivity, I saw exhausted low-ranking spirits strewn about like corpses. Mug, who was heading to Cleric's monastery with me, looked at the low-ranking spirits scattered around with complicated eyes. There was a picture of myself just a few years ago. Now that his status has risen to that of a mid-level spirit, he may not have suffered as much, but Mug wouldn't have been safe if he had been left behind in this camp. I feel really fortunate to have signed a contract with Master Ed. Let's live forever. I will be loyal to this fire candle Mug for the rest of my life. It seems like you have a lot of feelings. You really built this. A cabin that had been fully realized according to the previously planned plan had arrived before my eyes. A Zelkova tree spreading its large branches next to the camp. A large first-story hut was built with the trunk as the axis, and a large auxiliary pillar was also installed on the second floor to support the high part of the trunk. The neat and perfect results made me even forget the reason for my woodworking training. This was a quality that I could never have made on my own. The neatly hung windows on each floor and the neatly stacked logs were also impressive areas. The part where the support beam connects looks like an iron bar was purchased and hammered in, and the parts that stick out look like they were all shaved off. It's truly amazing that they've made it this far with spirits who aren't good at detailed work. Eh. Jenica smiled and made a V sign with her hand, but suddenly lowered her head as if embarrassed. Actually, I was only going to lay out the basics for about half of it, but Tarkin took the lead and finished the whole thing while I was attending bachelor's classes. I heard the other spirits are okay. In the first place, the construction itself must have been carried out into the night without my knowledge. They also did additional work. While I was out of class, they must have hid it, because they didn't want me to say something I found out later, and scolded Tarkin. Yenica was fiddling with the tips of her fingers and pouting. It was clearly excessive loyalty from the spirits. Anyway, it's good to receive all the love from the spirits, but if she's rolling around like that until she's exhausted, it's not very good for Yenica herself. In the meantime, I could see Tarkin looking at the cabin and smiling with satisfaction. It's probably like that. Well, anyway, I just need to do my best to take care of the spirits after their death. Shouldn't Ed just be happy? Wow, wow. Just because you shout 3 cheers doesn't mean the situation will change drastically, but it's a happy thing for me anyway. I looked up at the cabin, which had grown even larger. I then turned my attention to the wooden shelter built in one corner of the camp. It was the first shelter I made, and the place where I fell asleep amidst the cold night wind and bugs on the first day. After seeing the overwhelming difference in size, a strange feeling arose and I pressed my forehead. Indeed, is this a wave of emotion? The inside is still empty. I'm not sure about the furniture arrangement, so I think Ed will have to do whatever he wants. Okay, I'll take care of arranging the furniture 100 times on my own. Rather, you can do it with a genuine smile. The second floor will be used as a library and magic engineering workshop, and the first floor will be used as a living space. All sensitive and delicate equipment will go up to the second floor. It was around this time that I was happily thinking about how to arrange the furniture while thinking about my moving plan. By the way, Ed, you have to go to class again starting tomorrow. Huh, right. Well, I've just arrived at the bachelor's, so I don't know about it. Yenica placed the pot for preparing the meal on the bonfire and rolled up her sleeves. Ed's younger sister, Tanya, I heard they're holding a new student council meeting. I guess Ed is thinking of calling that too. It's like calling a meeting of sorts. It is the natural authority of the president to call a meeting among students. However, Yenica speaks while tilting her head as if she is concerned. But the reason for the meeting was a bit strange, and the only members invited were children from famous and prestigious families. So there were a lot of rumors going around. What rumors? The student president is trying to form an independent force that can exert influence not only within Sylvania, but also externally. I couldn't help but tilt my head unconsciously at those words. One thing is certain, I had the feeling that Tanya was drawing a blueprint for something. This I felt like I had to go and ask in person. Chapter 206, Youngest Person Wishing to Retire. 1. The glory of Rostela will never fade as long as the Klol Empire shines. This is a phrase that makes my heart swell just by looking at it. These are the words that Balsha Rothtaler, the founder of the Rostela family, shouted at the center of the empire while raising the shining family flag. The immature Tanya Rostela has finally taken off her childish t-shirt and finally walked into the hall wearing a dressy dress. She always held close to her heart the majestic sight of Ross Taylor Hall in her memories. How blessed I am to be born as a member of the Ross Taylor family and to be a witness to those exciting times. In order not to discredit Ross Taylor's name, I will become a beautiful and strong daughter who will not be ashamed of being the representative face of Ross Taylor. If you have a dream, it is to prove yourself and raise the name of Ross Taylor to the world. It is only in order to prove the greatness of this Ross Taylor that he lives. That beautiful and noble journey is not available to just anyone. Tanya Ross Taylor, the beautiful Duke's daughter of the Ross Taylor family. One day, when everyone hears that name, it will make their hearts tremble, and they will send greetings of respect. I will bear the name of Ross Taylor and become a person who holds power and leads everyone with honor. The girl's ambition burns like a torch. The will to live the rest of your life as a great person who will be forever remembered by people. That big ambition is not something that a child who has not yet had a coming-of-age ceremony can harbor. That's how the girl developed an ambition that shined brighter than anyone else's at a very young age. I want to die. The Oble Hall Student Council President's office is attached to the Student Plaza. Tanya, who was sitting in the majestic-looking chair of the Student Council President with her face on the desk, with a blank expression, spoke, as if muttering. It was about 2 days after her brother Ed Rostiller left for Cleric Monastery. Siggs Eppelstein, a member of the Student Council's Action Committee, sat quietly as he looked at her lying like a corpse and had nothing to say. Medicinal herbs and reagent materials for research, reported by various clubs belonging to the pensions department. The inventory does not match the inventory confirmed by the Student Council executive members during the field trip, so the student inspectors submitted a report saying that reconfirmation was necessary. Ziggs was reviewing the report documents from Tanya, but suddenly he was embarrassed to see Tanya sinking like a deflated balloon. President Tanya, can you please review the documents first? Although he is a lower-class student, he holds the title of Student Council President. Tanya stared at Ziggs, who treated him with respectful respect with wide eyes for a moment, then put his head back on the desk. Senior Ziggs, why do people have to work? Wouldn't it be okay to think about such philosophical thoughts after finishing work? We may just be swayed by the prejudices created by society in the first place. Humans, this means that you don't live to work. It is clear that God had a more valuable intention hidden in his creation of humans. President, please review and pay. The student inspection committee members are not getting their work done now like this. Is it important to check the inventory of alchemy supplies used in club activities? It's important. There are a lot of troublemakers in the pension department, so you might end up stealing research materials and making strange things. We have to prevent it in the first place. It's definitely important. Saying that, Tanya began reading the inventory sheet written on the report document, tracing the lines with a quill pen. Then, suddenly, I gasp and swallow. Also, I ended up handling my work as if it were flowing smoothly. Is working as naturally as flowing water something to look so down on? Ziggs looked at Tanya, who was wearing a bamboo hat, and suddenly felt faint. What can I say about Tanya Rosteller? When she first came to Sylvania, her eyes were bright and moist. He kept making strange claims about how he would catch Ed and get rid of him. And he also talked about becoming student council president and raising Ross Taylor's prestige to the sky. Well, no matter what the goal was, the ambition and desire for improvement that can't be found in girls of that age are so amazing. Ziggs also applauded as a senior. Such eventful times passed. If it's long, it's long. If it's short, a lot has happened in a short period of time. I expected that the immature girl who was just born with an ambitious temperament would become a more skilled compromiser after experiencing the ups and downs of reality a few times. But the destination it was a little different from Zig's expectations. You know, Senior Ziggs, if you go a little further to the right along the Pulan Mountains, you will find a mansion that was once used by Baron Clecton. I heard it's for sale now. Oh my, in the imperial capital, the amount was barely enough to buy a shabby building. Can you buy a new mansion for that amount of money? I just can't believe it. It was absurd to ask such a strange topic, asking where people get news about mansions and buildings being put up for sale. It's close to several rural villages on the Pulan side, and the air is good, the water is good. And if you're bored, you can go for a swim in the nearby river while enjoying the quiet meadow breeze. Also, I'd like to have a hobby of painting. Oil paintings on canvas. Landscape paintings would come out beautifully in a place like that. President Tanya, once in a while I go shopping in town, and if I find ingredients I don't normally see, I try to cook a lot of things I've never tried before. I'm not good at cooking because I always leave it to the maids, but I still want to practice my dexterity properly. If possible, it would be good to learn embroidery as well. However, if she stays alone in the mansion, she will become a girl who doesn't know anything about the world, so if there is a social gathering, reading club, or volunteer club in the Pulan region, it would be good to attend. Once a week, there are too many, so maybe a couple of times a month would be enough. You're more specific than I thought. There is no need for users to spend too much. There is no need to be pretentious. There would be nothing better to live like a family with one or two practical maids. I can really take good care of you. On summer nights, we do some fireworks using magic. On nice weather days, it would be nice to eat outside. Also, there are many good places to take a walk nearby. I think it would be great to walk around and exercise. Such a mansion. It's barely that much when I hear you say that I sound like a grandmother in her twilight years who will soon retire tomorrow. However, no matter what anyone says, Tanya Rosteller is a girl in her prime who still has a long time left to live. Suddenly, Tanya, who had been fantasizing wildly while supporting her chin with both hands, hardened her expression and spoke. I had a good idea. I'm really, really anxious, but can I ask you a question? I'm going to make a retirement plan. Not even half a year has passed since you served as president. Even if it's the student president position, the position of the next head of the Ross Taylor family is a position that you can't just quit just because you want to. That part needs more time. For the remaining forces of Rosteller, especially the vassals and distant relatives attached to the imperial family, Tanya Rosteller's existence is the last remaining focal point. It may be politically burdensome to abandon all these people and disappear into hiding, but in the first place, it is a matter of humanity. If Tanya abandons the family, it would not be surprising if the Ross Taylor family truly disappears from history. I don't know how many people will fall into the abyss of frustration because of this. That fact is somehow forcing Tanya into the position of the next head of the family. The central point must not disappear until the momentum stabilizes. Until then, Tanya cannot retire. In the end, if the Rosteller family, which was in crisis, was to be brought back to stability, the emperor would have to be someone who could guarantee the stability of the power, even if it was not as good as before. Salaha is hostile. Persica cannot be trusted, and in the end, only Princess Phenia is left. In the end, the key is to weaken Princess Phenia's competitive power. Tanya had already developed a plan to deal with Princess Elaha, but when she thought about it, she didn't need to be this busy. Strictly speaking, all of this is part of Ross Taylor's move as the next head of the family. Wouldn't it be okay to put down the dignity of being the student council president of Sylvania Academy? The student council's power was quite large, and I thought there would come a time when it would be needed. It doesn't seem to be as essential an element as you might think. Now that I think about it, I don't think the important position of student council president at Sylvania Academy is suitable for someone like me who has many shortcomings and is immature. I still have a lot to learn. My thoughts are short. It's not that majestic. President Senior Ziggs thinks so too, right? Before considering my opinion, once you have been elected to the position of president, you cannot resign on your own unless you satisfy the reasons for resignation stipulated in the school regulations. At those words, the color started to drain from Tanya's expression. Yes. Why do you say I won't do it? It's an elected position to begin with, right? It takes a huge amount of administrative manpower to re-elect a substitute. However, the vice president cannot serve as president forever. Isn't the representativeness of those who are directly selected by students lacking? Tanya, with eyes like rotting eggs, brushes away her blonde hair. Looking at that and thinking back to last year when it was shining brightly, I sighed. How much has my heart broken in just 1 year? No matter how much hardship you've had, it's true. Ziggs gave such a monologue, telling Tanya the reality without hesitation. Would it be better to just complete your term as quickly as possible? And then I die. This may be news to you, but people don't die that easily. Tanya pressed her eyes and looked frustrated, then quickly shook her head. If I can't resign voluntarily, I can be usurped. Or get impeached. Are you thinking about something strange again? If I stay out of school and say I won't work, what will my bachelor's degree do? We should at least appoint a representative to cry and eat mustard. Tanya looked up at the pile of documents in the chairman's chair. The volume is so enormous that honestly, even if I speed read diagonally, I don't think I'll be able to read it all today. I'm not going to handle all of this. I do not know. You can do whatever you want, whether you open the stomach or not. If you lie down like that, the academic administration will be in chaos, so they will take you down, or not, even if it means disciplinary action. I don't know. I don't want to work. Well, if that's your decision, Chairman, you can do whatever you want, but Ziggs rested his chin and thought for a moment, then sighed and sat down on the wooden desk in the corner of his office. The fact that so many agenda items are being conveyed to the president means that the president's work is influencing many people within the university. Ah, then how many students and faculty and staff have to give up their work while the president is lying down instead of working? There are a lot of people waiting just for the chairman's approval stamp. That it's a pity responsibility. Siggs Eiffelstein knows. A girl named Tanya Rosteller is a girl who can never let go of her innate sense of responsibility, no matter what happens. For me too, my situation, there is, however, he somehow resisted with a painful face. Indeed, my willpower has definitely grown. Elka's asthma has gotten worse, so I'm also worried these days. Eek, suddenly. She is a girl who has been my lifelong friend. I am very worried, because he insists on not stopping his studies, even though his chronic illness is getting worse day by day. That why is that suddenly still for students who come to Sylvania to continue their studies, even in such poor environments? The Student Council has been pushing for a plan to give students with illnesses priority access to classes, or to allocate them to good rooms for medical treatment. Ziggs was looking at the tower of documents with a blank expression. The approval plan must be mixed up somewhere in between, that you should have told me that a long time ago. All I have to do is take care of that matter first. Why are you talking now? It is not good to receive such special treatment just because you belong to the student council. So I just kept silent. We are in a position to be fair. Ziggs closed his eyes and spoke straight. Each of the agenda items piled up in this document tower may mean a lot to someone, or it might be an agenda that you are waiting for desperately, like me. For the chairman, it may be a routine task, but for others, it may be the result of one by one earnest wish. Aha! Knowing that fact, I couldn't ask you to prioritize and handle only the items I want. When the deadline for processing these items begins to slip, someone within the academic department who has been eagerly waiting may once again sigh in regret. If work continues to be sluggish, such agenda items will continue to pile up without even hearing an answer. Tanya also knows to some extent. Truly urgent items rise to the top priority, but even other items cannot be easily postponed. She's also aware of how centrally she sits. That's why Ziggs knows. Tanya is definitely not the type of person who can lie down here and say, I don't know. Just because you say that, do you think I'll shake? All right. Tanya closed her eyes tightly as if in pain, shut her mouth. She slowly began to underline her notes on the approval document. Really, really, the face looks as if it was being tortured, but in the end it was my choice. No matter what, she is a girl who cannot be free from responsibility in the end. I always end up walking back into the swamp of work on my own feet. It was a sight that I couldn't help but shed tears. President Tanya came to visit the day before yesterday. He was when Ed Sr. was at the monastery. It was unexpected in many ways. 2 days have passed since I returned from Cleric's monastery. Perhaps because I had accumulated so much, I didn't feel like I was falling behind even when I attended class. It was a very fortunate thing. However, this does not mean that I was idle while living in the monastery. I have been continuously training my repair skills since the monastery. I was finally able to properly use bow-making skills, so I started preparing to make a bow that fit my body perfectly. In the process, it was inevitable that I came to Elt Trading Company. This is because there is no one, at least within Sylvania, who can provide better materials than Lortel. I was in a completely opposing position to President Tanya in the last Student Council president election right. I don't have a very good relationship with my bachelor. However, when the Student Council president came to Elt Trading Company in person, I was a bit embarrassed. The car was trying to purchase good ingredients through Lortel. Before getting into the main topic, Lortel, who was sitting in the office, said he had something to say and brought up the topic of Tanya. Okay, what did you talk about when you came? A little he left with words and actions that were somewhat difficult to understand. Isn't Lortel the one who reads people's thoughts better than anyone else? If even she is confused, what on earth is Tanya drawing? They said they had listened to all the rumors about Elt Trading Company's corruption and that they were going to conduct an inspection at the academic level, something they had no authority to do. That it's a bit uncharacteristic of Tanya. Yes, we didn't necessarily take an aggressive stance against Elt Trading Company, so it was a bit surprising. Tanya is busy. It would have been absolutely necessary to come to the main building of Elt Company. As the Student Council president, I will always keep an eye on Elt Trading Company. He threatened that as long as he sat as student president, Elt Company would never be able to spread its wings freely. Well, are you feeling a bit bad, Lortel? Yes. Well, in the first place, I was not emotionally shaken because I was Senior Ed's younger brother, and I thought there must have been an intention behind such a sudden move. Office at sunset. Lortel sat at the dance desk in her luxurious home, her auburn hair flowing to one side her back, turned to the red glow of the late evening sky. A cool, early fall breeze blows through the fluttering curtains. It is a picture of a peaceful time. Even though Tanya storms in and threatens him, he shows no signs of being agitated. In the first place, he wasn't a person who could be that embarrassed. But I was a little puzzled because I couldn't understand the intention at all. The relationship between the bachelor and our company wasn't good to begin with, but why did they show up and cause trouble? Ah, Liena, could you please bring me the inventory list? Things that can be used as bow-making materials. Yes, yes. Secretary Rihanna was once again appointed as Lortel's chief secretary, but a hesitant attitude still remained. He still appears to lack confidence in everything he does. Still, the work went faster than expected. In the first place, they have Lortel, who is the king of the Elt Company. As their ally, he won't have anything to complain about. So I did some background research on Chairman Tanya. It's not like our company is the only company that has done such strange things. Okay, yes, they say there was friction with the Academic Affairs headquarters, and they even gave detailed clothing instructions in front of the student center, saying they would enforce student discipline and put pressure on student clubs to inspect them for no reason anyway. Such external activities have become more frequent these days. Lortel spoke while tilting his head while stroking his shiny hair. He acts like he wants someone to be dissatisfied with him. Surely, even from Elt Trading Company's point of view, it would be embarrassing to suddenly talk about an inspection like this. It seems like they want something from that side, but they don't talk about it clearly, so it's a bit frustrating here too. Lortel's office has more clutter than before. As if to prove that this branch was now completely under her control, even her personal belongings and daily necessities came into view. There is already an integrated sparring event this semester. It's a big event with even Emperor Kloll coming, so wouldn't you be busy just preparing for it? I wonder if there is enough time to make such a move. He probably has his own thoughts. The last time I met you, you seemed a bit having a hard time. I saw Tanya once before going to Cleric's monastery. Although he had many complaints about this, and that he clearly had a vision for the future of the Ross Taylor family and the work of the student council, then student public opinion wouldn't have improved much. I wonder if my mentality is okay. No. The current student support for President Tanya is unparalleled among past presidents. What? The Ross Taylor family is steadily continuing its work, even in the face of adverse circumstances. As a freshman, I am diligent in respecting my seniors. While handling a huge workload, he does not neglect his studies. The fact that opinions from clubs in each class are listened to and reflected, etc. To be honest, the support is so clear that it is difficult for our Chamber of Commerce to keep it in check. I have no intention of keeping it in check in the first place. I took a sip of the tea that Secretary Rienna gave me and spoke in a confused tone. I heard you just started doing all kinds of unfavorable things. Even if the behavior is essentially the same, the interpretation varies depending on whether the gaze is favorable or hostile. Then, the act of going on a rampage to enforce student discipline is truly our wonderful student council president, who is strict about discipline and knows how to distinguish between public and private matters. It seems like it is being interpreted from that perspective. The image of Tanya sitting in the chairman's office, looking at the documents with rotten eyes, came to mind. Suddenly, Secretary Rienna, who brought a new car and a ticket with a list of items for sale, stepped in to help. Student President Tanya, even if you look at it, objectively you're a cool right. Even though you are a first-year student, what should I say, you have an aura like a senior, okay? We are considerate of President Tanya because we all know how much effort she puts in for the students. I heard that student clubs are also voluntarily donating the missing reported funds. Tanya is definitely a girl who works hard in everything she does. Even after becoming student council president, his attitude toward life has not changed, and he seems to be running from east to west while grumbling. A new belief bloomed in the girl who only knew Ross Taylor, and eventually she ascended to the position of president of her own accord. Indeed, it's amazing. Yes, the most appropriate expression is extraordinary. I believe that the reason they are taking such aggressive action is to prevent any possible violation of student rights. The intention is not clear, but if you are the chairman, you must have a meaning. Secretary Rienna commented on Tanya in words that were close to confirmation. Surely Tanya is a trustworthy girl. I also said the same thing. Tanya, who has gone through a lot of emotional growth, has now become a person who can stand tall as the next head of Ross Taylor. Well, since I am the one who has been possessed, it is a bit ambiguous to say that they have a true brother-sister relationship. Still, isn't this the only blood relationship left in this wide world? Pushing when you can, that's definitely true. Tanya, because I went through so much trouble. He has lived in the dark for too long, so it's okay for him to finally see the light in the golden age of his life. If Tanya's words and actions were unpleasant, I apologize as your brother. Lortle, oh my, I'm even more embarrassed by Ed's apology. Don't apologize to me, because I didn't feel bad at all. No. Still, I want to believe in her and push her. I spoke clearly. If possible, so that he can be reappointed as student council president next year, I hope we give it our all. Lortle, please trust her too. I held both of Lortle's hands tightly and expressed my intention as if I had made up my mind. Lortle must have been very embarrassed by the sudden expression of his will, so he hesitated and lowered his gaze. If Senior CEO says that I don't have any intention of opposing it, well, if you want, you can reappoint the chairman. It's not work, because I succeeded once last time, okay? Thank you for trusting me. Lortle. This is such a big deal. Lortle sighed, as if trying to maintain his composure, and then spoke slowly. Did you know that President Tanya called a meeting this time, selecting only students from famous noble families? Senior Ed was probably included as well. Yes. I think we'll probably be talking about the future imperial situation rather than issues within the academy. We will definitely need to give Chairman Tanya strength in that regard. Since I am a commoner, I will not be able to attend. Senior Ed's position is different, right? Lortle tended to work behind the scenes and was not the type to attend such meetings. I don't know what the intention was for convening it. Anyway, I think everyone will have their own thoughts, so I think it would be right to go in the direction they push for. Okay. Please take good care of me in the meantime. Of course. We ELT Commercial Association will continue to maintain friendly relations with the Student Council. Lortle grinned like a snake and made eye contact with me. The very idea of a relationship of trust in which people could give and receive without any doubt seemed to be a source of great excitement to Lortle. 80 newly usable high-quality wooden furniture from Oble Hall as a sign of respect to Tanya, the student council president, who always works hard for student rights. Ornamental goat statue directly delivered from the imperial capital. Annual Laplace Bakery, prepaid for student members to use for 1 year. Send your membership as a gift. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the student members for their hard work in always enforcing justice and maintaining order. Sent by Lortel Ketcheln, representative of the Sylvania branch of the Elt Chamber of Commerce. In front of the oval hall used by student members, all kinds of antique furniture and decorative statues that were just as majestic were occupied. The student members who rushed out after hearing the news were shocked with their mouths wide open. In addition, there were many students who received free annual memberships to Laplace Bakery, the most famous store in the living area. The corners of everyone's mouths turned up in happiness. Hey, from here. I have to unpack from here so I can get everything inside. Let's start by filling up the office space. Just take out all the furniture you used before. The executive committee members were already carrying out the furniture that had been given as gifts, making noises. And Tanya Rostaler, who came out last, saw the scenery in front of the Obergwen and stood still with her mouth open. That President Dyke Elfalan, a student member with short-cut hair and a heavy body, who was the senior of the fourth-year combat club, and the overall senior said, with a bewildered expression, "If it's the Elt Chamber of Commerce, they are people who were stamping their feet, because they couldn't be persuaded, even by the academic headquarters. What kind of trick did you use?" Tanya looked at Dyke with wide eyes, and then returned her gaze to the sight of the luggage being carried, without saying anything. Tanya clearly didn't know what to do, but with the mindset of please impeach me anyway, she went all the way to the Elt Chamber of Commerce, the most important group within the academy, and caused an uproar. I felt half desperate. What punishment will you receive in return? Tanya was also waiting with a nervous expression, but the blade of condemnation struck in an unexpected and terrible way. Wow, did all of this really come from Elt Trading Company? This is the first time I've seen Elt Trading co-act so favorably toward academics. Last time I heard that Chairman Tanya went to the commercial building to negotiate what kind of magic are you doing. That snarky Lortel Ketcheln respects and considers the bachelor's side so much. Ah, is it Chairman Tanya as expected? Really, I can't believe it even when I see it with my own eyes in the front yard of Oble Hall, which was filled with piles of gifts, not only student members, but also students passing by were whispering in surprise. This is really he will be reappointed until next year. Suddenly cold sweat started rolling down Tanya's face. It seemed like the trusty Ed Ross Taylor was giving a thumbs up in the blue sky. It was a face that seemed more satisfied than anyone else. Chapter 207, Youngest Person Wishing to Retire. 2, Mr. Chairman, the Reagent Manufacturing Club belonging to the Pensions Department sent me a gift. It is a tool that puts scented candles in a glass bottle and continuously emits scent with a magic flame. It smells really good. I will leave one in the office. Burroughs, the former student council president, said he was proud and sent me a top-of-the-line magic wand as a gift. Shall I instruct him to bring it to his private room? The Academic Affairs Headquarters has given instructions that the status report update cycle can be set a bit loosely. I guess the policy has been set so as not to interfere with the president's work. The Merchants Association in the living area also sent various refreshments and decorations as gifts. There was no room in the Oble Hall warehouse, so we left them in the hallway. Shall we just hand them out to the student members? The Targ Magic Society sent me a message appreciating my hard work. They said they were grateful for my great contribution to magic research. I guess I benefited greatly from the policy of sharing the results of my previous undergraduate research. Tanya walked down the hallway of the Oval Hall with a bloodshot face. The reports submitted by the various student secretaries who followed Tanya were all about the gifts they had sent to impress the great president. Oh, that's right. I have uploaded a list of student suggestions. They say it should be processed by tomorrow, so please review and approve. They say the disciplinary committee improvement plan requested by the Academic Affairs Headquarters last time has been finalized. If you have any comments, please organize them and send us the documents. In the afternoon, you have to go out to encourage the workers at the Laurel Hall. They say the site on that side is ready to welcome them, so all we have to do is tell them the schedule. How can we set time? Of course, there were more than just a few things about work. After being tormented by the secretaries for a while, Tanya entered the office and sank into the seat. This silence has now become more precious than 1,000 gold. Unless I am falling asleep at night, I am in a position to listen to reports until my ears bleed. Even at this moment, the student council work is going on without even a moment's notice. You can't just stay like this. It must have been his dream to become Sylvania's student council president and become someone who is universally recognized. Only now did Tanya feel tired. If I keep going like this, I'll end up becoming the student council president for life. Even if you are a representative of a group, it makes no sense to say that there are no opposing forces. It is natural for someone to oppose and conflict with the person currently sitting as student president and try to shake up the support group. But Tanya strangely received the support of all the students. I had to step forward in a more earnest way. We must provide space for forces that are more likely to rebel against us to act. However, I wonder if there are people who become victims in the process. I want to prevent people from causing trouble, but I want to make sure that no one gets harmed unreasonably. Unfortunately, there was no one around Tanya to tell her that such a thing was not possible. Tanya took a deep breath and sharpened her gaze at the corner of the office. If the world turned out like this, I wouldn't sit still. What happened like this is a complete riot. That's what I promised myself. The next day, Tanya headed to the Arfleys Hall. Arfleys Hall is Sylvania's highest-class dormitory and must maintain its dignity, and the maids who manage it work with great pride in that fact. First, scratch that pride. In the name of investing in student welfare, they are cutting the funds invested in Arfleys Hall and even criticizing the fact that Arfleys Hall seems to have been negligent in student management these days. That's definitely true. I was aware that the Arfleys building seemed to have been negligent in manpower management. As expected, you were able to see through it to some extent. As you pointed out, I will come up with an improvement plan and report it. Miss Tanya. Yes. However, the head maid, Belle Meyer, did not look offended and instead showed an attitude of self-respect and bowed her head to Tanya. Arfleys Hall had a particularly strong tendency to receive special treatment among the facilities within the university. Of course, it is a place that requires a lot of special support as it involves reappointment, but that does not mean that discipline should be relaxed. Thank you for your timely advice. Ah, yes, however, the maid, who already had a friendly relationship with Ed Rosteller and knew Tanya's true nature well, couldn't have tried to create a confrontation. Rather, it served as an opportunity for self-reflection and solidification of internal human resources management. Tanya looked dumbfounded, but eventually led the student secretaries to the Trix building. When Tanya, the student council president, suddenly announced that she was coming, Vice Principal Rachel appeared in person at Trix building to greet her. Tanya looked dumbfounded. She wondered if the vice principal would come out while she was dealing with a student, but the Trix building paid no attention to it and treated her with the utmost respect. Recently, the ELT Chamber of Commerce has been showing a very limited response to academic affairs. I heard that the policy of inclusion at the student council level has been largely effective. Vice Principal Rachel looked at Tanya and spoke with a satisfied expression on her face. I hope that he will continue to play a big role as a bridge connecting the academic and commercial societies. It is safe to say that there has not been a student council president who has achieved so much integration and inclusion since the opening of Sylvania. A vice principal, Rachel, I am none other than suggesting a reduction in research funds for the faculty whom you mean research funds. It's clear that performance relative to funds hasn't been efficient in recent years. Researchers, I am going to submit the cutback plan to the academic headquarters to improve discipline. Principal Obel might be against it. Then Principal Obel might not be in a good mood. The research staff will also really dislike it. When Tanya said this while snorting, Vice Principal Rachel thought deeply and answered that she would. We must proceed. Since funds are being drained from research, without results it is right to invest in student welfare. With such a strong push, Tanya was able to get Rachel's confirmation. The next day, an answer came back from the academic headquarters to the student council. It was surprisingly easily passed, since the current student council president personally suggested it. Researchers also reported that with the passage of this cut, they will correct themselves for forgetting the meaning of academics and becoming lazy, and reflect on their efforts to produce more meaningful results for the development of magic. You are broadening your horizons not only in student management, but also in the Trix building faculty and staff. This is truly amazing, Tanya Rosteller. It must not have been easy just to fulfill your duties as student council president, so I would like to sincerely commend you for your hard work. Why? Tanya screamed, tearing her head out of her office desk. This week, you went around Laurel Hall to encourage faculty and staff, voluntarily inspected the operating status and internal stability of Offaly's Hall, and even reviewed the performance of research professors. In fact, don't you enjoy being president? I'm just the student council president. It's clearly an act of overreach. Why aren't you offended? This is such a scary thing about people's image. In the larger view, it ends up being an external activity to increase student welfare funds. Ziggs Eiffelstein wiped his longsword with a rag, grabbed a student secretary, and gave various instructions. Most of them were related to preparations for the integrated sparring event to be held in late fall. As a member of the executive committee, Ziggs was in charge of securing the location and managing communications. You have to go to the student meeting you called in the afternoon. It won't be too late to start preparing after eating. This is what happened. How about abolishing the privileges of the top students in each grade? The top students in each grade are people who are widely supported by the students, right? If we go against such people, wouldn't the opposition be gathered? Look at the faces of the principals. Wade Callamore, Lucy Merrill, Ed Rothdeller, Dyke Elferlan. Don't you recognize them just by hearing their names? Ed Rothdeller is Tanya's older brother, and Dyke Elferlan is a student member. Lucy Merrill would completely follow Ed Rothdeller's opinion, so it was safe to say that the majority was already pro-Tanya. Why is my support so strong? Is that what you're going to say with such a desperate expression? Isn't there some reason to be hostile to the ELT upper corridor? How about taking advantage of exclusive rights to some items? Anyway, most items are clearly stipulated in the contract without any controversy also. As long as Senior Ed remains a pro-student union faction, it will not be easy to establish a confrontation with ELT Company. Here it was Ed Rosteller again. First of all, it was correct to assume that as long as it received support from Ed Ross Taylor, it also had a support relationship with ELT Trading Company. What about the royal family? If we go to the royal residence, where Princess Phenia lives, and ask for something like a scholarship stipend, wouldn't that be taken as an insult to the royal family? Isn't Princess Phenia already stuck with the Rosteller family? It would be better for her to quit. Then, if she succeeds in getting even a few gold coins, support for the bachelor's side will be strengthened. Why does when you stab this side, that side becomes stronger, and when you stab that side, this side becomes stronger? It's difficult for you to ask me. Tanya wasn't going to give up here. I repeatedly gritted my teeth and shook my head to try to come up with something. The church. They are complaining about the tithes being collected by the Church of Telos as unreasonable. The issue of religion is literally the most sensitive part. Well, Senior Ed must have already confirmed the faction of the Telos Church. First of all, St. Claris is completely pro-student council faction. Ha! St. Claris supports me. Why? Tanya does not know that Kylie Eckney and St. Claris are the same person. Ed Rosteller and Tanya Rosteller. Expecting hostility from Claris, who has completely favorable feelings toward the two, is a choice that is closer to self-defeating. Well, I wonder if Senior Ed's part was involved. How many bodies does your brother have? It's difficult for you to ask me. Tanya sat down again in the chairman's chair. He stroked his face a few times and made a sound like he was dying. I can't run away. I have to be tied to this magical position of student council president forever. That president, Tanya. Yes, you must sign the Dex building budget decision. Tanya quickly raised her head. Dex Hall's operating budget decision for this semester. The budget plan, which had to be approved by the student body president before being handed over to the academic affairs headquarters, was roughly 147 pages long. Please review it within an hour so I can eat and attend the afternoon meeting. Tanya looked at Ziggs as if pleading for her life, but Ziggs' answer was bound to be similar. It's embarrassing for you to do that to me. Oh, Tanya, why are you so sore? Are you so tired from work? It was a few minutes before the afternoon meeting began that Tanya met Ed Rosteller for the first time in a long time. As soon as I ran into Ed Ross Taylor in the hallway, before entering the small conference room, Tanya was in tears. All of the children from noble families who had gathered under the chairmanship of Student Council President Tanya were sitting in the small conference room of Glacht Hall. When they return to their territory, they are treated with respect by their vassals and rule like kings. But at Sylvania Academy, the land of learning, they are just students. The student council president, Tanya, whose momentum seemed to have skyrocketed recently, had called her personally, so everyone had been sitting around waiting for 15 minutes. Looking at the faces of the people sitting, they were all students from noble families who were famous in their grade. There were a few students who were not from noble families, but most of them were involved in the current competition for imperial power. One grade, Wade Callamore, Joseph Whitefelts, Aig Rockin, Deleuze Ainsheven. St. Claris could not be summoned by the authority of the student council president alone. Second grade, Ziggs Eifelstein, Clevius Nortondale, Elvira Aniston, Elka Islan. Likewise, it was impossible to summon Princess Phenia directly. Third year, Ed Ross Taylor, Fabry Ginapale Drake, Rages Clara Daniel Heim. Grade 4. Dyke Elfaland Dorothy Whitefelts Traciana Bloom River, except for Ziggs and Clara, who moved to the dormitory on their own. They are all VIPs who are using the Opheles building. In addition, there are many children from various noble families attending Sylvania. But if we were to select the students in each grade who would be most affected by this competition for imperial power, this would be roughly the number. The rest were either children of peripheral aristocratic families or people who had difficulty having any significant influence on the competition for imperial power. This place, where so many famous noble families gather together, is an uncomfortable place for everyone. This is a place where you cannot act carelessly. Everyone was just sitting quietly waiting for Tanya, who presided over the meeting, to enter. He's been busy walking around these days, and it's nice to see that he seems to be absorbed in his work as president. I'm too busy trying to survive, remodeling the cabin, and managing my grades, so I don't get to see him often. On the other hand, in the hallway, Ed and Tanya were seeing each other for the first time in a long time. For Ed, it was a very happy reaction. In fact, Ed Rostello was very popular within the academy, but there were very few people who received such a sincere welcome from him. No matter how favorable the relationship, Ed Rothsteller always maintains the minimum line. Could it be that the reason they treat each other so flawlessly is because there is still a strange sense of intimacy that comes from being blood mixed? Some people might envy Tanya for being treated so flawlessly by Ed, but Tanya herself only spoke seriously with a bloodshot face. Oni Isama, please save me what? That Tanya trailed off as she thought about what to say. This is because it was difficult to figure out how to proceed. I appreciate you raising Ross Taylor's prestige high and always working hard, but can you do it in moderation? It's a bit absurd to even say that. Ed just worked hard in his own way, and Tanya was Ross Taylor's next successor before he was the student council president in the first place. It is not appropriate to tell someone with that status to work hard enough. What? Are you in trouble? Well, if I were to explain it, it's a bit complicated, tell me. Don't worry about it alone. I felt like tears of gratitude came to my eyes when I saw Ed actively expressing his willingness to help, but in fact, most of the cause of the problem was Ed himself. However, blaming Ed was ridiculous, and Tanya was going crazy. Do you have anything to do with convening this meeting? Yes. I was a bit curious about your intentions when you suddenly summoned only noble children. Oh no, this is a completely separate issue. Tanya shook her head and spoke clearly to Ed. From now on, I think I will have a war of nerves with Princess Selaha. Before and after the integrated sparring planned for this semester, Tanya was always crying and suffering, but she had clearly made plans for the future. No matter how much she complains, she is always clear about her course of action. Before that, you need to have insurance in place to avoid unnecessary repercussions. Insurance. The competition for imperial power is a competition for imperial power, and a bachelor's degree is a bachelor's. I was planning to announce it to everyone. Only then was Ed Rosteller able to read Tanya's intentions. If we want to catch Princess Selaha, who is pursuing the most active policy of opposing the Rosteller family, we must lay the groundwork now. If Tanya, from the Rosteller Duchy, takes the lead and begins to confront Princess Selaha, the family that supports Princess Selaha will not remain silent. It was obvious that the aftermath of the conflict would also affect Sylvania Academy, so they planned to take preemptive action to alleviate it to some extent. The imperial family's political struggle is political strife, and we must practice the virtue of learning in our own way. Let's not bring the imperial political strife to Sylvania, the land of learning. It is disrespectful to this academic land to disturb the academic atmosphere with pointless factional fights. I was thinking of conveying words to that effect to everyone. Will it turn out as you think? Ed expressed skepticism. Of course, it was the same with Tanya. But we can't help it. I don't want to see Sylvania split in half because of the competition for imperial power. Tanya slowly closed her eyes and spoke. During this integrated sparring, Princess Elaha will also come to Sylvania as an observer. Active members of the Imperial Knights and the Magic Research Society will also come to see the students' skills. Among them, there will be some who will spar with the students in person. It's in the name of teaching a lesson to students who will be responsible for the future of the country. It is not easy for students to defeat knights and wizards currently serving in the Imperial Court. Although it is truly unusual for students to appear with skills comparable to those on active duty, they are at least compared to ordinary active duty people. Among those currently in service, the highest-ranking Imperial personnel who remain legendary are literally on a different level. If someone like Knight Commander Dilux or the president of the Imperial Magic Society appears, they will never be a match for the students. Of course, this is when Lucy Merrill is left out of the discussion. I have some plans in place for that time. Although they have not yet materialized, I think I can see a way to deal a meaningful blow to Princess Elaha's position. From Ed Rosteller's perspective, there is no reason to stop him. Princess Persica was appeased, and Princess Phenia was an ally from the beginning. From his perspective, his goal is to be able to station the Imperial army on Aiken Island when Bellbroke descends. If he can somehow get rid of the last variable, Princess Elaha, all his worries will disappear. When it comes to removing that last variable, you are in a position where you have to roll up your sleeves and help. Yes, if you have any concerns, please tell me right away. I will help you in any way possible. Worried, are you really worried about something? You've always looked like you've been crying since a while ago. I really feel like I am going to die. Brother Tanya finally spoke, unable to hold back her death. As the head of the family, it is difficult to take responsibility for the family. But I want to step down from the position of student council president. She finally said. Tanya took a deep breath, as if she had accomplished something big, and continued talking to Ed. If I keep going like this, I might die from overwork. I want to stop being the student council president. But even if I try to look at it, I interpret it in a strange way in the support group. But no matter how hard we try to get together and start an argument, Brother Ed blocked it all. Actually, I am tired of being the head of the family. I told you this last time. It seems like you just overlooked it, but I was sincere in my own way. When the family becomes somewhat stable, I just want to retire. Then Tanya suddenly grabbed both of Ed's hands tightly and spoke as if she was begging him earnestly. This is what happened when everything is finished. Can't Brother Ed spread some gossip about me? Something like that, you know. When I was at the Ross Taylor mansion, I had a bad temper or something like that. In fact, in the first semester, I told my brother, since he acted like he was going to kill me, there must be a few scenes that can be used as a basis for it. If I go around gossiping about my younger brother, won't my image get worse before yours? How much of a blow would it be to label someone like me as an ugly person? I don't know if you realize it, but you already have a lot of support within the academy at this point. It's starting to become a burden for me as well. Why? Why are you doing that? Ed lowered his gaze for a moment and then spoke sheepishly. You are already in a position to receive support through convergence from the academic side, the upper chamber, the church, and even the royal family's quarters. They say this is the first time in Sylvania's history. In fact, from the bachelor's point of view, you have risen to an irreplaceable position. If you quit as president now, the academic department will suffer a lot of damage. I won't let that happen. Tanya let go of both of Ed's hands with a blood-stained face, and he waved his head with both hands, not caring that his beautifully organized blonde hair was disheveled. Well then, there is no way out. Then how on earth should I? Boom. At that moment, the door to the small conference room opened as if to see. Inside, all kinds of noble children were sitting together waiting for Tanya. Are you here, Chairman Tanya? I was waiting for you. Come eat inside. Student council members shouting with respect in a loyal tone. He bent his back 90 degrees and bowed politely. Only the middle seat was empty. Everyone was just waiting for Tanya with respect. Tanya felt tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 208, Youngest Person Wishing to Retire, 3. I'll tell you straight away. The reason we gathered you all here is to protect Sylvania as much as possible from future power conflicts that will arise throughout the Empire. Tanya, who sat at the head of the table with the assistance of student council secretaries, got to the point. To begin with, I am not the type to talk in circles. Tanya, who currently serves as the president of Sylvania Academy, was famous for her streamlined work process and flawless expression of opinions. Even at this event, where famous nobles are gathered together, time is not wasted with unnecessary greetings or current affairs. Let's just say what we have to say, and then part ways. Such an attitude was clearly revealed, and Tanya's pretentious temperament seemed to be revealed without hesitation. Tanya herself probably just wanted to finish quickly and get back to work, especially with regard to the imperial power dispute that is centered around the imperial family. I acknowledge that your opinions are bound to be divided. If your family supports different people, you have no choice but to agree. Opinions may differ. The problem is that they do not have a choice in their opinion. Tanya paused for a moment and looked at the students sitting in a circle in the small conference room. Although they all look dependable and strong, they are still successors who are just studying in the land of learning. The decision on which princess to support is not for them, but for the heads of the families to which they belong. Depending on the support given by adults, the students under them also have different courses of action. The Ross-Taylor family, the Bloomriver family, and the Callamore family were attached to Princess Fenia. The Island family, the Rockin mercenaries, the Ginnipale family, the Ragoose family, and the Aniston family were attached to Princess Persica. And the Elfaland family, Whitefelt's family, and Nortondale family were attached to Princess Selaha. Tanya tried her best, and some people even thought she had appeased her, but she could not completely stop it. In the end, the core noble family split into three branches. In fact, it was a natural conclusion. In the power conflict that will occur in the future, these are forces betting on completely different sides. Of course, we have no choice but to become sensitive. In particular, during the integrated sparring held during the Crestal Grand Festival, the results of sparring between students may directly affect the family's power. The integrated sparring event, where the successor's capabilities can be openly shown in front of everyone, is an opportunity for nobles to show off their brilliant succession structure. I won't tell you to force us to get along. However, I don't want a situation where the students of Sylvania are divided into various groups due to the aftermath of a power dispute. Tanya spoke calmly among everyone who was silent. We are students. All we have to do is do our duty as students. The intensifying power conflict cannot be completely resolved. Still, efforts are made to minimize it. That was Tanya's policy. I agree. Sylvania must continue its legacy as a land of learning, no matter who becomes the emperor. The first to raise his voice in agreement was Ziggs Eifelstein, a second-year student at the Ministry of Magic. He was a member of the student council and was practically a representative of the Island family. Naturally, he was favorable to Tanya's opinion, so he raised his voice first to create an overall consensus among women. I think it would be good to take this opportunity to firmly caution students to ensure that no students bring the conflict over the imperial power to Sylvania. I agree. Following Ziggs, there was a student who expressed his agreement in a crawling voice. It wasn't that cold, but there was a girl sitting looking very haggard with a thick shawl over her shoulders. It was Elka Islan. He was a librarian belonging to the Islan family located in the northern region and attending Sylvania with Ziggs. I have a much worse impression than when I met Ed before. The students already knew that asthma, a chronic illness, was getting worse. Elka, it's okay if you don't talk too much. No, anyway, the Island family has declared that it will follow Princess Persica's policy, but we will also respect the movements of other families. Elka smiled and gave strength to Tanya's opinion. Dorothy Whitefelts, a senior in the senior pension department who was listening intently in a corner, also expressed her agreement. That's right. Even among students, we need to stick together. Although I don't know how the imperial power dispute will end, no matter how it ends, we must work towards harmony among ourselves. But we may have to look at the reality first, sister. The person who interrupted Dorothy Whitefelt's mid-sentence was Joseph Whitefelts, a member of the first-year magic department. Her younger brother, the youngest researcher at the Targ Magical Society, was a gifted child who was said to be able to use mid-level magic even before he was an adult. With his bangs neatly pulled back and his remaining hair tied in a ponytail, he looked quite like a scholar. What? Joseph, are you going against my words again? I'm not blindly opposing it. We are graduating from Sylvania in just a few years. On the other hand, we have to live our whole lives as members of our respective families. Joseph's opinion was valid. That confidence was evident in the way he spoke confidently in front of everyone. Family policy or Sylvania's harmony. If I have to choose between the two, I can't help but lean toward the family. The Whitefelt's family does not force its policies on us to that extent, but there is no way that other families would either. So, they are asking their students to ignore the family's policy and cooperate only for the sake of harmony in Sylvania. The thing is, it might be asking too much. There is no logical flaw in Joseph's coherent words. Joseph's words directly point out reality in a place where unity is being talked about broadly. It was a fairly insincere statement, but no one felt uncomfortable, because that is reality. I'm not sure if the Elfaland family will respect my opinion. Dyke Elfaland, a fourth-year combat club leader with a huge body and wearing gauntlets, spoke in a voice as majestic as that of a bear. I want to completely respect Chairman Tanya's opinion, but if the head of the family decides to order me to distance myself from other supporting families, I honestly don't know how far I can refuse. That goes for me too. The person who expressed agreement was Traciana Bloomriver, also a fourth-year student. In the first place, she was already making every effort to completely blend into Princess Fenia's power, following the instructions of the head of the family, Senior Bloomriver. She's a girl who is more serious about power warfare than anyone else here. This is because they are also thinking about life after graduation. Therefore, in order to be as close to the Ross Taylor family as possible, he maintains contact with Ed Ross Taylor and is quite friendly to the student council. That course of action also all followed the family's policy. Our fourth-year students are about to graduate. We only have a few more months left as students, so it's unreasonable to ask them to ignore the family policy, Traciana said, stroking the ends of her long hair. We will try to achieve as much harmony as possible, but if the situation is not favorable, we are in a position where we have no choice but to act in our own way. I'm not a puppet of the family, so I don't know. Senior Traciana. The person who directly confronted those words was Aig Rockin, a first-year member of the magic department who had been sitting in a crooked posture from earlier. Short-cut hair and sharp look. He is famous among first-year students as Joseph Whitefelt's rival. Even in front of Traciana, a senior in the fourth year, he did not show any signs of discouragement. What? We, the Rockin mercenaries, teach people to stay away from people without convictions who are swayed by groups and make their judgments wrong. In the end, we live in this world by making our own decisions, so I wonder if it is really right to leave it to the family's judgment as to who to follow and what to do. Traciana narrowed her eyes at her cheeky attitude. Nevertheless, Ig continued his story regardless. Our Rockin mercenaries officially supported Princess Persica, but I do not agree with that opinion. You might be able to do that, but isn't it too harsh to demand conviction from people in different environments? Well, Joseph, do I have to take other people's circumstances into consideration as well? I just have to stick to my own beliefs. If I live only at the mercy of other people's circumstances, I won't be able to take care of my share. Ig smiled and passed the baton to the other side. Am I wrong, Clara? What, me? Aren't you the one who is more skeptical of the Danielheim family's intentions than anyone else? I think that belief is truly admirable. A girl was listening to the story blankly in the corner of the small conference room, short-cut hair and cute freckles that look sharp. Clara Danielheim, the eldest daughter of Viscount Danielheim and a close friend of Jenica Palova, answered in confusion. Clara is the one who hates the place where these political conversations take place. I was just gently trimming the tips of my nails, waiting for the right moment to come to an end. I really hate the old guys in my family, but I also hate arrogant kids like you. Don't act friendly. Ahag frowned as if he was in pain, but his playful attitude still remained. Well, there are a lot of great nobles here. It's probably not a place where a former mercenary soldier like me can express his opinion. I am sorry. If you're going to keep being cocky like that, just get out. Egg. Unexpectedly, it was Wade Callamore, the first-year combat club chief, who fell for such an egg. The grey hair was still there. The eyes were also quite calm compared to before. You're not the only one who knows how to follow through on your convictions. And Wade tried to continue his sentence, but then turned his gaze to one side. Their Deleuze Ainsheven, a first-year member of the pension department, is sitting quietly. Baron Ainsheven is quite famous among the alchemy families in the southern part of the empire. Although he had no choice but to say something, the long-haired boy named Deleuze just sat quietly and smiled. Don't ignore that even among those who are silent, there are those who have thoughts. Wade stopped talking and looked at the students again. Everyone is silent. There was tension among the students for a moment. Oh, anyway, I completely agree with the opinion that we shouldn't fight needlessly. What would we do if we fight among ourselves? Clevius was just a scary person who didn't like conflict with others. I just wanted to think that useless things don't happen and that good things are good. Elvira, who was sitting next to him, seemed to disagree again. Elvira, who was sorting through reagent bottles, narrowed her eyes and spoke openly. I tend to stick to my beliefs. I feel sorry for Chairman Tanya, but if you ask me whether the bachelor's degree or the Aniston family is more important, I'd like to raise the Aniston family's hand. What? Are you that surprised, Clevius? The Aniston family supported a different faction than the Nortondale family. The harmony of the bachelor's degree and the harmony between you and me are completely different issues. Stupid Clevius. Elvira, who narrowed her eyes and was pulling Clevius' cheeks, sighed deeply. I will not sit idly by if there is a force threatening the Aniston family. At Elvira Aniston's declaration, silence fell again in the audience. Some agree with that opinion, while others still seem to want to avoid unnecessary friction. There is validity to both opinions. In fact, it was the most headache-inducing situation for the group leader. Now take it in moderation. View Tanya, who was sitting at the head of the table, sighed, covering her forehead as if she had a headache. Then the students all stopped expressing their opinions and quietly listened to her. Tanya looked at this with a wistful expression. Clearly, the person who is playing a central role in this situation is Tanya Rosteller, who is sitting in the student council president's seat. If she doesn't hold her center tightly, it wouldn't be surprising if they split into 3 groups at any time and a big fight breaks out. There is no way in The Bachelor at this point that can replace Tanya's role. The student council president must be present. Tanya wanted to cry. I tried firing an arrow using a crudely made bow made of birch wood. It crossed the camp with a squealing sound and hit the Zelkova tree next to it with a thud. The neatly placed arrow shaft was trembling from the aftereffects of the vibrations. It has a good taste, but the power is not satisfactory. Above all, there is a desire to use the power of magical engineering supplies to provide additional effects or to embed spirit food altogether. There would be no way to achieve this level of quality. It seemed like satisfactory performance would only come from adding some groundbreaking production elements, but it was still difficult to figure out what to do. Ed, look at this. Ta-da. After putting away the arrows and returning to the campfire, Yenica was showing off Ed's school uniform shirt. Look, all the old grime is gone. What were you doing, laundry? Yes. Before I came back from last vacation, my parents gave me soap made by mixing lye and oil. Look, I just changed the soap, and the results were so different. Isn't it amazing? It definitely feels like new clothes. I clapped my hands and exclaimed that it was truly amazing and amazing. Jenica was humming with pride, raising her nose and showing off her shirt. So I was sitting next to the campfire, stroking my chin and pulling the string of the bow again, while Yenica was folding the finished laundry. The sight of 2 people sitting near a campfire as the sun sets, each doing their own thing, seems to have become completely familiar to them by now. Now that you think about it, there are only 2 months left until the Crestal Grand Festival. It is said to be the biggest festival in the Empire that only comes around once every 4 years, so I'm looking forward to it. We also have to prepare for the integrated sparring that will be held at that time, so it looks like things will get even busier. Yes, but I'm so excited. Toran village in Pulan is so remote that not much happens even during this grand festival. At most, the only thing the villagers can do is share some food. That's something they do on a regular basis, too. Yenica laughed while stamping her feet. This is the first festival I experience since coming to Sylvania. I was excited because I felt like I was truly escaping from the harsh life in the mountains. The atmosphere at the school is not good these days. I heard that the atmosphere at the student meeting Ed went to today was also tense. Yes, the atmosphere among noble family airs these days is not very good, so I hope the atmosphere will lighten up a bit starting from this festival period. Hee hee. Jenica smiled brightly and neatly piled up the neatly organized laundry. I was repeatedly cutting off the end of the bow with a dagger, then grabbing the handle and pulling. It's the same for me. The dispute must end quickly for the academic atmosphere to return to the way it was before. There was a boy sitting next to me, as if it were flowing, so both I and Yenica were looking at him as if they were dumbfounded. Ziggs was purring as he picked up a grilled pork skewer that was cooking near the campfire while holding a bundle of documents. Oh, it's seasoned well. Senior Yenica's cooking skills are improving day by day. Isn't this a quality that can be sold for money? Ha, really? Ed's been saying that too lately, he meanwhile, the way she smiles as if the compliment feels good can be said to be truly Yenica-like. That's not it, Ziggs. Since when have you been here? It was a bit disturbing for the two of you to have a private conversation, so I just thought it would be okay to sit by the fire. Well, really. Well, if you want to come, you can just tell me you came. Ziggs put a grilled skewer in his mouth, adjusted the stack of documents, and took a quick look around the camp. I was just wandering around the campus for a bit. Regarding student council work, what does going around the school have to do with student council work? Well, I'd appreciate it if you thought of it as a patrol. Anyway, there's nothing wrong here. I'll just go. Ziggs got up from his seat and continued talking without stopping. Oh, that's right, Senior Ed. This is the integrated sparring event during the Crestal Grand Festival next month. There will also be sparring between the seniors of each grade. Senior Ed is currently the senior of the third year, so he will be sparring with the senior of the fourth year. It's the same. I see. Yes, I think I will probably be standing in the sparring hall with Senior Dyke, the head of the fourth year combat club, when everyone from the Imperial family has visited. Dyke Elfalan. It was the bear-like man who tried to protect Ed by barging in at the end of the semester exam with Professor Khaled. A speed so fast that it is unbecoming of its massive size. Heavy, destructive power in each punch. He was a warrior with a strong and exciting style, so much so that people said he was the king of the Elfaland family. It is not an easy opponent. Regardless, he is the person who took the top spot in his class. Among them, he is the most senior. I also roughly know the senior's history. Yes. Besides, the Elfaland family officially supported Princess Elaha. They will not allow Senior Dyke to be defeated in the sparring scene where Princess Elaha is watching right in front of them. Ziggs took a quick bite of the last piece of grilled skewer and said, Senior Dyke will probably do his best with all his heart. He is the kind of person who can shatter even a stone wall if he throws his fist with determination. Even if he is only allowed one, he will be sent to the infirmary. Okay, thank you for the advice. No, then that's enough. Ziggs nodded and said that he had enjoyed the grilled skewers and then slipped into the bushes again. As Ziggs advanced through the bushes, he continued to look back at the camp as if something felt uneasy, but eventually he seemed to be okay with it and went on his way. So why did Ziggs come in the end? Well, the student council's work is so extensive that there must have been some circumstances. By the way, give me your laundry and I'll bring it to you. Ha! It's okay. Ed, keep looking after your work. I have to sort out mine anyway. No, it's kind of a shame to even ask you to clean up after yourself. I quickly snatched up the laundry that was on Jenica's lap and walked toward the cabin. The hut, which has just been completed, looks magnificent on the outside, but the interior is still weak. The basic furniture arrangement has been completed, but it is just a basic furniture arrangement. Even though we had to move the furniture from the small cabin we used before to this cabin, which has roughly 3 times the space, we could not use up all the space given to us. It seemed like more time would be needed to add more convenient furniture to the first floor and convert the second floor into a workshop. It would be good to be able to further improve the woodworking skills that are missing in the process. It still looks empty, but it feels good to know that the space has expanded. I picked up the laundry and headed toward the shabby wooden closet stuck in the corner. Just organizing your clothes can be done in no time. I opened the door wide, thinking I would finish making the practice bow quickly. As if it was natural, Tanya was sitting there, her school uniform robe hanging down, hugging her knees. Hello, brother. I don't think I'm doing very well. I was so speechless that I couldn't even answer that question. Well, surprisingly, it's comfortable in the closet. Should I say that I settled down calmly? I hid in the closet last time too. I think I might become addicted to it. I go in there once in a while and sit there. Maybe it's not that bad to be there. The feeling of breathing in this silence, like being left alone in the world, is surprisingly not that bad. Anything, please tell me. Brother, I am the one caught hiding. So why do I have to appeal? Speaking of me, I don't know what to say. It was a truly difficult day. Chapter 209, Youngest Person Wishing to Retire. 4. There were a lot of little things going on, but anyway, the academic schedule was going smoothly. As always, I am in a position to balance life in the wild at camp and life as a student at the academy. Maybe that's why I was twice as busy as others, and it felt like time passed twice as fast. The daily routine was mostly uniform. I wake up early in the morning, inspect the camp, stock up on food, and chat with Lortle, who woke up early. I also tend to wake up very early in the morning, but Lortle wakes up at almost dawn and heads to the store. This is because you have to go early in the morning to check the inspection documents for the delivered items. As I sit by the fire and drink a cup of tea for a while, Jenica comes out in her pajamas with puffy eyes and prepares breakfast. He also prepares my meals for me while I finish up heavy work, such as chopping firewood or repairing tools. After spending such a short morning, Jenica and I go to school toward the third grade school building. Since most of our classes overlap, we tend to spend most of the day together. Even the Ministry of Magic's advanced class schedule completely overlapped, as I also participated in Professor Collide's Class A class. Still, the classes are different for 1 or 2 days a week, and if there are other plans outside of the academic schedule, we sometimes act differently. Yenica mainly worked in the Spirit Research Society, and I often acted separately when there were things like convening the seniors of the grade. However, every time I go to Elt's store to buy survival tools or materials to improve my skills, I puff out my cheeks, as if I am uncomfortable. But I don't feel very comfortable here, either, so I feel like they comfort me every time. Anyway, when I return to camp, after completing my academic schedule, I still have a lot of work to do. Even if the camp is left alone for just a day or two, things will need maintenance. Most of them require delicate dexterity, so I tend to do them myself. While my job is to inspect the fishing nets, check the traps scattered throughout the forest, and organize the food ingredients I received from acquaintances, Yenica takes care of things such as making sure the bonfire does not go out, preparing dinner, and cleaning the inside of the laundry camp. By this time, Lortle has also returned and is often doing paperwork at the villa, and the three of them often have a meal together. In this case, the atmosphere is not very good, and at night I work on assignments from that day's school study on my own or train to improve my stats. In the case of Lortle, documents are processed at the villa and Yenica listens to spirits at Merelda's guardian tree, reads books, or does the same homework. Then by the time the moon rises in the sky, everyone goes to sleep. I'm usually the last one to sleep in. In the late hours of the night, I sit alone in the night camp and quietly look at the bonfire and take the time to organize my thoughts. After listening to the sound of insects in the grass or the rustling of leaves in the wind, I organize my plans for tomorrow, etc., in my head and quietly go into the cabin and fall asleep. The repetition of that schedule, it lasted for about a month. It could be said that 1 month passed smoothly without any major upheaval. Perhaps this daily life, which I was able to spend without much ups and downs, was the most precious time. Of course, this does not mean that there were no big ups and downs, no big or small events or changes. However, over a long period of 1 month, there were only 3 things worth mentioning. The opinion is interesting, but the evidence is weak. They don't present any measurable figures and just present evidence for the claim as another claim. I can do this basic circular argument. There are many times when presenting an opinion itself is meaningful. See, this person is saying that the path or trend of currency circulation should not be determined solely by the cash circulating in the market. In fact, there is more invisible money than visible money. That's a pretty interesting view. If we expand and develop it, a more interesting story might come out. The first is that Lucy has been spending a lot of time hanging out with Merelda. As for Merelda, she is a spirit whose hobby is always piling up books in the corner of the camp and reading them while humming. Because it was difficult to turn the pages of a book, she did not take on the form of a wolf, but instead appeared as a girl with her white hair tied back and was always laughing heartily in the corner of the camp, wondering what was so good about it. Lucy skimmed through the book next to Merelda acting, as if she was trying to increase the amount of knowledge she had in her head. Merelda seemed happy that her reading companions had increased, and whenever she had time she talked to Lucy about various topics. As I listened to her next to her, she had a lot of complicated things to say, so she didn't really want to get involved. Well, Lucy still spends most of the day napping, and whenever she gets the chance she comes up to me while I am doing camp work and flirts with me or sits on a nearby tree stump and wiggles her feet. Human nature does not change easily. But did you feel something about the work at the monastery? I felt like I wanted more fundamental power rather than simple force. Sometimes when I see him sitting alone on a tall tree at sunset and looking at the setting sun, I think he must have gone through some kind of emotional change. The second is Tanya. Hello, brother. I'll borrow a closet. It can be seen that Tanya, who is often found hugging her knees in the closet when she is bored, escapes from the office whenever she is overloaded with student council work. No matter what, you can't sit in a stranger's closet, but if you stay in your own room, you'll be caught right away, so it's like running away to camp. It's almost pitiful. However, it is a closet that is opened and opened several times a day. As he repeatedly went into it and was found again, he started to change his position here, and they're perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. Found under a bed, under a table, in a workshop on the second floor, in a corner of a wooden warehouse, etc. It is often found in dark and gloomy places. If that's the case, I told him to just sit proudly by the campfire, and his response was shocking. If you do that, you'll be caught right away, no whatever. I'm here because it's comfortable. That should I say I'm organizing my thoughts, and I told you, if you are in a dark, calm space. Mine should I say that I feel like I am being blown away because my heart feels refreshed. My only younger brother is seeping into the darkness. Is this okay? Well, actually, it's just a short escape, so there's nothing to worry about. Usually Ziggs comes before the sun sets and almost kidnaps Tanya. Looking at his detached expression, even when he was captured by Ziggs, it seemed like he just wanted to cool off for a moment in the first place. Ziggs seems to know that too, so he just repeats the process of capturing Tanya without any complaints. It's full of events student council. I felt vaguely vague. And the third was a visit by a more unexpected person than expected. For the past few weeks, I have been lodging myself in the library to look for information about the Holy Spear Dragon Bellbroke and Great Sage Sylvania. It was late at night when we arrived. It was late at night when even Jenica had gone to bed and was sitting alone around the bonfire. The name of the girl who appeared out of nowhere was This is Isla Triss, a girl who appeared as the main face of and always supported the main character, Taylor McLaura, a girl who later had a great influence on the subjugation of Bellbroke with her academic will and background knowledge, and became a person whose name will forever be remembered in history by inheriting the will of the great sage Sylvania better than anyone else. Senior Ed, this is the first time we have met since the uproar during the Elt Trading Company incident. As soon as the incident was over, I went straight to Cleric's monastery, so we rarely had to see each other for a while. As Isla came and sat down across from the fire, her chestnut hair became a soft brown in the red light of the fire. Isla looked at the fire for a moment and then spoke. Would you like to talk? The conversation I had with Isla Triers that night was, it could be said, that it was the most shocking of this otherwise peaceful month. In the ending cutscene, she is recognized by the Bachelor as the great sage who succeeded Sylvania, Great Sage Ayla Triss. I knew that one day I would receive that name and make a name for myself as an academic. Anyway, I knew that I wasn't an easy person to take in the academic field, but the words that followed were so unconventional as to be absurd. As the nighttime bonfire swayed in the wind, the shadows of Isla and I were also swaying. Boom! Thus the Bachelor began the preparation period for the Crestal Festival in earnest. It was a month before the festival started. This festival, named after the most famous prime minister in the history of the empire, is the oldest of the country's auspicious events. In fact, it is a festival that has been going on since the time of King Clole, ISO. It is held on a grand scale befitting its history. Basically, it involves Emperor Clole touring various infrastructure facilities in the empire, giving encouragement and observing events prepared by each territory or facility. As it is a slope, it is naturally noisy wherever you go. This year's Crestal Grand Festival has a completely different meaning from the festival 4 years ago. It is a festival that took place during the transition of imperial authority, and during this time, Emperor Kloll personally inspects each territory and facility. It was a mere coincidence that I, a member of the Ministry of Magic, came to the combat department's training ground. Today, after finishing my daily routine with no major changes, I just took a different route to camp than usual. Originally, my usual route was to cross Haksakdang straight into the northern road and then follow the path extending toward the northern forest. However, today, I had to stop by Trix Hall to renew my bachelor's scholarship, so I took a slightly detour along the northeastern road. And if you follow the road all the way, the place you can see is the personal training area prepared outdoors for the students of Class A of the combat department. Now that we are sparring at such an important occasion, I have no intention of giving in. Dyke Elfalan, a fourth-year senior in the combat department. In fact, the hair cut so short that it is almost bald looks sleek. However, just looking at the rugged, muscular body and the size of the body that resembles a clumsy beast is quite intimidating. The skin, tanned to a copper color, looked as hard as steel despite being human skin. Dyke, who trains repeatedly at his personal training center every day, has long since transcended the human realm. The bandage wrapped around his hand was already tattered. Even the bandages were torn to pieces, spread out all over the training ground as if they had been replaced several times. The scarecrows used for punching bags rolling around on the floor are things that by nature should not be rolling around on the floor like that. It was made strong by adding several layers of protection magic to withstand attacks from students. It was not something that would be naturally pulled out like a radish being uprooted and left lying around in a shattered state. A single punch thrown with all his might causes the air to vibrate, and a single screamed kick shakes the ground. Even the most well-trained students in the combat club start shaking when they face Dyke Elfalan, the senior student of the fourth year. I felt like I was encountering a huge beast rather than a person. Only those who have encountered it can know what it feels like. I've heard a lot about how great you are. I saw it clearly with my own eyes during the last semester exam. You probably got to that position through hard work and burning willpower. I sincerely admire your fierce will and strong spirit. The meeting was a coincidence. The only time I encountered him raising his fist at the Combat Club Training Center was on the route to the Trix building. However, Dyke Elfalan greeted me as if he had made a promise. The top is completely removed. Sweat was flowing. Dyke Elfalan stood firmly, crossed his arms, and lowered his head as he spoke. But I have my own circumstances. If you meet on the sparring field, try not to insult each other by pointing your hand at each other. Duel is a noble law, of course. Senior Dyke, the highest grade student about to graduate, and the one who has been recognized as having the highest level of ability. Not only that, but he was respected by all fourth graders. Tracy, the head of the Ministry of Magic, who knows how to use high-level magic, and Dorothy, the head of the alchemy department, who was the first to combine the cutting reagent. Even they would give up in front of Dyke. Elfalan's name value was high. In the corner of the sparring hall at sunset, we stood still facing each other. Then it was Dyke Elfalan who burst into laughter first. KKKKKK, well, there's nothing good about being too serious. However, since they said that he was Chairman Tanya's older brother, it was a bit awkward to just send him away. I'm sorry for suddenly pretending to know you, Ed Rothdeller. Still, it would be polite to exchange greetings. No, I heard that my younger brother is in a lot of debt with the student council. Well, as a member of the student council, I owe more. I know very well how much you contribute to strengthening the student council. Moreover, even though he is the chairman who always says all kinds of unpleasant things to his death, he manages to handle all the tasks given to him. As a member of the student council, I am thankful for this. Dyke Elfalan, senior action member of the student council. Even Dyke, who is said to break a stone wall with a single punch and crush a human bone with a single kick, first of all, since he was a student member, he was under Tanya Rossdaler's command. Whenever she gets the chance, she stays in a dark place with a soulless face, making her look like a girl with a broken heart. But Tanya is also a person in power who has reached that level. However, it is true to some extent that I am a bit worried about Chairman Tanya. Is that so? I'm already suffering from a lot of work, but now that we start the preparation period for the festival, the student council work will double. Honestly, I don't think Chairman Tanya can handle the workload on her own. Isn't there quite a lot of manpower in the student council? Still, there are so many things that the student council president must personally judge and approve. There will be no reduction in the amount of reporting or review documents. Actually, if you think about it from my perspective, the fundamental problem is a bit different. I tilted my head and looked at Dyke. What did that mean? I asked with just a gesture. Dyke is a member of the student council and sees how things are going. Plus, he's a bit older, and his personality is calmer than he looks. I feel like I have the insight to intuitively see the cause of the problem. There is no proper administrative staff. There is no need for skill or experience to be an action committee member, actual measurement committee member, or progress committee member. Most of the time, I take care of things that just need to be done as instructed. Dyke spoke as he cleaned up the scarecrows he had destroyed. However, there is an absolute lack of administrative personnel who can take the lead in handling tasks while following the reporting system established in this bureaucratic system. In fact, this is a chronic problem of student council, regardless of which university. Is that so? Okay. Due to the nature of the student council, you cannot join if you are not a student, but even if you are a child of a prestigious family with a high level of education, you cannot be good at real-life administration. I will try my best, but it is difficult to maintain a unified reporting system, and people who cannot organize even basic documents by category are taking over as administrative committee members. Well, it can't be helped. As a student, you can't ask for too much. Dyke smiled bitterly as he said that. The mountain of work piled up like that is ultimately the result of an unsystematic work process. If we had more organized administrative members, the workload would be greatly reduced. Ziggs is giving his strength, but there are limits. Aren't there some sons and daughters of high-ranking officials in the academy? Have you ever contacted such students? Do you know how precious it is to be a student who knows how to handle administrative matters? In most cases, everyone has a professor with them. I won't hand it over to the student council, those who learned from their families to handle the affairs of this, or that bureaucratic society over their shoulders, hold everyone tightly under their command and never let go. This is always a troublesome issue for the student council, which had to form a cabinet relatively late. And as I was suddenly thinking, while rubbing my chin, Dyke looked at me as if he was having fun and spoke. Why? Are you willing to introduce me to someone who is nice? There are a few people that come to mind. Quite a few people have approached me at the student council level. I was so worried for a while. It didn't take long to take action. What is all this, Ed? A renowned senior assistant in Professor Clare's lab. Because of her old-fashioned light gray hair and aristocratic appearance, bachelor's students often misunderstand her as an aristocrat. She is a commoner in name and reality. I received a bachelor's scholarship because I don't have tuition, but I'm living a miserable life, eating vegetable peels. Because I don't have enough money for food, she is a girl who somehow manages to maintain a neat and classy appearance. It's just as you see it. It's a work report document. Tanya is sitting in the chairman's chair with an awkward expression on her face, and Ziggs is polishing his longsword in the corner of the office. Anise Halen, who was looking at the tall tower of documents in front of her, his mouth hung open, and he was speechless. Senior Anise. When I was forming the cabinet, I asked him several times, and he refused, but I had no idea he would come all the way to the Obelgwyn like this. Oh no, Chairman Tanya, I came here to properly reject you one more time. It was only recently that they invaded the Dex building and brought Annis back. She was calculating her living expenses while chewing grass in the student cafeteria when I suddenly grabbed her arm and told her I had a favor to ask. She blushed and looked embarrassed. It is said that the student council tried to recruit her several times, but she continued to refuse because she did not want to give up her status as an undergraduate scholarship student. It looks like they only exchanged opinions in writing, but if you bring them to the site and talk to them in person, their opinions may change. Above all, I know this because I have worked with her on a bachelor's scholarship for a long time. Senior Assistant Annis Halen, first of all, I am weak at pushing the atmosphere. It's never too late to just push through and think about it. Anyway, the document categorization process, why didn't you do it? President. Yes. Know that rather than forming a work system that delivers documents to the president all at once isn't it more efficient to set a date for each day of the week and set categories of work to be handled? For example, customs work on Monday, protocol work on Tuesday, and student welfare work on Wednesday. Like this, then wouldn't work become more efficient? Because it would be easier for reporters waiting for work to be processed to predict when approval will come for the documents they uploaded. Tanya hesitated and avoided eye contact. In fact, that wasn't Tanya's job in the first place. Tanya is in the position of a driver who dictates the direction of the organization, not an engineer who polishes each and every part of the car. And why does the chairman alone have the authority to approve all documents? Yes, that's right, because I'm the final approval authority for all matters of the student council. Important matters, such as budget planning and policy setting, must be reviewed by the chairman. For minor and routine matters, such as simple purchase of supplies or calculation of activity costs, it is better to give middle managers the authority to conclude the work before it comes to the chairman, otherwise you won't be able to handle the workload. How it is better to actively utilize middle managers and categorize and process documents in chunks. In particular, it is efficient to collect and process similar items in one day, and even those receiving orders will be able to handle the work intuitively. After looking at just a few of the piled-up documents, Anise quickly started talking. And all of that content was so heartbreaking that Tanya had no choice but to swallow her breath. Leading an organization and managing an organizational system are completely different issues. How why me this is what we're talking about. Stop making it a habit, Senior Anise. Where have you been, and now are you here? Tanya, with tears in her eyes, held Anis's hands tightly together. Seeing the dignified and famous student council president like this was so embarrassing that Anis was breaking into a cold sweat. Oh no, Chairman Tanya. I am a bachelor's scholarship student. I will submit a letter of recommendation to the Glocked Scholarship Foundation in the name of the student president. But considering the cost of living, it would be better to be part of the bachelor's department. We will personally withdraw money from the Lowe's Taylor Fund to support your living expenses. Changing affiliation based on private support is a very unstable choice. Anise was correct. But Tanya paid no heed to it, picked up the quill and scribbled on the document. The amount this much. Anna suddenly looked at my face and spoke in a whisper. Thing, it's not an amount worth refusing. What is this, Ed? Are you dissatisfied if I ask you to do something? Oh no, yes, but the length of the numbers Tanya wrote down is unusual. Annis was looking at the long line of ink with a confused expression. The next morning, when Tanya appeared on the podium at the student assembly, her face was shining. He has a more flabby look than before and is smiling brightly as if he is the happiest in the world. It seems like bright flowers are blooming all around. What happened to Tanya, the student council president, who looked like a walking corpse? Have you at least started a relationship? Such pink gossip circulated among female students. The truth is, it was a little more grounded in reality. After handing his coat to the Arfeles Hall, maid Dyke Elfalan entered the private room and sat down. As it is a magnificent and luxurious dormitory, the space is well utilized. Antique furniture and landscape paintings on the walls. He walked through them, sat down at the table, and took a long sigh. A sigh from a large man is heard in the dark private room. Today's training was difficult, but I can't be lazy like this. Suddenly, I look up. On the wall hangs a portrait of Princess Elaha, sent by the Elfaland family, the main family. He threatened me to hang it in my room. The student council, the imperial family, and the family. In the midst of the tangled conflict of opinions, Dyke Elfalan is only interested in one thing. There is only endless training. However, we cannot live forever as fools who only know about training. Dyke leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. The current fourth grade class at Sylvania Academy has a reputation as the worst generation. Because other grades were full of all kinds of geniuses, the prevailing opinion was that Dyke's generation was hard-working students. Those who work hard. When Dyke remembered that evaluation, which was half praise and half curse, he burst out laughing. Because it is not wrong. He has come this far with only his best ability to crawl on the floor and his hard work. All fourth grade students know how arduous and painful that effort was. That's why we all pay our respects to Dyke Elfalan. At some point, people called Dyke that having risen to the top with nothing but his will and no natural ability, king of the dull people. Could the title king be so dishonorable? However, Dyke didn't even look particularly offended. He sits on a wooden chair in the corner of the room, leaning back as if sitting on a throne, and looks up blankly at the ceiling. Princess Selaha is coming. The noble princess served by the Elfaland family Selaha Einir Klol comes to Sylvania. Chapter 210, Restrain Yourself. Mr. Yenica. 1. You can return to Arfale's Hall soon. It was on the way back to camp after the Spirit Society and Elemental Science class that Yenica received such a story from Bell Meyer. After stopping by the living quarters for some quick groceries, I was heading back to camp, humming a song while holding a bundle of paper bags in my arms, when I met Belle, who was clearing the path leading to the entrance to the Arfale's building. When Jenica Palover had just entered school and was struggling with trivial matters due to her country background, the person who helped her the most was Belle, the senior maid at the time. In addition, Belle often came to the camp to manage Lortle's villa, so it was natural for them to exchange warm greetings every time they met. Ha! It's okay, wasn't I disqualified from joining the Arfale's building in the first place because of the disciplinary action. Disciplinary procedures, implemented by the Academic Disciplinary Committee, usually expire in 1 year. The disciplinary action was received in the spring of last year, and fall is already in full swing this year. The road leading to Arfale's Hall is neatly paved from the beginning. To be honest, I wasn't sure what else there was to organize in Jenica's eyes, but Belle was still giving instructions to the workers. This was a part that clearly revealed Belle's personality of thoroughly managing even the smallest details. The fact that a new disciplinary committee has not been convened and the disciplinary statute of limitations has not been renewed means that even at the academic level, they are trying to move past it. Usually, all major noises disappear within a year. Is that so? Actually, the fact that the current student council president is Lady Tanya has a big impact. She's not the kind of person who would severely punish Lady Yenica, nor does she seem to be gentle enough to care about what happened a year ago. The decision-making authority to convene a disciplinary committee lies with the academic headquarters and the student council. Although there is some difference in authority between the two, there is no difference in the effectiveness of the execution plan based on the results of the committee convening. It is quite encouraging that Tanya Rosteller is not active in punishing Jenica. Not only that, but the students in general have a favorable view of Lady Yenica, so there won't be any major problems if she returns to Arfale's Hall. Among students, Jenica Palover remains popular. In the first place, during the Glasgow incident, Yenica was consumed by the power of a high-ranking dark spirit. So it is safe to say that there was no intention or malice considering the influx of petitions and sympathy among students since then. This is the case. Even if the disciplinary action is completed, there will be no backlash. Since you have been living in the dormitory since the second semester of last year, you will be eligible to move in again from the vacation when the second semester of this year ends. I see. Actually, I asked this, but you don't have the will to return, right? Clearly, Bell Meyer is sharp. Jenica Failover's wild life has already been rumored even among bachelors. However, it is only a story going around among a few people close to Jenica. But in fact, it is strange that all students at the school are interested in it. In any case, since it is certain that she is living with Ed Rosteller, some students believe that Ed and Yenica are still together. And it's an embarrassing story, but Yenica didn't particularly hate that misunderstanding. You seemed very satisfied with your life at the camp, so I wondered if it was a pointless nonsense, but I thought it would be right to tell the story anyway. That girl. Arfale's Hall is a place where there are always a mountain of applicants for employment. It's right to be aware of opportunities when they arise. Ah, yes, thank you. There are definitely a lot of people who really want to go into the Arfale's Hall. I guess not wanting to go in is just because I am full, that's what she said. But Yenica Palover had no choice but to return to the Arfale's Hall. I have absolutely no heart. Actually, don't you prefer living with Master Ed? Wouldn't it be better to leave your name off the list of employees at Arfale's Hall? It's an obvious rumor, but it doesn't seem like you really dislike the rumor that you went as far as Master Ed. Aha, what are you talking about? Ed will be in trouble if such rumors spread. I've been denying it to everyone I meet, so much so that my mouth hurts. Is that so? That was my misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Ah, no. It's nothing to apologize for, Belle. There is not a single trace of sincerity in Belle's expression as she apologizes thoughtfully. In fact, Yenica Palova's feelings were clearly visible to Belle Meyer. On my part, I'm squirming because I'm embarrassed, but on Belle's part, I just feel a faint feeling. It's like a privilege for girls of that age to be able to be so shy and embarrassed over just one trivial point of contact. You should enjoy as much as you can right now. You won't be able to enjoy that thrill once you get caught up in the times of the world, and your eyes that judge people become dry. Belle Meyer, who thinks this way, is actually in a position where she has never experienced true romance and youth due to severe hardships in life. If you miss the timing, the freshness will disappear. Looking at Belle in a strangely vague mood, Yenica was just pulling her braided hair. Anyway, a festival atmosphere is slowly starting to spread around the school. Our Arfeles building also holds simple small banquets, tea parties in the garden, and at night, we light a big fire in the back lot and sing a band. You don't have to be a new student to participate, so you can participate in the festival. Please come by with Master Ed if you have time during this period. Yeah, okay, thank you. Saying that, Yenica hugged the paper bag that was filling her arms tightly and answered brightly. I feel good because all of your worries have been resolved and your expression has improved. When Belle said that to Yenica before parting ways, Yenica suddenly nodded hesitantly. Walking along Haxor at sunset makes me feel relaxed. Watching from afar the group of students heading to the living quarters, chatting among themselves after a busy schedule all day, is heartwarming. Peace reigns in the languid bachelor pad with the reddish glow of the sunset, making it seem as if you have entered a completely separate world that has nothing to do with the turbulent history outside. Regardless of the era, the space called school has such characteristics. The land of learning is a place where students always come first. Of course, just because you are a student doesn't mean you don't have concerns. Concerns about academics, concerns about career path, concerns about the task that is right in front of us. In the past, Yenica Palova was not free from such worries, but recently it has been a long time since she was able to shake off all the worries that had been chronically bothering Yenica. Although I missed out on the top spot, I no longer have to worry about my studies thanks to my grades that are still in the top level of my bachelor's degree. I have never seriously thought about my career path. To be honest, you can do anything you set your mind to, but there is no problem if you just go back to your hometown and take over the farm. The academic staff who regret Yenica's talent will shed bloody tears, and things like expectations and pressure towards Yenica feel like they have eased considerably after the senior position was handed over to Ed Rosteller. After that, I felt like my interpersonal relationships became more open. Also, what is your daily routine like? If we had to force Ed Rosteller into the mix, wouldn't we start and end our day with him every day anyway? I can't help but mention Ed Rosteller, but if I am forced and persistent enough to force myself to name one reason why I am satisfied with my day, the boy's name can't help but come up. Even though she was talking gibberish to herself and no one was listening, Jenica was walking along the sunset and clumped her fingertips together. A life without worries is what everyone dreams of, isn't it? This was exactly the feeling that Jenica Palova was having every day, so much so that I wondered if the happiness was too much. Wow, more than half of this semester has already passed. I can't believe that I should be preparing for graduation. Starting next year, I guess I've been living too lazy. I am also worried because I am so close to failing. Now that I am in my third year, the level of class difficulty has really increased. So I guess it was really just practice until the second year. Will I be able to survive the fourth year like this? My classmates passed by, talking among themselves about their concerns. Although he greeted Yenica as if he was happy to see her, all Yenica did was smile shyly and accept him. I really don't have anything to worry about. It makes me wonder if this can really happen. If I think about my recent daily routine, it was a repetition of days where I was filled with happiness and smiling brightly from the beginning to the end of the day. It may sound like I am full, but at this point, I feel like I've just let go of thinking. Still, isn't it inevitable for humans to live with one or two chronic worries or worries in their hearts? Yenica Failova was a human being with little greed or ambition to begin with, so she was quite satisfied just by getting good grades, not having any problems with relationships, and being able to eat and sleep well. Actually, there was nothing wrong with that. However, in the end, it was Ed Rosteller that bothered Yenica. Yenica, who is so satisfied with each day she spends now, prays alone every time she goes to sleep at night. Please let these days without lack continue. One day, while lying in bed like that, I heard the sound of noise coming from the campfire, so I opened the cabin door and looked outside. Ed Rostiller is always the last to go to bed. I read more books on my own, do magic power training, or do more miscellaneous tasks related to camp maintenance, but in the end, I end the day by looking at the fire and idly gathering my thoughts. A late night with many stars in the sky. Ed Rostiller's serious expression, seen through the crack in the door, still lingers in Yenica's eyes. Unlike Yenica, who is always having a happy and satisfied day, Ed Rostiller still seems to be carrying a lot of burden and worry. Ed always ended the day deep in thought while pounding firewood with a poker. As a result of being involved with Ed, I got caught up in a lot of things and solved a lot of problems in the process. In the end, he went all the way to Ed's home and took care of the evil spirit's descent. There were too many trials and hardships for one person to go through, but Ed managed to get through them all. As the family affairs began to settle to some extent, and Tanya became the student council president, all the indignities and troubles within the academy would have come to an end. But it seems like there are still big worries and burdens left for Ed when that happens. You look at the fire and get lost in thought, seeing the contrast between Ed's appearance and her own happiness, as if in heaven every day Yenica thought that even that feeling of happiness should be suppressed for a while. Even though he has overcome so much, Ed still has a mountain left to overcome. Even though I could clearly feel that fact, I didn't want to remain a girl who smiled immaturely and happily and had no idea what the world was like. It is unreasonable to attach qualifications to happiness. However, the girl was still too immature to realize that fact on her own. A letter has arrived from Princess Phenia. Not only me, but you too, Yenica. Hmm. Yenica was surprised as she withdrew her hands that were supporting her chin as if she had been thinking about something else. I, who was still sharpening my bow, looked at Yenica, who was once again surprised. I gave him a puzzled look. As for me, I've been training to make a bow for 4 days already. If I trimmed the wood that Lortel sent me and practiced, I would have something useful within a week. Ha! Correspondence. To whom? It's no big deal, Yenica. I was deep in thought. Aha, I had something to think about. Thoughts. What are you thinking? Ed, what are you thinking? It was a conversation that took place naturally as each person sat by the fire. However, the ending seemed unclear, so Jenica took a deep breath after speaking. My thoughts. Oh no, I didn't think anything strange. I'm speechless. Actually, it didn't come out in vain. Strictly speaking, what Ed thought was correct. It wasn't such an important and great idea. Looking at the way she was so shocked and making excuses, I get the feeling that it really wasn't such a great idea. No matter what, Yenica is really bad at lying. Most of what she says is either truthful or honest. Since these are honest stories, I don't really have any doubts. Me too. If you're going to talk, you have to go through your brain, but when I am with Ed, there are times when the words just flow out of me. I don't know what I am thinking, but right now, I am talking about correspondence first. I was polishing it up. I put down my bow and took out from my chest the letter that arrived from the royal quarters this morning. Slowly it seems that Emperor Kloll is trying to end this sluggish competition for imperial power within this year. Really? Ha! It's already been a while since Crown Prince Lyndon suddenly gave up on succeeding to the throne without even giving a reason. I guess they are planning to sort out this confusion soon. Only when the successor is confirmed will we be able to properly educate the successor, and the forces within the imperial family will be sorted out. From Princess Phenia's perspective, it was a situation where she could not sit still. If she had already come this far, she would also have to run for the imperial throne. Even Princess Selaha decided to come to Sylvania during this Crestal Grand Festival, so it's time to take action. But what does that have to do with calling us? Obviously that side. They will want to attract us from their position as well. The royal residence, which serves as Princess Phenia's residence, stands tall on the cliffs on the west side of Aiken Island. I have been there several times, so it is not difficult to find it. What are you talking about? I guess I'll have to go and check it out in person. Yenica, since you invited me too, let's go together tomorrow morning. The class schedule is generous, right? Ah, okay. I nodded and put the letter back in my pocket. The academic year begins preparations for the festival in earnest starting tomorrow. I have to start preparing for that too. However, Yenika's strangely hesitant attitude was unusual, so I was worried for no reason. Actually, I had some expectations. It was time to tell Yenika everything.